A figure quietly appeared beside Ning Xiaochuan. Although it was still dark around, Ning Xiaochuan clearly saw the whole picture of the figure in front of him at the moment. He is slender and dressed in Confucian clothes. He looks like an ordinary Confucian student. However, there was a faint streamer flowing on his skin, which made him look a little evil. Such a strange-looking young man appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was on alert at the moment. From this young man, Ning Xiaochuan felt a strong sense of oppression. Even in many gods, Ning Xiaochuan didn't feel this terrible feeling. Although shocked, Ning Xiaochuan still kept calm and said, "Who are you?" "You can call me Ancestor Yan Quan." The young man stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan, smiled softly, waved his arm, and even made a bonfire in front of Ning Xiaochuan. There can't be anything with aura in hell, not even light. However, this young man created such a flaming bonfire, so casually. Ning Xiaochuan looked back at the bonfire, and his eyes had shown surprise. The bonfire kept burning on the ground, and there was no sign of disappearance at all. It was the first time that Ning Xiaochuan saw someone who could make a bonfire since he entered hell. But then, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at the young man again. "Ancestor Yan Quan." Ning Xiaochuan repeated the name incredulously. Ning Xiaochuan has a certain understanding of the tribes in hell. According to his knowledge, behind each of these tribes in hell, there is a god, a real god. For example, the god behind the Qing Emperor department is the Qing Emperor. There is no doubt that there is a god behind Ning Xiaochuan's Yan Xuanbu at the moment. The name of this god is probably related to Yan Quan. Yan Xuanbu. Father Yan Quan. The relationship between the two alone is enough for Ning Xiaochuan to distinguish that the young man who appears in front of him at the moment is probably the spirit behind Yan Xuanbu. "Are you the god worshipped by Yan Xuanbu?" After judging the identity of Yan Quan's ancestor, Ning Xiaochuan immediately said. Facing a god, Ning Xiaochuan felt that it was best to ask clearly. What's more, Ning Xiaochuan only felt the power of sub-god from this young man at the moment. At the moment, the power of evil spirits accumulated in Ning Xiaochuan's body was so powerful that he did not have the strength of the other side's first battle. "This is just a part of me. My Numenon is still sleeping." Hell, a ghost place, even with the protection of animal bones, can't completely guarantee that my strength will not be absorbed, so we can only keep my Numenon in the seal. Yan Quan sighed. Although he didn't answer Ning Xiaochuan's question clearly, it was enough for Ning Xiaochuan to determine his identity. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yan Quan and said, "You mean us?" At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan has calmed down. Since he heard Yan Quan's ancestor mention other gods, Ning Xiaochuan wants to know how many gods there are in this hell. Ning Xiaochuan had already begun to guess that this hell was just a prison, and gods such as demons and Yan Quan ancestors were all prisoners in this cage. "Are you very interested in the things of our gods?" "Since you are interested, I'll tell you about it. You choose a place to sit down." Yan Quan looked at Ning Xiaochuan with great interest, just like greeting an old friend. He greeted Ning Xiaochuan to sit by the campfire. Close to the campfire, Ning Xiaochuan immediately found that there was a difference between the campfire and the real campfire. The most obvious point is that at the moment, there is no heat emitted from the campfire, as if the burning campfire was just an illusion. "What's your name?" Father Yan Quan asked Ning Xiaochuan to sit by the campfire, and then began to ask Ning Xiaochuan's name. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yan Quan's ancestor with a surprised face at the moment. He didn't know what Yan Quan wanted to do at the moment. Normally, these gods are trapped in hell, and all they want to do at this moment is to leave hell. The demons have already done this, so the demons immediately set their minds on their own way to destroy the world. And in front of him, Yan Quan's ancestor has obviously not been able to escape from hell, so the reason why he found himself is likely to be related to this. At this point, Ning Xiaochuan looked depressed. Now he doesn't know how to leave hell, let alone help these gods leave hell. Ning Xiaochuan didn't answer Yanquan, shook his head and said, "Do you know my real identity?" At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan is still pretending to be a skeleton dragon, and his appearance is also a dry and thin appearance. Yanquan's grandfather looked like a smile, waved his hand and gently brushed Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt that his body was cut by a knife. In an instant, Ning Xiaochuan returned to his original appearance. The fourth generation of descendants of Mi Shidao, I should be right to say so. After removing Ning Xiaochuan's disguise, Yanquan began to scan Ning Xiaochuan up and down. Although Ning Xiaochuan's expression didn't change, his eyes had shown a deep look of fear. In front of him, Yanquan knew his identity. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't guarantee whether the other party came to learn his own way of destruction like a demon. It seemed to see Ning Xiaochuan's scruples, and Yanquan shook his head with a smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in the way of destroying the world." In his heart, he was still very alert to Yanquan's ancestor in front of him. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I just fell into hell unintentionally. Is there anything wrong with my grandfather finding me?" "Yes, of course, but I'll talk about it later." "Weren't you very interested in the gods and hell just now?" "Then I'll tell you what you are interested in first." Yanquan nodded and stared at the bonfire in front of him, but it seemed that he began to drift. Facing such a strange god, Ning Xiaochuan could only restrain his temper and sit quietly aside. At this moment, the two people sit around the campfire casually, which is like two close friends camping in the wild. Ning Xiaochuan has been quietly observing Yanquan's ancestor at the moment. Although in front of him, the ancestor Yanquan has only the strength of the secondary god, he is a real god after all, and his means must be much stronger than the general secondary god. If he can't fight, Ning Xiaochuan certainly doesn't want to fight with the other side. Hell is actually a cage that holds us gods. Yanquan's eyes flickered, as if he were indulging in the past, and his face even showed some sadness. "This cage is specially designed for us. All the gods and creatures of a whole civilization are imprisoned in the cage of hell. And we, these gods, are the main target of this cage." Yanquan told me that at the moment, he seemed to just want to vent. Many of the contents he said made Ning Xiaochuan a little confused. However, the more this happened, Ning Xiaochuan felt the sadness in Yanquan's heart. Ning Xiaochuan was quite stunned that a god should also show such a decadent and desperate mood. With Yanquan's constant telling, Ning Xiaochuan slowly guessed something from his telling. For example, this hell was built by a supreme power, and the main purpose of building this hell is to imprison countless gods, including Yanquan's ancestors and demons. Besides these gods, the supreme power and even the life of a seventh-class civilized world with huge power are all imprisoned in hell. These lives are the ancestors of these evil people in hell. Ning Xiaochuan was stunned by his great efforts to imprison all the lives of a seventh-class civilization in a cage. You know, the seventh-class civilization cannot be born in Dian world at all. The Shinha civilization, which has turned the world upside down, is just a seventh-class civilization. What this supreme power did was to put all the lives of the entire Shinha civilization in prison. This kind of ability has almost reached an unnatural level. Ning Xiaochuan used to think that the founder of Mishi Taoism should be the strongest in the world. After all, the founder of Mishi Taoism can destroy a strong person in the world. But at this moment, hearing what this supreme power did, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly felt that this supreme power's ability might even have surpassed the founder of the world-destroying Taoism. Because one of the two is to directly treat the life of the whole civilization as a plaything. The other is simply destroying a civilization. Ning Xiaochuan listened attentively for a moment, but he didn't hear why this supreme power wanted to lock so many lives into hell from Yanquan's ancestor. Yanquan spoke out for a long time, and finally his voice gradually disappeared. At this time, Yanquan's expression gradually returned to normal, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Haha, I haven't talked to anyone for a long time. Now I've talked to someone, and it's really much happier. By the way, brother, you haven't told me your name yet? At the moment, Yan Quan's father is just a young man. He calls Ning Xiaochuan brother. From the perspective of appearance, it's no problem. But in this life, my brother heard Ning Xiaochuan's ears, and immediately made Ning Xiaochuan a little jumpy. After all, Father Yan Quan is a god. I'm afraid only the existence of a god can be qualified to call him brother. Ning Xiaochuan's mood shook for a moment, and then nodded. My name is Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, really good name. Yan Quan nodded at Ning Xiaochuan, then said with a strange look, have you met the demon? Otherwise you can't have the seeds left by the demon in your body. The seed left by the demon in my body? Ning Xiaochuan stood up with a brush, and the power of the 7 orifices god-demon heart instantly swept all over his body, but he didn't find anything. In fact, since he met the demon, Ning Xiaochuan has been very careful to prevent himself from being plotted by the demon. But he didn't expect that the demon finally left behind him quietly. The divine means indeed far exceeded Ning Xiaochuan's expectations. Ning Xiaochuan's heart immediately became more and more afraid of these gods, including Yan Quan, who was sitting in front of him like a close friend at the moment. These gods are old guys who don't know how many years they have lived. Not only are they powerful, but also their scheming are all crafty and cunning. If you don't pay attention, you will fall into their trap. You don't come to me just to tell me that I have the seeds left by the demon? Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yan Quan's ancestor in front of him, and did not continue to discuss the seeds left by the demon. Although the demon's seed is definitely a big trouble for Ning Xiaochuan, now that Ning Xiaochuan has known its existence, Ning Xiaochuan will drive it away sooner or later. Now the biggest threat to Ning Xiaochuan is the ancestor Yan Quan in front of him. Up to now, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know what Yan Quan's purpose is to find himself. Of course not. I can probably figure out what the demon wants to do. What I want to do is different from his purpose. Yan Quan shook his head, looked up at Ning Xiaochuan, and continued word by word, I want you to help me destroy the world. Destroy the world? Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows immediately frowned. Yan Quan stood up at the moment, took 2 steps at will, and then stood again and said, yes, it's the destruction of the world. I want to destroy this time, and you are the successor of the destruction of the world, and the destruction of the world is just in line with the way you want to go, so the 2 of us can be united. Ning Xiaochuan looked unchanged and said, there are many ways to destroy the world. Destroying the creatures in hell is regarded as destroying the world. Destroying everything in Dian world is also regarded as destroying the world. Because whether it is hell or Dian world, it is a small world. If it is destroyed, it will naturally be regarded as destroying the world. The word destroying the world in your mouth should not mean destroying hell or Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan's words made Yan Quan's face show a smile. Standing next to the campfire, the light of the campfire made Yan Quan's face flicker. After a long time, Yan Quan said again, what I want to destroy is the Shinha civilization. Staring at Yan Chuan's ancestor, Ning Xiaochuan's face showed such an appearance. Ning Xiaochuan had long guessed that the goal of Yan Chuan's ancestor was Shinha civilization, because whether it was hell or Dian world, the pattern was too small for a god like him. Only the Shinha civilization and even the higher world can be qualified to become the goal of Yan Quan, the god. But at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan still feels that the idea of Yan Quan's ancestor is a little too crazy. The ancestors of Yan Quan and Xin Ma are just prisoners now, and they are not sure when their own strength will recover to the peak. In this state, it's simply a joke to mention how to destroy the Shinha civilization. Ning Xiaochuan almost didn't hesitate, so he shook his head directly at Yan Quan's ancestor and said, just because we want to destroy Shinha civilization, it's still a little unrealistic. Yan Quan looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a stunned face, as if he was quite stunned by Ning Xiaochuan's answer. A moment later, he shook his head. You are very different from the heirs I have seen before. The heirs I have seen, even if they are just mortals, have ambitions to destroy everything in their hearts, but I don't seem to find such ambitions in you. Ning Xiaochuan also shook his head dismissively and said, My master also said that I am not suitable for practicing the way of destroying the world, but because of coincidence, I became the successor of the way of destroying the world. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan didn't agree with the idea of destroying the world and everything. In his idea, what he should do is to be holy inside and king outside, with a heart of mercy, but also with the power to destroy the world. If he has any dissatisfaction with the world, he should use his own strength to change it, rather than completely destroy it. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan didn't have the arrogance and killing intention of Tantai-Esr to destroy everything. I didn't expect you to appear in the world, but since you cultivate the way of destroying the world, sooner or later you will still go on the road of destroying the world. In order to cultivate the way of destroying the world, the previous generation of inheritors of destroying the world even destroyed half of the Shinha civilization. If you want to surpass the previous generation of inheritors of destroying the world in the future, you will certainly go on this road. Yan Quan looked up and down at Ning Xiaochuan several times with a stunned face, and finally calmed down. He was quite dismissive of Ning Xiaochuan's words at the moment. If you want to reach the peak of the world-destroying Tao, world-destroying is the way it must go. Although Ning Xiaochuan's idea of destroying the world is not strong now, Yan Quan's ancestor firmly believes that after Ning Xiaochuan cultivates the way of destroying the world to a high level, he will destroy the world sooner or later. As long as your goal is to destroy the Shinha civilization, then we have a common goal. Naturally, we can unite together. I'll take you to a place rather than fight. Father Yan Quan said to Ning Xiaochuan. With a wave of his arm, the bonfire suddenly disappeared. Then, Ning Xiaochuan felt that he was surrounded by an invisible force. His figure quickly left the ground and moved towards the distance. This invisible force is not too powerful. As long as Ning Xiaochuan wants to, he can easily break it. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan felt that Yan Xuan's ancestor didn't seem to have any malice towards him at the moment. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan let Yan Quan's ancestor use his means and took him to move in the distance. After moving for more than half a day, Ning Xiaochuan's figure fell at one place. Then, the figure of Yan Quan appeared in front of him. The long-distance movement just now seems to consume a lot for Yan Quan's grandfather. At this moment, the breath on Yan Quan's grandfather has weakened by more than half. If Ning Xiaochuan was afraid of Yan Quan's separated body before, this separated body has no threat to Ning Xiaochuan at this moment. Look over there. Before Ning Xiaochuan could speak, Yan Quan's father waved his hand and shone again, and then pointed to a road in front of him. With the help of the light from Yan Quan's hand, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly saw a scene that startled him. At this moment, beside him, there is a huge super vortex. This vortex is at least hundreds of miles in diameter. Ning Xiaochuan can see the existence of this vortex, because he is standing at a very high place at the moment. The whirlpool was slowly rotating with a force of pressure. Ning Xiaochuan didn't feel the suction carried by the whirlpool at all, but he felt that his blood and even vitality were slowly swallowed by the whirlpool. Even the light on Yan Quan's hand, this vortex is devouring. In other places in hell, Yan Quan could easily make a bonfire. But beside this whirlpool, it was difficult for Yan Quan to maintain the light in his hand. However, in a moment, the light on Yan Quan's hand completely disappeared, and the breath on Yan Quan's body seemed to weaken for a while. Ning Xiaochuan was still a little suspicious. Why did Yan Quan's ancestor spend so much energy to bring himself to this place? However, after watching the whirlpool, Ning Xiaochuan became more curious about the whirlpool. In the memory of Han Jin and Skeleton Dragon he absorbed before, there was no information about this vortex at all. After the light in Yan Quan's hand disappeared, Ning Xiaochuan's side turned dark again. Ning Xiaochuan tried to use the heart of the 7 orifices to sense the whirlpool in front of him, but as soon as he touched the edge of the whirlpool, Ning Xiaochuan's power of the 7 orifices was immediately swallowed up. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan did not dare to detect the vortex at will. Although he couldn't see or feel the existence of the vortex in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan clearly knew that there was such a thing in front of him. Looking at the darkness in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan asked, curiously, "Where is this place?" "This is the center of hell." Yan Quan's voice was a little low, as if to resist the phagocytosis of the vortex. "You should feel that the underground of hell actually contains a huge array, and here in front of you is the core of the array. The core of an array can also be so powerful." Ning Xiaochuan can only sincerely admire the supreme means of creating hell at this moment. This means has been called against the sky, even the gods like Yanquan and Xinma can't do this. "You brought me here, didn't you want me to enter this vortex? Do you have something in it, so you need me to help you take it out?" Ning Xiaochuan looked in the direction of Yanquan's ancestor, and then asked. Ning Xiaochuan knew very well that when Yanquan sent himself here at a great cost, he would definitely not let himself come to enjoy the whirlpool. "You don't have to think about it. I brought you here simply to improve your strength. The environment of hell is not suitable for cultivation at all, but you are different. What you cultivate is the way of destroying the world. Only where you have the power of great destruction, the faster your way of destroying the world will enter, and the whirlpool in front of you is the place with the greatest destructive power in the whole hell. If you enter it, you will cultivate the way of destroying the world. There are absolutely great benefits in the world." In the dark, the voice of Yan Quan came. "Enter this whirlpool to practice?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at the direction of the vortex again in surprise. This whirlpool is really a huge challenge for Ning Xiaochuan. The more powerful the power of destruction is, the faster the speed of cultivating the way of destroying the world will be. Ning Xiaochuan also felt this for a long time. When the door of man and God was not opened and the world was peaceful, it was more difficult for Ning Xiaochuan to understand one of the 3,000 ways to destroy the world than to ascend to heaven. But then, the door of man and God opened, and the Dian world fell into chaos. The whole Dian world was turned upside down by the masters of Shinha civilization. Under such bad circumstances, Ning Xiaochuan's world-destroying way was cultivated quickly. After that, Ning Xiaochuan entered hell, a place with worse environment. Almost at the moment he entered hell, he understood the evil spirit of extermination. Therefore, for others, this vortex may be a desperate situation, but for Ning Xiaochuan, it may really be a holy land for cultivation. However, Ning Xiaochuan is still worried about this vortex. The invisible devouring force contained in this vortex is too powerful. If I enter it, I'm afraid I'm not sure to come out alive. Ning Xiaochuan hesitated for a moment, and then turned to look in the direction of Yan Quan's ancestor. Although he was a little excited about entering the maelstrom, he still asked about the best situation of the maelstrom before entering. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a while, and then opened his mouth and asked, "If I enter this vortex, when can I come out?" As soon as Ning Xiaochuan's voice fell, the voice of Yan Quan's ancestor came over. "I don't know, no one has ever come out of this vortex." "Grass." Yan Quan's answer made Ning Xiaochuan laugh with anger, and he couldn't help scolding. "The feeling you brought me here is a desperate situation at all. If you know that you will die, what else do you want to practice? It's better to commit suicide here directly." "Ning Xiaochuan, others can't come out, but you are different. If you don't even have the courage to self-destruct, how can you cultivate your worldly destruction to a higher level? Now this vortex is a challenge to you. If you can enter the vortex and come out alive from it, your strength can definitely be strong enough to reverse the current situation of the whole Dian world." Yan Quan's cold hum came out of the darkness. At the moment, Yan Quan was like a strict teacher, telling Ning Xiaochuan severely. Although Ning Xiaochuan was still extremely afraid of Yan Quan, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he heard Yan Quan's words. Although Ning Xiaochuan was constantly telling himself not to listen to him at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan still couldn't help but focus on the place where the vortex was located. Okay, then I'll enter this vortex. Just a little hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan directly into the vortex in front of him. In the dark, Yan Quan's eyes flashed a little strange light. I thought he didn't dare to enter it, but I underestimated him. Ning Xiaochuan looks weak, but he is soft outside and hard inside. He has such a tough mentality at the moment, and his cultivation of the world-destroying Taoism will never be weak in the future. He said a few words to himself, and 2 tears actually flowed in the eyes of Yan Quan. After being sealed in hell for so many years, the only thing left in Yan Chuan's heart was resentment and revenge. Now, he seems to have seen the success of revenge and the people who have died for unknown years. Standing beside the whirlpool, I silently watched the whirlpool in front of me for a moment, and then the figure of Yan Quan Lao Zu slowly disappeared. In the whirlpool at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's figure seemed to be wrapped in countless sharp blades. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan's physique is strong enough, so he was not torn to pieces by the tearing forces around him. What Yan Quan said is right. Now I need to strengthen my strength urgently. If I follow the previous cultivation method, I'm afraid I don't even know how long it will take me to have the strength of the second god. Floating in the whirlpool, Ning Xiaochuan's mood gradually calmed down. He chose to jump into the whirlpool this time, and indeed lost an adventure. At the moment, even Ning Xiaochuan is not sure whether he can get out of here. However, Ning Xiaochuan did not regret jumping in. The appearance of Yan Quan ancestor has made Ning Xiaochuan feel the urgency of time. These gods in hell have come to life, which shows that the war between hell and Dian world is about to begin. If Ning Xiaochuan still cannot have the strength of the sub-god level, he will still be unable to get involved in the next war and can only become a pawn of others. Rather than end up like that, Ning Xiaochuan would rather fight here. Even if he died here, Ning Xiaochuan would be willing. Next, we need to go down a little more. After a moment, Ning Xiaochuan had adapted to the tearing force around him. With a shock, he immediately let himself continue to move towards the depths of the vortex. The closer it is to the center and below the vortex, the more powerful the tearing force on Ning Xiaochuan's body becomes. Ning Xiaochuan is using this powerful tearing force to force himself at the moment. For 2 days in a row, Ning Xiaochuan was moving towards the depth of the vortex little by little. At this moment, he had forgotten everything, and only things related to cultivation were left in his mind. Dian world. In the heaven, countless disciples of the divine palace are practicing. That's great. Is this the cultivation method of Shinha civilization? I just learned a basic cultivation method from elder martial brother Liu, and my strength has broken through so many at once. I have a hunch that I will break through the eternal realm soon. Elder martial brother Zhao from the source world gave me a pill from the source world. With this pill, my accomplishments will definitely rise. Come on, who can compete with me? I learned this set of martial arts from elder martial brother Yi of the source world, and its power is infinite. Throughout the Divine Reserve Palace, countless disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace were extremely excited. These disciples of the Divine Palace have really gained a lot recently. After the door of the 8th human god was opened, the masters of the source world came. To the dismay of countless people, these masters of the source world were actually on the side of Dian world. Countless source world masters began to settle in Tianting. With the entry of these source world masters, Tianting, which was already in danger, immediately stabilized. In the following days, these disciples of the God Palace naturally had to contact those Tianjiao gates in the source world. The source world is a powerful force in the Shinha civilization. Naturally, the Tianjiao who came out of it is not comparable to these genius Tianjiao who spread the world. However, these Tianjiao in the source world are not stingy. After coming to Tianting, they have allocated their unique knowledge and resources. In a short time, the strength of these disciples in the Divine Reserve Palace has improved greatly. In particular, those truly talented disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace, such as Shui Lingshu, Yu Mingsong, Ji Fan, and Xia Shenzi, were received by the secondary god of the source world and personally gave the treasure. Nowadays, the Divine Reserve Palace has been spreading. After the result of this war, the masters of the source world will even bring all the real talents of the Divine Reserve Palace to the source world. It is a great opportunity to enter Shinha civilization from Dian world. Even these ordinary disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace, after hearing this news, couldn't help but palpitate, and they were also actively practicing at ordinary times. I don't know how many times. These bullshit geniuses don't feel that Brother Ning is not here, so they bully us like this. If Brother Ning is there, one of them will hit them both. Yu Mingsong and Shui Lingshu came out of a large hall in Tianting. Yu Mingsong shouted before he walked out of the gate of the hall. Yu Mingsong's shouting voice spread into the ears of the others, and immediately made Shui Lingshu laugh bitterly. Ji Fan, who was walking at the end, frowned and whispered to Yu Mingsong. Brother Yu, pay attention to your words. Don't annoy Brother Zhao and them. What if I'm annoyed? Isn't it bullying that my cultivation is not as high as his? If I cultivate to the realm of emptiness, I'm sure I can beat him. You are all the same. Are you really convinced of that, Zhao? Yu Mingsong still shouted indifferently. This time even Ji Fan's face was a little ugly, and he didn't say anything anymore. These days, they have been competing with those Tianjiao from the source world. In fact, in terms of talent alone, their talent is not necessarily much worse than those source Tianjiao. However, most of them are not as good as those Tianjiao in the source world at the moment. Therefore, in the competition in recent days, they naturally won less and lost more. It's just that those source Tianjiao are polite, but it happens that one of these source Tianjiao is called Zhao Wen, who is extremely arrogant. I don't know how many words he mocked them in these days. As a result, even the best-tempered Yu Mingsong had already suppressed his anger. Alas, I don't know how Brother Ning is doing now. Isn't it a way of killing the world? After hearing that Brother Ning is the successor of the way of killing the world, those secondary gods from the source world directly ordered Brother Ning to be shot to death when they saw him. This order is too fucking. Yu Mingsong's words turned, and even those secondary gods of the source world cursed. Ji Fan and others' faces changed greatly. Naturally, they immediately stretched out their hands to cover Yu Mingsong's mouth. They were really afraid that Yu Mingsong's big mouth was reckless and said everything. There's no way. Even all the people who have relations with Ning Xiaochuan have been arrested now. Just waiting for Ning Xiaochuan to come back and die, I'd rather he never return to heaven. Glancing at the crowd, Shui Lingshu calmly said. Of course, they all know about the recent changes in the court of heaven, but no one can do anything about it. As for Ning Xiaochuan's handling result, it was decided by the secondary gods from the source world, and even the Lord of Heaven was unable to change anything. With a few sighs, Yu Mingsong separated a group of talents. Under the Grand Tianting Palace, countless dark corridors crisscross. Tick. Occasionally, a drop of water will drop from the top of the corridor. The whole underground corridor will only bring people two kinds of feelings, damp and suffocating. This is the underground cage of Tianting. All those who are qualified to be suppressed by Tianting are supervillains with all kinds of evils and high strength. Even if these supervillains are imprisoned here, Tianting will still not let them go, torture them severely every day, let them taste the pain, and regret the evil things they have missed. Compared with the bright and glorious heaven, this is the real hell. Even because there are too many villains who have died here, there are many grievances in this underground cage. These resentful spirits died in pain, and they still couldn't live in peace after death. They were making a sad roar all the time. Poof! A figure suddenly appeared in a corridor. His action was very slight, and he hardly made a sound. Go to a place with light. Through this light, you can vaguely see this figure's slim body and her white jade cheeks. Purple smoke. What appears here at the moment is actually Zihanyan. Zihanyan's face was cold, and she was not afraid of the spirits who rushed in front of her, and her figure moved forward in these dark corridors lightly. After about a cup of tea, Zihanyan appeared in a huge underground hall. Glancing at the hall, the purple cold look immediately cooled down. At this moment, there are many light columns in this hall, and in the middle of each light column, there is a figure standing. The blocked figure in the light column closest to Zihanyan is Ning Xiaochuan's grandfather and the old Marquis of Jiang'a Marquis Mansion. Beside this pillar of light, Ning Xiner's figure was also blocked in a pillar of light. In addition to the Marquis and Ning Xiner, Ning Qianqing is also blocked in the surrounding light column. The Wind and Moon come, Tang Shuyao, and others. Almost all the people related to Ning Xiaochuan are blocked here. Zihanyan glanced at these light columns, and his face immediately became more and more gloomy. The old Marquis and others were all masters of the source world who personally captured them and imprisoned them here. Ning Qianqing was not in heaven, but in other places, taking his troops to avoid the catastrophe. But now he was also caught and sealed here. In fact, there are far more people involved because of Ning Xiaochuan now than these people in front of us. As long as they have intersected with Ning Xiaochuan, almost all of them have been monitored by the masters of the source world. Even Zihanyan is actually monitored these days. Today, she can come here, but she took the opportunity to escape the monitoring. I'll get you out right away. Zihanyan glanced at these pillars of light and stretched out his hand to untie them. Don't move. At the moment Zihanyan started, a voice appeared behind her. Instantly, Zihanyan flashed aside with a wary face, and then looked behind her. At the entrance of this underground hall, Xue Lingshu's figure flashed, and she, who owned the chaotic heart palace, seemed to come here directly by breaking through the space. Seeing the appearance of Xue Lingshu, the alert look on Zihanyan's face immediately disappeared. After Xue Lingshu appeared, he glanced at the people in the light column, and then turned back to tell Zihan Flu, these seals were arranged by the secondary gods of the source world themselves. If you use it a little, you will immediately attract those secondary gods. Can't even you break these seals? Zihanyan looked at Xue Lingshu in surprise. Xue Lingshu's power of time and space is extremely strong. If even she can't break the seal of these light pillars, Zihanyan himself will have no hope. Xue Lingshu shook his head and said, I can't break it. Maybe I can't break these seals until I reach the realm of secondary god. So, only the secondary god can break these seals, so I can only ask my ancestors. Zihanyan frowned and looked again at the light columns in front of him. The strength of the Emperor Zijin has been proved in the wars these days, so if the Emperor Zijin takes action in person, these seals will definitely break instantly. I advise you not to do so. Breaking these seals is not good for Ning Xiaochuan's family. Another voice sounded, but this time Zihan Smoke and Xue Lingshu didn't change much. I knew you would come here, and who else would show up together? Zihanyan looked at the 7 princesses who came in from the outside and curled his lips. The 7th princess looked calm and shook her head when she came to Zihanyan. No one will come. The 2 of us can come here because we have backers behind us. As for this one, it's because of our special ability. As for others, even if they want to come, they can't come here under strict supervision. Pointing to Xue Lingshu, the 7th princess looked at the light pillars in front of her. Looking at these people who had the closest relationship with Ning Xiaochuan, the 7 princesses' face suddenly looked ugly. If Ning Xiaochuan came back and saw this scene, he would not spare those masters in the source world. A moment later, a low sigh came out of the mouth of the 7 princesses. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's name, Xue Lingshu and Zihanyan's face suddenly showed a somewhat gloomy look. Watching Ning Xiaochuan's family fall to the present end, they are also very uncomfortable. Even if Ning Xiaochuan comes back now, it's useless. With his current strength, those secondary gods are looking for death. Shui Lingshu shook his head, and his figure disappeared directly. The seventh princess took a step forward and frowned. I also hope Ning Xiaochuan doesn't come back, otherwise, he will certainly become the enemy of everyone, and he will die in vain. As for his family, if something really happens, it's a big deal that we try our best to protect them. Well. Zihanyan nodded. Cough. Just when the seven princesses and Zihan Smoke were gloomy, a burst of cough suddenly came from their ears. With this cough, a flat voice rang out, Ning Xiaochuan, this boy, people don't know where to die, and so many beautiful women care about him, God is too unfair, I'm so handsome. Before the sound finished, the seven princesses and Zihanyan turned back together and drank coldly. Yu Mingsong, what are you doing here? At the entrance of the hall, Yu Mingsong strolled out with an unfair look on his face. After scanning Zihanyan and seven princesses, he straightened his chest, as if he had become a gentleman, and shouted, look at what you say, Ning Xiaochuan is my brother at least. I'll care about my brother's family and friends, isn't it all right? Although he pretended to be righteous, with Yu Mingsong's face, people felt like going to beat him up. Staring at Yu Mingsong, she glanced a few times, and Zihanyan snorted coldly, didn't you go to see Dashi just now? Of course, this is just an excuse. Dashi is so strict that if I went to her place, would I still be able to come here? But I know that Dashi is also very concerned about Ning Xiaochuan's family. She rushed out several times to save people, and was caught back. Yu Mingsong said with a smile. In fact, strictly speaking, including Yu Mingsong, who is here at the moment, all belong to Ning Xiaochuan's friends. Therefore, those masters of the source world also monitored them. However, this kind of monitoring is strong and weak. Yu Mingsong, Zihanyan and others obviously belong to the weak monitoring, and Dashi is naturally the object of key monitoring. Now it's hard for Zihanyan and others to see Dashi. Master, you've seen enough of the theater. We can't break the seal, but if you have anything to order, we can do it. Yu Mingsong and Zihanyan said a few words, and their eyes shifted to a pillar of light in front of them. What is sealed in this light column is the wind and moon whose body is Phoenix. Yu Mingsong's voice did not fall, and the wind and moon in the light column slowly opened their eyes. She was not sealed by this pillar of light. It's impossible. This light column is the seal placed by the secondary god of the source world. Watching the wind and the moon wake up, Zihanyan and Princess Chi's faces showed surprise. Only Yu Mingsong looked as usual at the moment. Looking at the wind and moon, he said, since you have woken up, do you want us to cooperate inside and outside, and try to break this broken column? Forget it, my cultivation has not been restored. After my cultivation is restored, it will naturally come out of here. Now these seals are a protection for us. These families of Ning Xiaochuan are sealed here, which is much safer than in other parts of the world. Inside the light column, Feng Yueshi looked calm and shook his head. At the moment, she obviously doesn't want to leave here, nor does she want Ning Xiaochuan's family to leave here. Now the world of Dian is in great chaos, and even in heaven, it is not very safe. However, the dungeon under the heaven is almost the safest place in the whole Dian world. And at the moment, these families of Ning Xiaochuan are sealed by the sub-god himself. These seals almost give the family of Ning Xiaochuan double protection. If other people in Dian knew that there was such a place at present, they would probably cry and beg those secondary gods of the source world to seal them here. Being sealed here can at least save your life. The words of the wind and moon made Zihanyan and Princess Seven look much better. Feng Yueshi pondered for a moment, and then said again, since you are here, I have to entrust you to help me find out. Looking for someone? Zihanyan looked at the wind and moon together. Help me find the whereabouts of Little Linger, Ugly Mother-in-Law, and Little Red. Several names came out of Feng Yueshi's mouth, and the owners of these names were all closely related to Ning Xiaochuan. It's amazing that the close relationship between these people and Ning Xiaochuan has not been sealed here. As soon as Feng Yueshi finished speaking, Yu Mingsong waved his hand one after another and said, I know some of this. Even the secondary gods of the source world attach great importance to these people, so now 10 are under the personal care of those secondary gods. Really, that's normal. Feng Yueshi nodded and closed his eyes again in the light column. Yu Mingsong and his 3 men glanced at these pillars of light, and then quietly left here. Now that they know that they can't save people at this moment, they can only go back and think of other ways again. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know what happened to the old Marquis and others at the moment. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan has been in the whirlpool in hell for 8 days. In these 8 days, Ning Xiaochuan was drilling towards the center and bottom of the vortex almost every moment. The closer he was to the center and bottom of the vortex, the stronger the pressure he was under. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan is not only to bear the huge tearing force, but also to bear the devouring power of the vortex at the same time. Like outside the vortex, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't feel the devouring power of the vortex when he moved forward. But if he wanted to take a step back, there would be a powerful force in the whirlpool instantly, and Ning Xiaochuan couldn't retreat at all. If you can't retreat, you can only move forward. Anyway, Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to retreat now. In this huge vortex, Ning Xiaochuan has felt that deadly threat. The closer to the source of destruction, the faster Ning Xiaochuan's perception of the world-destroying Tao. In this extremely bad environment at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan almost constantly burst out of his mind with his understanding of the way to destroy the world. Destroy the world and break the road. Destroy the world, void way. Doomsday dark way. In Ning Xiaochuan's mind, there have been more than a dozen kinds of feelings about the way to destroy the world. He deeply imprinted this feeling in his mind, but did not immediately understand the existence of these immortals. Ning Xiaochuan is more ambitious than understanding these ways of destroying the world. At this moment, he wants to follow these ways of destroying the world that he has understood, and understand the related ways of destroying the world. If Ning Xiaochuan's plan succeeds, his strength will grow much faster than simply understanding several ways to destroy the world. Probably because this place is still in hell, Ning Xiaochuan first deduced the way of destruction related to hell. Destroy the world and the source. Ning Xiaochuan began to understand this kind of world-destroying evil family, which is quite closely related to the world-destroying evil family. Ning Xiaochuan's understanding of the origin of the destruction of the world is almost entirely based on the whirlpool around him at the moment. What he understood was to regard himself as a huge whirlpool and absorb the power of demons around him. Of course, this sounds simple, but it's difficult to do. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan only roughly understood the rudiment of the original Tao of destroying the world. If he wants to fully understand it, he still needs to break through countless difficulties. In this huge whirlpool, Ning Xiaochuan began to cultivate. This seemingly terrifying vortex did not cause any great damage to Ning Xiaochuan, which surprised Ning Xiaochuan himself. Hey! What's going on? After continuing to practice in the whirlpool for more than 3 days, Ning Xiaochuan's face suddenly showed surprise. Because at this moment, he unexpectedly suddenly felt that the powerful tearing force that had been shrouded in him disappeared in an instant. Without that tearing force, Ning Xiaochuan felt much better all over. But Ning Xiaochuan's heart was more and more alert. In such a dangerous place, you can't relax at any time. Roar. Ning Xiaochuan's ear suddenly heard a huge roar at the moment. With this sound, Ning Xiaochuan felt an incredible scene that made him feel. At the moment, beside Ning Xiaochuan, countless skeleton beasts as huge as mountains flew out of the depths of the vortex. These skeleton beasts shook their heads and flew by Ning Xiaochuan, as if they didn't feel Ning Xiaochuan at all. It took a long time for these skeleton beasts to disappear completely. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan felt that powerful tearing force again. Is this vortex still intermittent? If those monsters appear, the devouring power of this vortex will end. Ning Xiaochuan stopped practicing, frowning and thinking. This situation is really strange. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that there would be life in this vortex. In fact, it's not just Ning Xiaochuan's confusion. In such a big hell, there are absolutely few people who know that skeleton beasts appear from the vortex of hell. Ning Xiaochuan stayed in the vortex and waited for a few days. After that, the tearing force shrouded in him finally stopped again. Countless skeleton beasts appeared again and rushed towards the top of the vortex. Ning Xiaochuan caught a skeleton beast easily at this moment, and then rushed up the vortex along the skeleton beast. Just a moment later, Ning Xiaochuan's figure appeared outside the vortex. Come out so easily? Ning Xiaochuan flew over the vortex, and felt the vortex below incredulously. As for the skeleton beasts that came out with him, they had already shaken their heads and drilled into the darkness around. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that the way to leave the vortex would be so simple. As long as he waited for the devouring power of the vortex to disappear, anyone could come out of the vortex. Ning Xiaochuan, who was stunned, completely ignored the fact that these skeleton beasts were not as friendly to others as he was at the moment. If someone entered the vortex and met so many skeleton beasts, I'm afraid they would swallow them before he left the vortex. This is also the main reason why no one can leave the vortex. Since the way to leave the vortex is so simple, I don't have any scruples. I can go directly to the deepest part of the vortex. Ning Xiaochuan hardly hesitated, and his figure once again fell into the vortex. This whirlpool is a holy land for Ning Xiaochuan. Now that it is determined that this vortex is not dangerous to him, Ning Xiaochuan will not leave here easily. In the next half-month, Ning Xiaochuan had almost mastered the frequency of the outbreak of the vortex. Every few days, this vortex will pause, release countless skeleton animals, and then erupt again. Knowing this rule, Ning Xiaochuan easily doesn't move his position when the vortex breaks out at ordinary times. But when the vortex stopped and those skeleton beasts began to release, he would suddenly speed up and rush towards the bottom of the vortex. Although he can move every few days, Ning Xiaochuan's speed towards the bottom of the vortex is countless times faster than before. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan just wanted to sharpen himself and improve his strength when he entered the deep vortex. But later, Ning Xiaochuan had been a little curious about the vortex, and wanted to go into the depths of the vortex to see what happened. Click! Click! After moving forward several times, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes appeared a scene that surprised him. Around this vortex, countless energies are gathering. As these energies gather together, a living skeleton beast is born. Create things out of thin air, and they are still living creatures. Although these skeleton animals are stupid and have no own wisdom, this means is amazing enough. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked by the scene in front of him. If these skeleton beasts are just puppets, it's just that Ning Xiaochuan once stayed with a skeleton beast for a long time. According to his understanding of these skeleton beasts, although these skeleton beasts are not complete lives, they have been unlimited close to flesh and blood life. Even the Shenong level mental health teacher is only pursuing the resurrection of the dead. But here, life is being created out of thin air. Even Shenong is absolutely inferior to this method. Below here, there is definitely a huge secret. Ning Xiaochuan stood beside these constantly generated skeleton beasts, but his eyes looked down at these skeleton beasts. When these skeleton beasts were born, they would bring some weak light. It was with these weak light that Ning Xiaochuan could see that the bottom of these skeleton beasts was still dark and bottomless. Obviously, the place where these skeleton beasts appear at this moment is not the bottom of the vortex. Can this vortex be divided into several parts? Do you want to continue to detect it now? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the place like an abyss under his feet and began to meditate. He didn't think for a long time. After only a few breaths, Ning Xiaochuan's figure directly plunged into the darkness below. Now that I've arrived here, if I don't go down and explore, wouldn't I be at a loss? Ning Xiaochuan's figure fell directly into the dark abyss below. You right. Is falling. Because when entering under these newly born skeleton beasts, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly felt that his strength seemed to be blocked at once, and even the power of flying disappeared completely. So he fell down directly. The wind kept blowing in my ears, and Ning Xiaochuan's falling speed was faster and faster. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid this falling speed alone would have torn his body apart. Ning Xiaochuan is physically strong and doesn't care about the speed. Bang! Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan fell to the ground. The violent impact almost instantly knocked Ning Xiaochuan down, and his whole person has been deeply embedded below the ground, and a large human shape has been printed on the ground here. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan's body is strong enough, so he didn't get hurt. If he had fallen to the ground like he did just now, he would have been torn apart at the moment. Where is this? Ning Xiaochuan got up from the ground and began to look around. There is another chapter. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan is not lack of light. There are countless bright stars hanging above his head. Under the light of these stars, Ning Xiaochuan can clearly see everything around him. After so many days in the dark hell, Ning Xiaochuan is simply a little uncomfortable when he suddenly comes to such a well-lit place. Looking up at the stars overhead, Ning Xiaochuan began to scan around. Obviously, the bright stars that appear on Ning Xiaochuan's head at the moment are the places where the skeleton animals continue to condense, and these bright stars are the skeleton animals themselves. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't just fallen from his head, I'm afraid he couldn't think of the origin of these stars at all. In addition to these stars, everything around Ning Xiaochuan at the moment also surprised him. At the moment, there are countless ancient buildings standing around Ning Xiaochuan. These buildings have obviously been abandoned for a long time, but it can be seen from their traces that there must have been a large-scale city here. At the bottom of the vortex, there should be such a dilapidated city. How did this vortex appear? What is the origin of this city? Ning Xiaochuan glanced around in consternation. At the moment, although the power in his body seemed to disappear completely, it could not be used at all. But Ning Xiaochuan still had strong physical strength, so he didn't panic much. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan walked towards a tower that had collapsed more than half and squatted in front of it. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his hand to blow away a layer of dust on the surface of the tower. Without the cover of these dust, a line of handwriting immediately appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. My Zuan Chenzi practiced for 100,000 years, and finally ended up like this. I'm not reconciled. God is unfair. The vigorous font seems to express the sadness and anger of its owner through the font. Ning Xiaochuan just found this line of handwriting, so he came to check it. Seeing the handwriting left by Zuan Chenzi, Ning Xiaochuan seemed to be infected and couldn't help feeling sad and angry. Just a line of handwriting, and I still don't know the handwriting left many years ago, can actually have an impact on me, the owner of the 7 orifices god-demon heart. This mysterious minister, whose cultivation is the weakest, should also be the secondary divine realm. Ning Xiaochuan stood up in surprise, glanced around, and immediately walked towards another dilapidated building. After blowing away the dust on the surface of the building, countless handwriting appeared again in front of Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. In the next half-day, Ning Xiaochuan almost kept looking for the handwriting on these dilapidated buildings. On the dilapidated buildings here, some have handwriting, some do not, some have more handwriting, and some have less handwriting. Ning Xiaochuan is not picky. As long as he finds the handwriting, he will immediately squat down and read it carefully. After half a day, Ning Xiaochuan's face was already very heavy. From these residual handwriting, Ning Xiaochuan has a general outline of what once happened here. This used to be a very prosperous city. As for the degree of prosperity, if the contents of these handwriting do not lie, the degree of prosperity of this city should exceed that of any place in Dian world now. Even the heavenly court cannot be more brilliant than this dilapidated city. Because in the past, this city used to be inhabited by real gods, and there were more than one gods living in this city. It was such a city of God that suddenly suffered bad luck one day. A huge blade fell from the sky, like cutting tofu, and cut the city out of the earth. Then, the city will be placed in this place now. It doesn't matter if the city has just moved a location. But the people in the city soon found that the place where they were transferred turned out to be a seal, and all of them, including those gods, lost their power. In a flash, the gods degenerated into mortals. Although the gods in the body are still there, these gods have indeed become ordinary people. Even the gods can't bear the seal here, not to mention those ordinary people living in the city. Of course, those who are qualified to live in this city are mostly those who have strong cultivation. Such a group of people suddenly lost their strength and became ordinary people. No one can bear the result. So, soon afterwards, those living in this city began to leave the city and explore around. They want to explore ways to restore strength. Among these people, there are those gods. No one knows the final result of the exploration, because those who leave the city never appear again. Those who stayed in the city also began to regard themselves as ordinary people and waited silently. These people who stay in the city still have hope for the future. They hope that the seals around the future can be unlocked. However, after living here for decades, something that made these people desperate happened. Their long lifespan unexpectedly disappeared here. They become ordinary people, and they only have the same decades of life as ordinary people. At this moment, these people are unwilling to leave the city and go out to find a way to live. But at this time, most of them are old enough to walk. A group of great powers finally died one by one in such a ridiculous way. The handwriting left around was written by these strong men before they died in despair. At that time, only by relying on this method can they prove that they once existed in this world. After knowing the past history of this city, Ning Xiaochuan was almost a little scared. Power seal. Become an ordinary person. Eventually, die of old age. Such an ending is also too terrible. Now, Ning Xiaochuan's power has been sealed. In addition to this physical power, Ning Xiaochuan is no different from an ordinary person. No, I can't wait to die here. After staying in this dilapidated city for less than a day, Ning Xiaochuan resolutely left the city. Like those gods who left the city in the past and now, he wants to go outside to look for a chance to live. After leaving the city, Ning Xiaochuan has been testing his remaining means at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan was very disappointed by the test results. At the moment, there was really no power left in his body, and even Ning Xiaochuan could not use it to destroy the world. Even Ning Xiaochuan couldn't feel the existence of the world-destroying demon sword and Xian beast Jian in the body. When he was in hell, Ning Xiaochuan was afraid that the spirit above these things would be sucked away by hell, so he didn't dare to take them out at all. But now, even if Ning Xiaochuan wants to take it out, there is no way. After Ning Xiaochuan walked in one direction for 2 days, a body appeared in front of him. The corpse was dressed in gorgeous robes, which seemed to be woven from streamer. They were dazzling and almost didn't look like mortal clothes. Just looking at the clothes of the body, Ning Xiaochuan guessed that this man was definitely a big man when he got it. Some excited approached the body. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to study the body. You know, after he fell here, he didn't even see a body. This situation is very strange. Normally, the bones of those sub-gods can be preserved almost permanently after their death. Not to mention the bones of those true gods. But in the previous dilapidated city, Ning Xiaochuan didn't even see a skeleton. According to his guess, those strong men who live in the city can't survive after death, because they have become ordinary people and their divinity has been lost. From this point of view, it seems that in this space, it is impossible for anyone's body to be preserved. Even the corpses of gods will decay and decay here, and finally disappear completely. But now, Ning Xiaochuan saw such a body in front of him. If Ning Xiaochuan's guess is correct, the body that appears here now is either strange in itself or he just died here recently. No matter that, for Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, it is equivalent to a surprise. Getting close to the body, Ning Xiaochuan looked down carefully. The owner of this corpse is a young man. His appearance is very in line with human aesthetics. He can hardly distinguish between men and women. At the moment, he is wearing such a gorgeous robe and sitting on the ground cross-legged. If it weren't for the fact that his breath had completely disappeared, I'm afraid Ning Xiaochuan would think that he was just asleep at the moment. After carefully looking at the body for a long time, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes looked at the bottom of the body. There seemed to be something hidden in the robe of the corpse, and the hands of the corpse also clearly indicated their robes, as if to remind the latecomers to see his robes. Is there anything special in the robe? Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his hand curiously, trying to uncover the secret under the body's robe. However, to Ning Xiaochuan's surprise, his hand unexpectedly reached into the body of the corpse without hindrance. This feeling made Ning Xiaochuan immediately scream. Because he had identified that the corpse that appeared in front of him at the moment was actually just an illusion. In Ning Xiaochuan's consternation, the phantom suddenly disappeared, and in the place where his robe once covered, a pattern was carved on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan could see that the phantom of the corpse appeared here just to protect the pattern on the ground. Unexpectedly, he paid so much attention to this pattern. Ning Xiaochuan approached with some curiosity and looked down at the picture on the ground. After only one look, Ning Xiaochuan was stunned. Because, at the moment, only a very ordinary Dan stove is painted in the patterns depicted on the ground. Add a chapter and summon the dragon, by the way. Today, Fixianyu's God of all ages is on the shelves. I hope you Shenlong can help support the First Order. The First Order is 141 chapters. If there is a big DPCA, help support a full order. Thank you, Shenlong. It's just a pattern of Dan stove, which is clearly depicted on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the pattern carefully and wanted to see what was special about it. After all, what is portrayed by a potentially powerful god should not be ordinary. However, no matter how Ning Xiaochuan observed it, he couldn't see any abnormality in this Dan stove. This Dan furnace, which is depicted on the ground, is only composed of a few lines, which is completely the simplest and most common shape of the Dan furnace. Can it be said that this elder wants to tell the latecomers that if they want to leave here, they must find this Danlu or build a Danlu? Ning Xiaochuan began to calculate in his heart. While Ning Xiaochuan was thinking carefully, the Danlu pattern on the ground had begun to decay, and then quickly disappeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. The virtual shadow disappears, and the Danlu pattern disappears. Time is indeed the most ruthless, and can annihilate everything. If it weren't for the power of the virtual shadow to protect the Danlu pattern, perhaps the Danlu pattern would have disappeared long ago. Staring at the ground where the Danlu pattern disappeared, Ning Xiaochuan's expression became more and more dignified. The design of the Dante stove was left so seriously, which definitely contained some big secrets. However, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't understand the mystery at all, and the prompt information brought by the Dante stove to him was too little. With doubts, Ning Xiaochuan continued to walk towards the front. Now that some anomalies have been found, Ning Xiaochuan believes that he will soon be able to find other information. Sure enough, after moving on for a long time, a figure appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan, a figure that Ning Xiaochuan was very familiar with. The handsome man in gorgeous clothes whom Ning Xiaochuan had seen before was walking slowly towards the front with a bland look at the moment. Before, his figure was just a phantom, but now I actually appear here. Ning Xiaochuan was surprised at first, but immediately frowned. According to his speculation, there should be no other living people in this place, but the young man in front of him clearly appeared here. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to go up and say hello to him, but now he paused and silently observed the figure. Soon, Ning Xiaochuan found something strange. The figure of the young man didn't seem to notice Ning Xiaochuan's arrival at all, so he silently walked towards the front, and then walked away. Ning Xiaochuan naturally wouldn't let him leave, so he immediately followed him. He wanted to see where the young man was going. However, just after following the young man for a few steps, Ning Xiaochuan found that the young man's pace seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. Almost instantly, Ning Xiaochuan lost him. Just when Ning Xiaochuan was depressed, the figure of the young man suddenly appeared behind Ning Xiaochuan again. In Ning Xiaochuan's stunned look, his figure crossed Ning Xiaochuan's body. The two figures overlapped together, and Ning Xiaochuan didn't feel any different. Phantom again? Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath, and looked at the slowly fading figure in front of him with some disbelief. I don't know how long this phantom has existed, but it still clearly exists today, but this place can obviously isolate all forces, and this phantom can't exist forever. Ning Xiaochuan stood in place in some confusion. After waiting for a moment, the phantom of the young man really reappeared, and his expression was still flat, so he walked forward step by step. Ning Xiaochuan crossed from his body and overlapped with this figure again. Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt a little abnormal. What a terrible space control power. Seeing the young man's figure go to the distance again, Ning Xiaochuan's face has been filled with shock. Although the cultivation was sealed and all forces could not be exerted, Ning Xiaochuan could still feel the power of space contained in this illusion. In other words, what Ning Xiaochuan sees at this moment is not just a phantom. What he sees is actually a picture that happened here countless years ago. This handsome young man seems to be deliberately trying to keep his every move, so he integrates his breath with the surrounding space, leaving his brand on this space forever. This space control force is absolutely countless times stronger than Xuelingshu, who has a chaotic heart palace. Moreover, this is the space control method that he showed when the young man's power was sealed. This young man should also be a peerless strong man who came out of the previous dilapidated ancient city. He left his own figure in order to find a way to survive for the latecomers. He is leaving reference clues for the latecomers with his own experience. Ning Xiaochuan had guessed the young man's intention at the moment, so he immediately respected the young man in his heart. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan has decided to continue to follow behind this figure. Being able to leave his own brand permanently in the surrounding space under the condition of being sealed with power, this kind of strong person is definitely stronger than ordinary gods. So Ning Xiaochuan wanted to see if the young man finally found a way out. At Ning Xiaochuan's current speed, he simply can't keep up with the young man's speed, but fortunately, the figure in front of Ning Xiaochuan will appear from behind every other period of time, and then walk towards the front. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan's tracking is extremely easy. Tracking the past all the way, Ning Xiaochuan can estimate that he has been tracking this figure for at least a month by relying on the bright extinction of the stars above his head. In this month, the figure of this young man has been walking forward, as if his steps would never stop. A Donlu pattern, a figure moving forward. Ning Xiaochuan has been thinking about the relationship between the two while tracking. Finally, after Ning Xiaochuan continued to move forward for a few days, the shadow of a hazy mountain appeared in front of him, and the figure of the young man he had been tracking seemed to step into the mountain step by step. Here we are at last. Ning Xiaochuan sighed secretly in his heart. He had observed the young man's expression countless times along the way. From his expression, Ning Xiaochuan had long found that there was no hesitation in his expression, but a momentum of rather dying than regretting. What does this mean? It shows that the young man knew where he was going from the beginning. At present, this mountain is likely to be where he is going. Ning Xiaochuan walked to the foot of the mountain, and then found the weirdness of the mountain. The mountain is completely composed of boulders. From the appearance, it is like a huge pyramid. From Ning Xiaochuan's position at the moment, I couldn't see what the top of the pyramid was, but the figure of the young man walked straight up to the top of the pyramid. Without hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan directly climbed up the pyramid-shaped hill. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan has faintly felt that if he wants to leave here, he must climb this mountain. The mountain is completely composed of huge stones. The staggered marks between stones form steps, but these steps are huge. Each step is more than 10 meters wide and 10 meters high. In such a place, anyone has to become an ordinary person. To climb this mountain, he can only rely on his own physical strength to climb. With Ning Xiaochuan's physical strength, it is certainly not a problem to climb this hill. With a gentle leap, Ning Xiaochuan appeared on the first step, and then on the next step. Beside Ning Xiaochuan, the mysterious young man is also climbing the steps. His figure is light, just like walking on a normal-sized step, and he can climb a step with his legs raised. After climbing at least tens of thousands of steps in succession, a vague peak appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing that the end was near, Ning Xiaochuan's speed suddenly soared several times, and almost instantly, he was firmly standing on the top of the hill. The top of the hill is a huge plain, and the ground is also made of stones. However, here is empty, and nothing exists. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and glanced around for a long time, but he didn't see anything. However, he was not anxious, but stood on the edge of the platform and waited. A moment later, the figure of the young man he followed all the way appeared at the foot of the hill again. Along these huge steps, the figure of the young man came to the top of the hill and came to Ning Xiaochuan. Then, with Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, he began to walk towards the center of the platform. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly see that at the moment, his expression has become extremely dignified, and every step, he will pause for a moment. As his figure gets closer and closer to the center of the platform, his pace is also getting slower and slower. Finally, he stopped when he was more than 10 meters away from the center of the platform. At this stop, he paused for a full day, and then he took another step forward. However, before the foot he stepped out fell to the ground, his figure suddenly shook up. From the foot he stepped out, his body began to crumble a little, and finally disappeared completely. His whole body was broken and his soul was terrified. This was the final end of the young man Ning Xiaochuan followed all the way. A peerless strong man died here quietly. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and stood aside. Although he had seen the final outcome of the young man, Ning Xiaochuan was more and more confused. Because this young man's experience has nothing to do with the Donlu pattern he left before. It's been many years, but someone came here again. I've been waiting too long. When Ning Xiaochuan carefully observed the surroundings, a sigh suddenly sounded in his ear. As if he had just woken up, there was a feeling of sleepiness in the sigh. Ning Xiaochuan glanced around and drank heavily. Who? Hearing someone speak, Ning Xiaochuan's face not only did not show the slightest panic, but took a bit of joy. In such a ghost place, Ning Xiaochuan would rather have enemies appear than go on his way alone every day as before. You can call me the Shadow Lord. With a lazy voice, in the center of the platform in front of Ning Xiaochuan, a sleepy man in loose pajamas yawned. It seemed that he still didn't sleep enough. After appearing in the center of the platform, the man who called himself the Shadow Emperor immediately fell to the ground, took a comfortable position, lay on his side on the ground, supported his arm with one hand, and looked lazily at Lin Han. Hey, how come such a weak little guy, who is not even a god, wants to challenge me this time? While talking, the man stretched out his hand and yawned, as if he had completely ignored Lin Han. Shadow Sage? Lin Han stared at the man in front of him, glancing up and down at him. From the shadow saint in front of him, Lin Han didn't even feel a strong breath, as if the shadow saint in front of him was just an ordinary mortal to the extreme. But if he is really a mortal, he will never appear here for no reason. Therefore, this strange feeling made Lin Han more alert. After my family, you are lucky this time. I've been bored for so many years, and I'm looking for someone to chat with, so I'll definitely save your life for a while. When I'm bored with you, I'll kill you then. Yawned, and the shadow sage spoke calmly again. Lin Han didn't speak, but looked at the shadow saint warily. The shadow emperor seemed very dissatisfied with Lin Han's prudence. He waved at Lin Han with his mouth curled, and then he continued, I said I wouldn't do it to you, otherwise, you think you can stop me. Now tell me, are those people outside dead? Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, if you are talking about those people who live in the city, they may have died long ago, and now there are no bones left. Since the shadow sage in front of him didn't mean to fight with him, Lin Han didn't mind talking with him more, at least he had to know the secrets of the world from him. Dead, even bones are gone. Damn, it's been many years. Why are those guys in hell so disappointing that I'm bored to death here alone? After hearing Lin Han's words, the shadow saint stayed for a moment, and then he rolled on the ground like a child in a temper. A guy suspected of being a great power, his character was so naive, which made Lin Han look a little tongue-tied. After crying on the ground for a while, the shadow sage sat up with his knees crossed, supported his head with one hand, looked at Lin Han and said, since everyone is dead, how did you come here? Before Lin Han answered, the shadow emperor waved his hand directly. Suddenly, Lin Han felt that everything around him began to move rapidly. The scenery in front of Ning Xiaochuan quickly retreated in the distance from the pyramid-like hill, as if Lin Han was going back along the way to come at the moment. The figure of the young man, the furnace depicted on the ground, the dilapidated city, and finally Ning Xiaochuan appeared from the whirlpool. It was like a reversal of time. Everything that Ning Xiaochuan had experienced before clearly appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. When the picture in front of Ning Xiaochuan turned into that he was led by Yan Quan to jump into the whirlpool, the picture in front of Ning Xiaochuan suddenly disappeared. The shadow emperor sitting cross-legged on the ground now appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan again. What is this trick? Ning Xiaochuan was a little shocked by the skill that the shadow emperor had just revealed. What Ning Xiaochuan saw just now made him feel like he was watching a movie, and he was still making a movie about what he had experienced recently. This is not a trick. This is the Tao. Only the true God can begin to explore the Tao about the origin of the world. The shadow sage looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a smile and pointed at him ostentatiously. I see you also have a very strong smell of the way of destruction. It seems that you are practicing a very powerful skill, which is guiding you to understand this way of destruction step by step. There is no doubt that the shadow sage said that Ning Xiaochuan was practicing the Sutra of Destruction. And the way of destroying the world that Ning Xiaochuan practiced at this moment is indeed pure destruction in the end. Even the world will be completely destroyed by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the shadow sage in front of him. It was the first time he had seen someone analyze his cultivation of the way to destroy the world so lightly. Moreover, the shadow sage in front of him seemed to care nothing about his worldly destruction. Staring at the shadow sage in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan said with a gloomy face, Who are you? Of course, I am the keeper of this world. I will kill all those who come here. Of course, if you ask me about my noumenon is actually a breath blown by others. The shadow saint winked. One breath. Lin Han frowned at the shadow saint in front of him. Those truly peerless strong men have their own brand on their breath, so it's not surprising to blow out a separate body in one breath. But the problem is that such a separated body composed of breath should be very fragile, but the shadow lord in front of him admitted that he was a keeper, and his strength was also very strong. It seemed to see what Lin Han was thinking. The shadow sage laughed again, Don't underestimate me. Although I'm just another person's breath, that person is really too powerful. Even with one breath, he also brings his own way. Relying on this way alone, it is enough for me to kill all the people who come here. The little young man you saw before, his name is Jun Qiansheng, and his strength has reached the point of rebellion. In the end, he was not killed by me. Was that young strong man killed by you? Lin Hongjiwe was extremely surprised. Just now he saw with his own eyes that the young strong man was on the platform in front of him, his whole body was broken, and he died of panic. If the shadow sage in front of him can easily kill the young strong man, his strength is too terrible, and the man who blew him out in one breath, his strength is more rebellious. Of course, Jun Qiansheng is about to grasp the reincarnation origin of the world origin, and his strength can be called against the sky, but anyway, his Tao can't match my Tao, so I naturally killed him. The shadow sage laughed, and looked at Lin Han strangely and continued, but I didn't expect that after so many years, it was you who were qualified to come to me now. It seems that you were completely trapped by the god who brought you. That guy should have heard the rumors I spread in hell, so he would get you into that vortex. What rumors? Ning Xiaochuan nodded and asked. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan has felt that the confusion in his heart seems to be solved by the Shadow Emperor in front of him at this moment. Of course, it's a rumor that I can leave hell. After I killed this young man, no one came to me for a long time. I was really bored, so I spread a rumor in hell. The rumor is that as long as anyone can enter the vortex in the center of hell and come out of it, he will have the powerful power to control the whole hell. Casually explained that the vision of the Shadow Emperor had been rather strange, scanning Ning Xiaochuan. Obviously, Ning Xiaochuan was the first person to be cheated here, by his rumors. Master Yanquan is really... The words of the Shadow Emperor made Ning Xiaochuan suddenly speechless. He is now sure that the ancestor Yanquan may not want to harm him, but really want to help him become stronger, so he will believe the rumors spread by the Shadow Emperor in front of him, and let Ning Xiaochuan jump into the whirlpool to hone himself. What is the pattern of the Dan stove left by Jun Qiansheng? Lin Han was silent for a moment and suddenly looked up. Ning Xiaochuan has learned from the Shadow Saint that the name of the young strong man he followed all the way is Jun Qiansheng. Just back in time, the Shadow Saint Jun obviously also saw the Danlu pattern left by Jun Qiansheng, so at the moment, he looked relaxed and said with a smile, Jun Qiansheng, that guy left such a pattern before he died, it is obvious that he has understood the essence of hell. You can't say that the existence of hell is a furnace. Ning Xiaochuan frowned. Almost, but it's not all right. It's not that hell is a Dan furnace, but hell, Guishu, Jieshan Tower, and the Dian world and the human world. These together constitute a Dan furnace. The Shadow Saint he smiled and nodded. Let me tell you something, the man who blew me out is a spiritual trainer, and he is a spiritual trainer who has reached the level of creator. He turns the space and hell we are now in into a furnace of a furnace. All life in the furnace is not only the furnace of the furnace, but also the alchemy material in the furnace. The connecting tower is the alchemy chamber of the furnace. And returning to the ruins is to connect the furnace and the alchemy, the connection port of the chamber. What about Dian world? Dian world is not necessary at all. Ning Xiaochuan subconsciously asked. At the moment, he was full of shock. Unexpectedly, someone can use several small worlds as Dan furnaces to refine pills. How powerful should this heart-nourishing master be? The existence of Dian world is the most important thing, okay? Thanks to you, you are still a heart trainer. The Shadow Sage glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and said with a disdain on his face. The existence of Dian world is indeed the most important. Before the Shadow Emperor said anything more, Ning Xiaochuan nodded. He had understood the role of Dian world. When Ning Xiaochuan made his own alchemy, he had to arrange an array around him to prevent those psychic elixirs from escaping at the moment of completion. Now the so-called creator who created the Shadow Emperor used several worlds to make Dan furnaces, and then used countless gods as fires and medicinal materials to refine the elixir. If there was no such a huge world as Dian world to act as a barrier to protect the elixir, I'm afraid that at the moment when the elixir was formed, these elixirs would directly escape. King Qinghe once said that the Dian world is a god-making dharma array. If the god-making cycle comes, the probability of the life of the Dian world becoming a god is many times higher than that of other places. Ning Xiaochuan didn't quite understand the King Qinghe's statement before, but now, after combining the statement of the Shadow Emperor, Ning Xiaochuan immediately understood everything. The appearance of this huge Dan stove is fundamentally to create gods. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan even immediately had a picture in his mind. The content of the picture was that a large number of gods who did not obey orders were forcibly stuffed into the furnace by a peerless strong man, and then refined their divinity to condense new gods. These newly refined gods are naturally rewarded to those obedient men. Thus, a large number of new gods were born. However, later, the number of rebellious gods decreased. Without these herbs for refining gods, the number of gods refined by this Dan stove gradually decreased. Therefore, the powerful creator was too lazy to manage this Danlu again, leaving a breath to guard here, and then he never managed this Danlu again. Although there is no manager, the furnace is still in operation. Countless creatures in hell served as the source of firewood and herbs in this Dan stove. After countless years of accumulation, this Danlu occasionally gave birth to one or several gods. And this cycle of the birth of God is the God creation cycle of Dian world. Every once in a while, Dian world will have such a god who can make people become gods directly. As long as you refine the god, you can become gods directly. This is the truth that the probability of life in Dian world becoming a god is countless times higher than that in other places. The essence of the so-called war of gods is just a war for gods. Xinhe civilization should have discovered the secret of Dian world, so it will open the door of man and God at any cost and send the strong to Dian world to compete for God. Ning Xiaochuan nodded secretly. This cruel truth made him feel a little creepy. The existence of hell is just to provide medicine for alchemy for the operation of this Dan stove. The essence of cultivation was originally to strengthen itself, but the existence of this Dan stove turned the essence of cultivation into plundering others, and it was the creatures of the whole world that were plundered. This kind of cultivation is almost evil. These thoughts flashed in Ning Xiaochuan's mind, and then Ning Xiaochuan looked up at the Shadow Emperor in front of him. At the moment, the shadow-living gentleman made people look lazy, sitting cross-legged in front of Ning Xiaochuan, yawning from time to time, looking like a big brother next door who just woke up. But the existence of this big brother next door is fatal. The only role of his existence is to guard the normal operation of the Dan stove. After all, there are several small worlds in the Dan stove. Although the probability of the birth of the peerless strong man who can destroy the Dan stove in these small worlds is not too high, it is not impossible. And the shadow in front of him is to kill this possibility. All people who may threaten the existence of Dan Lu will be killed by him, for example, the young strong man Jun Qianshang before. Ning Xiaochuan's strength must be far from meeting the requirements of destroying Dan Lu. Even his presence here is an accident. However, Ning Xiaochuan didn't realize that the Shadow Lord in front of him would let him go, so from the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan had been looking for ways to defeat the Shadow Lord besides talking casually with the Shadow Lord. Even Jun Qianshang, such a peerless strong man, was easily killed by the Shadow Emperor. If he relied solely on his own strength, Ning Xiaochuan had no confidence at all to defeat each other. But after observing the Shadow Xingjun for so long, Ning Xiaochuan gradually found a chance to defeat the Shadow Xingjun. Little guy, there's actually one thing I haven't told you. The Shadow Sage looked at Ning Xiaochuan lazily, suddenly he grinned. In fact, the rumors I spread to hell are not all false. For example, this sentence, as long as he can leave the vortex of hell alive, he can have the strength to control the whole hell. This sentence is absolutely true. As long as you can defeat me, you will have the qualification to refine this Dan furnace. At that time, everything in this Dan furnace will be under your control, not to mention a hell. Even in this Dan furnace all the power of you must be under your control. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the Shadow Emperor, and was not excited by the Shadow Emperor's words. Because what the Shadow Sage said is basically a picture cake. Being able to defeat his existence, he almost has the strength to destroy this Dante stove. With this strong strength, who cares about the little energy in this Dante stove? Looking at the Shadow Saint, Ning Xiaochuan calmly said, I'm very interested in the Shadow Master's Tao. According to the Master, Jun Qiansheng, who was killed by the Master, controls the reincarnation origin. What origin does the Master control? The time origin? Or the space origin? Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's inquiry, the Shadow Sage glanced at Ning Xiaochuan unexpectedly and laughed at him. Haha, it's interesting. Although you are not strong, you still want to find my flaws and defeat me completely. It's better to kill such a smart man than a fool. Listen, little guy, the origin contained in me is a Tao called causal origin. Although it's much worse than causal origin than your time origin and space origin, but it is also an extremely powerful source. The Shadow Sage obviously saw Ning Xiaochuan's plan, but he didn't care at all and told Ning Xiaochuan everything he wanted to know. The reason why the Shadow Sage is so unscrupulous is very simple. One is that Ning Xiaochuan's strength is too weak to even achieve the cultivation of the secondary god. The second reason is that the existence of the origin is already the top secret of the world's operation. Even if he tells Ning Xiaochuan the name of the origin he contains, Ning Xiaochuan can't understand anything. Let alone Ning Xiaochuan, even many powerful gods cannot understand anything from the name of an origin. Ning Xiaochuan didn't change his look, but continued to ask, the source of cause and effect, so the way for the Shadow Master to deal with the enemy is to use the power of the source of cause and effect. This base suppresses all forces. It seems that the Master has no other power besides this source power. You guessed right. I really don't have any other power, but the power of origin is the most powerful existence. With the power of cause and effect origin, I don't need any other power at all. The Shadow Sage stared at Ning Xiaochuan, grinned and said, Little guy, I'm very optimistic about your potential. I think you might as well go back to practice for tens of thousands of years. At that time, you come to me again, maybe you can bring me more fun. Being so despised by the Shadow Emperor, Ning Xiaochuan just frowned slightly and shook his head at random. The existence of the Shadow Emperor is indeed qualified to despise everything. Just a little pondered for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly began to walk towards the place where the Shadow Emperor was. With just one step, Ning Xiaochuan felt a strange power enveloping his body. Under the influence of this force, Ning Xiaochuan felt that his physical strength had degenerated to the level of ordinary people. Taking another step forward, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly felt that the world-destroying magic sword and all forces in his body had disappeared. What cuts off the power of the origin of cause and effect is all cause and effect. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is because his physical strength is a fruit, so he was directly cut off by the force of the origin of cause and effect. Without this cause and effect, Ning Xiaochuan's physical strength immediately returned to the level he had not practiced. Ning Xiaochuan cultivated the magic sword and finally fused the world-destroying magic sword. This is also a cause and effect. Now this cause and effect has been cut off, so the world-destroying magic sword has disappeared directly. Of course, the demon sword just disappeared in Ning Xiaochuan's body. As one of the sacred objects of the world-destroying Tao, the world-destroying magic sword cannot be truly destroyed by the force of cause and effect. Ning Xiaochuan now feels the feeling of Jun Qiansheng he saw before. At this moment, with each step forward, a cause and effect was cut off from him. The strength of the body is a cause and effect, and the memory of oneself is a cause and effect. Everything is cause and effect in fact. Therefore, no one can escape the influence of cause and effect. Under the influence of the source of cause and effect, everything on Ning Xiaochuan disappeared, and even his memory began to become blank. If he continued to walk, it was his life cause and effect that was finally cut off. The birth of a life is also a cause and effect, so the force of the origin of cause and effect can easily cut off this cause and effect and easily erase a person's life. Little guy, you're still too weak. Now I don't even have to kill you. I'll give you another chance. If you go back and stay here with me for 100 years, I'll let you leave. Shadow Emperor has been looking at Ning Xiaochuan. He did not expect Ning Xiaochuan to be so decisive. After asking him about the origin of cause and effect, he directly stepped into the scope covered by the power of his origin. Under the influence of the source of cause and effect, the Shadow Emperor has found that Ning Xiaochuan has become weaker than an ordinary person at the moment, and most of his cause and effect have been cut off at the moment. As a breath of others, the Shadow Lord used to have only the instinct to guard here. But now, after staying here for countless years, the Shadow Emperor has begun to have his own thoughts. Since you have thoughts, you will be lonely, and bored. Therefore, after Ning Xiaochuan appeared, the first feeling of the Shadow Emperor was surprise and excitement. Now he still doesn't want to kill Ning Xiaochuan, but wants to let Ning Xiaochuan stay here to accompany him in the lonely days after recreation. The words of the Shadow Sage were directly introduced into Ning Xiaochuan's mind, and Ning Xiaochuan's footsteps immediately stopped. As if thinking about whether he should continue to move forward, Ning Xiaochuan stood in the same place. At this moment, all the memories in his mind have disappeared, leaving him only a trace of obsession. After only a moment of hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan took another step. This step, just as Jun Qiansheng took the last step at the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan's body began to crumble. It's over. It's not easy to wait for someone to accompany you. He and the boy finally died. The Shadow Sage shook his head with a gloomy face. However, at the moment when Ning Xiaochuan's figure completely disappeared, the face of the Shadow Emperor suddenly became stunned. Grass, how is this possible? The Shadow Sage himself forgot that he hadn't scolded anyone for years. In fact, over the years, even if he wanted to scold, he couldn't find anyone to scold him. But now, he couldn't help scolding. Because at this moment, he clearly felt that Ning Xiaochuan's body disappeared, but where Ning Xiaochuan disappeared, there was still a strong vitality, taking steps towards him. Impossible. Even the soul should dissipate after the cause and effect are cut off by the power of the cause and effect source. The Shadow Sage looked at him incredulously. At the same time, the power of cause and effect around immediately began to boil, and circles of invisible ripples rippled around. As before, when the Shadow Emperor explored the source of Ning Ogawa, the surrounding pictures changed rapidly. Ning Xiaochuan's body appeared again, but this time he retreated step by step towards the edge of the stone platform. Later, Ning Xiaochuan returned to the previous dilapidated ancient city, and then left the vortex, separated from Yanquan's ancestor, and returned to Guishu again. At this moment, almost everything Ning Xiaochuan had experienced before. This is the strength of the source of cause and effect. With the power of the source of cause and effect, the Shadow Emperor easily searched all causes and effects on Ning Xiaochuan. Finally, the time came when Ning Xiaochuan was born. As the master of cause and effect, the Shadow Emperor easily strangled Ning Xiaochuan, a newborn baby, in his infancy. Immediately, everything recovered, and the Shadow Emperor appeared in his original position with satisfaction. However, just a moment later, the Shadow Saint's face was a ghost expression. Grass, it's impossible. I've killed you myself. Feeling the powerful power of life in front of him, the Shadow Emperor almost roared. Immediately, the power of cause and effect around him fluctuated more and more severely. The picture was reversed again, and the Shadow Emperor used almost all his strength. Cause and effect reversal, but this time the Shadow Emperor reversed not only Ning Xiaochuan's cause and effect, but the cause and effect of the whole hell. This guy must be possessed by some old monster, so after cutting off his cause and effect, there is no way to kill him. I'll kill you this time. In the crazy look of the Shadow Lord, the picture keeps retreating. Ning Xiaochuan's birth is just the beginning. The history of tens of thousands of years in the world seems to be reversed at this moment. Even the picture of the emperor becoming a god appears in the picture. However, the Shadow Sage was obviously not interested in the Emperor of Heaven, so the picture of the Emperor of Heaven becoming a god just flashed away. When the time of the whole Dian world reversed, the Shadow Emperor was constantly searching for all causes and effects related to Ning Xiaochuan. However, countless years have passed, and the Shadow Emperor has not found the cause and effect related to Ning Xiaochuan. If it's just like this, but the Shadow Emperor clearly felt that the breath on Ning Xiaochuan had been lingering around him at the moment. At this moment, the Shadow Emperor has begun to recklessly reverse cause and effect. He doesn't believe that the force of cause and effect will fail at all. However, the reversal picture finally stopped. In this final picture, a big turtle appeared, as if to vent, and casually put his foot on the ground of Guishu. Everything in Guishu was not affected by this foot, but in the hell below Guishu, countless turtle cracks appeared, and the strong seal between hell and Guishu was kicked to pieces by this foot. On the flat stone platform, the Shadow Sage was panting and fell to the ground as if he had exhausted his strength. In front of him, Ning Xiaochuan appeared again. My physical strength has been restored. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at his whole body in some astonishment, and his expression immediately brought a little surprise. In that case, I finally won the bet. Staring at the Shadow Sage who was tired and lying down in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan finally laughed. I won the bet. For Ning Xiaochuan, this is a gamble. After knowing that the Shadow Emperor controlled the power of cause and effect, Ning Xiaochuan immediately thought that he was mixed with Ning Xiaochuan and Earth-manly Fang. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan decided to bet that the Shadow Emperor could not cut off both causes and effects. The Shadow Emperor looked at Ning Xiaochuan feebly at the moment, and his eyes still looked a little incredulous. My causal power has no effect on you. What's the secret about you? Sorry, I can't tell you this. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and took a step forward tentatively. As he expected, the causal forces that pervaded around him had all disappeared at the moment. With only a few steps, Ning Xiaochuan appeared in front of the Shadow Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan did what the peerless strong Jun Qiansheng didn't do at the beginning. Looking down at the Shadow Emperor, Ning Xiaochuan could feel that the other party was really weak. Without the power of cause and effect, the Shadow Emperor was just another person's breath. It doesn't matter. Even if I know your secret, it's useless. The Shadow Saint Jun suddenly showed a somewhat gloomy look on his face, lowered his head, and constantly shook his head. What do you mean? Ning Xiaochuan frowned. At the moment, the Shadow Emperor obviously has something to say, not just being defeated by Ning Xiaochuan. The Shadow Emperor looked at Ning Xiaochuan helplessly and said, You should have seen the picture I saw with the force of cause and effect before. At the last moment, did you see the picture of the old turtle kicking the seal of hell? I did see that. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Just now, when he was enveloped by the causal power of the Shadow Emperor, he really entered a mysterious feeling. In this sense, his physical body disappeared and completely existed alone as a soul body. Naturally, he saw all the pictures called by the Shadow Emperor clearly. As for the last picture, Ning Xiaochuan was quite speechless. The Shadow Sage didn't know the old turtle, but Ning Xiaochuan did. That old turtle is clearly the grandfather of little golden ginseng, the old turtle hiding in Tiandi Mountain. Since seeing the picture of this old turtle in the picture scroll on the first floor of the God-receiving tower, Ning Xiaochuan has felt that this old turtle is not vulgar. But Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that the old turtle would be abnormal to this point. With a casual kick, he directly kicked the seal between Guishu and hell into pieces. Now Ning Xiaochuan understands why evil people in hell can enter Guishu. The source of all feelings is still because of this old turtle. Without the foot of this old turtle, it should not be enough to break the seal of hell by relying on the power of those gods in hell. Now that you see that picture, you should understand that the Donluai guard has long been kicked by the old turtle. Grass, where did such a pervert come from? The strength of the old turtle is certainly not weaker than the person who made me. Why did such a peerless strong person appear in such a Donlu? Mentioning the existence of the old tortoise, the shadow sage scolded one after another. Grandpa Xiaojinshan's foot is almost equivalent to destroying the whole Donlu. If all the evil people in hell enter Guishu or Dian world, the Donlu will be equivalent to losing firewood and medicinal materials, and naturally it can't continue to operate. The Dante stove was damaged, and the Watcher of the Shadow Lord certainly didn't need to exist, so at this moment he appeared so irritable. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Not long ago, I just saw this old turtle. Chow, after all these years, he hasn't left here. What does he want to do? It's over. I'm afraid there's no way for the man behind me to come back and repair the Donlu." Ning Xiaochuan's words made the Shadow Emperor completely desperate, and he collapsed directly on the ground, waiting for death. Such a scene made Ning Xiaochuan quite speechless. Just now, the Shadow Emperor was still an egotist in heaven and earth, but now, just knowing the existence of Grandpa Xiaojinshan, he was scared and completely desperate. Ning Xiaochuan secretly said strange in his heart, but his eyes began to scan the Shadow Saint. Just now, you said that as long as you are defeated, you can control the power of this Dan stove. Referring to the power of Dan Lu, Ning Xiaochuan was eager for a moment. Now he really needs too much power. This furnace can refine the existence of gods. If he can control the power of this furnace, his power will be enough to deal with all crises. You just said that you have seen the old turtle. How is your relationship with him? The Shadow Emperor didn't answer Ning Xiaochuan, but instead asked about something else. It's okay, but he wants to marry his granddaughter to me, and I promised to marry her. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. At the thought of this old turtle, Ning Xiaochuan had the appearance of small golden ginseng in his mind. As for the marriage agreement with Shaojin Ginseng, Ning Xiaochuan didn't care. After all, little golden ginseng is just a panacea, and her character is too simple. Ning Xiaochuan casually promised her at the beginning, just trying to make her happy. To marry your granddaughter, such a peerless strong man chases after her. The Shadow Saint looked at Ning Xiaochuan in surprise, and his saliva flowed from his mouth. At the next moment, the Shadow Emperor got up directly from the ground and jumped in front of Ning Xiaochuan. "Brother, from today on, you will be my brother. In the future, even if I fight for my life, I will finish it." Ning Xiaochuan looked at the Shadow Emperor silently. A moment ago, the Shadow Sage was still an image of an expert in Ning Xiaochuan's heart, but now, the image of an expert collapsed. But it's not surprising. After all, this guy appeared lazy from the beginning, and it's normal for him to jump like this now. Don't talk nonsense. First tell me the power method of controlling the Dan furnace. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his hand and took the Shadow Sage in his hand. Without the protection of the original force, he was just a Shadow Sage, composed of one breath, which was weak and pathetic. Okay, brother. The Shadow Emperor simply nodded, a look of fawning on Ning Xiaochuan. Is this the core of Donlu? Ning Xiaochuan stood at the top of the pyramid hill and looked at the pearl of light that appeared in front of him. This light bead is the core of the Dante furnace summoned by the Shadow Emperor. As long as Ning Xiaochuan refines it, he can control the power of the whole Dante furnace. Ning Xiaochuan reached out and held the light bead in his hand. In an instant, Ning Xiaochuan had many things in his mind. Dian World, Jieshan Tower, Guishu, Hell, and even the space under the Hell Vortex, the outline of these worlds all appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's mind at once. These small worlds are overlapped one after another, forming an almost perfect combination, which is the existence of Dan Furnace. Ning Xiaochuan only felt it for a moment, and then faintly felt that he had made a great breakthrough in the realm of mental health teachers. Now Ning Xiaochuan can only vaguely feel the outline of these small worlds. If Ning Xiaochuan can thoroughly refine this pearl of light in the future, he can control everything in these small worlds. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan can't really master everything. Apart from other things, Ning Xiaochuan can't control it just because of Xiao Jinshan's grandfather and the old turtle. Just when Ning Xiaochuan refined this pearl of light, on an already deserted mountain in Dian World, a woman in white with a veil appeared. Behind her, followed by a blood-red camel. The camel was rotten all over, emitting a strong smell of death. It looks only 2 meters high, but it carries a strong breath. This woman is Ningxing, who has become the messenger of the gods. Since he became the messenger of the gods, Ningxing's cultivation has become so powerful that he can't believe it. Holding the list of gods in his hand and riding this powerful blood-red camel under his crotch, Ningxing walks in the world in order to find a person who is qualified to register his name on the list of gods. Nowadays, with the help of the gods list and the blood-red camel, even the secondary gods can suppress Ningxing. However, the price of this great power is that Ningxing lost his freedom forever. In other words, although Ningxing is called the apotheosis messenger, the essence of the apotheosis messenger is just a slave and puppet of the Dan Furnace. This is also the reason why Ningxing never went to see Ning Xiaochuan. It's not that she doesn't meet, but that she can't. Even the list of gods in his hand is not completely controlled by Ningxing. What Ningxing can do is to operate the gods list, not to control the gods list. Recently, Ningxing has registered the names of countless people on the list of gods. However, she has never been able to meet the person she has been looking forward to. In recent days, Ningxing has felt that the time for the opening of the God-receiving tower is not far away, and the battle of God's ceiling is about to begin. At this critical moment, Ningxing suddenly felt the change of the gods list in his hand. What's the matter? Such a rare anomaly happened to the list of gods, as if it was going to fly away from my control. Holding the bloody book in his hand, Ningxing's face was full of dignity. As a person of Dian World, Ningxing is also looking forward to the end of the War of Gods as soon as possible. These masters of Xinhe civilization quickly left the Dian World. Only in this way can Dian World get a chance to recuperate. So at this juncture, Ningxing didn't want to see anything unexpected happen. The list of gods in his hand shook for a moment, and then slowly calmed down. At this moment, Ningxing was relieved, pulled the blood-red camel behind her, and her figure disappeared again. At the moment, deep in the whirlpool of hell, Ning Xiaochuan has thoroughly refined the light bead in front of him. This light bead is only a kind of energy, not an entity. After Ning Xiaochuan refined it, this energy went into Ning Xiaochuan's body and completely hid. Ning Xiaochuan can feel the terrible power contained in this energy. Brother, the core of this Dan stove is an energy left by the guy who made me. It not only contains strong energy, but also contains another kind of strong original power controlled by that guy. This kind of original power seems to be called the original source. It depends on this kind of original power, so no matter who comes to this place, his power will be restored. The Shadow Emperor emerged from Ning Xiaochuan's wrist. This guy's body was originally just a breath, but after recognizing Ning Xiaochuan as the eldest brother, he directly dissipated this breath and turned it into a thought body on Ning Xiaochuan. Although he has little power now, he has lived for so many years, and his knowledge is far better than that of Ning Xiaochuan, so Ning Xiaochuan left him temporarily. After emerging from Ning Xiaochuan's wrist, the Shadow Emperor seemed to take credit. In front of Ning Xiaochuan, he chattered, "Brother, don't underestimate this energy. The realm of the person who threw this energy is much better than brother, so as long as brother slowly refines this energy, he can feel the original power contained in this energy. Maybe when brother becomes a god, he can grasp a trace of the original power. Is this the power of Danlu? Ning Xiaochuan frowned. Ning Xiaochuan thought that after he took control of the Dante stove, he could obtain the power to continuously create gods. Brother, if you had controlled the Dan stove before, you could indeed create a divine lattice, but now the Dan stove was kicked by the old tortoise, so the Dan stove naturally had no power to create a divine lattice. Moreover, because the Dan stove had just created a divine lattice recently, this group of energy is the most precious in the whole Dan stove. The Shadow Sage seems to have guessed Ning Xiaochuan's idea, so he immediately explains it loudly. Although such an explanation made Ning Xiaochuan a little depressed, he calmed down after only a moment. The deity in the furnace can certainly make people become gods, but this kind of god is certainly not as powerful as the gods who become gods by their own ability. Ning Xiaochuan, as the successor of the way of destroying the world, if he becomes a god by virtue of his divine personality, he may become the laughingstock of others in the future. So in contrast, this group of energy that can assist cultivation is more important to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan glanced around and immediately stared at the Dark Knight Emperor on his wrist and asked. Well, don't call me brother, just call me Ning Xiaochuan. Now I still want to ask clearly why you must follow me with your ability. Okay, brother. The Shadow Sage nodded very simply, then he added, no, it's Ning Xiaochuan. You know, I'm just another person's breath, but that person didn't expect that after so many years, the breath he breathed, casually, had his own consciousness. It can be said that now I'm completely an individual. If that guy knew my existence, he would definitely try to take me back, and then I'll be really finished. So you just follow me, and want to rely on little Jinshin's grandfather, to save your life. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the Dark Knight Saint with a livid face. This guy is a good abacus, but he didn't think that if he followed Ning Xiaochuan behind, he was likely to lead the terrible master who made him to Ning Xiaochuan. At that time, he is not the one who will end up, but even Ning Xiaochuan will end up with him. Looking at the Dark Knight Sage with an iron face, the Dark Knight Sage was a little uneasy. Now he has no power of cause and effect. If Ning Xiaochuan wants to deal with him, he can be scared easily. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't be so humble to curry favor with Ning Xiaochuan. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan with a livid face, the Dark Knight Sage with a bitter look explained repeatedly, Ning Xiaochuan, you don't have to worry so much. That guy has disappeared for so many years, and he may have died long ago, otherwise he won't leave this furnace and ignore it. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the Dark Knight Saint, pondered for a moment, and then nodded, that's right, even if the man is still alive, when he finds it, it may have been many years, but since you want to follow me, you have to show your value. Ning Xiaochuan's words made the Dark Knight Saint's face more and more bitter. Ning Xiaochuan, you can't deliberately embarrass me. I don't have any strength at all now. What value can I have? You've lived for so many years, and you're more knowledgeable than me. Now I'm in a dilemma. Please help me analyze what I can do best next. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the Dark Knight Sage and said his situation. Even if it was about the way of destroying the world, Ning Xiaochuan didn't hide the Dark Knight Sage. Destroying the world, preaching people, is the enemy of the whole world. Haha, people who cultivate the power of destroying the source are like this. I've seen more. Dark Knight Rose began to boast with a smile. However, halfway through his words, he saw Ning Xiaochuan's sneer at the moment, and his face suddenly stagnated. With a helpless wry smile, he said, next, of course, you have peace of mind to practice. You have the way to destroy the world to guide your practice. Now there is more energy containing the power of the original world. Your future practice speed will be much faster than ordinary people. As long as you have peace of mind to practice for hundreds of years, you can blow up all those who dare to provoke you. Ning Xiaochuan slowly shook his head and said, if it's really so simple, I've been worried that those people won't find me and will attack my family. Your family, this is also easy to do. Now you can use the power of the Dante stove. Although the power of the Dante stove is running out now, with this energy, it's easy for you to settle your family in a place in the Dante stove. Settle your family down, and then you can start practicing at ease. The shadow sage tilted his head, and finally added, of course, I personally suggest that you'd better go to the old turtle. With such a perverted master around, your safety at least won't be a problem. This is also an option. Ning Xiaochuan straightened up, turned and walked behind him. If I can't help it, I'll send Grandpa and them all to Little Golden Ginseng. For the sake of Little Golden Ginseng, the old turtle shouldn't embarrass my family. Having made this decision in his heart, Ning Xiaochuan naturally wants to return to Dian World immediately. Walking down the pyramid hill, Ning Xiaochuan had already felt that his strength was restored a little before he returned to the former ancient city. The demon sword of destroying the world, the power of destroying the world, and Xian beast, Jian. These things all reappear in Ning Xiaochuan's perception. When his strength was restored, Ning Xiaochuan was naturally overjoyed. With a flash of his figure, he rushed directly towards the whirlpool above his head. As long as you leave this vortex, Ning Xiaochuan can return to hell. The huge hell vortex is slowly rotating as usual. Whoosh! Countless skeleton beasts ejected from the whirlpool of hell. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's figure stood up on top of a skeleton beast. Then, his figure flashed and fell on the edge of the vortex. These skeleton beasts are also part of the Dante stove, in order to gather all the energy in the Dante stove, so they have the characteristic of not devouring everything. However, Ning Xiaochuan, you don't have to worry. These skeleton beasts feel the breath of destruction on you, and will certainly not attack you, because they have no ability to devour you, and I have always been the master who understands the origin to solve them. The voice of the Shadow Emperor sounded in Ning Xiaochuan's ear. Although there is no power to control the Dante stove, the Shadow Emperor is obviously quite familiar with everything in the Dante stove. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, and now he knew the truth why these monsters didn't attack him. Looking up at the sky of hell, Ning Xiaochuan began to meditate. Although I gained a lot in the whirlpool of hell, I didn't turn these insights into strength. Now if I returned to Dian World, I would still be no match for those sub-god level masters. Fortunately, I don't need to fight them, as long as I can quietly pick up all my family members. Now Ning Xiaochuan is preliminarily in control of the power of the Dan furnace. With the help of the power of the Dan furnace, he can completely hide his breath and walk around the world of Dian. Even in Tianting, Ning Xiaochuan can easily sneak in. After thinking about the plan to return to Dian World, Ning Xiaochuan's figure rose again. If the evil people in hell want to leave hell, they must spend a huge price and use the artifacts in the tribe to open the gap between hell and return to the ruins. But Ning Xiaochuan didn't have to worry about so much. He could sense those seal fragments that flashed overhead. It has to be said that Little Golden Ginseng's grandfather's foot was too cruel at the beginning, and there were cracks everywhere in the sky of such a big hell. Moreover, the energy of his foot seems to have not completely dissipated until now, and the Dan stove itself has a strong recovery ability, but now under the impact of the residual energy of his foot, the Dan stove can't repair itself at all. Fortunately, Donlu has not successfully repaired itself. Otherwise, even Ning Xiaochuan will have some difficulties in leaving hell. With the help of the energy in his body, Ning Xiaochuan easily found a seal gap between hell and Guishu. Then Ning Xiaochuan got out of it. In the depths of Guishu, the ground has begun to break, and countless bottomless gullies crisscross in the depths of Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan's figure rushed out of such a gully. Guishu is the link between hell and the God Tower, and it is also the most important part of the whole Donlu. This Guishu world is actually an artifact. If you want to completely hide your breath, you'd better use the energy in your body to grab a massive artifact breath from Guishu. Arriving at Guishu, the Shadow Sage once again began to show off his knowledge, but his advice was very useful. Ning Xiaochuan tried to stimulate the energy in his body, mobilized a trace of strength, and then grabbed around. Suddenly, around Ning Xiaochuan, a ripple-like spatial fluctuation appeared, and from the middle of this ripple, an energy containing the flavor of returning to the ruins appeared. After the energy appeared, it immediately twisted in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and finally turned into a square iron plate-shaped object. Is this what Guishu itself looks like? Ning Xiaochuan looked at the square object in front of him, like a chessboard. The Shadow Emperor responded in Ning Xiaochuan, yes, the essence of Guishu is the chessboard of the person who made me, but the spirit of Guishu has been taken away by that guy. Now Guishu is just an artifact without spirit. A chessboard with him can be so strong that Ning Xiaochuan is more and more amazed at the strength of the man who made the Shadow Emperor. However, Ning Xiaochuan marveled for a moment and focused on his hands. Just now I just used the slightest bit of this energy in my body, not even 1/10 of 1,000, but it was so powerful that I could even grasp the origin of the ruins. If I mobilized all this energy, wouldn't it be so powerful that I could destroy the gods? As soon as this idea appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's mind, the Shadow Emperor sneered. Don't dream, the quality of this energy is much higher than your level, and your limit can only mobilize a little bit of leftover material of this energy. And if you only use this energy to attack others, it will greatly accelerate the dissipation degree of this energy. For example, just now, the energy you mobilize is less than 1/1000th of this energy in your body, but this energy is reduced by 1/10,000th. If you really use this energy to fight with the enemy, maybe you can really destroy the most ordinary gods, but when you finish this fight, I'm afraid the energy in your body will also be consumed, which is too wasteful. Although Ning Xiaochuan was quite frustrated by the statement of the Shadow Sage, he understood the statement of the Dark Knight Sage. Now his cultivation just created the realm, not even the secondary god, and this energy belongs to the real strong one in the gods, you. If this group of energy is compared to a dragon, Ning Xiaochuan's body is at most the most ordinary carriage. It's not impossible to pull such an ordinary carriage with a dragon elephant, but it's a waste to make it clear. Moreover, if the dragon elephant runs away a little, the carriage will fall apart immediately. However, even if it is a waste, Ning Xiaochuan now has the cards to deal with those secondary gods. If he was desperate to directly explode this massive energy in his body, even those secondary gods of Xinhe civilization would be killed by Ning Xiaochuan. However, doing so is completely equivalent to killing the goose that lays the egg. The greatest role of this group of energy is to assist practice. As long as you continue to practice with it, Ning Xiaochuan can also have the strength to kill the secondary god for most years. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan would not do such a stupid thing unless he had to. Holding the chessboard-shaped energy in his hand, Ning Xiaochuan opened his mouth and swallowed it. With this aura of returning to the ruins, even if Ning Xiaochuan returned to the Dian world, no one could find his trace, including Dantai Esr. It's time to leave Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan's figure flew up and stood in the air. Just as he was about to fly away from the ruins, his figure suddenly stopped again. Shadow, do you know the woman sealed deep in the Guishu? After communicating with the Shadow Emperor, Ning Xiaochuan began to ask about the winter rain. Although the Shadow Sage couldn't leave the Hell Vortex before, he was able to grasp all the information in the Dante stove. Of course I know her existence. What's your relationship with her? The voice of the Shadow Emperor sounded in Ning Xiaochuan's ear. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "She is my master. If possible, I want to save her. With the power of cold rain, if you can break the ban, even if your strength has not been restored, it is definitely a powerful sub-god level combat power. That woman is your master. No wonder you can have the method of cultivating and destroying the source." The Shadow Emperor seemed to hear something incredible, why didn't I find her before I reversed cause and effect? I know that the strength of this woman before being sealed is certainly not much worse than the person behind me, so the strength of cause and effect can't find his existence. The shadow sage murmured a few times, and then sighed with a look of despair. Ning Xiaochuan, I chose to follow you. I really lost money. I didn't expect that there was such a terrible enemy behind you. Since that person even sealed your master, it would be a loss to suppress you. It's really a loss this time. Don't talk nonsense, just say whether I can save people. Ning Xiaochuan can't care about the murmur of the Shadow Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan was naturally prepared to destroy the power of the world's preachers. If the way of destroying the world is not strong enough, what about destroying the world? It has long been destroyed by people, and there is no residue left. However, Ning Xiaochuan has some doubts about the estimation of the Shadow Emperor. So far, Ning Xiaochuan does not think that the heyday of cold and rain will be stronger than the creator who made the Dante. After all, the Shadow Sage is just another person's breath, and the power of cause and effect that he can control is certainly not too strong. Of course not. In fact, it is only recently that your master's strength has been weakened that I officially discovered her existence. Think about it. The person who sealed her can quietly seal people in the Guishu, and then quietly leave. From beginning to end, I haven't found a clue. Is this seal arranged by the strong, which you can break casually? If you want to save people, first think of a way to surpass your master. The answer of the Shadow Emperor made Ning Xiaochuan quite disappointed. However, he was also mentally prepared for this. Since he could not save the cold rain, Ning Xiaochuan also put out his mind to see her, turned around and flew directly outside the Guishu. At this moment, Dian World, a huge door of light, appeared in the sky of Dian World. Seeing the appearance of this light gate, those strong men hidden in all parts of Dian World rushed into the sky one after another. Haha, the God-receiving tower is about to open. The person who can become a god this time must be my sea-covering demon god. The secondary god from the dragon realm turned into a dragon and rushed towards the light gate. However, when he rushed to the light door, he was blocked by a force. Holding the blood book, followed by the blood-red camel behind the jade Ningxing, quietly appeared in front of the light door. The sea-covering demon god, the secondary god of the dragon star domain, whose cultivation exceeds that of the secondary god, can enter the god-receiving tower. Yu Ningxing spit out a sentence, the blood book in his hand automatically opened, and the name of the sea-covering demon god joined it. At the moment when the name of the sea-covering demon god appeared on the blood book, the sea-covering demon god felt that the barrier in front of him disappeared. Haha, Fengshen messenger, you are interesting. Otherwise, be careful that I will kill you directly. With a laugh, the figure of the sea-covering demon god rushed directly into the light door. Facing the provocation of the sea-covering demon god, Yu Ningxing's face did not change at all, and he still glanced down calmly. The figures of strong people appeared one after another. Most of these strong people who appeared first were sub-god level masters of Shinha civilization. Later, several sub-god level masters from Dian World, such as the Lord of Heaven, all appeared here. Those people whose original names had been registered on the list of gods by Yu Ningxing naturally entered the god-receiving tower directly one by one. Not everyone can enter the god-receiving tower, such as the evil people who appear in front of the god-receiving tower at the moment. They came out of hell and developed silently in Guishu. The reason why they didn't attack Dian World was that they could get such a chance to become gods. Becoming a god is the ultimate dream of almost all practitioners. In the eyes of ordinary people, the secondary god is already a figure like a god, but even 10,000 secondary gods are not as powerful as a real god. But now, these evil people are all blocked outside the god-receiving tower. Your name has not been included in the list of gods, so you can't enter the god-receiving tower. Yu Ningxing looked at these evil people with secondary gods in front of her with some regret, and she could feel the desire from these evil people. They are eager to become gods and escape from the prison of hell. But now, they are not even qualified to enter the God-receiving tower. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't break this gate with my strength. An evil man, whose cultivation reached the 4th level of the secondary god state, was furious at the light door in front of him. Countless bone beads appeared in his hands, and these bone beads crashed towards the light door like countless meteors. After being bombarded by these bone beads, the light door hardly changed, but a sudden white light was emitted from the middle of the light door. The white light swept around the evil man who was in the 4th level of the secondary divine realm, and immediately melted the flesh and bones of the evil man and completely disappeared. Those evil people around who still wanted to attack the light gate were immediately frightened and quickly left the light gate one by one. They entered the God-receiving tower to become gods, not to die here. These people are all contaminated with the smell of hell. According to the rules in the Dan stove, their existence can only be used as firewood and medicinal materials, so it is impossible to enter the God-receiving tower. Glancing at these evil people, Ning sighed again, and then turned his eyes to one side. Ning looked in the direction. At the moment, several figures were flying rapidly. There are several secondary gods, and they are quite powerful secondary gods. The most prominent one of these secondary gods, wearing a high crown and Confucian clothes, has a righteous face and looks like a divine spirit rippling all over his body. Just looking at this person, Ning judged that this person's cultivation had at least reached the level of 8 levels of the secondary divine realm, otherwise, cultivation could not be so strong. God's messenger, we are the secondary gods of the source world. Now we are ready to enter the God-receiving tower. Please log our names on the gods list. Flying in front of Ning, the man in Confucian costume calmly said. Although his tone was indifferent, it had an unquestionable tone, as if he was born with such dignity. All of you are sub-gods, and you are really qualified to enter the God-receiving tower. Ning nodded, and the words immediately made these secondary gods all laugh. Sub-god masters are unconditionally qualified to enter the God-receiving tower, which was known before they passed through the door of human god and entered the Dian world. So at this moment, these secondary god masters from the source world came here so leisurely, and did not worry too much to enter the God-receiving tower. At this moment, seeing Ning nodding, these sub-god level masters immediately prepared to officially enter the God-receiving tower. However, just as they were about to move forward, Ning suddenly opened his mouth again. Although you are qualified to enter the God-receiving tower, I will not add your name to the list of gods. Not only you, but all masters from the source world, are not qualified to enter the God-receiving tower this time. Ning words immediately stunned this group of sub-god masters in the source world. If the name is not on the list of gods, they are not qualified to enter the God-receiving tower, which they all know. This is impossible? You just said that we are all qualified to enter the God-receiving tower. The man in high Confucian costume shook his head at Ning. You are qualified, but this is limited by the rules of the receiving tower itself. It is not the rules of the receiving tower itself that prevent you from entering the receiving tower, but me. I want to prevent you from entering the receiving tower. Ning's tone was indifferent, but he looked at these people in front of him with cold eyes. You? The man in Confucian costume looked at Ning in amazement, and then shook his head. Although you are the messenger of God, you are not qualified to change the rules of the God-receiving tower. If you forcibly prevent us from entering the God-receiving tower now, you will also be punished in the future, and finally, completely ashes. Ning looked unchanged, nodded and said, You're right. If I stop you from entering the God-receiving tower, after this Fengshan war, I will really be scared and die completely. Then you won't let us in. The man in Confucian costume suddenly gave a cold drink. Ning shook his head slowly and said firmly, I just said that I won't let you in, even if I'm scared because of this. Why? It's no good for you to stop us desperately. The man in Confucian costume stared at Yu Ningxing with an unwilling look on his face. Yu Ningxing shook his head indifferently, because Ning Xiaochuan, his family and friends, are also my family and friends. Because of the relationship between the gods, although I can't fight you, I can cut off your chance to become a god. You have something to do with the preacher of the world. The man in Confucian costume glanced up and down at Yu Ningxing in amazement. It was the first time he had encountered this situation. However, just a moment of fire, the Confucian man's face showed some anger. With this, you want to cut off our chance to become a god. What you think is too simple. If we destroy the successor of the world-destroying Tao, we will also get a huge reward when we return to the source world. At that time, we may not have no chance to become a god. With a wave of his hand, the man in Confucian costume did not hesitate to leave here directly with a group of secondary god masters from the source world. In the void, only his sneering voice echoed constantly. Function messenger, wait and see. Later, you will regret your stupid decision. I will go back immediately and catch all Ning Xiaochuan's family and friends in front of you. If you still block our source world masters from entering the god-receiving tower, I will kill one of them every other incense burning time. The threat of the man in Confucian costume made Yu Ningxing's face change greatly. Damn you! Yu Ningxing, with an iron face, waved the blood book in her hand, and a powerful wave of energy appeared in her hand. But then, Yu Ningxing itself was like being hit hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even the envoys of immortality need to act according to the rules in the Dan furnace. Otherwise, it will be like Yu Ningxing now, seriously injured and even finally out of his mind. After the man in Confucian costume disappeared for a moment, he appeared again in front of Yu Ningxing. However, different from the last time, this time he was surrounded by several virtual shadows like pillars of light, in which several figures slept with their eyes closed. Yu Ningxing glanced at these people, and naturally immediately recognized that the people brought by the Confucian man at the moment were the people who had the closest relationship with Ning Xiaochuan. Among them, the most important people are Ning Qianqing, Yuqing and others. These masters of the source world investigated Ning Xiaochuan very carefully. As long as they had something to do with Ning Xiaochuan, they were all caught by them. And the few people who appear here at the moment are obviously those who are considered less important by these source world masters, so they will threaten Yu Ningxing. As for those people they think important, such as Ning Shiner and the old Marquis, they are still locked up in the dungeon under the heaven at the moment. Apotheosis Messenger, from now on, as long as you still don't log our names on the apotheosis list, I will start to kill. Staring at Yu Ningxing with a livid face, the man in Confucian costume had a somewhat indifferent and gentle smile on his face, but his smile fell into the eyes of those around him, but it immediately made people feel afraid. The secondary god of the source world, the thousand-faced god, is cold and carefree. As expected, as in the legend, he is not only a smiling tiger, but also the first in the source world. Many masters of Xinhe civilization who recognized the man in Confucian costume have already secretly sighed at the moment. However, they are more curious about whether the apotheosis messenger will yield. If so, can they also find a similar way to force the apotheosis messenger to put himself into the god-receiving tower? Yu Ningxing looked cold and stared at Leng Wuyo in front of her. When she saw Leng Wuyo slowly extending her hand to Ning Qianqing, she turned the blood book in her hand expressionless. Su Qing, the master of the source world, has the dual cultivation of the secondary god realm, and is qualified to enter the god-receiving tower. Wow! The name of the secondary god of the source world was added to the blood book. My lord, I will enter the god tower first and wait for you to come in. The source world expert named Su Qing laughed, and his figure directly fell into the light door in front of him. Su Qing's figure soon disappeared in the light door, which had no blocking effect on him. Haha, Fengshen messenger, you'd better hurry up, otherwise, I'm afraid I can't help killing a few people first. Leng Wuyo was still smiling, but there were several cold flashes in his eyes. Yu Ningxing's face was cold, and the bloody book in his hand flipped a few pages. Subsequently, the name of another master of the source world was added to the list of gods. Originally, there were only 5 source world masters who followed Leng Wuyo. At this moment, after these 5 people successively entered the list of gods, Leng Wuyo finally began to show a proud look on his face. Glancing up and down at Yu Ningxing, Leng Wuyo glanced up and down and said, "I'm surprised that since you have become an apotheosis messenger, you even want to do the right thing with us at the cost of your soul. Is it for Ning Xiaochuan, the successor of the way of destroying the world?" Yu Ningxing looked cold and didn't bother to respond to cold worry. Leng Wuyo obviously didn't care about this, but shook his head and said, "You didn't hesitate to violate the rules of the God-receiving tower in order to Ning Xiaochuan. I'd like to see whether you will be directly wiped out by the power of the God-receiving tower if you continue to violate the rules." Yu Ningxing, who was originally expressionless, suddenly showed some anger on his face. "Are you ready?" "Yes, you guessed right." Leng Wuyo waved and summoned all the light pillars around him to his side, and then sneered, "If I start killing now, I don't know whether you are going to stand by or save people directly. This is to directly kill the apotheosis messenger. This 1,000-faced god is too good at playing with people." Those around who quietly pay attention to the changes in the situation, now look at Leng Wuyo's eyes have brought a bit of fear. No one wants to face Leng Wuyo, such a scheming and ruthless opponent. "Fengshen messenger, you should watch it. I'm starting to kill." Leng Wuyo seems to be deliberately torturing Yu Ningxing. With a bright smile on his face, he slowly walks to Ning Xiaochuan, which is blocked by the light column. "Ning Xiaochuan, come back quickly." Yu Ningxing's cold look began to reveal a sense of despair. Although knowing this situation, even if Ning Xiaochuan came, it was useless. On the contrary, if Ning Xiaochuan came at the moment, he would probably be in danger. But at the moment, the name of Ning Xiaochuan came out of Yu Ningxing's heart. In her heart, Ning Xiaochuan seems to have been omnipotent, appearing at the most critical moment to save everyone. Leng Wuyo has come to Ning Xiaochuan at this moment, but he didn't hurry to start, but constantly gestures on Ning Xiaochuan. Leng Wuyo, who is known as a 1,000-faced divine calculation, likes to hold people in the palm of his hand and then play with them like insects. Everywhere in Dian, those masters who were hidden looked up at the sky at the moment, trying to see the final result of the fight between Leng Wuyo and the envoys of the gods. However, before the final result, these masters had noticed that a colorful rainbow cut across the sky from the horizon and rushed to the light gate in the sky. Ning Xiaochuan. As long as they recognized the figure in the colorful rainbow, they were all stunned at this moment. Ning Xiaochuan, wanted by all forces, has reappeared. The situation is getting more and more interesting. Those masters, who hid aside, stared at the top of their heads with bright eyes at the moment. They want to see whether Ning Xiaochuan will be directly captured by Leng Wuyo or killed by Leng Wuyo after his appearance. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan, who had just left Guishu, rushed over from the horizon. The entrance to the God Tower is too conspicuous. It is hung high in the sky, and this light door can be seen even in a corner of Dian World. Standing in front of this light gate, Yu Ningxing and Leng Wuyo, who are fighting, are even more conspicuous. After Ning Xiaochuan left Guishu, he immediately saw the existence of the two people. Therefore, he immediately rushed to Yu Ningxing's place. The closer to Yu Ningxing, Ning Xiaochuan's face became colder and colder. After seeing the appearance of Ning Xiaochuan and others, Ning Xiaochuan had guessed what might have happened here. Sure enough, those people still attacked my family and friends. Ning Xiaochuan's face was livid, and his heart had burst into a rage. "Hey, it's Ning Xiaochuan." When Ning Xiaochuan flew towards Guangmen, Leng Wuyo had noticed the emergence of Ning Xiaochuan. Squinting at Ning Xiaochuan's figure getting closer, Leng Wuyo's face has shown a look of ecstasy. He caught Ning Xiaochuan and others. Originally, he just wanted to threaten Ningxiang, the messenger of the gods. He didn't expect that this time he even attracted the heirs of the world. Good, it's really great. If I catch the preacher of the destruction of the world and return to the source world, I will be rewarded by heaven. In this way, it doesn't matter if I can't get the divine personality. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan's closer and closer figure, Leng Wuyo's heart has roared with surprise. For Ning Xiaochuan, the evangelist of the world, he was like a piece of fat. Ning Xiaochuan, your family and friends are all in my hands. You should hold your hands and catch them. When I catch you, I will give those people a good time. Leng Wuyo's excited voice resounded through the whole Dian world. At the same time, an invisible force field has covered Ning Xiaochuan's whole body. The 8th level master of the secondary realm has begun to master some simple rules. Under the operation of the power of these rules, Ning Xiaochuan can't escape at all. It's too strong. Run away quickly, otherwise, Leng Wuyo may also kill us. Those masters of Xinhe civilization who watched the war around felt the powerful power of Leng Wuyo at the moment, and immediately changed their faces and retreated rapidly. Ning Xiaochuan's figure also suddenly stopped at the moment. Facing Leng Wuyo from afar, Ning Xiaochuan said in a cold voice, "Have you taken all my family? Of course, there's none left. Now it's all in my hands." Leng Wuyo was almost excited at the moment, and he was trembling. He had just played with an apotheosis messenger, and now there was another evangelist. This feeling almost made his blood boil. It seems that in order to tease Ning Xiaochuan, Leng Wuyo waved out a picture. In the cold and dark underground cage, Ning Xiaochuan and others were all trapped in the light column, sleeping with their eyes closed. Ning Xiaochuan, these people are implicated by you, so they ended up in the present situation. Kneel down immediately and beg for mercy. I may be merciful and punish you alone. Hurry up, kneel down in front of me. Leng Wuyo stood high in the sky, overlooking everything below. In the source world where there are so many strong people, Leng Wuyo is just a little person. Relying on his little smart brain, Leng Wuyo has a little reputation in the source world. But in Dian world, Leng Wuyo enjoys the feeling of emperor. The emperor of the world, everything is in his hands. It's just a pity that if it weren't for the lack of resources in this world, I'd rather stay in this world and be a god above. Glancing at Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Ningxiang and even the creatures on the ground of Dian world who were in pain and wailing because of the battle of the gods, Leng Wuyo's heart sighed instead. Ning Xiaochuan has not spoken since just now. Standing in the air, Ning Xiaochuan, shrouded by the power of Leng Wuyo, appears a little thin. However, everyone can feel that Ning Xiaochuan is simply a volcano at the moment, and his body is full of anger, which will erupt completely at the next moment. I will tear you to pieces. Ning Xiaochuan slowly looked up, and there was no strange look on his cold face. Broken bodies, boy, can the heirs of the world only boast. Leng Wuyo stared at Ning Xiaochuan, stretched out a finger, and snorted contemptuously. Indeed. Although Ning Xiaochuan is a disciple of the world-destroying Taoism, his cultivation is really poor now. The 7th level of the realm of creation. The existence of this cultivation is also a master in Dian world. However, in front of the secondary god, the existence of the realm of creation is no different from that of mole ants. What's more, Leng Wuyo, who is standing in front of Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, is a strong player even among the sub-god masters. Therefore, no one believes that Ning Xiaochuan can escape bad luck today. In the face of absolute power, all anger will become a burden. Yu Ningxiang stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and his face was full of worry. She worried that Ning Xiaochuan would be overwhelmed by anger, and recklessly attacked Leng Wuyo. Ning Xiaochuan, go quickly. As long as you live, you can kill him in the future. Now you are not his opponent. On Yu Ningxiang's body, a powerful breath appeared again. She is now ready to let go of everything, temporarily entangle Leng Wuyo, and let Ning Xiaochuan escape. However, before her figure moved, an invisible pressure directly oppressed her. "Don't worry," I said, "I'll break him into pieces myself." Ning Xiaochuan's voice was cold. At the moment, his body was like a jade Ningxing, and a thrilling force rose. Feeling the powerful power of Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Ningxing stopped his action with some surprise. Leng Wuyo, who was cunning by nature, began to scan Ning Xiaochuan with some suspicion at the moment. They don't know what the source of this force on Ning Xiaochuan is. Burst, burst, shadow, give me all my strength to stimulate the energy in my body. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan is frantically urging the energy in his body. This group of original energy left by a powerful creator, only 1/1000th of it, can let Ning Xiaochuan easily catch the original breath of Guishu. But now, Ning Xiaochuan burst out 1/10 of this energy in one breath. The Shadow Emperor, hiding in Ning Xiaochuan's body, has shouted anxiously at the moment. "Ning Xiaochuan, you are crazy. If you use this energy in this way, it will be wasted by you. In this way, you will give up the road of eternal life, and the difficulty of cultivation will increase countless times in the future. You are too stupid and too short-sighted to do so. Shut up, I'd rather have this momentary brilliance than the shit in your mouth forever." Ning Xiaochuan's voice was cold at the moment, but his breath became stronger and stronger. "Ning Xiaochuan, don't be overwhelmed by anger. As long as you don't die, these people can't do anything to your family. He wants to use those people to lead you out. As long as you practice for another 100 years, no, 10 years, I guarantee you can save all your family." The Shadow Sage's voice hurriedly persuaded Ning Xiaochuan. He really didn't want Ning Xiaochuan to waste this powerful energy. After all, this energy was left by the person who made him. If it could stay in Ning Xiaochuan's body, it would also be of great benefit to him. But then, the Shadow Emperor felt that his conscious body seemed to lose all perception of the outside world. "Ning Xiaochuan dares to ban me." The Shadow Sage, who was forbidden in the darkness, couldn't help shouting and scolding. Without hesitation, he directly sealed the Shadow Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan slowly glanced around at this moment, and finally his eyes stayed on Leng Wuyo in front of him. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan felt that his whole body seemed to explode, and that powerful force almost burst his whole body. But Ning Xiaochuan is still dissatisfied. He wants to use the most original power contained in this group of energy. Only in this way can he defeat Leng Wuyo in front of him. "Haha, I can see that you borrowed the power of a powerful god, and you dare to borrow energy like this crazily. Later, even if I can't kill you, you will be killed by this energy." After all, Leng Wuyo is the 8th master of the second god. He glanced suspiciously at Ning Xiaochuan several times, and immediately found that Ning Xiaochuan was in a strange situation at the moment. He laughed proudly, and Leng Wuyo punched Ning Xiaochuan with a bang. "Ning Xiaochuan, let me try how strong your body is now." Boom! The punch from the 8th master of the second god level is almost the strongest punch under the gods. The space in front of Leng Wuyo has formed a vacuum at this moment. The air of the whole Dian world seemed to be shocked by this punch, so the breath was all around Leng Wuyo, forming a funnel-shaped cone, which stabbed Ning Xiaochuan fiercely. Seeing the power of Leng Wuyo's random punch, those masters who hid around to watch the battle appeared one after another and ran away towards the distance again. Even the aftermath of a battle on this scale can crush them to pieces. It's so powerful. It's worthy of being a sub-god level peak master. Ning Xiaochuan is dead now. These masters kept looking back at the movement behind them as they ran away. The power of Leng Wuyo's punch is so powerful that it almost blows the Dian world. However, in the face of this punch, Ning Xiaochuan didn't move at all, and even his face didn't change. Leng Wuyo's punch was also extremely dangerous for the sub-god level masters. But in Ning Xiaochuan's view at the moment, this punch is too weak, so weak that he can blow Leng Wuyo away in one breath. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan breathed like this. It didn't use much strength, but it was like a strong wind, like a rope blowing out of Ning Xiaochuan's mouth, which not only dispersed the momentum carried by Leng Wuyo's fist, but also directly staggered back thousands of miles by Ning Xiaochuan's breath. Blow yourself away in one breath. Leng Wuyo stared at Ning Xiaochuan in the distance incredulously. A mole ant with 7 levels of fortune, even if it borrows the power of gods, can't be so strong. Leng Wuyo feels that something must be wrong at the moment. However, Ning Xiaochuan will no longer give him thinking skills. With a gentle step, Ning Xiaochuan appeared in front of Leng Wuyo, and then he stretched out his hand and directly tore off Leng Wuyo's 2 arms. Ning Xiaochuan's arm was as fragile as a branch in his hand. Leng Wuyo grew up at the moment, and his face was full of panic, but he couldn't make a sound. Ning Xiaochuan's breath at the moment has blocked all his voices in his stomach. Relying on the mouth shape he grew up at the moment, he could vaguely see that Leng Wuyo was begging for mercy. But his plea for mercy was useless. Ning Xiaochuan tore off his arm, then reached out and grabbed his head, gently pressed it down, and pressed Leng Wuyo's head into his body. For the sub-god level masters, this kind of physical damage is not fatal. But Ning Xiaochuan didn't just let him go. He waved and lifted his feet. Ning Xiaochuan folded his hands left and right, a master of the 8th level of the secondary realm, and was kneaded into a meat ball by him. Holding the meat ball in his hand, Ning Xiaochuan aimed at the direction of Guishu and threw it out with force. Leng Wuyo turned into a meat ball, which cut through the void of Dian world, crossed into the Guishu, and then hit heavily into the cracks on the ground of Guishu. Falling from these cracks, the ball continued to slide in hell, and finally fell to the depths of the hell vortex. Strong suction began to act on the meat ball. Leng Wuyo looked frightened. As soon as he recovered from the shape of the meat ball, he immediately felt that the strength of his whole body was rapidly disappearing. No, it's impossible. Just in time to scream, Leng Wuyo's eyes dimmed. The power of the Dante stove has been working. Let alone the power of Leng Wuyo, even the soul in his body has become the energy in the Dante stove at the moment. With the energy supply of a master who is infinitely close to the sub-god level, the entrance of the god-receiving tower in front of Ning Xiaochuan and Yuningxing seemed to light up again. In the depth of the god-receiving tower, a sub-god level master immediately found that his eyes flashed, and a god with attractive light turned from illusion to reality. Originally, this deity is only a virtual form, and the energy contained in it is not enough to make it become an entity. But now there is a new energy supply in the Dan stove, and this god who was already about to take shape took shape at once. When he found the genie, the sub-god level master was naturally excited and immediately wanted to catch the genie. Just as he was about to grasp the divine lattice, several figures rushed out of his side and rushed towards the divine lattice together. Outside the god tower, Ning Xiaochuan glanced around and connected everything in the god tower, which seemed to be seen through by Ning Xiaochuan. Godhead? Ning Xiaochuan frowned and waved to the god-receiving tower. The spirit in the god-receiving tower immediately appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. In the god tower, those sub-god level masters who were fighting desperately for God's dignity, all stopped with a stunned face at the moment. The divine figure in front of them had disappeared at the moment. You should have directly moved the divine lattice in the god-receiving tower. Have you? Yuningxing looked at Ning Xiaochuan in disbelief. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's bright divine personality is really a little too attractive. Yes, now I'm the master of the Danlu. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and handed the divine lattice in his hand to Yuningxing. My control over the Danlu is only temporary. You are already the messenger of God. If you become a god, you can control the Danlu more. When my power disappears, the task of guarding the world of Dian will be handed to you. Yuningxing glanced at Ning Xiaochuan with some surprise, and finally seemed to see the situation of Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, nodded, and received the divine personality in his hand. Countless people entered the God-receiving tower to rob the divine lattice, but no one expected that this divine lattice should fall into the hands of Ningxing, the messenger of God. Ning Xiaochuan was standing in the air at the moment, looking around. At the moment, his powerful momentum has completely disappeared, but no one will despise Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. Because at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's body shows a breath that can control everything. In fact, at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan can really control most things in the Dan stove. After completely exploding the energy in his body, Ning Xiaochuan was stunned to find that the power brought by this energy to him was simply beyond his imagination. According to his original assumption, even if this energy burst in the body, it's good to finally defeat Leng Wuyo. But now, Leng Wuyo is almost like a little ant in his hands. After a short fight with Leng Wuyo just now, Ning Xiaochuan has also felt that there are two main reasons why he can be so powerful at this moment. First, the energy in his body is essentially much stronger than the power of ordinary gods, so this energy will bring Ning Xiaochuan such great power. Second, this is the world created by the master of this energy. The creator left this energy in the furnace to suppress all abnormalities in the furnace. From this, we can see how powerful this energy is. Now, Ning Xiaochuan has refined this energy, and Ning Xiaochuan naturally has the power to suppress all creatures in the furnace. If it were in another place, even if Ning Xiaochuan refined such a massive energy, it would never be so easy to defeat Leng Wuyo. It can only be said that Leng Wuyo was really unlucky to meet Ning Xiaochuan in this Dan furnace. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan is almost omnipotent in the Dan furnace. Of course, this omnipotence is only almost, not completely omnipotent. Like little golden ginseng's grandfather, the cold rain extending out of Guishu is Ning Xiaochuan's helpless existence. However, Ning Xiaochuan has gained such great power at a price. First of all, his body has been under great pressure now. If this energy dissipates, Ning Xiaochuan's body must be severely damaged. Secondly, the power in his body has been constantly dissipated. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan felt that this massive energy had been consumed by at least 1% when he fought with Leng Wuyo. Of this 1% energy, only 1 in 10,000 is used by Ning Xiaochuan, and most of the rest is wasted by Ning Xiaochuan. And at the moment, this energy has begun to decompose, and Ning Xiaochuan simply cannot reverse the trend of this energy disappearing. Even if Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to continue to use this energy will completely disappear in the near future. Ning Xiaochuan never regretted wasting this powerful energy. Even if it is a god, I will be able to get there sooner or later. If I can't even protect my family, I won't even regret it in the future. Now the disappearance of this energy is inevitable. Before this energy disappears completely, I want to make Dian world completely stable. Ning Xiaochuan glanced around, and his eyes suddenly appeared in the void around him. You hide aside, just waiting for the benefits of fishing, and it is mainly you who destroy the Dian world to this extent. Now the blood is in debt, and you should pay for the lives of the dead creatures in the Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan's voice sounded all over Dian world. Those who saw Ning Xiaochuan's cold and carefree face changed greatly at the moment, and immediately wanted to escape from Ning Xiaochuan. And everywhere in Dian world, those low-level beings who didn't know who Ning Xiaochuan was at all, heard Ning Xiaochuan's voice at the moment, and immediately cursed Ning Xiaochuan one by one. However, no matter how these people reacted, Ning Xiaochuan just drank a few words of death in the void. These masters of Shinhe civilization and evil people from hell hiding all over the world suddenly burst one by one, turning into a mass of meat and mud to die. Ning Xiaochuan's several roars swept away all the alien life in Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan waved his hand. Ning Qianqing and others, who were still trapped in the light column, were immediately settled in a safe place by him. Immediately, his figure flashed towards the Guishu. Deep in the Guishu, Ning Xiaochuan's palm turned into two giant hands, and swept all the way from the edge of Guishu. Almost all the evil gods, including the remaining secondary gods and the evil people, were caught in Ning Xiaochuan's hands at the moment, and then severely thrown back to hell. After all this, Ning Xiaochuan turned around and grabbed it. Where there was nothing behind him, the ferocious demon was caught by Ning Xiaochuan. Yu Ningxing sat cross-legged in the air. Although her face was calm, only she could feel it. At the moment, her cheeks were still a little hot. I should have done that stupid thing before. If Ogawa hadn't arrived, I would almost have killed his family. Care is chaos. Yu Ningxing also just learned about the experience of Ning Xiaochuan's family, so after meeting Ling Muyu and others, he immediately couldn't help but start targeting them, and didn't even consider the consequences of doing so. Now Yu Ningxing can't understand why he was so crazy that he went directly to fight with Ling Wuyo. Fortunately, Ogawa arrived at the last minute and became so powerful. Yu Ningxing sat cross-legged in the air and began to refine her divine personality. At the moment, it seemed that the whole person was surrounded by a hazy law. In Guishu, Ning Xiaochuan has caught the demon in his hand at the moment. The originally powerful demon is now in Ning Xiaochuan's hands like an ant. How can you be so strong? It's impossible. The demon looked at Ning Xiaochuan with some shock. From the moment Ning Xiaochuan came out of hell, he quietly followed Ning Xiaochuan. If Ning Xiaochuan was really caught by Ling Wuyo just now, he would definitely grab Ning Xiaochuan immediately. In the final analysis, the demon still wants to get the inheritance of the way of extermination from Ning Xiaochuan. But now, the demon felt a suffocating sense of oppression from Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan ignored the demon, but his body shook, and a mist like a phantom shot out of Ning Xiaochuan's body. After the mist appeared, it immediately turned into a heart beating like a bang. This is the seed that the demon left in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Now Ning Xiaochuan took the opportunity to expel it. Feeling Ning Xiaochuan's power to control everything, the demon suddenly couldn't help shouting, "Did you enter the hell vortex? Only by controlling the power in the hell vortex can you become so powerful." Although the demon is a god, he is not too powerful among the most primitive gods in hell. But it is precisely because he is not strong enough that he can live in hell until now. The most primitive powerful gods in hell, such as Jun Qianshang, have long been refined by the power of Dan Furnace. The demons who witnessed the death of Jun Qianshang and others knew that there was a powerful force in the hell vortex, but they never dared to enter the hell vortex. At this moment, seeing the peerless force on Ning Xiaochuan, the demon immediately thought of this force in the vortex of hell. Something deep in the whirlpool of hell, which is the most terrible existence in the hearts of all evil people in hell. Ning Xiaochuan didn't have time to pay attention to the demons at the moment. At the moment, the energy on his body was exploding all the time. If he didn't solve all the troubles before the energy disappeared, it would be Ning Xiaochuan's troubles. Who? Holding the demon in his hand, Ning Xiaochuan directly threw him back into the deep vortex of hell, just like Ling Wuyo at the beginning. With the help of the power of Dan Lu, Ning Xiaochuan wants to thoroughly refine the heart demon. Deep in the whirlpool of hell, the demons were almost crazy. The feeling of the continuous loss of power made the demons recall their feelings when they were first trapped in hell. A feeling of despair reappeared in the heart of the demon. However, just when the demon was almost completely desperate, Ning Xiaochuan's figure suddenly reappeared, caught him in his hand and recaptured the Dian world. It's hundreds of times more difficult to refine a real god than a secondary god. Even with the power of the Dan stove, it takes at least 10 years to thoroughly refine the heart demon. Now I don't have so much time to wait. Staring at the demon in his hand, Ning Xiaochuan frowned. Now, although he has the power to suppress everything for the time being, he still needs to rely on the power of the Dante stove to truly destroy these gods. Since we can't eliminate it, we can only choose another way. Ning Xiaochuan only pondered for a moment, then directly took the heart demon in his hand and appeared in front of a door of human god. No, are you trying to take me? No. With the scream of the demon, Ning Xiaochuan directly threw the demon into the door of God. The other side of the door of man and God is where the Shinha civilization lies. If the demon still wants to do something bad, it's better to harm the Shinha civilization. However, if he entered the Shinha civilization with the current strength of the demon, he would only be bullied by others. No wonder he didn't want to go to the Shinha civilization. After solving the demons, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes turned to the heaven. At this moment, the Tianting has been shrouded in a film like a mask. This is an ancient array inspired by the heart of the mainland. Before the master of the source world arrived, Tianting used this array to resist the attack of the master of Shinha civilization. Even the secondary god can't do anything about this array. You can imagine how powerful this array is. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes fell on this array, and he immediately saw the interior of the array. Countless disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace were practicing in it, protected by the ancient array. At this moment, the heaven was already in another space. Therefore, these geniuses of the Divine Reserve do not know anything about the changes in the Dian world at this moment. At this moment, the only one who knows the news of Leng Wuyo's murder in the whole heaven is a secondary god left behind in the heaven. This secondary god also comes from the source world. Just now Ning Xiaochuan roared, and even the secondary god was roared to death by Ning Xiaochuan. The second god was lucky enough to hide in the ancient array and successfully escaped. At the moment, however, he was already trembling with fear. After noticing Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, the figure of the sub-god flashed and directly appeared in the dungeon under the heaven. Ning Xiaochuan, I know you are powerful, but now your family are all in my hands. If you dare to do anything, I will kill them all directly. This sub-god is almost crazy at the moment. He can only use Ning Xiaochuan's family to threaten Ning Xiaochuan. Otherwise, Ning Xiaochuan can press him to death with a finger. Ning Xiaochuan stood over Dian world, his eyes coldly scanning below. With his ability at the moment, although he can forcibly break the ancient formation in front of him, it takes time to break the formation. Even with the blink of an eye, this secondary god is afraid to kill Ning Shiner and others. In this situation, even Ning Xiaochuan is in a dilemma. In the dungeon under the heaven, the secondary god had broken a pillar of light, and then caught Ning Shiner in front of him. With the hostages in his hands, his look improved a lot. At this moment, a slight sigh suddenly sounded in his ear. I don't want to kill you. Put down your people and leave by yourself. Who? At the moment, the secondary god was quite nervous. Hearing this sigh, he immediately looked aside nervously. In the dark dungeon, Feng Yueshi, who was also trapped in the light column, slowly opened his eyes. Just now, this sigh was issued by the wind and moon. Play tricks. Seeing that the person who threatened him turned out to be just a prisoner under his hand, the sub-god snorted coldly with disdain, and then grabbed it at Feng Yuexi. Anyway, the people here are hostages, and he doesn't mind having more hostages in his hands. However, before he caught Feng Yuexi, a fire suddenly burned on Feng Yuexi's body, and the light column that trapped her was burned by the fire, which immediately sounded a crackling sound, and then broke to the ground. A phoenix shadow suddenly rushed out of Feng Yueshi and quickly passed through his body along the arm of the sub-god. This powerful secondary god from the source world, his eyes glazed down. The next moment, a fire rose from him and burned his body to ashes. He easily killed a secondary god, and there was no change in his appearance. Ning Xiaochuan, I will continue to look for a quiet place to practice, and see you next time. It seemed to feel the existence of Ning Xiaochuan. Feng Yueshi whispered, and then his figure disappeared directly into the cage. The cage here is a cage for others, but for Feng Yuexi, it is just a quiet place. With the help of this period of imprisonment, Feng Yueshi finally recovered the strength of the sub-god level. With the current strength, even if you travel around the entire Dian world, it is almost impossible to encounter any danger, let alone be caught by the demon at the beginning. Ning Xiaochuan silently watched the wind and moon disappear, and his eyes showed a kind of gratitude. All along, Feng Yueshi has helped him a lot. Just now, it was because he felt the existence of Fenji Wexi that Ning Xiaochuan didn't kill the secondary god of the source world. Looking at the ancient formation in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly shot and grabbed the sky of the ancient formation. The round integration has formed a separate ancient array of space, which has been directly captured by Ning Xiaochuan. Just like a ball was forcefully gouged out, the ancient formation immediately began to become very unstable. However, before the complete riot of the ancient battle array, Ning Xiaochuan had once again added the piece he had just gouged out. At this moment, in front of Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Shiner and others all appear here. His arrest just now has saved Ning Shiner and others from the heaven. Sitting at the entrance of the God-receiving tower, Ningxing looked at Ning Xiaochuan curiously at the moment. She didn't understand why Ning Xiaochuan didn't directly destroy the ancient formation outside Tianting at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan rescued all his family members and waved them back to the original place where the Jade Haze Empire was located. Ning Xiaochuan has used the energy of his body to form a layer of protection here. Before the energy of Ning Xiaochuan completely disappears, no one can move Ning Shiner and others. Now, only these people in the God-receiving tower are left. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at the light door overhead. Those who enter the light gate are actually the real masters of Shinhe civilization. Almost 99% of the secondary gods of Shinhe civilization are all in the receiving tower at the moment. If Ning Xiaochuan can't solve them, what Ning Xiaochuan is doing now is a waste of effort. Wow! Just as Ning Xiaochuan was preparing to dock with the divine tower, a figure suddenly appeared from the sea at the foot of Ning Xiaochuan. His whole body was wrapped with thick iron chains, which constantly shook on him, like countless small snakes. Zijin Emperor. Looking at the figure emerging from the sea, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help but scream. He thought that the Emperor of Purple and Gold had also entered the God-receiving tower, but he didn't expect that the Emperor of Purple and Gold had emerged from the sea at the moment. And at this moment, the Zijin Emperor's whole body is wrapped in iron chains, which are constantly stretching like living snakes. Just glancing, Ning Xiaochuan could see that the iron chains on the Emperor Zijin at the moment were a kind of ban. Because of the existence of these chains, the strength of the Zijin Emperor was suppressed by at least 90%. How did the Purple King appear under the sea? Ning Xiaochuan appeared in consternation beside the Purple and Gold Emperor and reached out to grasp these chains on him. Click! These chains turned into poisonous snakes, biting at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan didn't care about these poisonous snakes at all, and let them bite on his arm, but his palm grasped the chain on the Purple and Gold Emperor, and with a strong pull, all the poisonous snakes and chains broke one after another, and fell one by one in the sea below. The Emperor of Zijin glanced at Ning Xiaochuan unexpectedly and said, "Leng Wuyo was afraid that I would enter the receiving tower and snatch the divine lattice away, so he set a trick to trap me under the sea. I didn't expect you to be able to break his ban. However, this force on you is very strange and does great harm to you. I'm afraid that only when you reach the 8th level civilization like Shinhe civilization in the future, can you find adventure and restore strength. Worthy of being the super overlord born against the sky, Ning Xiaochuan's details at the moment can be seen at a glance. Ning Xiaochuan also admired the Purple and Gold Emperor in his heart, but this is obviously not the time to say this. Glancing at the Purple Gold Emperor, Ning Xiaochuan frowned and asked, "Elder, I have rescued all my family, but I haven't found any trace of Little Linger and Little Red. Do you know where they have been locked up?" Now Ning Xiaochuan almost has the power to control the whole Dian world. Nothing can hide him from his eyes. Even the Tianting protected by the ancient array, Ning Xiaochuan can see through it at a glance. In Tianting, Ning Xiaochuan found many familiar figures. The peerless Tianjiao who had intersected with him in the past were almost all staying in the Tianting God Reserve Palace at the moment. But among these people, Ning Xiaochuan didn't find little Linger and little Red. Among the people rescued by Ning Xiaochuan just now, there were also no two of them. So at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan asked the Emperor of Purple and Gold like this. As soon as Leng Wuyo appeared, I was plotted by him. During this period, I have been forcibly breaking through the ban. I don't know much about Dian world. The Purple Gold Emperor shook his head, frowned and pondered for a moment before he reopened his mouth and said, if I'm not wrong, the person you're looking for now has arrived at the Shinhe civilization. Shinhe civilization? How is this possible? Ning Xiaochuan frowned tightly. It is simple to go through the door of man and God and enter the Dian world from the Shinhe civilization. However, if you want to go retrograde through the door of man and God and return to the Shinhe civilization, you must at least have the protection of a secondary God-level master. Now the war of gods in Dian world has just begun. How could there be a time when God gave up such a great opportunity and returned to Shinhe civilization? What kind of existence is Xiaolinger? You should know that her inborn heterogeneity should be very rare even in the Shinhe civilization, so it is very possible for the secondary god of the source world to send her back to the Shinhe civilization. As for Xiaohong, the Shenlong cub is also qualified to be picked up in advance. Zijin Emperor nodded. In that case, Little Linger and Little Red may have been sent to the Shinhe civilization. Ning Xiaochuan's face became gloomy at the moment. At the moment, he is already invincible in Dian world, but if Xiao Linger and Xiao Hong are sent to Shinhe civilization, even Ning Xiaochuan has no way at all. Unless, Ning Xiaochuan personally enters the Shinhe civilization to save people. It seems that I must enter the Shinhe civilization as soon as possible. Looking up at the several doors of human god rippling in space, Ning Xiaochuanku Zhongna Road. Ning Xiaochuan didn't think about entering the Shinhe civilization. But according to his plan, it is by no means to enter the Shinhe civilization now. Now Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is still too weak. After this mass of energy in his body is exhausted, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation will return to the cultivation of the realm of creation. It's a little too dangerous to enter the Shinhe civilization with this strength. But now, Ning Xiaochuan seems to have to enter the Shinhe civilization. Ning Xiaochuan, I will immediately enter the Shinhe civilization. I will help you find the person you are looking for. It seemed to see what Ning Xiaochuan thought at the moment. The Purple Gold Emperor's body shook, and he would directly enter the door of man and God. If the Emperor Zijin helps find Little Linger and Little Red, Ning Xiaochuan is relieved. However, the Zijin Emperor was born against the sky, and his strength has been difficult to recover to the peak. With his current strength, I'm afraid it's still a little dangerous to enter the Shinhe civilization. Ning Xiaochuan just pondered a little, and then stretched out his hand to stop the Emperor Zijin. Senior, there seems to be other gods in the God-receiving tower. I can help you. With the strength of the Purple Gold Emperor, you can definitely refine a divine personality. When you refine the divine personality, the Purple Gold Emperor will be a real god. At that time, even in the Shinhe civilization, the Zijin Emperor was also a master. Godhead. The Emperor of Purple Gold looked back at Ning Xiaochuan, and his eyes even showed some disdain. If I wanted to refine God into God, it wouldn't be like this now. This time even Yu Ningxing, who had begun to refine his divine personality, began to show surprise. The Zijin Emperor's character is too arrogant. Even if it falls directly, he is unwilling to become a god with the help of external forces. For other secondary gods, a divine lattice is more important than any treasure, but in the eyes of the Purple and Gold Emperor, the divine lattice seems to be just a pile of garbage, and he is too lazy to move in front of him. Although this kind of pride is not good or bad. But there is no doubt that without this pride, the Emperor of Zijin will no longer be the Emperor of Zijin. Ning Xiaochuan glanced up and down at the Purple and Gold Emperor several times, and he felt his compelling spirit. It is hard to imagine that a person who has just been reborn and is congenitally deficient should have such a strong spirit. This spirit did not emanate from the purple and gold emperor, but from the bottom of his heart. Only this kind of spirit from the bottom of my heart can make people more convinced that no matter what bad situation this person is in, he can go against the sky and reach the peak. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan understood why the purple gold emperor now had only the 5th cultivation of the secondary god, but Lin Wuyo, the 8th master of the secondary god, plotted against him. As long as you have met with the Emperor Zijin, I'm afraid you won't doubt that this person will definitely become a strong person in the future. Okay, I see. Nodded to the Emperor of Purple and Gold, Ning Xiaochuan reached out and grabbed the seat of the heaven. The Tianting, shrouded by the ancient formation, was directly caught by Ning Xiaochuan. The ancient formation, which contained a small space, seemed to turn into a fist-sized crystal ball in Ning Xiaochuan's hand at the moment. Holding the crystal ball in his hand, Ning Ogawa handed it to the Emperor Zijin. Elder generation, the peerless pride of our Dian world is almost all in it. As long as the elder generation brings them to the Xinhe civilization, with the resources owned by the Xinhe civilization, they can definitely grow up quickly and become a strong party. At that time our Dian world will be truly safe. You bet. Almost all the Tianjiao people in the Divine Reserve are gifted. Even putting them into the Xinhe civilization is enough to become the core disciples of some major forces. Although Dian world is special, it is much worse than Xinhe civilization in terms of resources and other aspects. If these Tianjiao of Dian world enter Xinhe civilization, they will definitely rise rapidly in Xinhe civilization. As long as one of them grows up, it is enough to become the protector of Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan's plan at the moment is to send them all to Xinhe civilization. No wonder you didn't kill any of those Tianjiao from the source world. It seems that you have such a mind for a long time. The purple gold emperor took the crystal ball containing a small world, nodded, and said nothing more, but walked directly towards the door of man and God. This time, Ning Xiaochuan did not stop the Emperor of Purple and Gold. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is silently saying goodbye to his friends. Xuelingshu, Dashi, 7 princesses. At the moment, these Tianjiao are all in Tianting, but the next time Ning Xiaochuan wants to see them, he may have to be in Xinhe civilization. In Tianting, Xuelingshu, who has a chaotic heart palace, first felt the fluctuation of the power of the surrounding space. Stunned, her figure flashed and directly reached the periphery of the ancient formation. Immediately, other Tianjiao in the Xinchu palace also felt the abnormality of Tianting. Figures appeared around Xuelingshu. Through the ancient array shrouded in the sky, they clearly saw that Ning Xiaochuan's figure stood in the distance, and was getting farther and farther away from them. Ning Xiaochuan, he dares to appear. The Divine Reserve Palace Tianjiao Jifan looked at Ning Xiaochuan with some astonishment and exclaimed. With his scream, these Tianjiao people immediately felt that a huge figure dragged them and began to walk through a broken space channel. At this moment, the Emperor of Purple and Gold has officially entered the door of man and God with this crystal ball. Is this man Ning Xiaochuan? Damn it, if we hadn't entered the door of man and God, I must kill him. A pride from the source world roared angrily at the moment. He wanted to rush out and kill Ning Xiaochuan, but the ancient formation trapped him in the heaven. Although other source Tianjiao was calm, most of them held the same idea as this angry Tianjiao. Even though they know that Ning Xiaochuan is the successor of the world-destroying Taoism, they, who were born in Xinhe civilization, have a congenital contempt for the creatures of Dian world. So these Tianjiao of the source world never doubted whether they could kill Ning Xiaochuan. The angry source Tianjiao roared angrily for a few times, and then suddenly saw that the figure of Ning Xiaochuan in the distance suddenly bent down, like a tight bow. What does he want to do? Even Xuelingshu and others showed suspicious looks on their faces at the moment. No one can see what Ning Xiaochuan wants to do at the moment. At this moment, the Emperor of Zijin has entered the gate of human and God. He glanced back at Ning Xiaochuan, and he walked into the depths of the gate of human and God step by step. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan stood in the air, like those Tianjiao in the heaven, bending his body into a bow. After the figure of the purple and gold emperor disappeared, Ning Xiaochuan's figure suddenly shot out. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's fist smashed on the door of human God leading to the source world. A violent storm appeared, directly sweeping the entire Dian world. And the door of man and God, in Ning Xiaochuan's hands, insisted on a few breathing skills, and then began to appear, click-click sound. Like a broken disc, the gate of man and God finally broke into countless pieces and fell from the air. Before these fragments fall to the ground, these fragments condensed by the force of space will completely disappear. In the heaven, Shui Lingxiu and others watched Ning Xiaochuan's figure rush in front of them, and his huge fist fell like a hill. Then, the door of man and God in front of them disappeared, and countless messy spatial turbulence appeared in front of them. This feeling is like seeing a giant flatten a mountain in front of him. What's more, what is being smashed by Ning Xiaochuan at the moment is not an ordinary mountain, but a gate of man and God. Once the door of man and God is formed, it has extremely stable characteristics. Unless the energy is exhausted, it is difficult for even the secondary God to destroy it. But at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan only used one punch, and a door of human God was exploded. This strong impact is really shocking. Almost all the Tianjiao who are in the heaven court are tongue-tied at the moment. He broke the door of man and God. Those arrogant statues from the source world looked dully at the turbulent flow of space overhead. After a long time, there was a slight expression on their numb faces. At first, the arrogant, who was angry and wanted to hunt Ning Xiaochuan, twitched at the corner of his mouth and said with a numb face, "Fortunately, we didn't die. Not to die." This is what a helpless sentence. If it had been before, these arrogant people would never have said such words of weakness. But now, at the thought of the picture just seen, these Tianjiao in the source world are a little scared. Ning Xiaochuan's strength has now been deeply imprinted in their minds. Seeing that the Tianjiao of the source world is odd, although these Tianjiao of Dian world are not much, they are more or less happy in their hearts. After all, it is their genius of Dian world that awes these Tianjiao of the source world now. Naturally, these source Tianjiao could feel the changes of the eyes around them, but at the moment, they didn't speak to anyone, just clenched their fists tightly and put away all their previous arrogance. At the moment, in Dian world, Ning Xiaochuan stands in the air. Yu Ningxing and Ning Xiaochuan were facing each other from afar and whispered, "Your breath began to weaken." Having been fighting with people for so long, Ning Xiaochuan has indeed consumed a lot of energy in his body at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan felt that at present, only about half of the energy was left. It doesn't matter. Time is enough. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head, but his eyes stared at the light door beside Yu Ningxing. The light door leading to the God Tower is still emitting faint light at the moment. But in the deep light, at least 20 sub-God level masters were hidden. Yu Ningxing had seen that Ning Xiaochuan wanted to fight against those secondary gods in the God Tower, so he frowned and shook his head and said, "Xiaochuan, the God Tower is the most powerful artifact in the world of Dian. Even Guishu is not as powerful as it. Now these secondary gods are located in the God Tower. Unless they take the initiative, otherwise, we can't deal with them at all. Jiashan Tower is definitely a more powerful artifact than Guishu, and the space contained in it is much larger than Guishu. It is extremely difficult to find a group of secondary gods from such an artifact." Even though he was an apotheosis messenger, Yu Ningxing didn't have the power to control the god-receiving tower at all. Otherwise, before, Yu Ningxing would not just block Leng Wuyo and others from entering the god-receiving tower, but directly deal with them in the god-receiving tower. Although Yu Ningxing had seen Ning Xiaochuan directly move the deity from the god-receiving tower before, There was a big difference between moving a deity and moving a group of sub-god level masters. Gods are dead and people are alive. If they feel the power of Ning Xiaochuan, these secondary gods will fight desperately. With this resistance energy, Ning Xiaochuan can't move these secondary gods out of the god-receiving tower. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan is also having a headache at the moment. But after a little meditation, he thought of a way. Get out of the way. After telling Yu Ningxing, Ning Xiaochuan's body suddenly began to swell. With the support of the powerful energy in the body, Ning Xiaochuan's cells accelerated to divide at a rate of almost 100 million times, and Ning Xiaochuan's body began to grow larger. Almost in the blink of an eye, Ning Xiaochuan became a giant with a height of 100 feet. Doomsday Demon Sword. With Ning Xiaochuan's call, a magic sword with infinite killing intention appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Even just now, Ning Xiaochuan didn't use the magic sword to deal with Lin Wuyo and demons, but at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan summoned the world-destroying magic sword. At this moment, the demon sword of destruction has automatically grown into a huge demon sword dozens of feet high, which is held by Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan clenched the demon sword in his hand and cut fiercely towards the entrance of the god tower. When an invisible wave appears, it seems that the entrance connecting the divine tower begins to become distorted. After Ning Xiaochuan tried his best to urge the demon sword to destroy the world at the moment, the surrounding space has begun to become unstable, and some space debris will fly out from time to time. Among these space debris, a dark pagoda that looks like an ordinary iron tower appears. This is the essence of the god-receiving tower. The magic sword in Ning Xiaochuan's hand was severely cut on the god-receiving tower, as if the meteorite fell on the ground. The god-receiving tower was cut by the world-destroying magic sword, and the whole body began to tremble. With this trembling, sesame-sized figures rolled out of the god-receiving tower. These figures are all the people who entered the god-receiving tower before. Everyone who entered the god-receiving tower was forced out by Ning Xiaochuan's sword. After these figures rolled and appeared, their bodies began to grow larger. Over Dian World, figures with a strong smell began to appear. Damn it, I'm about to get godhood. What happened just now? Why did I come out of the god-receiving tower? That power just now is too terrible. Who is it? Ning Xiaochuan, you are here. Hey, why is there a door of man and God missing? These people who came out of the god-receiving tower immediately made all kinds of surprised sounds after glancing around in amazement. However, in the end, their eyes stayed on Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, who has become like a giant at the moment, is really a little too conspicuous. Moreover, the breath emanating from Ning Xiaochuan is really amazing. The Empress looked surprised and asked Ning Xiaochuan, did you force us all out? Others also stared at Ning Xiaochuan, wanting to know the answer. Yes, I forced you out of the god-receiving tower. Now I officially announce that the battle of gods is completely over. Ning Xiaochuan's tone was indifferent, and his eyes swept over these secondary gods. Boy, just because you are qualified to say that the war of apocalypse is over, you should have destroyed my chance to become a god. It's killing me. The irritable Fuhai sub-god, with a roar, waved a halberd in his hand and was about to stab Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's expression remained unchanged, and the demon sword in his hand swept towards the sea demon god. Almost silently, the evil sword swept directly from the Fuhai demon god, and the body of the Fuhai demon god suddenly turned into a blood mist. The flesh and blood of the sub-god level master contains extremely strong energy. Ning Xiaochuan waved to hold the blood mist in his hand and directly plunged into the vortex of hell. With the power of the Dan stove, it's simply a blink of an eye to refine a secondary god. A moment later, the spirit of the sea-covering demon god turned into the energy of the Dan furnace. The energy provided by a secondary god is naturally not enough to regenerate a divine lattice in the god-receiving tower. However, a god-receiving bead slowly condensed in the god-receiving tower. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan destroyed the sea-covering demon god so simply, all the secondary gods around were stunned. After a moment, they reacted and ran around in horror. These secondary gods in Dian world are all right. Those secondary gods masters from Xinhe civilization have simply begun to despair at this moment. Their hearts are still full of confusion about why such a fierce man will appear in Dian world in this battle of gods. Although the last battle of gods ended ahead of schedule, because of the relationship between Juweihu used clever means at that time. Where it is like now, Ning Xiaochuan was murderous and made it clear that he wanted to end the battle of gods by killing. Ning Xiaochuan was not prepared to let go of these secondary gods of Xinhe civilization. The figure was like lightning. All the secondary gods couldn't hold up for a round in Ning Xiaochuan's hands, so they were directly pinched and exploded by Ning Xiaochuan, and then turned into energy in the Dan furnace. With so much energy supply, god beads were born in the depths of the god tower. In addition to these god beads, a virtual divine lattice that had already condensed half is also slowly taking shape at the moment. At the moment when the divine personality was completely condensed, a hazy female figure floated out and held the divine personality in his hand. There was even someone in the god tower, and even Ning Xiaochuan didn't feel it. Sea-covering demon god, Jiu Tian Lao Zu, Jiu Di Lao Zu, magic casting, dragon releasing demon. These secondary gods from Xinhe civilization fell one by one. When these secondary gods entered the Dian world, they were so energetic, but at this moment, they all became the energy of the Dan furnace. Even in the Xinhe civilization, these secondary gods are the existence of a generation of Tianjiao. Now they all fall here, and their resentment before they die simply pervades the whole Dian world. How could I die here? I'm not reconciled. The way of heaven is unfair. Ning Xiaochuan, I want to curse you and the whole Dian world. These grievances turned into a sad roar, echoing all over Dian world. After hearing these roars, many creatures in Dian world immediately flushed their eyes, breeding demons in their hearts, losing their hearts, and becoming evil masters who do all kinds of evil. These secondary gods are unwilling to die and still want to curse Dian world. If these grievances are not cleared away, Dian world will still face a catastrophe. Ning Xiaochuan readily pinches the last secondary god of the source world, and is ready to clean up these grievances. At this time, there was a roar behind him. Ning Xiaochuan, you should have killed all the secondary gods from the Xinhe civilization. Doing so will bring disaster to our Dian world. Now the Dian world is boiling with resentment, and these evil consequences are all caused by you. It was the ancestor of Yushu who spoke. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan killed all the sub-gods of Xinhe civilization, but he did not attack these sub-gods of Dian world. Watching Ning Xiaochuan kill all the secondary gods of Xinhe civilization, these secondary gods of Dian world all looked stunned, but they were also a little angry. They also want to rely on these secondary gods in the source world to enter the great forces of Xinhe civilization for cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan, you are indeed a little rash in doing so. Others don't say that these secondary gods of the source world have no malice to our Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan, you have ruined my good deed. If it weren't for you, maybe I would be a god now and be able to protect Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan, what's the matter with this powerful force on you? Have you pulled out the origin of the world? Several secondary gods are almost all blaming Ning Xiaochuan. They are different from these secondary gods of Xinhe civilization. From the beginning, the secondary gods of Xinhe civilization made it clear that the chariots and horses were hostile to Ning Xiaochuan in the end, so they immediately ran away after feeling the strong power of Ning Xiaochuan. Although these secondary gods of Dian world know that Ning Xiaochuan's strength has far exceeded them at the moment, they don't worry about anything. They have seen that Ning Xiaochuan kills only those masters of Xinhe civilization. Ning Xiaochuan looked back at these secondary gods. He knew in his heart that it was because of the existence of these secondary gods that Dian world could save the last trace of vitality. From this point of view alone, Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to be too stiff with these secondary gods. Several predecessors, these masters of Shinha civilization, don't take our creatures in the world seriously at all and slaughter them wantonly. Now I kill them, but it's just a tooth for a tooth. As for the grievances that permeate at the moment, I will naturally solve them all by myself. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's softness, old Master Yushu suddenly snorted coldly and stood up and said, "It's easy for you to solve it yourself. Even if you solve these grievances, can you pacify the forces behind these secondary gods? If the forces behind these secondary gods know that you killed these secondary gods, our Dian world will not live in peace in the future." Although the ancestors of Yushu and others had the determination to fight against the secondary god of Shinha civilization, they did not have the courage to kill each other. This is like an ordinary person being bullied. Although he was forced to resist, he did not dare to resist too much, because he was afraid of the other party's revenge. So at this moment, seeing that Ning Xiaochuan didn't hesitate to kill all the secondary gods of Shinha civilization, Yushu ancestor and others would react like this. If we don't kill these people, our Dian world can't live in peace now. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the old ancestor of Yushu and snorted coldly. He has killed so many people in a row. If it weren't for the fact that Lao Zu Yusu and others were indeed the elders of Dian world and made great contributions to Dian world, he would have killed them all. You know, according to Ning Xiaochuan's assumption, after this war, the Dian world should be completely calmed down, and there should be no more fighting between forces and faction valves, and then take a good rest. However, the existence of these secondary gods in front of us will plant the seeds of instability in Dian world. Because behind these secondary gods, there are mostly a group of fanatical believers, such as the Buddhists behind the Dharma god Buddha and the monks behind the ancestor Yushu. Once there is no threat from the foreign enemy of Shinha civilization, these crazy believers will certainly start a new round of fighting. And secondary gods such as Dharma Buddha are the backers behind these crazy believers. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, Xing Long, the Lord of Heaven, stood up and stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly. "Ning Xiaochuan, we are all the elders of Dian world and have made great contributions to Dian world. Do you still want to kill us? Kill us, and the name of the evil demon on your body will never be washed clean." At this moment, Dharma Buddha also began to nod and say, "Yes, we are the heroes who saved the Dian world. If you are against us, the whole creatures of the Dian world will scold you for your evil deeds." Master Yushu frowned and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you have heard our opinions. In order to avoid the Dian world being destroyed by you, you will follow us to the source world and apologize to those big forces in the source world in person. At that time, with the protection of the source world, the Dian world can be completely safe." Hearing these gods' words, Ning Xiaochuan's anger rushed up again. "Shut up, all of you. I prefer Ogawa to do things, and only do what I think is right. Even if people all over the world scold me for being evil, will I be afraid? Since you feel that you are heroes of Dian world, then continue to contribute to Dian world." Ning Xiaochuan drank coldly, waved and grabbed at these gods. In the consternation of these gods, Ning Xiaochuan directly caught them all in his hands. Then, Ning Xiaochuan appeared in front of a door of man and God. The master of Zijin Emperor has entered the source world, and his cultivation has not been restored, and he has to protect the Tianjiao of Dian world. I'm afraid the situation will be very difficult. You all go to the source world to help the master of Zijin Emperor. Grasping these secondary gods, Ning Xiaochuan directly threw them all into the gate of human god. At the next moment, Ning Xiaochuan punched 7 times in a row and blew up all the remaining doors of human god. So far, the channels of Shinha civilization and Dian world have all disappeared. In the depths of the starry sky far away from Dian world, a huge palace stands in the starry sky. This hall is so large that even a planet looks a little small compared with it. At the moment that the gate of human and god and Dian world was blasted by Ning Xiaochuan, the silent palace suddenly shook, and a column of light shot out from the depths of the hall, illuminating the nearby stars. Several figures appeared in the palace and quickly rushed to the place where the light column appeared. At the moment, where the light column shines on the deep part of the hall, there were countless mysterious runes painted here, but now, these runes seem a little scattered. If you are a little close to these runes, you can clearly feel the power of space scattered above. The man-god gate leading to Dian world was destroyed, and none of the 10 demon saints came back. Don't worry about those fools. It's great credit for us to take the princess back from Dian world in this war of apotheosis. That's right, but when the princess came back, her breath was quite unstable. I heard that she provoked the demon god adult to be quite dissatisfied. Several figures talked to each other for a few words, and then disappeared again. Then, the light column gradually disappeared. For the almost boundless Hong demon star domain, if it weren't for the demon god princess this time, not many people would pay attention to the battle of gods. At the beginning, Shinha civilization paid attention to the war of gods, because the war of gods could produce gods in large quantities. If one side can get these new gods, its power will immediately soar. But now in the battle of gods, the probability of becoming gods has become lower and lower. In the recent wars of gods, only a few people are lucky enough to become gods. These newly born gods have little impact on the pattern of Shinha civilization. Therefore, there are only a few people in the whole Hong demon star domain who pay attention to the war of gods. Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan has eliminated all the secondary gods' resentments floating between heaven and earth. These resentments are also a kind of energy. After being refined by the Dan furnace, they almost condensed into a new god-receiving bead in the god-receiving tower again. Ning Xiaochuan stood at the entrance of the god-receiving tower, grabbed several hands at the god-receiving tower, and then grabbed all the god-receiving beads in the god-receiving tower. 10 god beads can condense into a false god. Ning Xiaochuan has caught at least dozens of god beads in his hands at this moment. Put these god-receiving beads away, and Ning Xiaochuan looked at the entrance of the god-receiving tower in surprise. Before, he felt that there should be a divine lattice in the god-receiving tower. But at this moment, this divine personality disappeared. When the deity disappeared before, I seemed to feel the breath of the demon tablet. Could it be Shiji demon queen who took away the deity? Ning Xiaochuan guessed a possibility in his heart, but he was not sure. His strike just now forced these secondary gods out. With Shiji's cultivation, it should be impossible to resist Ning Xiaochuan's blow. And now Ning Xiaochuan has not found the shadow of Shiji demon in the god-receiving tower. After pondering for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan put the matter aside. Ning Xiaochuan didn't mind that the divine personality fell into Shiji's hands. Giving her the divine personality was also Ning Xiaochuan's compensation. After the god lattice and god beads in the god-receiving tower all disappeared, the light door hanging in the sky slowly disappeared. The battle of the gods is now completely over. However, Ning Xiaochuan's disaster is not over. High above the Dian world, a glittering boat appeared here, and Dan Tai's blood sink calmly stepped on the boat and looked at Ning Xiaochuan from a distance. Although Ning Xiaochuan and Dan Tai ESR are at least tens of thousands of miles away, with their strength at the moment, this distance is nothing at all. They can even see each other's eyelashes clearly. Just staring for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan's figure and Dan Tai's bloody figure suddenly rushed to each other. After all, there will be a war between the heirs of the destruction of the world and the heirs of the destruction of the world. Like two meteorites hitting each other, a ripple like shock wave emanates from the place where the two hit. Two virtual shadows of gods with divine power blocked Dan Tai's blood sedimentation in front of him. Ning Xiaochuan, holding a magic sword, passed directly through the two virtual shadows. The phantom of these two gods broke like soap bubbles. Finally, the magic sword in Ning Xiaochuan's hand stabbed Dan Taishueshen's body. A layer of blood-red light was released from Dan Taishueshen, just blocking the assassination of the world-destroying demon sword. Just after a moment of stalemate, Dan Tai's bloody face suddenly changed. A powerful force was directly transmitted from the world-destroying demon sword, and Dan Tai's blood sedimentation was like a stone that was beaten out, flying out. Ning Xiaochuan's figure flashed, then blocked in front of Dan Taishueshen, and then slashed it with a sword. The figure of Dan Tai's erythrocyte sedimentation rate was like a ball, and was immediately chopped in another direction by Ning Xiaochuan again. Boom! 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 Ning Xiaochuan's figure seemed to split into several at once, and Dan Tai's ESR was like a ball under his feet, kicked back and forth by his figures. Finally, Dan Tai's bloody figure suddenly hit the ground, and a deserted continent below was directly knocked away by her. Ning Xiaochuan, holding the magic sword in his hand, stood in the air, looked down, and his eyes were full of dignity. He had felt that Dan Tai ESR had completely fused with the Jinghong ghost ship at the moment, and rushed towards him again. The crystal red ghost ship is worthy of being one of the 3 most precious treasures of the way to destroy the world. In this case, it can protect Dan Tai ESR from death. Although he just tried 2 moves just now, Ning Xiaochuan knew that it was impossible for him to kill Dan Taishueshen here today. Ning Xiaochuan, you have obtained such a powerful power, but this power is not the power of the world-destroying way, so this power will leave you sooner or later. Now I can't kill you, but when you recover, you still have to die. With a cold drink, the crystal red ghost ship rushed out from under the ground. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and drank coldly. First try to escape my seal. With a slight step, Ning Xiaochuan appeared in front of the Jinghong ghost ship that had just rushed up from the ground. A flash of light released from Ning Xiaochuan, like a net, netted the crystal red ghost ship in the middle. This optical network is getting tighter and tighter, and the light is getting denser and denser. A moment later, a cocoon-like thing appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan, which was the Jinghong ghost ship sealed by Ning Xiaochuan, and Dan Tai ESR was also sealed in it. Although it was sealed, Dan Tai erythrocyte sedimentation rate was obviously still struggling. The seal of this light cocoon shape was constantly bumped from all directions at the moment. Obviously, Dan Tai ESR is trying its best to urge the Jinghong ghost ship to hit the seal. Looking at the changing shape of the cocoon, Ning Xiaochuan's expression became more and more dignified. Such a seal can't seal Dan Tai's ESR at all. Sooner or later, she will break the seal. But now Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know what to do with Dan Tai ESR. You can't kill or seal it. Facing such an opponent, I'm afraid everyone will have a headache. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's really impossible. We can only find a way to suppress her in Dian world first. Dan Tai ESR is different from those secondary gods of Shinha civilization. Because of the relationship between Jinghong ghost ship, Dan Tai ESR does not need to pass through the door of man and god from Shinha civilization to Dian world. This is also the reason why Ning Xiaochuan did not throw Dan Tai ESR back to Shinha civilization from the door of man and god. A door of man and god is nothing at all for Dan Tai ESR. Even without relying on the door of man and god, Dan Tai ESR can shuttle through the void and come to Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan, did you kill all the masters of Shinha civilization? Indeed, he deserves to be my brother. He's so awesome that he didn't humiliate me. When Ning Xiaochuan was thinking about how to deal with Dan Tai ESR, a lazy voice appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's ear. You Mingsong. Although he didn't look back, it was enough for Ning Xiaochuan to distinguish who was talking to him at the moment just because he wanted to beat him. Ning Xiaochuan turned around in the air, and sure enough, he saw Yu Mingsong scratching his ears and cheeks and flying over from one side. Seeing that it was indeed Yu Mingsong, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly looked strange. When the Emperor Zijin took Tianting away before, Ning Xiaochuan clearly saw that Yu Mingsong was also in those Tianjiao. But now, Yu Mingsong unexpectedly appears here again. From the beginning of knowing Yu Mingsong, Ning Xiaochuan felt that he was a little strange, and now, this feeling is even more obvious to the extreme. What are you looking at me like this? Am I handsome? Noticing Ning Xiaochuan's strange look, Yu Mingsong eagerly took out a mirror from his arms, looked back and forth several times, relaxed, and said to himself, "It's really handsome again. This guy is completely the same." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head helplessly. This familiar narcissistic posture of Yu Mingsong makes Ning Xiaochuan feel at ease. Although Yu Mingsong looks a little unreliable, Ning Xiaochuan knows that this guy is still very reliable at the critical moment. Shaking his head, Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Why are you here?" "I saw you follow the purple and gold emperor through the door of God and enter the source world." "What?" "I entered the source world with the purple and gold emperor." Yu Mingsong's action of looking at the mirror stagnated. A moment later, his face suddenly showed a distressed look, and he said with a sad face, lying in the trough, "I was trapped by someone, completely." "Was bitten?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at Yu Mingsong strangely. Since knowing Yu Mingsong, Ning Xiaochuan has always seen Yu Mingsong's pitching people. Besides Ning Xiaochuan himself, Ning Xiaochuan has never seen anyone who can pitch Yu Mingsong. "Of course, I was cheated by someone. Today, a junior sister of the Divine Reserve secretly sent me a message saying that she would date me. Of course, I was embarrassed to disappoint the junior sister, so I left a double puppet in the Divine Reserve and came out on a date by myself. In the end, someone stood me up. Now it seems that it must be the junior sister. She knew that the disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace would enter the source world today, so she gave me a hole. It is said that the source world is full of miraculous drugs. You can step on the supreme artifact with one step. I dream of going to the source world. This great opportunity was so wasted by me." It seemed that he was extremely disappointed. Yu Mingsong was very exaggerated and began to cry. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Yu Mingsong with a cold face and cried. This kind of lie, which is almost full of loopholes, can be taken out by Yu Mingsong without hesitation to deceive people. Staring at Yu Mingsong for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "Wait until I seal Dan Tai ESR first, and then come back to you." Ning Xiaochuan was about to leave with the light cocoon that sealed Dan Tai's erythrocyte sedimentation rate in his hand. Yu Mingsong stopped crying, stretched out his hand to hold Ning Xiaochuan, stared at the light cocoon in Ning Xiaochuan's hand and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, do you want to seal this thing in Dian world?" "Yes, with the power of the artifact of Guishu, I can at least seal Dan Tai ESR for 10 years. 10 years later, I will fight with Dan Tai ESR again." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said his plan. Dan Tai ESR, protected by the crystal red ghost ship, is almost impossible to be killed. Therefore, there is only one way to drive her out of Dian world, that is, Ning Xiaochuan defeated her personally. Although 10 years is too short, Ning Xiaochuan is confident that he will defeat Dan Tai ESR in 10 years. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan's voice fell, Yu Mingsong shook his head and muttered, 10 years, what you think is too good. In my opinion, you can only trap her for 1 year at most. After turning around the cocoon in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, Yu Ming nodded loosely again and added, "I take back what I just said. Now I feel that it's good if you can trap the things in this seal for half a year." "Half a year?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at Yu Mingsong with some astonishment. Although some doubted Yu Mingsong's judgment, Ning Xiaochuan knew in his heart that what Yu Mingsong said would not be false. Yu Mingsong turned his eyes to Ning Xiaochuan, glanced over and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, why is this force on you so unstable? It seems to have been dissipating all the time. Lying in the trough, it won't be half a year later, and you won't have the strength you have now." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "At most, I can maintain this strength for another day." It's no secret that the energy in the body is dissipating, so Ning Xiaochuan doesn't hide Yu Mingsong. Yu Mingsong was stunned for a moment, and immediately grinned and cried again, "It's only one day, lying in the trough, Ning Xiaochuan, I'm going to be cheated by you again. I'm so handsome. This beautiful woman who will be sealed by you in half a year will come to the door and be insulted 100 times. No, Ning Xiaochuan, you have to seal her far away from me, and the best people inside will never be able to unseal." Ning Xiaochuan was ready to leave directly, but when he heard Yu Mingsong's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, looked back at Yu Mingsong and said, "Yu Mingsong, do you have any good way to seal her? It can make her never escape." "No, how can I know how to seal others forever?" Yu Mingsong began to shake his head decisively. However, after shaking his head for a few times, Yu Mingsong's bearded face leaned close to Ning Xiaochuan's ear and said with a smile, "Although I don't know the way to seal her forever, it's still no problem to seal her for thousands of years." Sealed for tens of thousands of years? Ning Xiaochuan looked at Yu Mingsong and his eyes became hot. "Then don't you say it quickly." Yu Mingsong laughed, took out a crystal-clear jade bottle and swayed in front of Ning Xiaochuan. "Tianni, holy water." Seeing this vial, Ning Xiaochuan immediately identified it, and rolled his eyes at Yu Mingsong. "If you want to use Tianni holy water to deal with Dantai ESR, you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. The world-destroying Tao of Dantai ESR has been cultivated successfully. Even if she was really poisoned by Tianni holy water, she won't be polite to us after detoxification." Yu Mingsong gathered in front of Ning Xiaochuan and said with a sly look on his face, "Of course not a drop, so I'm going to help you get 100,000 drops of Tianni holy water. When the time comes, you feed that girl a drop every few days, and 100,000 drops of Tianni holy water to let her drink. Even if she is a descendant of the world-destroying Tao, it will have to be postponed for thousands of years. Do you have 100,000 drops of heavenly holy water?" Ning Xiaochuan said silently. On this day, a holy water is the holy thing of Yin and Yang saints. It's good to have a few drops in the whole Dian world. 100,000 drops is simply Arabian Nights. No. Yu Mingsong answered simply, shook his head and said, "I don't care about the specific implementation, I just want to say what I think. In fact, you can take a risk and try it with a drop of Tianni holy water. In case she becomes your woman, her character will change greatly from then on. How about husband singing wife's harmony? Then you will be the hero to save Dian world. I'd better continue to seal Tantai ESR." Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yu Mingsong and immediately continued to fly away. At the moment, Yu Mingsong held Ning Xiaochuan again and said, "What are you doing in such a hurry? I'm discussing a way with you. In fact, in addition to the way just now, I have another way here, but it depends on whether you dare to do it." This time Ning Xiaochuan just looked at Yu Mingsong and didn't speak, but he had made up his mind that if Yu Mingsong was still so unreliable, he would definitely turn around and leave immediately. Yu Mingsong looked a lot more serious at the moment, and his face, which looked like it was beaten, was also rare and dignified. Stretching out his hand and pointing to his head, Yu Mingsong said, "Ning Xiaochuan, there are actually countless stars above our heads. Each of these stars is a world, and each world is not much smaller than our Dian world. You should know all these, but what I want to say is something different among these stars." "Something different in the stars?" Ning Xiaochuan has some interest. Yu Mingsong continued, "Yes, among these stars, there may be a terrible celestial body. This celestial body is different from these stars, and has a strong suction. Even nearby stars may be absorbed by these celestial bodies. The way I want to tell you now is that you find such a celestial body, and then throw the heirloom down, and then she will be dead." Is this guy asking me to find a black hole? Ning Xiaochuan was suddenly surprised. Ning Xiaochuan is not very interested in astronomy, but he still knows common sense about stars and black holes. At the moment, Yu Ming said that it was simply a black hole. However, the method Yu Mingsong said this time is still unreliable. Although Ning Xiaochuan's strength is superb now, it is simply impossible to cross the void and find a black hole in the vast starry sky. Moreover, with the terrible existence of a black hole, if Ning Xiaochuan is close to the past, he may even be swallowed up by the black hole. Yu Mingsong seemed to see Ning Xiaochuan's idea at the moment. After laughing, a silver metal disc appeared in his hand. This disc is like a thin plate, which is pinched in the palm of Yu Mingsong's hand. Ning Xiaochuan, this is my treasure at the bottom of the box. This thing is called the broken boundary boat. With this thing, you can traverse in the void, and even enter the Shinhe civilization directly from the Dian world. It is not impossible to find a special celestial body. It is not a matter of pediatrics. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the disc in Yu Mingsong's hand in shock. It was the first time he had heard of such a powerful treasure. You should know that only real gods can cross the void and reach Shinhe civilization from Dian world. Under gods, even secondary gods cannot cross the void. You can't lie, can you? Ning Xiaochuan looked at Yu Mingsong suspiciously. He still didn't believe that this broken boundary boat could take him to Shinhe civilization. Ning Xiaochuan's query immediately made Yu Mingsong furious. Ning Xiaochuan, you are my neighbor who insulted my disciple of the world's first tool smelter. Even the disciples of the world's first tool smelter chose to be my neighbor because of my good character. You even questioned me. In that case, I'll keep this boundary-breaking boat myself. When I have the ability, I'll rely on it to go to Shinhe civilization. Yes, of course. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't let Yu Mingsong put the broken boundary boat away. After grabbing it directly, he frowned and said, you just said that you can go to Shinhe civilization after you have the ability. So there are other conditions to urge the broken boundary boat. This is crossing the void. There is no sub-god level strength. Do you want to die? With your current strength, it will take about 2 days to reach the Shinhe civilization if you try your best to urge the boundary-breaking boat. But if this power dissipates on you, even with the help of the boundary-breaking boat, it will take you 10,000 years to get to the review civilization. Yu Mingsong broke his fingers and calculated. 10,000 years. Then you didn't say it earlier. Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a look of surprise, and then he disappeared anxiously. Now 2/3 of the energy in his body has been consumed. According to Yu Mingsong, it is this energy that he urges the breaking boat to rely on. If this energy disappears, the speed at which he urges the boundary-breaking boat will be many times slower. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan has no time to delay at the moment. His figure appeared directly beside Ning Xiaochuan and others. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan and others have all sobered up and figured out what happened these days. Brother! Seeing Ning Xiaochuan appear, Ning Xiaochuan ran over with a surprised face and rushed to Ning Xiaochuan's arms. Ning Xiaochuan fondled Ning Xiaochuan's hair, then took out 2 false gods, handed them to the old duke on one side and said, Grandpa, these are 2 false gods. After refining, they can immediately become secondary gods. You and Xian'er can refine one by themselves. After refining, you can become a secondary god, and there are such treasures. The old marquis received the 2 pseudo-gods with a shocked face, but then hesitated and said, Ogawa, your talent is stronger than everyone. You should refine this pseudo-god. I have left one on my body. These 2 pseudo-gods are still for Grandpa to deal with. In addition, there are these treasures. Grandpa, you can leave them all. Ning Xiaochuan waved and left all the treasures he had grabbed before. Then his figure turned and he came to Tang Xiuyao again. As the peerless goddess of the Tang nationality, Tang Xiuyao's talent is absolutely no less than those talents in the heavenly palace. However, because of Ning Xiaochuan's involvement, she was also sealed in the dungeon of the heaven, and failed to go to the Shinhe civilization with the purple and gold emperor. At the moment, although he has been rescued, Tang Xiuyao's look is obviously a little gloomy. It was not until Ning Xiaochuan appeared in front of her that her expression slightly increased. This is the false god lattice left by your Tang ancestors. If you refine it, you will immediately become a secondary god. Now I give this false god lattice to you. In Ning Xiaochuan's hand, there appeared the pseudo-god that he had obtained in Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan has decided to leave Dian world immediately to find the black hole to seal Tantai ESR and directly enter Shinha civilization. So at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan wants to try to arrange things in Dian world properly. At this moment, there is no secondary god in Dian world. Except for the two unfathomable masters of Little Golden Ginseng's grandfather and Sui Hanyu, no one can threaten the people of Jiangnan Marquis Mansion who have refined the pseudo-god. What's more, there is Yu Ningxing, an apotheosis messenger, who is refining his divine personality in Dian world. With these arrangements, Ning Xiaochuan can also leave Dian world at ease. However, he now has a boundary-breaking boat in his hand. According to his plan, as long as he cultivates to the realm of sub-god in the Shinha civilization, he will be able to return to Dian world immediately. Tang Shuyao stared at the pseudo-god in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, from which she could feel the feeling connected with her own blood. Silently taking over this divine personality, Tang Shuyao looked up at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Are you leaving Dian world?" Not only Tang Shuyao, the old marquis, and Ning Shiner, but also all surrounded at the moment. They also saw that Ning Xiaochuan was clearly making the final arrangement at the moment. Yes, I have to leave Dian world for a period of time now, but don't worry, I'll be back soon. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Ning Xiaochuan is not prepared to hide the fact that he left Dian world. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Tang Shiyao's face hung a little gloomy again, murmuring. Ning Xiaochuan glanced around the crowd, and from the faces of Ning Shiner and others, he also saw a gloomy look. But at this time, he had no time to appease everyone carefully. After barely explaining a few words, Ning Xiaochuan's figure directly appeared on the edge of the wall membrane of Dian world. As long as he breaks through the continental membrane in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan can enter the vast void. Are you leaving? The figure of Yu Ningxing suddenly appeared at the moment. Since just now, Yu Ningxing has been silently watching the whereabouts of Ning Xiaochuan in the sky. After I leave, everything in Dian world will be left to you. Ning Xiaochuan looked dignified and gently hugged Yu Ningxing. Then he broke the wall membrane in front of him and disappeared in front of Yu Ningxing. Yu Ningxing was still flushed and panting because of Ning Xiaochuan's action just now. It took a long time before he calmed down and silently stared at the wall membrane on his head to bless Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, at a place in Dian world, Yu Mingsong tilted his head and glanced at his head casually. Then he patted his head and said, "Grass, I forgot to tell Ning Xiaochuan that my broken boat is defective and can only be used once." Standing on the ground blinked, Yu Mingsong's annoyed look immediately disappeared. "Now I can't catch up." "Forget it, anyway, when he becomes a god, he can come back." Ning Xiaochuan stood in the void, and a cold feeling into the bone marrow immediately filled his body. The void of the universe is like this, which is the forbidden zone of all life. Except for gods, ordinary people spend too long in the void of the universe, and may even become dead objects directly. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan has more boundary-breaking boats in his hands. Otherwise, he won't even think about entering the void of the universe until he breaks through the spiritual cultivation. Waving to take out the broken boundary boat, the palm-sized broken boundary boat quickly grew in front of Ning Xiaochuan. After the broken boundary boat became tens of meters in diameter, Ning Xiaochuan stepped up and merged with the broken boundary boat. After Ning Xiaochuan entered the broken boundary boat in the shape of a disc, it immediately made a buzzing sound. Immediately, the broken boundary boat became a little unreal. At the next moment, the boundary-breaking boat has disappeared outside the walls of Dian world. Crossing the void of the universe is not simply crossing the terrible distance between stars, but more importantly, breaking through various space faults contained in the void of the universe. If Ning Xiaochuan flies with his body, I'm afraid he can't leave Dian World too far after flying for a year. It is even possible that Ning Xiaochuan was trapped in a space vault for hundreds of years, and after coming out, he remained in place. The role of the boundary-breaking boat is to break these cosmic faults. Sitting in the broken boundary boat, Ning Xiaochuan immediately saw that there were circles of ripple-like waves around the broken boundary boat, and the broken boundary boat crossed through these waves. Every time he passed through a circle of ripples, Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt that he had advanced a terrible distance of unknown tens of thousands of miles. With just a breath, Ning Xiaochuan saw a huge star in front of him. If the star is seen from Dian World, it is estimated to be the size of a light spot. But now in front of Ning Xiaochuan, this star is huge, and its area is even countless times larger than that of Dian World. The breaking boat flashed past the star, and then more and more stars began to appear in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was originally prepared to continue his cultivation in the broken boundary boat, but at this moment, seeing these magnificent cosmic stars, Ning Xiaochuan's attention was immediately attracted and he was not in the mood to continue his cultivation. Through the outer wall of the boundary-breaking boat, Ning Xiaochuan can clearly see everything in the universe. A huge tree as big as the world flashed away in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan had no time to be surprised, but he saw a monster bigger than any star, snoring loudly, sleeping and floating in the starry sky of the universe. Even across the broken boundary boat, Ning Xiaochuan can feel the powerful breath emanating from this huge monster. A monster that can float and sleep in the starry sky of the universe is actually much stronger than ordinary gods. Just when Ning Xiaochuan was a little scared, the huge monster suddenly turned over, and the huge stars that had been floating around him were immediately crushed. Fortunately, there is no life on these stars, so this monster did not cause any killing. But this alone is enough to shock Ning Xiaochuan. Now he has seen so many incredible scenes, before he even reached the Xinhe civilization. This shows how amazing the Xinhe civilization should be. Successive shocking pictures appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. But later, Ning Xiaochuan has ignored these, because the energy in his body has begun to decline rapidly at the moment. According to Ning Xiaochuan's estimation, this group of energy can support T Kung Fu at most. After T, if I still can't find a black hole, I can only directly give Dan Tai ESR out here. Ning Xiaochuan sat cross-legged in the broken boundary boat, thinking carefully in his heart. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan's hand appeared a false god and 6 god beads. Although Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to refine the pseudo-godhead, he took a pseudo-godhead with him for safety. This treasure that can make secondary gods is a precious treasure everywhere. Moreover, in addition to the divine personality, Ning Xiaochuan has 6 god-receiving beads in his hand. 10 god beads can be condensed into a false god lattice. Ning Xiaochuan now has only 6 in his hand, and he can't form a false god lattice at all. However, these 6 god beads contain a lot of energy. Ning Xiaochuan can use the energy of these god beads to practice in the universe. After drinking tea, Ning Xiaochuan's breath weakened. At this moment, the powerful energy in his body has completely dissipated. Almost at this moment, the speed of the boundary-breaking boat fell rapidly. Originally, the boundary-breaking boat seemed to shuttle in circles of ripples, and it could pass through countless circles of ripples in an instant. But now, the speed of the boundary-breaking boat has been reduced countless times, and shuttling through the void is like falling into a quagmire. Although Ning Xiaochuan is still trying his best to urge the boundary-breaking boat at the moment, the speed of the boundary-breaking boat is still constantly slowing down. Sitting in the broken boundary boat, watching a huge star slowly wipe past him, Ning Xiaochuan can only scold Yu Mingsong in his heart, except for his eyes. Lieutenant General Yu Mingsongko said that it was so easy to shuttle through the void that even Ning Xiaochuan was misled into thinking that it would be very easy to cross the void this time. But judging from the current situation, if there is no other way, Ning Xiaochuan will almost be trapped and die in this void. Ning Xiaochuan, what is this place? Lying in a trough, why did you come to the void? Just as Ning Xiaochuan frowned and pondered, a scream suddenly sounded in his ear. At the same time, a figure emerged from Ning Xiaochuan's wrist. This figure is impressively the Shadow Sage who was previously banned by Ning Xiaochuan. Now the energy in Ning Xiaochuan's body used to block the Shadow Emperor has disappeared, so the Shadow Emperor naturally reappears in front of Ning Xiaochuan. After distinguishing Ning Xiaochuan's situation at the moment, the Shadow Emperor was immediately surprised. You know, even the secondary god has no ability to cross the void. Only Ning Xiaochuan, who created the realm, entered the void of the universe and was simply looking for his own death. Broken boundary boat, you unexpectedly found such a baby, no wonder you will have the courage to enter the void of the universe. After the Shadow Saint appeared, he just glanced around once and shouted the name of the broken boundary boat. Although it's just another person's breath, the Shadow Emperor is more knowledgeable than ordinary gods in terms of knowledge. I almost forgot this guy. Looking at the Shadow Emperor emerging from his wrist, Ning Xiaochuan's face showed some joy. Now in this situation, Ning Xiaochuan has no way at all, but with the insight of the Shadow Emperor, he may be able to find a way. Immediately, Ning Xiaochuan did not hide the Shadow Emperor, and told him his situation at the moment. Although the Shadow Emperor was still angry, Ning Xiaochuan didn't listen to his advice and consumed the original energy. However, he and Ning Xiaochuan were already born together. In this situation, he immediately forgot all the previous things and began to think of ways for Ning Xiaochuan wholeheartedly. If you want to urge the boundary-breaking boat, you need at least the strength of the sub-god level. Your strength is still a little poor. Hey, the energy of these beads around you is very pure, which can be used to urge the boundary-breaking boat. At this moment, the attention of the Shadow Emperor has focused on the pseudo-godhead taken out by Ning Xiaochuan. The pseudo-godhead is a treasure that can make secondary gods, and the energy contained in it is naturally the existence of secondary gods. Ning Xiaochuan probably didn't think about using the pseudo-godhead to urge the breaking boat, but in addition to refining the pseudo-godhead, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't think of any other way to use the pseudo-godhead. So at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan immediately asked this question. The Shadow Sage was impolite, posing as a teacher and said, "You don't even know how to use the power of the false god, Ning Xiaochuan. It seems that I have to popularize common sense for you." Common sense. Ning Xiaochuan eyebrows picked. He could feel that what the Shadow Sage King said next must be very important to him, so he didn't talk nonsense at the moment, but quietly listened to the Shadow Sage King. The Shadow Sage nodded and said, "You are also an expert in the realm of creation, and you are about to practice in the realm of secondary gods. You should know why martial artists must seize the realm of creation to become secondary gods." Ning Xiaochuan frowned and said, "Because the secondary god is about to begin to condense the divine personality. Only by seizing nature can he be qualified to condense the divine personality." What is nature? Nature is actually a trace of true meaning between heaven and earth. Only when we understand the true meaning of this silk, we will have the first group of energy to condense the divine personality. Although everyone understands nature in different ways, the essence of nature is the same. The key to the problem is the divine personality. What is the divine personality? Have you thought about this? The Shadow Sage asked again. This time, Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment and said, "The divine personality should be a higher energy." Ning Xiaochuan also had a divine personality in his hand before, so he was quite clear about the essence of divine personality. When Ning Xiaochuan grabbed the divine personality, he really felt that the divine personality was a pure energy composition. When he felt this, Ning Xiaochuan was quite surprised, because the god seemed to begin to understand the existence of laws, and there was even no trace of laws in the godhead. Yes, the godhead is a high-level energy, but just refining a high-level energy can become a god. Don't you think this is a little too simple? The Shadow Sage stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and saw that Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a thoughtful look, he continued, "In fact, this involves two ways to become gods, from the cultivation of secondary gods to gods. At present, there are two ways in total. One is to become gods with energy similar to refining gods, and the other is to understand laws, which is called law of becoming gods." Ning Xiaochuan is now deeply aware that having an old family is like having a treasure. Now he is even a little lucky that he left the Shadow Emperor with him. Energy becomes God and law becomes God. These are two basic ways to become God. The Shadow Emperor is still explaining for Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. Energy into God, as the name suggests, is to raise the energy in your body to the level of God, and then you can become a god. And the law becomes God, that is to understand the law strong enough to become a god. There is no doubt that the path of becoming God by law is much more difficult than that of becoming God by energy, but similarly, the spirit of becoming God by law is countless times stronger than the spirit of becoming God by energy in the same realm. It can be said that in the same realm, 100 gods who become gods with energy may not be able to win a strong man who becomes gods with law. After hearing the explanation of the Shadow Sage, Ning Xiaochuan immediately couldn't help asking, if the difference between energy and law is so huge, why would anyone choose energy to become God? The Shadow Sage lifted his lips and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, don't think that everyone is like you," and begins to understand the law of destruction before reaching the realm of secondary God. It is very difficult for ordinary people to understand the law, so they can only choose the path of energy to become God. In fact, in high-level civilization, except for some genius figures who have special confidence in themselves, most people choose energy to become God. So, even in the Shinha civilization, the number of gods who become gods by law is very small? Ning Xiaochuan nodded. After knowing that you can't become a god by practicing the law, it's a wise move to refine the god and take the path of energy to become a god. After all, as long as you become a god, you almost have permanent life. Moreover, there is a law of becoming God with energy, which can never be compared with the advantage of becoming God, that is, the cultivation speed is extremely fast. In the same realm, the god who becomes God by law is indeed countless times stronger than the god who becomes God by energy. But the problem is, when two people who are promoted to the realm of gods at the same time, one is still in the realm of gods, while the other has been promoted to the realm of true gods, it's really hard to say who is weak and who is strong. Because of this consideration, there are so many energy in Shinha civilization to become God's strong ones. Even many strong people who could become gods by law will eventually give up the path of becoming gods by law and choose energy to become gods. Ning Xiaochuan listened carefully to the Shadow Emperor explain all this. He is now the 7th level of the realm of creation, and is about to break through to the secondary god, followed by the realm of gods, so it's no harm to know more such information. Otherwise, when he begins to become a god, his eyes will be black, and then he will be speechless. After listening to the Shadow Emperor's explanation for a long time, Ning Xiaochuan finally opened his mouth and asked, "So, I can take this pseudo-god as a source of energy and use it to urge this broken boat?" Theoretically, there is no problem. You can try those ordinary beads first. The Shadow Sage nodded. The ordinary beads in his mouth are the 6 god-receiving beads. Ning Xiaochuan was not vague, and immediately held the 2 god beads in his hands. Then the energy on the god bead began to gush out and madly drilled into Ning Xiaochuan's body. Because of the penetration of these energies, Ning Xiaochuan's body surface even lit up slightly, as if he had become a light man. So little energy? Ning Xiaochuan refined the energy of the 2 god beads into his body, and then opened his eyes, frowned and muttered. The energy of 2 connecting beads poured into his body, making Ning Xiaochuan feel as if 2 spikes had pierced his body. However, no matter how sharp the spike is, it is only 2 spikes. Ning Xiaochuan was stunned by its small size. Ning Xiaochuan looked surprised, but he didn't see it. The Shadow Sage standing opposite him looked even more stunned. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan with a shocked face, the Shadow Emperor grinned for a long time. Ning Xiaochuan, you absorbed a fifth of the energy of a pseudo-god, and you can even talk directly like nothing happened. What? What's the problem? Ning Xiaochuan twisted his body, and then looked up at the Shadow Emperor with a stunned face. The Shadow Emperor glanced up and down at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Of course, there is a problem. You are now creating the 7th level of the realm of incarnation. The energy of a pseudo-god is really too huge for you. Even if the 2 beads you just refined are only 1/5 of the energy of a pseudo-god, but this is not something you can easily bear. Generally, it takes a strong person in the realm of creation at least hundreds of years to refine a pseudo-god, and in the process of refining, he dares not to have any abnormal behavior at all, otherwise he will become possessed and burst. But look at you, you have absorbed 1/5 of the energy of a pseudo-god. It is said that you should have no time to be distracted at this moment, and you should focus all your energy on controlling this energy." The words of the Shadow Sage made Ning Xiaochuan more and more stunned. He rechecked his body. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and shook his head. "I still feel very relaxed. Such a little energy has no burden on me at all. Low-level warriors refine high-level energy. It's good not to be blasted. They can actually feel very relaxed. Something's wrong. Something strange." The body of the Shadow Emperor has completely drilled out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and turned into a shadow-like existence, circling Ning Xiaochuan for several times. Waved his hand, and the Shadow Sage continued, "I'll see if you refine 2 more beads." Ning Xiaochuan waved and took the other 2 god beads into his hands and directly began to refine them. This time, Ning Xiaochuan was also carefully feeling the situation after refining and connecting the divine beads. After refining the 2 connecting beads, Ning Xiaochuan immediately had 2 small and almost imperceptible energy in his body. If it weren't for the fact that these 2 energy sources were not the same as the Reiki in Ning Xiaochuan's body, I'm afraid Ning Xiaochuan couldn't find the existence of these 2 energies at all. The Shadow Emperor has been carefully observing Ning Xiaochuan's situation. At this moment, he finally laughed as if he understood everything. "Ning Xiaochuan, I know what's going on." Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes and looked at the Shadow Emperor. The Shadow Sage is smiling now. Gather around Ning Xiaochuan and say, "Ning Xiaochuan, I thought it was a waste to directly explode the original energy, but now it seems that you didn't get any benefits at all. After the complete explosion of the energy in your body, it actually widened the muscles in your body. I don't know how many times, which is equivalent to greatly improving your cultivation qualification and talent. Simply from this point of view, you can directly explode the original energy, and the benefits you get are even better than keeping it. Its benefits are even greater." "You mean my talent has improved again?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at the Shadow Shinjun Road with some shock. His physique was already supreme. If he continued to improve, Ning Xiaochuan didn't know how much his physique had reached. However, Ning Xiaochuan is also a little confused. If refining a group of high-level source energy can improve the talent, then it is too simple to improve the talent. The Shadow Sage saw Ning Xiaochuan's confusion, so he shook his head and said, "This thing is not as simple as you think. If only ordinary high-level energy erupts in your body, your muscles and veins will burst and die long after the explosion of this energy. Even those gods should be careful to control the high-level energy, not to mention you. But the energy erupted in your body before is different. Do you still remember the source law contained in that energy?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "It's the original law of origin. This is what you told me at the beginning." "Yes, it's the original boundary source law. The function of the original boundary source law is to restore everything, and then fix this form. When you directly erupted this mass of energy before, the original boundary source law inside this mass of energy worked, and the muscles and veins in your body were restored, but then, it was supported by this mass of energy. In this case, you had to burst and die, but because of the relationship between the original world and the source, the abnormality of muscles and veins in your body is therefore fixed. The Shadow Sage said excitedly. Ning Xiaochuan's supreme body was originally the legendary Constitution, and now the Constitution has been strengthened again. Even the Shadow Emperor doesn't know what Ning Xiaochuan's Constitution is at the moment. But what is certain is that people with such a strong constitution, once they become gods, will be much stronger than ordinary gods. If the Shadow Sage was willing to follow Ning Xiaochuan only because of Xiao Jinshan's grandfather, now he has changed his view. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan's strong physique at the moment, he also decided to continue to follow Ning Xiaochuan. Because from now on, the Shadow Emperor began to feel that Ning Xiaochuan would become a peerless strong man in the future. Since the other side will be very awesome in the future, it's certainly not wrong to have a good relationship with him now. At the moment, the Shadow Emperor looked at Ning Xiaochuan as if he were looking at a sweet pastry. I'd better find a way to urge the broken boundary boat first. If there is still no way, even if my constitution is against the sky, I will be trapped here. Ning Xiaochuan's words immediately cooled the excited mood of the Shadow Emperor. After refining 6 connecting beads in a row, Ning Xiaochuan began to break into the boundary-breaking boat with this force in his body. It has to be said that although there is only a little energy after receiving the energy of Shinju into Ning Xiaochuan's body, the quality of this energy is countless times stronger than the aura in Ning Xiaochuan's body. With several successive lines of energy entering the boundary-breaking boat, Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt that the speed of the boundary-breaking boat soared again. At this time, a cosmic celestial body, with a dead breath and even light devouring, appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Black hole. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the terrible celestial body in front of him, and his heart suddenly screamed. At the moment, what appears in front of Ning Xiaochuan is a cosmic black hole. The appearance of the black hole in the universe looks like a big dark mouth split in the cosmic starry sky, and this big mouth is now constantly devouring everything around. Everything around has been swallowed up by this black hole. However, the strong attraction of the black hole has begun to attract celestial bodies far away from the black hole, to spread towards the black hole. A huge star, now attracted by the black hole, came to the edge of the black hole. Immediately, the huge star burst into countless small pieces of powder, which were absorbed by the black hole. Even though there are still unknown space faults away from the black hole, Ning Xiaochuan has faintly felt that the boundary-breaking boat is affected by the suction of the black hole and starts to move slowly towards the black hole. No, this distance is too far. We have to keep getting closer before we can seal Dan Tai ESR. Ning Xiaochuan simply estimated the position of the boundary-breaking boat and the black hole, and then continued to urge the boundary-breaking boat forward. But this time he moved forward very carefully. As long as he felt something wrong, Ning Xiaochuan would immediately retreat. After all, at the moment, he is facing the most terrible celestial body in the universe. If he is a little careless, Ning Xiaochuan himself will fall into it. The plate-shaped boundary-breaking boat broke the space fault near the black hole, and suddenly buzzed, and the boundary-breaking boat entered a place where there was no space fault at all. There is no space fault here. It should be absorbed by the black hole. Ning Xiaochuan glanced around in surprise, and then he stood up with the light cocoon sealed with Dan Tai's blood sedimentation. At the moment, there are still convex marks on the cocoon, as if there was a goblin sealed inside, and this goblin is bumping left and right inside at the moment. Holding the light cocoon in his hand, Ning Xiaochuan's figure slowly emerged outside the broken boundary boat. At the moment of his appearance, Ning Xiaochuan felt a terrible attraction that he could hardly resist. Besides the attraction, Ning Xiaochuan also felt a very unique feeling, which seemed to make his bones a little soft. In this case, Ning Xiaochuan didn't dare to break the boundary and wait outside the boat any longer. He tried his best, and Ning Xiaochuan waved his light cocoon directly towards the black hole. The cocoon of light, emitting faint light, flew quickly towards the black hole at the moment. Before the light cocoon approaches the black hole, the powerful force contained in the black hole has directly torn the light cocoon that sealed the Tan-Tai ESR. Dan-Tai ESR and Jinghong ghost ship appeared in the center of the black hole. Far away, Ning Xiaochuan saw only Dan-Tai's cold face, and then Dan-Tai's blood sedimentation, and the crystal red ghost ship disappeared directly into the black hole. Finally solved a big problem. Ning Xiaochuan's heart relaxed, glanced at the black hole in the distance, and then immediately returned to the broken boundary boat. So this is the power of black holes. Ning Xiaochuan sat cross-legged on the ground of the broken boundary boat. Such close contact with the black hole gave Ning Xiaochuan countless insights. Originally, in the whirlpool of hell, Ning Xiaochuan had understood at least a dozen ways of destruction, but Ning Xiaochuan spent the most effort on the 2 ways of destruction, namely, the original way of destruction and the dark way of destruction. In the environment of hell whirlpool, it is really very suitable for practicing these 2 ways of killing the world. But even so, Ning Xiaochuan was not able to completely cultivate these 2 ways of destroying the world. Then Ning Xiaochuan went into the deep whirlpool of hell, and the practice of these 2 ways of killing the world was naturally shelved again. But at this moment, standing in front of this black hole, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly had a new understanding of these 2 ways of destroying the world. According to Ning Xiaochuan's understanding, the essence of destroying the world is to form a vortex-like energy source in the body, so that the energy in your body is far from exhausted. As long as Ning Xiaochuan understands the origin of the world, he will never have any pressure even if he displays the evil world. But at this moment, seeing the powerful black hole in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly realized that the real way of destroying the world was definitely not as simple as he had previously imagined. The real way of destroying the world should also have an attribute of returning all things to the source. No matter what, as long as Ning Xiaochuan urges the way of destroying the world, it can become its own energy source. Only when the Tao of destroying the origin of the world has such ability, Ning Xiaochuan can truly master the origin of destroying the world. In addition to the original path of destroying the world, Ning Xiaochuan also has a lot of feelings in the dark path of destroying the world at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan realized that the place of the world-destroying dark way is hell, where there is darkness everywhere, and light almost never exists. This place is naturally a good place to practice the world-destroying dark way. But at this moment, seeing the black hole in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan really understood what real darkness is. In hell, Yanquan ancestor can easily make light, and even make a bonfire. But in a black hole, even gods cannot produce light. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Ning Xiaochuan even had an idea to enter the black hole in front of him to practice. However, in the end, Ning Xiaochuan gave up the idea. The black hole in front of him is still a little too dangerous for Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, which is not a place he can step on. Although Ning Xiaochuan is confident, he is never arrogant. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan is unwilling to do anything that goes into the black hole, to die. Waving his hand to take the last pseudonymous lattice into his hand, Ning Xiaochuan separated part of his spirit and began to channel the energy in the pseudonymous lattice into the boundary-breaking boat. With the support of the divine power and the pseudo-godhead, the speed of the boundary-breaking boat soared again, and it broke away from the suction range of the black hole. After changing the direction, the boundary-breaking boat rushed towards the long river with the brightest stars in the universe. This long river of starlight is where Shinha civilization is located. The vast starry sky is almost boundless. To walk in the starry sky, you must have a star map to not lose your way. But it would be much simpler to simply find the location of Shinha civilization. After all, Shinha civilization is the most brilliant existence in the starry sky. As long as you aim at the bright part of the galaxy and rush over, you will reach the Shinha civilization sooner or later. Break the boundary inside the boat. Ning Xiaochuan sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and practiced hard. Since he realized the original path and dark path of extinction from the black hole, Ning Xiaochuan immediately fell into this state of austerity in front of him. Ning Xiaochuan spent a lot of time on his originally lonely trip to the starry sky instead of practicing hard now. If Ning Xiaochuan had the original energy in his body, it would take only 3 days at most for him to reach Shinha civilization from Dian world. But now, although Ning Xiaochuan can start to hurry with the help of the power of the pseudo-god, his speed has long been unknown how many times slower. The original 3 days have been postponed to at least 3 years. Of course, it doesn't matter if we can reach the Shinha civilization in 3 years. But the key to the problem is that after continuing on the road for almost a year, those god beads and pseudo-gods in Ning Xiaochuan's hands have finally been exhausted, and the speed of breaking the boundary boat has been reduced to a speechless speed again. In this case, it will take at least thousands of years for Ning Xiaochuan to reach the Shinha civilization. Ning Xiaochuan was originally restless because of this, but after floating in the vast starry sky for a long time, Ning Xiaochuan's spiritual realm has been improved a lot. The anxious mood gradually subsided, but instead it was a calm state that could not afford waves. Ning Xiaochuan kept this mood at the moment, practicing while walking in the broken boundary boat. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan did not use the divine shell to practice. The time ratio between the divine shell and the outside is 1 year to 1. Ning Xiaochuan is now floating in the starry sky of the universe. It would have taken a long time. He doesn't want to double this time. Perhaps because of the improvement of his state of mind, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation speed is much faster than before, and this speed is still improving. Only half a year later, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has been promoted to the 8th level of the realm of creation, the dark path of destruction, which was thoroughly understood by him. Then 3 years passed, and Ning Xiaochuan also understood the original Tao of destroying the world. Ning Xiaochuan's realm has steadily entered the 9th level of the realm of creation. Another year later, Ning Xiaochuan explored the existence of the world-destroying Hell Road and the world-destroying Chaos Road along the world-destroying Origin Road and the world-destroying Dark Road. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has been upgraded to the realm of emptiness. But at this time, Ning Xiaochuan finally encountered the biggest crisis since he entered the starry sky. In front of a huge Death Star with red light, Ning Xiaochuan's boundary-breaking boat exploded here and turned into a pile of cosmic garbage. Standing alone in the vast starry sky, Ning Xiaochuan, in addition to secretly cursing Yu Mingsong in his heart, can only rely on his own flesh and silently start on his way. In this case, Ning Xiaochuan's speed naturally slowed down again. Although Ning Xiaochuan is not too far away from the Shinha civilization at the moment, with his cultivation in the virtual realm, if he wants to finish the last part of the road, the Shadow Sage gave him an estimated time. This time is 10 million years. Even if Ning Xiaochuan is in an extraordinary state of mind at the moment, but after hearing this time, Ning Xiaochuan still couldn't help being completely stupid. If he really wandered in the universe for 10 million years, Ning Xiaochuan felt that he might as well die directly. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan just muttered a few words in his heart. He himself still tried his best to keep going in the universe. At the same time, in the bright star river in front of Ning Xiaochuan, a huge spaceship like a giant dragon rushed out of the bright star river. The Elixir Star is a star on the edge of Shinha civilization. The surface of this star is almost entirely composed of land, and there are only a few lakes in a few places. In the land on the stars, lush plant life grows here. In the middle of these plant life, countless miraculous drugs constantly sway with the wind, and the fragrance of drugs emanating from these miraculous drugs pervades almost every place of the miraculous star. On this day, a dragon spacecraft fell from the sky and landed on the star. Immediately, the spacecraft disappeared, and a large group of people appeared at the landing position of the spacecraft. The leading person in this group is a beautiful girl dressed in blue, petite, beautiful, and looks quite lovable. She is the eldest daughter of this elixir star, Yao Siki, who owns the pharmacist. Yao Siki glanced around the stars, then waved his hand and said, "Well, the elixir star has arrived, everyone hurry to harvest the elixir, and I hope to collect more elixirs this year." "Yes, miss." The people around Yao Siki responded respectfully, and then their figures rose up and rushed towards the star. Their figures wandered around the stars and began to look for various useful elixirs on this plant star. While Yao Siki stood in situ and pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned with bright eyes and walked towards a place. Only dozens of feet away from her, a green plant that is only the height of a normal human calf sways in the wind. Yao Siki walked in front of the green plant, with a charming smile on her face, and said to the green plant, "Little brother, follow your sister." A cute little boy's head popped out of the green plant and said viciously, "You are a bad man, I won't go with you." Yao Siki's eyes narrowed into a crescent shape with a smile and said to the green plant, "Since my sister is a bad person, there is no need for my sister to be polite to you." On the green plant, the little boy retracted the plant body, and then the plant shook and was about to disappear here. At this moment, Yao Siki took his time to shoot a red rope out of her hand, trapping the green plant and dragging it into her hand. Looking at the elixir with complete roots in her hand, Yao Siki nodded with satisfaction. "I just got a 10,000-year-old psychic medicine. It seems that my harvest this time should be very good." After muttering a few times, Yasukiki turned and walked towards other places, wanting to continue picking elixirs. At the same time, over the star, a fireball-like meteor fell from the air. Before this meteor fell on the elixir, a group of people on the elixir had noticed the appearance of this meteor. After slightly judging the impact of this meteor on the elixir star, these people suddenly changed their faces. "No, this meteor will destroy the number 27 medicine field. Stop this meteor immediately." "Damn it, isn't there an array near the elixir star? How can there be meteors?" "I don't think it's a meteor, but rather some kind of life." "Do you mean that this meteor is a strong man wandering in the universe?" "It's hard to say. If it was a strong sub-god, how could it fall like this?" A group of people flew frantically towards the place where the meteor fell while communicating with each other, even Yao Siki was no exception. Far away, these people saw that the place where the meteor fell in the distance had become a mess at the moment. Don't mention the medicine field. At the moment, there is no intact place on the ground near here. Such a scene naturally makes these drug collectors look blue. There are only a few medicine fields on the elixir star. Now one of them has been destroyed, and anyone will feel extremely distressed. A group of people flew in the air, looking down coldly. Suddenly, the scorched figure in the center of the big pit hit by the meteor on the elixir star fell into their eyes. "It's a person." These medicine collectors were startled. You know, only sub-god level masters can cross the universe alone. Is this scorched figure in front of you also a secondary god? All of a sudden, these herb collectors began to sweat on their foreheads. In the organization behind them, there is only one patriarch of the secondary god sitting in charge. Yao Siki glanced around, seemed to be aware of the thoughts of these people under his command, and immediately drank coldly, "What are you afraid of? Even if he is a secondary god, but now he is like this, and he is not sure whether he is alive or not. What is terrible?" While drinking cold, Yao Siki walked towards the charred figure in front. Those medicine collectors around stopped her a few times, but they didn't stop her. Walking to the edge of the huge pit in front of her, Yao Siki's face flashed a little hesitant. Although she said it firmly just now, it seemed that in fact, she was also very nervous. After a little hesitation, she directly jumped into the pit and possessed herself to check the scorched figure. He is still alive, but his breath is too weak. He should not be a sub-god level master. It seems that the unlucky guy has suffered in the universe. Yao Siki just checked a little, and immediately came to a conclusion. What? It's not a sub-god level master. This damn guy has destroyed our medicine field. If he doesn't die, he must compensate us. If he is like this, what else can he do to compensate us? Put a slave spell on him and let him become a slave of our druggist. You are crazy. The slave spell is more valuable than a medicine field. This guy has destroyed a medicine field. Who knows if he is worth it? Let's waste another slave spell for him. Hey, I'll just say it casually, but anyway, I can't easily spare this guy. These drug collectors argued casually, quickly surrounded Yaosiki, and looked curiously at the scorched figure in the pit. Although they walk in the starry sky all year round, they really haven't seen people who have suffered such disasters and fell directly from the sky of the planet. After checking the condition of the scorched figure, a medicine collector frowned and said, "Miss, he's hurt too badly. He probably doesn't hope to survive, otherwise we'll leave him alone." Falling from the starry sky, even real-world masters cannot survive. Yaosiki frowned, checked the scorched figure in the pit again, and then pouted, he destroyed my medicine field. Don't think I'll let him go so easily. I must save him, and then let him pay for my medicine field. With a cold hum, Yaosiki waved her arm, and a three-legged tripod flew out of her body. Seeing this three-legged tripod, those medicine collectors around immediately couldn't help whispering, "This is Mrs. Heart-Nourishing Tripod." Miss has been a great heart-nourishing teacher since she was young, and she will definitely become the strongest heart-nourishing teacher in our medicine family in the future. Yaosiki controlled the heart-nourishing tripod in front of him, and at the same time, countless miraculous drugs had been thrown one after another towards the heart-nourishing tripod. Although these elixirs are of ordinary age, they are better than enough. After so many miraculous drugs were thrown into the heart-nourishing cauldron, Yaosiki obviously struggled, and spiritual flames burst out of her body and burned on the heart-nourishing cauldron. Heart fire refining medicine, just from this means at present, we can see that Yaosiki is indeed very talented in heart-nourishing. After calcining almost a cup of tea kung fu in succession, Yaosiki withdrew his anger, then controlled the heart-nourishing tripod and began to pour the elixir in the heart-nourishing tripod towards the scorched figure on the ground. At the moment, the tripod, which is only half the size of a person, is pouring out spiritual liquid. Yaosiki retreated with those medicine gatherers around, and finally returned to the edge of the pit, which had been filled with spiritual liquid emitting a strong fragrance of medicine. The crater formed by the impact was now like a miraculous pond. As for the scorched figure, it had been submerged in these spiritual fluids at the moment. After all this, Yaosiki waved back the heart-nourishing tripod. Turning around, she glanced at those who had been stunned around. Yaosiki frowned and shouted coldly, "What are you waiting for? Hurry to collect the elixir. In 3 days, we will leave here." Naturally, those who gathered herbs dared not delay any more, and immediately flew around. The rest of Yaosiki stood in place and glanced back at the elixir pond in front of him. In the center of the elixir pond, a few bubbles bubbled up from time to time, indicating that it was slightly different from other places in the pond. Yaosiki's line of sight, however, had passed through the elixir pond and directly shot at the scorched figure under the pond. "I've just been promoted to a big heart therapist. I don't know whether this method of saving people by spirituality can work." Yaosiki looked at the scorched figure in the pond, but she was muttering in her heart. Just now, the reason why she wanted to try to save people directly was not entirely that she wanted to save people and pay compensation. Just now, she also had a little thought in her heart to experiment with her newly learned heart-nourishing skills. Under the gaze of Yaosiki, the blackened figure in the elixir pond began to fall off a little, and finally revealed a young and tough face. Still a handsome boy. Yaosiki's eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent again. At the moment, she didn't know that in the middle of the elixir pond, the person he regarded as a patient had suddenly woken up. "It's too pit. What was the previous gust?" Why would such a terrible gust exist even in the dead starry sky? A cry of surprise came from the heart of the scorched figure, but no one heard his cry. Just when the scorched figure exclaimed, a series of bubbles popped out of his body. At this moment, the people lying under the elixir pond are naturally Ning Xiaochuan, who arrived at the Shinha civilization from Dian world. Lying under the elixir pond, Ning Xiaochuan felt as if he was scattered, unable to move at all, and even struggled to open his eyes. Fortunately, his consciousness has completely recovered. Shadow, what was the wind before? After a little recovery of consciousness, Ning Xiaochuan immediately began to connect with the shadow. At the moment, the shadow is just a consciousness hidden in Ning Xiaochuan's body, so the two people can naturally communicate by consciousness. After Ning Xiaochuan asked for a long time, the voice of the Shadow Emperor appeared in his mind, that thing should be a very famous cosmic storm in the Shinha civilization. Its name seems to be called the Eternal Sacred Wind. This storm will only appear in the starry sky. Even if the gods encounter it, it is difficult to get away, but this thing is very rare, and we are unlucky if we encounter it. The Shadow Sage seems to have been greatly hit, so he is a little weak at the moment. Hearing the explanation of the Shadow Sage, Ning Xiaochuan immediately laughed bitterly. When he was on his way before, the boundary-breaking boat was broken, and Ning Xiaochuan could only rely on his flesh to drive in the starry sky of the universe. In his current state, without the help of tools, the speed of traveling is naturally surprisingly slow. Ning Xiaochuan almost began to think that he would spend his whole life in the starry sky. But he didn't expect to encounter a violent whirlwind when he was on his way. Wrapped in this whirlwind, Ning Xiaochuan's figure was directly blown across most of the starry sky. Finally, he will become a meteor and fall on the current star after falling from the whirlwind. What happened these days passed through Ning Xiaochuan's mind, and then Ning Xiaochuan screamed a little. Hey, where is this place? Although he couldn't move, Ning Xiaochuan had felt the drug that was constantly drilling into his body at the moment. With a little concentration, Ning Xiaochuan was barely able to use the power of the seven-hole demon heart to spread his consciousness. Almost instantly, Ning Xiaochuan felt everything around him. This elixir pond and the beautiful girl standing by the pond. Haha, I didn't expect that after being driven by the whirlwind for a long time, I came to the stars with people. Seeing this girl, Ning Xiaochuan immediately laughed with excitement in his heart. At this moment, there is nothing to describe Ning Xiaochuan's mood at this moment. It is absolutely not too much to say that he is in a desperate situation. Just when Ning Xiaochuan was proud, the voice of the Shadow Emperor came again. Don't laugh, you'd better check your own physical condition first. My physical condition. Ning Xiaochuan immediately put his mind on his body. After only checking for a moment, he was suddenly a little silly. At the moment, his condition is really a little too miserable. Not only is his body covered with scars, but more seriously, his tendons and dantian have been damaged. Before these tendons and dantian completely recover, it is almost impossible for Ning Xiaochuan to recover his peak strength. In other words, Ning Xiaochuan is worse than an ordinary person. It's a little too miserable. With my current physical condition, I'm afraid even if there are several psychics in front of me, it's impossible to cure my injury. Ning Xiaochuan himself is a heart trainer, so he immediately recognized his physical condition at the moment. The Shadow Emperor immediately said, Ning Xiaochuan, you should be satisfied. Your situation is good. The eternal sacred wind is the material collected by those powerful gods and used to cast warships. Ordinary people fall into it and will be ground into meat immediately. You can save your life, and you have come to the Shinha civilization. This luck even I have to admire. Hearing the 4 words of Shinha civilization, Ning Xiaochuan immediately said in surprise, you mean, I have come to Shinha civilization? Where is Shinha civilization here? The Shadow Saint said, it should be the edge of Shinha civilization. I think this place is like a miraculous star, which is used by the big families of Xinhe civilization to plant miraculous stars. Such a huge star was used to plant the elixir. Indeed, it is worthy of the Xinhe civilization. In terms of resources alone, it is much stronger than Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan tut exclaimed. What's there? It's just a miraculous medicine star. It seems that the family that owns this miraculous medicine star is just an insignificant small family in the Xinhe civilization. Those real big families occupy a galaxy to raise medicine at once. Forget it, you'll know this later. You'd better find a way to solve your current situation first. The shadow sage showed off in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and then snorted coldly. My current situation. I should have been saved. The miraculous medicine pond around me is obviously set up to save me. Is it the woman beside the pond who saved me? But this means of saving people is too rough. So many miraculous medicines are simply wasted. Ning Xiaochuan let out his mind and muttered a moment later. Don't be dissatisfied. The other party is willing to use so many miraculous drugs to save you, which means that he won't kill you in a short time. Otherwise, in your current situation, anyone can crush you to death. Do you see that this beautiful girl above looks at your eyes is very hot, which seems to be interesting to you? You don't seem to wear anything now, right? I think this girl is good. You might as well soak this girl first, and then slowly recover force. The consciousness of the Shadow Emperor laughed in Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't pay attention to the unreliable request of the Shadow Emperor. With the help of the elixir pond around, Ning Xiaochuan began to fully recover from his injury. However, what makes Ning Xiaochuan helpless is that the liquid in this elixir pond is only the most common composition of elixirs. Although it can recover the injury on the surface of Ning Xiaochuan's body, it has no effect on the injury in Ning Xiaochuan's body at all. In 2 days, Ning Xiaochuan almost completely recovered the scars on his appearance, but the muscles and veins in his body did not change at all. In this regard, Ning Xiaochuan can only smile and say nothing. 3 days later, those who collected herbs all over the miraculous star returned and gathered in front of Yasukiki. A harvester was very excited and said, "Miss, all the miraculous drugs on this star have been picked by us. We can go back immediately." Yasukiki nodded, stretched out his hand and pointed to the elixir pond below and said, "Go to someone and fish up the guy below first." "Yes, miss." A medicine collector nodded and was about to enter the elixir pond in front of him. "Goo-doo." At this time, the elixir pond suddenly rolled up like boiling water. While these spirits rolled, Ning Xiaochuan's figure floated up from the bottom of the pool. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes suddenly opened when he surfaced from the surface of the Lingjia pond. "Miss, he's awake." Seeing Ning Xiaochuan open his eyes, those drug collectors around him immediately screamed. Yao Siki's face was also a little stunned at the moment. But immediately, the amazement on her face turned into surprise. "I actually saved him. It seems that my cardiologist has improved again." Just when Yao Siki was so excited and muttering, Ning Xiaochuan floating in the Lingjia pond suddenly appeared a heart-nourishing tripod. Is he also a heart-nourishing teacher? Seeing the heart-nourishing tripod emerging from Ning Xiaochuan, everyone, including Yao Siki, was stunned at the moment. Even in the Xinhe civilization, there are high-level mental health teachers. Under the gaze of Yao Siki and others, Ning Xiaochuan's heart-nourishing tripod suddenly flipped and sucked all the spirit liquid in the spirit liquid pond into the heart-nourishing tripod in one breath. So many spiritual fluids poured into the heart-nourishing tripod, but the heart-nourishing tripod in front of Ning Xiaochuan remained unchanged. Just a moment later, a golden pill jumped out of the heart-nourishing tripod in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan took the pill and swallowed it directly without hesitation. Immediately, the heart-nourishing tripod in front of Ning Xiaochuan was reintegrated into Ning Xiaochuan's body. After taking this pill, Ning Xiaochuan showed a smile on his face and waved his hands to Yao Siki and others, with a sunny face. However, before Ning Xiaochuan finished this greeting, he was dark again and the man fell down directly. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan with startled eyes after these actions, a medicinal talent beside Yao Siki's face was numb and said, "Miss, what should I do?" Yao Siki was stunned for a moment, and then directly said, "Let's get people up first." The two medicine collectors jumped into the pit in front of them, held Ning Xiaochuan with Reiki, and lifted Ning Xiaochuan up from the pit. Immediately, Yao Siki threw out a treasure the size of a bean. The bean grew rapidly and finally became the Longxing flying boat they had taken before. A group of people entered the flying boat one after another, and then the flying boat quickly broke through the air and left the elixir star. Flying in the starry sky of the universe, inside this dragon-shaped flying boat, Yasukiki and all the medicine collectors are all gathered around Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. "Miss, this man is still a heart-nourishing master. Judging from his heart-nourishing tripod, at least he is a big heart-nourishing master. If we can get such a big heart healer, it will be enough to compensate for the loss of our medicine field. Then let's plant the slave spell seal for him. This is a great spiritual trainer. Even if we plant the slave spell seal, we won't lose. Seed, 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 immediately plant a slave spell on him. As long as this guy is not a secondary god, he will never get rid of our druggist's control in the future." A group of drug collectors are almost all excited at the moment. For those who collect herbs, their status in the pharmacist is not high, and they usually rely on collecting herbs to save a little credit. But now if the druggist gets a slave at the level of a big heart therapist, it will be a great credit. "You all go away. If he is like this, can he plant a slave spell? Don't let the slave spell die without planting it." Yao Siki angrily drank and scolded these drug collectors, then leaned down and carefully began to examine Ning Xiaochuan's whole body. Knowing that Ning Xiaochuan is also a heart trainer, Yao Siki also valued Ning Xiaochuan a lot in her heart. Hearing these medicine collectors arguing with themselves so impolitely, Ning Xiaochuan almost immediately burst into a cold sweat. Although he didn't know what the slave's curse was in these drug gatherers, he knew that this thing was strange just by listening to the name. "Shit, I even want to make me a slave. It seems that this Shinha civilization is even more chaotic than Dian world." Ning Xiaochuan murmured in his heart. Hearing that Yao Siki finally stopped these drug collectors from planting slave marks on themselves, Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt quite good about this little girl. "When my cultivation recovers, I don't mind giving her some benefits." Ning Xiaochuan thought about it in his heart, and then focused on the restoration of cultivation. It's good to give Siki medicine. Ning Xiaochuan is absolutely qualified to say such words. Not to mention that at the moment, he is already a king-level mental therapist. His cultivation before injury alone is enough to dump medicine Siki 8 blocks. You know, Yao Siki's cultivation at the moment is only heaven and man. As for those who collect herbs, the highest strength is also true. Ning Xiaochuan tried his best to use all his strength to reveal the truth of his role as a spiritual trainer, so that Yao Siki and others would not easily abandon him. Although this almost brought disaster to him, for now, his plan is quite successful. After knowing his identity as a heart-nourishing teacher, whether it is Yao Siki or other drug collectors, their attitude towards Ning Xiaochuan has changed a lot. After 5 days in a row, Ning Xiaochuan woke up again. Of course, this refers to Ning Xiaochuan's body. In fact, his consciousness is always awake. Slowly opened his eyes, Ning Xiaochuan reluctantly moved, and then refused to move again. "It hurts so much." Ning Xiaochuan wailed in his heart. At the moment, he felt as if he had been torn, and his condition was worse than when he first woke up. Just as Ning Xiaochuan wanted to save some strength and struggled to stand up, a voice suddenly came from his ear. "Don't move, I'll treat you." It was Yao Siki who spoke. Summon the heart-nourishing tripod. Yao Siki immediately took out a red elixir and threw it into the heart-nourishing tripod. Refining this elixir, a drop of bright red elixir dripped from the heart-nourishing tripod of Yao Siki, and finally integrated into Ning Xiaochuan's body. However, this has no effect. Yao Siki is now completely experimenting with Ning Xiaochuan's treatment technology, which Ning Xiaochuan discovered a few days ago. In addition to saying nothing to Yao Siki, Ning Xiaochuan was also quite amazed at the richness of Shinhe civilization. In these days alone, the amount of elixir that Yao Siki wasted on Ning Xiaochuan reached an extremely amazing level. If placed in Dian world, many drugs taken out by Yao Siki can be regarded as treasures. The birth of any one will trigger a battle. But here, these herbs are like roadside stall goods. Yao Siki doesn't feel any pain when using them. In addition to secretly muttering about the waste of medicine Siki, Ning Xiaochuan can only secretly use his heart-nourishing tripod to absorb and collect all the spiritual liquid drugs that medicine Siki injected into his body. These ordinary spiritual liquids won't have any effect on Ning Xiaochuan's injury at the moment. Only some special psychic drugs can be refined to treat Ning Xiaochuan. Now Ning Xiaochuan has accumulated these spiritual liquids. Once he gets a panacea, he can immediately refine his own medicine. After working hard, Yao Siki approached Ning Xiaochuan and observed his situation. Ning Xiaochuan also slowly opened his eyes at this moment and looked at Yao Siki. Looking at each other with Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, Yao Siki seemed to be startled. She suddenly stepped back, and then patted her chest close to Ning Xiaochuan again. "Hey, how are you feeling?" Return. Okay. Ning Xiaochuan barely said 2 words. What does it mean to be okay? I have treated you so many times, and you should be at least half better. Yao Siki was very dissatisfied. At the moment, those drug collectors on the side didn't forget to compliment Yao Siki. The eldest lady has spent a lot of energy these days. If you are no longer good, you are simply sorry for her treatment. I think this guy is already dying. It's not easy for the eldest lady to save his life. I'm afraid even Master Gui can't do anything about this man's injury, but our miss saved him. Even blowing and holding, Yao Siki felt very comfortable at first, but later, she became more and more uncomfortable. Master Gui, one of these people who collect herbs, is the only king-level heart-nourishing master of their medicine family and the most precious treasure of the medicine family. Although Yao Siki is quite talented in mental health, it is simply impossible to catch up with Master Gui. For this point, Yao Siki is still self-aware. So at the moment, the smile on her face suddenly disappeared, glanced around at those drug collectors who were still praising her, and politely ordered, "You all get away from me, don't disturb us." Seeing that Yao Siki was angry, these drug collectors naturally did not dare to offend Yao Siki again, and turned aside with bitter faces. When all the medicine collectors around left, Yao Siki's eyes again focused on Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan has barely supported his arms and sat up. As the shadow sage estimated, Ning Xiaochuan's state at the moment is simply inferior to that of ordinary people. Anyone who comes to poke him with a finger can poke him half dead. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan is not without a little self-protection. Although his physical condition was bad, his mental power did not weaken much, and the mental power of the 7 orifices had recovered to its peak. Just relying on the power of the 7 orifices god-demon heart, under the secondary god, not many people can get Ning Xiaochuan. However, due to the poor physical condition, Ning Xiaochuan's power of the 7 orifices demon heart can't be used often, otherwise it will also become a burden on the body. You can sit up. It seems that your situation is much better than before. Tell me, who are you? Yao Siki glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, then sat in front of him with a cold face and began to interrogate him. Yao Siki stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a cold voice and added, there is absolutely no possibility of outsiders, especially unidentified outsiders, on the medicine-collecting ship of the medicine family. After the activity, Ning Xiaochuan's state is much better. Frowning, Ning Xiaochuan began to explain, "My name is Ning Xiaochuan. As for why I appeared on the elixir star of your medicine house, I don't know. I was suddenly swept by a strong wind." His explanation is naturally half true. These days, he has listened to the dialogue between Yaosiki and those drug collectors. Naturally, he knows how to deal with Yaosiki. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan knows very well that Yaosiki is interrogating herself at the moment. In addition to wanting to know her details, she is preparing for the next dialogue. As Ning Xiaochuan expected, Yaosiki just muttered a few words, and then stopped pestering Ning Xiaochuan's life experience, but stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly and said, "In that case, you also know that you have destroyed a piece of medicine field of our medicine family. According to the rules, you must pay me enough compensation." Scanning Ning Xiaochuan up and down, Yaosiki seems to be looking for something valuable on Ning Xiaochuan. Compensation for a medicinal field is actually not much pressure for Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. Any one of these things left on him, whether it is Xian Beast Jian or Tiandi Blade, is enough to replace the whole druggist. Unfortunately, it is absolutely impossible for Ning Xiaochuan to exchange these things. So at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan frowned, slowly shook his head and said, "Everything on me has been destroyed. If you really want to compensate the medicine field, I can help you refine some pills." Medicine Siki has long known that Ning Xiaochuan is a heart-nourishing teacher. However, at the moment, Yaosiki was curious about what level of cardiologist Ning Xiaochuan was. So at the moment, Yaosiki immediately couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what level of cardiologist are you? I saw you used the cardiotonic tripod before. Your cardiotonic level should be at least the level of a big cardiotonic." Well, before I was injured, the level of mental health teacher was soul-level mental health teacher. Ning Xiaochuan lied. "I'm kidding." Now he doesn't dare to say the real level of his mental health teacher. Otherwise, based on what he heard about the actions of these medicine collectors before, I'm afraid he will come back and plant that slave curse on him immediately. Yaosiki's eyes lit up and said with a smile, "The soul-level heart-nourishing master is really stronger than me. No wonder you could easily condense all the spiritual liquid in the spiritual liquid pond into a pill before." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and did not speak. After Yaosiki glanced at Ning Xiaochuan several times, a jade-like stone immediately appeared in her hand. "This is our medicine family contract. As long as you sign it, you will be our medicine family's heart healer in the future. Don't worry, our medicine family is a family of spiritual medicine and attaches great importance to the heart healer. With your realm in the heart healer, you can definitely get excellent treatment after joining our medicine family." With a smile on her face, Yaosiki handed the stone in her hand to Ning Xiaochuan. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Yaosiki, quite unexpectedly. This beautiful girl looks innocent, but she does things with great discretion. Now it is clear that she can force herself to submit to the druggist by force, but she did not do so, but painstakingly persuaded herself. From this point of view alone, Ning Xiaochuan is not averse to this druggist. Just as it happens, since this druggist is a family of miraculous drugs, I should be able to get my medicine from the druggist when I join the druggist. Ning Xiaochuan muttered a few times in his heart, and immediately took the stone in Yaosiki's hand without hesitation, stuck the stone on his forehead, and carefully felt the content inside. The content in the stone is very simple, nothing more than something to protect the interests of pharmacists. After feeling these clearly, Ning Xiaochuan looked up at Yaosiki and said, "This. How to sign? You don't even know how to sign the blood oath?" Yaosiki looked at Ning Xiaochuan quite unexpectedly, and then said, "Just drop a drop of blood on it." Ning Xiaochuan cut a hole in his finger and dropped a drop of blood on the stone in front of him. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan felt as if he had a unique connection with Yao Siki in front of him. All the heart cultivators who signed the blood oath are members of my medicine family. If the two members of the medicine family are close together, they will have this unique feeling. Yao Siki slightly explained a few words for Ning Xiaochuan, and immediately approached Ning Xiaochuan and began to ask some questions about the cardiologist. Ning Xiaochuan is not stingy. Giving a few pointers to Yao Siki is enough to make Yao Siki feel deeply. In a few days, Ning Xiaochuan won prestige in the spacecraft. There is no way. At the moment, Yao Siki has obeyed Ning Xiaochuan's orders. Although those drug collectors are jealous of Ning Xiaochuan, they absolutely dare not provoke the red man in front of the eldest lady. Yao Siki has gained a lot of experience in cardiology from Ning Xiaochuan, and Ning Xiaochuan has also obtained a lot of information about Xinhe civilization from Yao Siki. For example, Ning Xiaochuan already knows that at the moment, where he is only located at the edge of the Tiantian star domain among the 8 star domains of the Xinhe civilization. The celestial realm is the divine realm among the 8 realms of Xinhe civilization. Most of the lives living in the divine realm are high-level Terrans, including the heavenly Terrans, saints, and dragons. At the moment, Yao Siki and these drug collectors in front of Ning Xiaochuan belong to the advanced Terran. Most of the talents of the high-level Terrans are very good, such as these herb gatherers in the spacecraft at the moment. They can only be regarded as the lowest existence in the divine world, but they also easily cultivate to the realm of heaven and man. Even a few people have broken through the realm of human beings, and there is great hope to impact the realm of eternity. The divine realm is located in the northwest of the Xinhe civilization, adjacent to the demon realm known as the demon star realm. As for the source world that Ning Xiaochuan wants to reach, it is still quite far away from the divine world. If there is no new boundary-breaking boat, Ning Xiaochuan will never reach the source world in his life. After probably feeling these information clearly, Ning Xiaochuan gradually had a little concept of his future plan. At this moment, the first thing he needs to do is naturally to find a way to settle down in the divine world. He is already an expert in the virtual divine world. Once he recovers his strength, he can immediately attack the secondary god. After Ning Xiaochuan condenses a virtual deity and reaches the secondary realm, it will be much easier to find the boundary-breaking boat. And Ning Xiaochuan, in the realm of the secondary god, also happens to have the strength to urge the boundary-breaking boat to shuttle through the stars in the universe. In addition, from Yao Siki's mouth, Ning Xiaochuan has also made it clear that the thing of breaking the boundary boat is very rare even in Xinhe civilization, and even gods may not have it. The common means of passage of Xinhe civilization is the large spacecraft that Ning Xiaochuan rides at the moment. This kind of spacecraft is made of various rare materials. As long as it uses an energy crystal called cosmic crystal, it can shuttle through the stars. However, this kind of shuttle speed is not fast, which is far from being compared with the boundary-breaking boat. The distance between the miraculous medicine star and the medicine king star where the pharmacist is located is actually only half a galaxy, which is at least tens of thousands of times smaller than the distance between Dian world and Xinhe civilization. However, at such a distance, the Dragon spacecraft will have to fly continuously for more than half a month before it can return to Yawang. After flying for more than half a month, the Dragon spacecraft finally returned to Yawang. Standing on the surface of the Dragon spacecraft, looking at the huge star in the distance through the light film outside the spacecraft, almost everyone on the spacecraft cheered together. Yaowangsing is the hometown of these drug collectors. It is naturally worth cheering to come back now. Yao Siki was standing beside Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, with a happy face. She had just stepped into the realm of great mental health teacher, and the realm was not stable. But at the moment, after Ning Xiaochuan's guidance for a few days, her realm at the moment has been completely stabilized in the realm of a great heart trainer. Having seen Ning Xiaochuan's ability, Yao Siki naturally has no doubt about Ning Xiaochuan's identity as a soul-level spiritual trainer at this moment. At this moment, she is about to return to Yao Wangxing, and Yao Siki can't help but start to get excited. This time, she not only brought people to pick a large number of miraculous drugs, but also recruited a soul-level heart-nourishing master for the druggist. This credit can't be obtained simply by picking some herbs. Boom! The Dragon spacecraft rushed into Yawang. The closer you get to the ground, you will begin to see countless buildings on the surface of Yawang star. There is no doubt that this is a very prosperous star. Almost anywhere on the surface of the star has been covered by various buildings. The whole Medicine King star can be called a star city at the moment. Just this Medicine King star in front of us is much more prosperous than all the cities in Dian world combined. Looking at the bustling street below, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help but praise it. It's too busy. If the whole Shinhe civilization is at this level, the Shinhe civilization, as an 8th level civilization, is much stronger than the 7th level civilization. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know that the reason why Yao Wangxing is so prosperous is that it is the holy land of all spiritual practitioners in the divine world. Because countless heart therapists gather here, it leads to the prosperity of Yawang star. There is no other place in the divine world that is more prosperous than Yao Wangxing. The Dragon spacecraft landed directly in a huge manner that almost occupied a continent. Waving away the dragon-shaped spaceship, someone immediately greeted it around. Several pretty little servant girls rushed here while shouting excitedly. "Miss, you are back." The cultivation of these little servant girls has exceeded the territory of the earth. Shinhe civilization is worthy of Shinhe civilization. Only the cultivation of Emperor Xuanjing is qualified to serve as a servant of such a powerful family as the pharmacist. Although Ning Xiaochuan was amazed in his heart, he had seen more such scenes at the moment, so there was no change in his face. Yao Siki waved her hand very tactfully, and then began to arrange everything. Those who collected herbs were instructed by her to go to the herbal hall to register the harvest. As for Ning Xiaochuan, she was personally led by Yao Siki to the main hall of the medicine family to meet the owner of the medicine family. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan's identity is, after all, a soul-level mental health teacher. Such a level of mental health teacher must be seen by the master of the medicine family in person before the medicine family can start to use this mental health teacher. After so many days of recuperation, Ning Xiaochuan's body has slightly recovered. At least he has no problem walking like an ordinary person. After Yao Siki came to the outside of a magnificent palace of the Yao family, Yao Siki turned back to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, wait for me a little while, and I'll see my father." Yao Siki's father is the owner of the generation of Yao family, which Ning Xiaochuan has long known. If it were not for this level of identity, those medicine collectors in the real world could not have been so respectful to Yao Siki. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, and then watched Yao Siki enter the palace. As soon as Yao Siki left, the little servant girls who had rushed over before immediately surrounded Ning Xiaochuan and asked, curiously, "Hey, who are you? Why are you with Miss? Miss has never been so polite to others. According to your appearance, you should be a peerless arrogant. Otherwise, Miss can't be so polite to you. I'll try him." These little servant girls say a word to me, and hardly give Ning Xiaochuan any chance to speak. Suddenly, one of the little servant girls stretched out her hand and patted Ning Xiaochuan. She even wanted to try how strong Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was. Most of these little servant girls' accomplishments do not exceed the realm of heaven and man, and the highest one is only the realm of the third step of the ladder of heaven. In the view of these servant girls, the accomplishments of those who are qualified to associate with the young lady will never be lower than that of the young lady. So at this moment, the little servant girl didn't show any mercy. Poof! A soft palm patted Ning Xiaochuan on his body and almost instantly beat Ning Xiaochuan out. What the fuck? Ning Xiaochuan secretly scolded in his heart, and then his figure flew out directly and hit one side of the wall heavily. The servant girl who slapped Ning Xiaochuan with the palm was stunned, and then rushed out with the bloodless face and rushed to Ning Xiaochuan. "Sorry, I didn't mean it." The flustered little servant girl immediately began to apologize to Ning Xiaochuan. Looking at the flustered look of the little servant girl, Ning Xiaochuan's resentment dissipated most of the time. He knew very well that just now these little servant girls had no hostility to him, but because they were mischievous, they would attack themselves. Ning Xiaochuan struggled to stand up and said with a wry smile, "It doesn't matter. I was injured before, so I can't fight at all." "Injured? I don't think injured is also a waste." Before the little servant girl could speak, a cold voice suddenly came from one side. Ning Xiaochuan looked up and saw a gorgeous young man coming out of the palace in front of him with his hands on his back. The young man's cultivation is about the second level of the human realm. At the moment, his face is cold, his nostrils are facing the sky, and his pride can be felt far away. Glancing at Ning Xiaochuan, the young man disdained to curl his lips and said, "Siki, where did she get the garbage? She even wanted to enter the medicine family's heart-nourishing master hall. If my Wood family had such goods, I would have swept him out." Being ridiculed for no reason, Ning Xiaochuan's face suddenly became gloomy. "Little brother, don't be impulsive. This man is the young master of the Wood family. It is said that he may become the uncle of our medicine family in the future, which we can't provoke." Beside Ning Xiaochuan, the little servant girl who had beaten her out before grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's arm tightly at the moment, as if she was worried that Ning Xiaochuan would rush out and fight with the young man in front of her. "Muyun, who do you say is garbage?" A cold voice came, and Yao Siki looked cold and walked out of the palace in front of him. She obviously heard what the little master of the wooden family just said, so she was so angry at this moment. However, this young master named Mu Yunhe obviously didn't pay attention to Yao Siki. Turning back and smiling at Yao Siki, "Hee, Mu Yunhe said proudly, "Little Siki, you will be my woman in the future. I don't want to hear you praise other men from your mouth. If you hadn't praised this boy like a flower just now, I wouldn't have bothered to teach this low-life a lesson." Yao Siki trembled with anger at Mu Yunhe's words, but she couldn't help him at all. With an angry look on her face, Yao Siki directly came over and took Ning Xiaochuan's arm to the palace in front of her. "Ning Xiaochuan, come in with me, my father is waiting for you inside." Seeing that Yao Siki actually pulled Ning Xiaochuan's arm, Mu Yunhe suddenly revealed a little anger in his originally cold eyes. Staring at Yao Siki and Ning Xiaochuan, Mu Yunhe said in a cold voice, "Yao Siki, you dare to argue with such a low-level life in front of me? Believe it or not, I'll let my father destroy your Yao family immediately after I go back." As soon as Yao Siki changed her look, she turned around and shouted angrily at Mu Yunhe. But at this time a laugh came out of the palace in front of him. "Haha, my dear nephew, Siki is still young and not sensible. Why do you have to see the same with him?" With this laugh, a middle-aged man with a long beard who looked quite elegant came out of the palace slowly. This elegant middle-aged man is the head of the medicine family and the father of Yao Siki, Yao Huichun. Homeowner. Seeing the appearance of Yao Huichun, the little servant girls around immediately rushed to salute. Yao Siki also loosened Ning Xiaochuan's arm and ran to Yao Huichun with an angry face. "This little brother is what you call Ning Xiaochuan?" After Yao Huichun came out of the palace, his eyes began to scan Ning Xiaochuan. Just glanced at, Ning Xiaochuan had a feeling of being seen through everything. Although his body was seriously damaged, resulting in the loss of strength, he was, after all, a strong man in the realm of emptiness, and a peerless strong man who captured nature. Like Yao Siki, the existence of talent and human environment naturally cannot see through the details of Ning Xiaochuan. However, at the moment, Yao Huichun appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. His cultivation has obviously reached the realm of nature. With his strength, although he still can't see through Ning Xiaochuan's real cultivation, at a glance, he has felt Ning Xiaochuan's extraordinary. Suddenly, the look of rejuvenation of medicine became dignified. Although there is an ancestor of the sub-divine realm in his medicine family, this ancestor has been closed all year round and barely cares about any mundane affairs. Unless the medicine family comes to a critical juncture of life and death, this ancestor will not appear at all. In this case, it is conceivable that a powerful person with a strong natural environment will have a great impact on the pharmacist. He glanced at Ning Xiaochuan with a dignified look, and Yao Huichun looked at the wooden cloud crane in front of him. Although he was very concerned about Ning Xiaochuan in his heart, Yao Huichun obviously wanted to send Mu Yunhe away before he knew his real identity. The Mu family where Mu Yunhe lives is also a famous family of heart-nourishing masters on Yawang Star. Unlike the medicine family, almost every generation of the descendants of the Mu family is a very powerful heart-nourishing teacher. Relying on the secret skill of heart-nourishing master handed down by his family, the Mu family attracted a large number of strong people. The Mu family, sheltered by these strong people, is almost a bully on the king of medicine, and no one dares to provoke it at all. Although the medicine family is also a very famous family of heart-nourishing masters on the medicine king star, it is much worse than the Wood family. The potential is not as good as people, so the druggist not only has to bear it in front of the Wood family, but even the younger generation of the Wood family, Mu Yunhe, can also show off in the druggist. Yao Huichun looked at Mu Yunhe and said with a smile, "Nephew, Siqi is still young. You can tell me if you are dissatisfied. I'll teach her a lesson for you later." Mu Yunhe glanced at the medicine and snorted coldly, "Shit, you said to teach her back. How do I know if you've taught her in the end? If you really want to teach her a lesson, don't do anything. Just give her directly to me and let me play for 2 days. Too arrogant. In the pharmacy, they are so arrogant." Mu Yunhe didn't seem to pay attention to Yao Huichun, a master of the realm of fortune, at all. At the moment, Medicine Siki was trembling with anger, and the anger in her eyes almost burned Mu Yunhe to ashes. Even Yao Huichun, who has been smiling, couldn't help frowning. Mu Yunhe himself is arrogant, and this medicine is also clear. However, in the past, Mu Yunhe was quite restrained in the pharmacy, but this time, he seemed to be a little too much. Is the Wooden family going to start with our other family of mental health teachers at this mental health teachers meeting? Suddenly, Yao Huichun thought of a possibility. The Wooden family, as the largest family of cardiologists on Yawang Star, has always wanted to annex all the other families of cardiologists on Yawang Star. These years, the Wooden family has done little tricks in the dark, and many families of mental health practitioners have been completely decayed by the Wooden family. The medicine family also relied on the caution of medicine rejuvenation, so it was not successful by the Wood family. However, Yao Huichun knows that the Mu family can't let go of the Yao family. Sooner or later, the Mu family will fight the Yao family. So at this moment, seeing Mu Yunhe so arrogant, Yao Huichun's heart immediately became vigilant. At this critical moment, Yao Huichun doesn't want to give the Mu family any chance to make trouble. Potential is not as good as people. If our medicine family can produce a god ancestor, or a Shunnong, how can it come to this point today? Looking at the wooden cloud crane in front of him, Yao Huichun couldn't help sighing in his heart. Whether it is a living creature or a Shunnong, it is enough to reverse the current situation of the Wood family and the medicine family. It's just a pity that pharmacists have no such powerful existence as capital solicitation. Countless thoughts flashed in his heart, and the anger on Yao Huichun's face gradually disappeared. A little smile hung on the corner of his mouth again and said, "My good nephew is joking. There are some things, I'd better wait for Siki to pass the door." "Shit, it's still the same." Glancing at the medicine rejuvenation, Mu Yunhe muttered. "In fact, it's right to guess back." Mu Yunhe came to the drugstore this time, to find fault. As long as we grasp the handle of the druggist, with this excuse, the Wood family can be difficult to the druggist. At that time, even if it can't destroy the druggist, it will definitely damage the druggist's vitality. Unfortunately, Yao Huichun is completely an old fox and doesn't give him any chance to make trouble at all. As soon as his eyes turned, Mu Yunhe's expression shifted to Ning Xiaochuan. Although Mu Yunhe seemed to look down on Ning Xiaochuan very much, in fact, he had reached the human realm, but he had also vaguely felt the depression from Ning Xiaochuan. Because of this feeling, Mu Yunhe is also secretly guessing whether this person in front of him is really something wonderful. Since the other party may be some awesome character, Mu Yunhe certainly doesn't want such a character to be connected with the pharmacist. And at this moment, the boy is obviously injured, and he has completely offended him. It's better to kill him in advance, before he recovers. It has to be said that, although Mu Yunhe is a famous dandy on the Drug King star, he is not good for nothing. At least in terms of brain, Mu Yunhe is quite powerful. Well, I won't talk nonsense with you. This guy just made me very unhappy. I'll take him to Mu's house and punish him severely. Mu Yunhe said coldly, and he was about to go to Ning Xiaochuan and take him away directly. No. Yao Siki rushed out directly and stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Mu Yunhe, Ning Xiaochuan is the heart trainer I invited back. You can't touch him casually. Yo, I'm also a heart trainer. Mu Yunhe looked at Ning Xiaochuan with some surprise, but his mind that took Ning Xiaochuan away from him became more and more firm. Heart-nourishing master is the root of their family. Even if Ning Xiaochuan is just an ordinary heart-nourishing master, Mu Yunhe doesn't want to leave him in the medicine family to add strength to the medicine family. Walking in front of Yao Siki, Mu Yunhe suddenly shot his hand, sprayed a mass of aura in his hand, condensed into a chain to lock Yao Siki, and then threw it aside. Only the medicine Siki in the realm of heaven and man is naturally not the opponent of the Wood Yunhe in the realm of man. Father, you can't let him take Ning Xiaochuan. Yao Siki fell to one side and looked eagerly at Yao Huichun. However, at the moment, Yao Huichun just shook his head slowly at Yao Siki. Although I feel that Ning Xiaochuan is a little abnormal, in Yao Huichun's heart, even if Ning Xiaochuan is really a master of the realm of creation, it can't be compared with the Wood family. Therefore, if you choose between Ning Xiaochuan and Mu Jia, Yao Huichun will still choose Mu Jia. Seeing that even her father was like this, Yao Siki was completely disappointed and looked back at Ning Xiaochuan with an apologetic face. Haha, little girl, it doesn't matter. I'll go with the Wood family, young master. Maybe my treatment will be better when I get to the Wood family. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly laughed at the moment. After watching the play for such a long time, Ning Xiaochuan can see that even in the Xinhe civilization, intrigues will never be lacking. But now that he has reached the sphere of influence of Xinhe civilization, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't mind leaving with this young master Mu. Taking this opportunity, Ning Xiaochuan can get rid of the blood oath he signed with the druggist. Ning Xiaochuan's reaction stunned everyone around, but immediately Mu Yunhe laughed. That's right, my Wood family gives the treatment of a heart therapist, which is much better than the medicine family. Your boy has a little wink, and he will follow me in the future. After taking the blood oath from Yao Siki, Mu Yunhe swaggered away from the drug house with Ning Xiaochuan. I apologize to you, Ning Xiaochuan is already a saint-level mental therapist. The last chapter was written incorrectly, and he became a king-level mental therapist. Now he has changed. At the gate of the medicine house, several little servant girls hid here quietly. This young master Ning Ogawa looks very nice. He didn't say anything after being beaten by us. I didn't expect to be caught by this guy Mu Yun. There's no way. Who makes our medicine family less powerful than the Wood family? At most, we can only deliver it here. When Child Ning leaves the medicine house, we will go back and report the situation to the young lady. Several little servant girls hid at the door and kept looking at the door of the medicine house. These little servant girls are those under Yao Siki. Just now, they saw Ning Xiaochuan taken away by Mu Yunhe, but there was nothing they could do. Don't talk about them, even their young lady, Yao Siki, can't do anything about it. Therefore, these little servant girls can only come here to give Ning Xiaochuan a ride. Relying on their familiarity with the terrain of the medicine family, these little maids ran to the front of Mu Yun and Ning Xiaochuan. Moments later, the figures of Mu Yunhe and Ning Xiaochuan appeared at the door of the medicine house. Mu Yunhe glanced at the hiding place of these little servant girls. He had found the whereabouts of these little servant girls, but he didn't care about such a group of little servant girls at all. Turning back to Ning Xiaochuan, who followed behind, Mu Yunhe disdained and said, "You'll follow me in the future." Ning Xiaochuan, what a bullshit name. If you want to join my Mu family in the future, change your name first, and I'll call you Ning Data later. At the moment, Mu Yunhe insulted Ning Xiaochuan like this, which was completely for those servant girls who hid aside. He knew in his heart that what he had done to Ning Xiaochuan now, these little servant girls would certainly tell Yao Siki. And at the moment, Mu Yun has completely determined that Ning Xiaochuan is indeed seriously injured at the moment, and he has almost no strength all over. In this case, Mu Yunhe became more and more unscrupulous towards Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was insulted by Mu Yunhe, the little servant girls who were quite fond of Ning Xiaochuan immediately became angry. Hiding in the dark, they didn't know how many times they scolded Mu Yunhe. To everyone's surprise, before Mu Yunhe's finished speaking, Ning Xiaochuan, who walked behind him, calmly said, "Ning Datu, this name is really bad. You might as well use it yourself, Mu Datu, so it sounds pleasant." What? Not only Mu Yunhe, but also those little servant girls who were hiding aside were stunned. "Young Master Ning, how dare he say so? Don't you want to die by yourself?" "Shit, what did you just say?" Mu Yunhe looked back coldly to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked unchanged and walked a few steps aside. "Nothing, I said you can get out. You let me go." The wood-cloud crane god Seaton was furious. In his opinion, Ning Xiaochuan has become a slave under his hands. A slave dares to scold his master, even if it is too much to cut him 1,000 times. You are looking for death by yourself. My Mu family's criminal law is very famous on Yawang Star. Go and try it yourself later. Lang Lang stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and Mu Yun reached out and grabbed it at Ning Xiaochuan. However, just as Mu Yun's hand was about to grasp Ning Xiaochuan, his action stagnated. Immediately, Mu Yunhe began to slap himself in the face. Pa! 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 The crisp slap came down, and Mu Yunhe's face became red and swollen almost instantly. Those little servant girls who hid in the dark were completely dumbfounded at the moment. They didn't know what disease Mu Yunhe had at the moment, and even slapped themselves like this. After slapping himself countless times in the face, Mu Yun Crane looked dull and walked towards the distance. "Help me to give your miss a farewell, and see you later." Ning Xiaochuan smiled and waved at the little servant girls, then turned around and left. After Ning Xiaochuan and Mu Yun disappeared one after another, these little servant girls reacted and rushed back to the medicine house with eager expressions. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan has long been away from the drugstore. The reason why Mu Yun became like that just now is naturally caused by Ning Xiaochuan. His physical strength could not be used for the time being, but the power of the 7 orifices demon heart was still unimpeded. Relying on the power of the 7 orifices demon heart, it is naturally extremely simple for Ning Xiaochuan to control a real wood cloud crane. Controlling Mu Yun to the distance, Ning Xiaochuan is not ready to let Mu Yun go. Now that he has lost his strength, he must have such a servant around him to help him recover his strength. Although Mu Yun is a little weak, he's a child of the heart-nourishing family, and he's sure to get a lot of pills to restore his strength for Ning Xiaochuan. As the young master of the Mu family, Mu Yunhe must have some powerful guards hidden around him. However, these guards could not see the clue between Ning Xiaochuan and Mu Yunhe at the moment, but felt that Mu Yunhe is acting a little strange at the moment. Walking with Mu Yunhe, Ning Xiaochuan began to use the power of the seven-hole demon heart to turn Mu Yunhe into his own heart slave. However, after a little trial, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly looked helpless. This Mu Yunhe is worthy of being the legitimate son of the Mu family. His mind is guarded by a unique force, which strongly repels the power of Ning Xiaochuan's seven-hole demon heart. If the strength is intact, it is not a problem for Ning Xiaochuan to break through this force. But in this case, Ning Xiaochuan has some difficulty in doing this. Knowing that it was impossible for him to turn Mu Yunhe into his heart slave, although he felt a little pity, Ning Xiaochuan resolutely gave up Mu Yunhe, gathered around Mu Yunhe, pretended to whisper with Mu Yunhe, and Ning Xiaochuan swaggered and directly left Mu Yunhe's side. After Ning Xiaochuan left, Mu Yunhe suddenly woke up. Some looked around blankly, and all the previous things suddenly appeared in Mu Yunhe's mind. I was controlled by someone. Recalling the situation just now, Mu Yunhe suddenly showed a look of panic. It is conceivable that the person who can completely control him quietly has his own cultivation. Glancing around, he found that there was no trace of Ning Xiaochuan. Mu Yunhe looked frightened and rushed to Mu's house at once. As for Ning Xiaochuan, Mu Yunhe didn't dare to provoke Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. At the moment, he just wants to hurry back to Mu's house, and then use the strength of Mu's house to deal with Fu Ning Xiaochuan. Just half a day after Mu Yunhe returned to Mu's house, groups of masters rushed out of Mu's house and began to search for Ning Xiaochuan's whereabouts on the whole Yaowang star. However, such a search naturally yielded no results. Except for a storm on Yaowang, the trace of Ning Xiaochuan seemed to disappear completely on Yaowang. Half a year later, Yaowangsing. Boss Gu, your business has been booming recently. Haha, that's right. Don't look at the quality of the pills I bought recently. Lao Gu, did you find a great heart-nourishing master to refine pills for you? If there is such a good thing, don't forget my brother, and let me go to see this great heart-nourishing master. Get out of here. Even if I find a big heart therapist, I won't let him know you, a white-eyed wolf. On a busy street of Yaowangsing, a fat man with a length of 300 jin was talking and laughing with the people around him as he walked along the street. It can be seen from this fat man's speech and behavior that he is quite popular in this street. Walking along the street for half a circle, the fat man appeared in front of a hall with ancient signs. Push open the door and the fat man walks in. Walking down the stairs to the second floor of the hall, the fat man looked a lot respectful, sorted out his clothes, and then pushed the door and walked in. Master Ning, how are you today? Smiling, the fat man walked into the room in front of him while talking. Okay. An indifferent voice came out of the room. The fat man walked into the room, turned around and closed the door. Then he continued with a smile, Master Ning, I have entrusted someone to sell the pills you refined, but this transaction is not a lincture, but a batch of drugs, some of which are high-grade drugs. We will never lose this deal. You can handle the business by yourself. Have you looked for the elixir I want? The indifferent voice hardly changed, and once again passed into the fat man's ears. At this moment, the light in the room flashed, which illuminated the figure with an indifferent voice. This so-called Ning Gongzi is naturally Ning Xiaochuan, whom the Mu family is searching for recently. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's face is still a little pale, indicating that his condition is not too good. The fat man nodded and said respectfully, I've looked for it, but the elixir you want is either too expensive or too rare. It's basically a good thing that can be met but can't be asked for. When I finish this business, I should be able to save a spiritual stone, and then I'll go to the Medicine King's Pavilion to buy it. Yaowang Pavilion is the largest magic medicine trading place on Yaowang Star. Even psychic drugs can be bought in Yaowang Pavilion. Of course, the price of psychic drugs is a little too outrageous, either ordinary people can afford it or… Well, this is a pill that can help you cultivate. Take it. Ning Xiaochuan looked the same, threw out a pill, and sat cross-legged together again. The fat man took the pill thrown by Ning Xiaochuan, and his face suddenly showed a little excited. After repeatedly thanking Ning Xiaochuan for countless times, the fat man turned around carefully and closed the door again. When the fat man left, Ning Xiaochuan, who was sitting in the room, suddenly appeared the divine shell in his hand, and he himself directly entered the divine shell. Although Ning Xiaochuan's state is not good now, it is obviously much better than that half a year ago. At this moment, although Ning Xiaochuan's strength has not recovered, his physical strength has recovered to the level of almost heaven and man. However, at this time, it is more and more difficult for Ning Xiaochuan to continue to recover his strength. If there is no corresponding panacea to treat the injury, Ning Xiaochuan will have to sit in the divine shell for hundreds of years at least to completely recover his injury. Haven't you found Ning Xiaochuan? Yao Jia, Yasukiki is angry at a group of bodyguards of Yao Jia. Knowing that the Mu family was looking for Ning Xiaochuan everywhere, Yao Siki began to order the guards of the Wei family to secretly look for Ning Xiaochuan. But after so many days, Yao Siki got nothing at all. Just when Yao Siki was angry, Yao Huichuan's voice suddenly sounded on one side, "You all go down." Hearing the voice of the homeowner, these bodyguards secretly spit out their tongues and leave if they are pardoned. After all the bodyguards left, Yao Huichuan smiled and said to Yao Siki, "Siki, what magic power does Ning Xiaochuan have that has made you worry about him for more than half a year, and still refuses to give him up?" Hearing his father's inquiry, Yao Siki's beautiful face immediately turned red. With a wave of hands, Yao Siki explained in a panic, "Father, where did you think of it? I'm looking for Ning Xiaochuan, but I think he's much better than me in the cultivation of a heart trainer. If I can find him, it must be of great benefit to the current situation of our pharmacists." "Is that really all?" Yao Huichuan looked at Yao Siki with a smile. Yao Siki blushed and nodded, "Well, that's all." At this time a sudden sound sounded on one side. "Only these are good." With this sound, a virtual shadow gradually condensed in front of Yao Siki. This virtual shadow is a woman in a gorgeous purple robe. From a simple appearance, it is somewhat similar to Yao Siki, but her age is obviously much older than Yao Siki. "Mom, you're out of the customs." Seeing the woman in front of her, Yao Siki suddenly showed a surprised look on her face, and at the same time, directly jumped into the other party's arms. The purple-robed woman is Yao Siki's mother, Wen Min, whose cultivation has also reached the realm of good fortune. The Yao family is another expert, besides Yao Huichuan. It is precisely because both husband and wife are masters of the realm of fortune that Yao Huichuan can sit firmly as the owner of the medicine family. Wen Min glanced at Yao Siki with a spoiled face, smiled and nodded, "Well, if you don't get out of the pass again, your daughter will run away with someone." "Mother." Yao Siki blushed and gave a coquettish voice. "As soon as I left the pass this time, I heard about Ning Xiaochuan. It is estimated that Ning Xiaochuan is indeed a hidden master." Wen Min nodded and brought the topic to Ning Xiaochuan. After leaving the customs today, she had heard about Ning Xiaochuan from Yao Huichuan. No matter what Yao Huichuan felt about Ning Xiaochuan at the beginning, or what Ning Xiaochuan did at the door of Yao's house later, it was enough for her to judge that Ning Xiaochuan's strength was definitely not as simple as they knew. Well, as I said earlier, Ning Xiaochuan is definitely not simple. Mentioning Ning Xiaochuan, Yao Siki was immediately excited. Looking at his daughter's so excited look, Wen Huitu and Yao Huichuan glanced at each other. Then, Wen Min's expression gradually condensed and said, "Siki, in the future, you still have less intersection with Ning Xiaochuan. My mother doesn't want to hear this name from you again." Yao Siki was excited at the moment and was stunned when she heard Wen Min say so. Stunned for a moment, Yao Siki said with a puzzled face, "Why? Mom, I found Ning Xiaochuan. Of course, I can't give him up so easily. The blood oath signed by Ning Xiaochuan and our druggist has been taken away by Mu Yunhe, so Ning Xiaochuan has nothing to do with our druggist, and naturally there is nothing to give up. Siki, I can indulge you in other things, but I can't let you go of this matter." Wen Min looked serious and shook his head. Yao Siki frowned, still looking at Wen Min with astonishment on her face, as if she didn't understand why Wen Min said so. Wen Min reached out and touched Yao Siki's head. Then she said bitterly, "Siki, you are still young. Although you have amazing talent, you stay in the drug house all the year round. You don't have enough experience in dealing with people, so my mother is also afraid that you will be cheated." Seeing his mother talking to him so painstakingly, Yao Siki's original reluctance dissipated immediately. Nodded, Yao Siki said, "Well, Mom, I know. I won't ask about Ning Xiaochuan in the future. Anyway, I haven't heard from him now." After continuing the conversation with his parents, Yao Siki left with a smile on his face. Seeing Yao Siki go to the distance, Wen Min's face, which originally had a smile on her face, suddenly became gloomy. Turning to Yao Huichun, Wen Min shook her head and said, "See, our daughter seems to be really interested in Ning Xiaochuan. No, I think Siki is just unwilling. After all, this Ning Xiaochuan is the first heart trainer she recruited back, but she was finally disturbed by Mu Yunhe. Of course, Siki will not be reconciled." Yao Huichun shook his head and said. When Minbai glanced at her husband and said, "What do you know? Now Siki may just be unwilling to that Ning Xiaochuan, but Siki is still too young. Emotionally, she is a blank sheet of paper. When she meets a young man like Ning Xiaochuan, it is easy to have something happen with him. By that time everything will be late." Yao Huichuan's face showed some helplessness and said, "You think too much, and according to my observation, that Ning Xiaochuan is absolutely not vulgar. If you didn't offend the Mu family, we can attract him." "No." Wen Min almost immediately interrupted Yao Huichuan's words, "For our daughter, Ning Xiaochuan will never enter the door of our pharmacy again in the future. Siki is the best spiritual trainer of the younger generation on the Yaowang star, and she is also beautiful and can match him. Only those talented disciples of the great family, and others have no qualification to connect with Siki near our family. Ning Xiaochuan's talent is also good. It is said that his achievements in mental health are better than our daughter." Yao Huichun murmured secretly. Wen Min looked at her husband with some dissatisfaction and said, "What's the use of being a good mental therapist? Didn't you say before? When Ning Xiaochuan first came to our medicine house, he was seriously injured and his strength had been almost completely destroyed. What future can a ruined mental therapist have? Anyway, I won't allow her to approach our family, Siki, again." Looking at Wen Min's attitude, Yao Huichun was a little annoyed and said, "Good. Good. Good. Listen to you, this Ning Xiaochuan is not worthy of our daughter. Then tell me, what kind of son-in-law you want to find for Si Qi, but it must be said that you are after Mu Yunhe." Wen Min nodded and said, "It's not impossible for Mu Yunhe to be arrogant. Although this Mu Yunhe is arrogant, he is arrogant. Behind him is the Mu family. On the Medicine King star, as long as he doesn't dare to offend the people of the Mu family, he certainly doesn't dare to offend Mu Yunhe. You, the master of the medicine family, don't you want to be polite when you see Mu Yunhe?" At the mention of Mu Yunhe, Yao Huichuan's face suddenly became a little ugly. Wen Min seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing at the moment, so he quickly smiled and said, "The son-in-law I want to find for Si Qi must be the kind of peerless arrogance. In terms of cultivation, at least it must be the eternal realm, and the mental health teacher can't be bad." "How can it be a great mental health teacher?" Yao Huichun curled his lips and said, "Your requirement is too high. None of the young Tianjiao of the whole Yaowang star can meet this condition. When Min then said, "That's why I won't let Ning Xiaochuan close to Siki. Since no one can meet my requirements, the background of Siki's future husband can't be bad. This Ning Xiaochuan obviously has no strong background, otherwise he won't sign a blood oath with our pharmacist." Seeing that when Min's mouth and silence were all about her future son-in-law, Yao Huichun patted her head and said, "Forget it, let's talk about the upcoming mental health teachers meeting. This is a grand ceremony held every 10 years on Yaowang Star. The people who organize the mental health teachers meeting are the families of major mental health teachers on Yaowang Star. These families are rich and powerful. The purpose of organizing such a meeting is to show the strength of their families on the one hand, and to attract talents on the other. It's easy to understand that it's easy to show the strength of your family. As long as a spiritual master family can have an amazing spiritual master at the spiritual master conference or develop a unique elixir, it can make the spiritual master family famous. As for the recruitment of talents, we should start from the basic rules of the Yangxin Normal University. According to the basic rules of the Yangxin Normal University, the candidates who are qualified to participate in the Yangxin Normal University are those who do not belong to the casual cultivation Yangxin teachers, in addition to the major Yangxin Normal families. In order to attract those cardiologists who go wild on Yaowang Star to participate in this grand event, every cardiologist conference, each major cardiologist family will take out extremely rich rewards. Just for this reward, the mental health teachers of the 10 on the Yaowang Star will participate in this grand ceremony when the Mental Health Teachers Congress is held. In this way, the families of major mental health teachers can naturally find the talents they need at the Mental Health Teachers University meeting, and then find ways to attract these talents. It can be said that this kind of mental health teachers meeting is basically a means used by major mental health teachers' families to maintain their strength. For those who go wild, this kind of spiritual cultivation master meeting is also a great opportunity for them to join these spiritual cultivation master families. Therefore, the scale of the Yangxin Master Conference on Yaowang Star will become larger and larger. Now, this kind of Yangxin Master Conference has even been well known. When the conference is held, there are Yangxin masters from nearby star regions who specially come to attend. Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes and listened to Gu Pengzi say the things about the Yangxin Normal University meeting again. Then he slowly opened his eyes, smiled and nodded, "Yes, it's interesting." Knowing everything about this heart-nourishing teachers' university meeting, Ning Xiaochuan is indeed a little excited. He also wants to attend the mental health teachers' meeting. Apart from other things, Gu Pengzi just made it clear that in recent decades, almost every session of the Yangxin Normal University, the final winner's prize contains a rare psychic medicine. What does Ning Xiaochuan lack now? What is missing is the psychic medicine to restore cultivation. If he can get a 10,000-year elixir in his hand, he can recover his injury by his means. As for the disclosure of identity, Ning Xiaochuan didn't care at all. Now, the only one who may really embarrass him is the Wooden family. Although the ancestor of the Wooden family is a secondary god, the ancestor of the Wooden family has been closed all year round and will not appear easily. As long as Ning Xiaochuan seizes the opportunity and gets the psychic medicine first, when his strength recovers, the whole Medicine King star will have no deterrent to him. However, before that, try to recover your strength as much as possible. Ning Xiaochuan muttered in his heart, and then looked up at Ding Pengzi in front of him. After Ning Xiaochuan left the medicine house at the beginning, Ding Peng found a miraculous medicine dealer on the Medicine King star. Ding Pengzi's original cultivation was only one step up the ladder of heaven. Ning Xiaochuan casually used a little means to control him. Later, Ning Xiaochuan has been hidden in Ding Pengzi's miraculous medicine store. This place is only dozens of miles away from the Mu family. The Mu family searched the whole Medicine King star to find Ning Xiaochuan, but they didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan was hidden under their eyelids. Of course, the main reason why the Mu family can't find Ning Xiaochuan is that Yao Wangxing is too chaotic. Although the Mu family's influence in Yao Wangxing is huge, it is far from covering the sky. In this case, even if the Mu family wants to search for Ning Xiaochuan with great fanfare, many people will definitely trip the Mu family secretly. As for why to trip the Mu family, does it need a reason? For those who are hostile to the Mu family, if they make the Mu family uncomfortable, they are comfortable. Plus, Ning Xiaochuan hasn't even left the gate once since he came here. In this way, his probability of leakage is naturally lower. All kinds of reasons combined, let Ning Xiaochuan completely disappeared under the noses of the Wood family and the Medicine family. Ding Peng's name is Ding Wei. After being controlled by Ning Xiaochuan at the beginning, with the help of the elixir in Ding Peng's store, Ning Xiaochuan just casually exposed his hands, which made Ding Peng's business on the verge of bankruptcy flourish. Later, Ning Xiaochuan casually refined some elixirs that could make Ding Pengzi improve his cultivation. Only with Ding Pengzi's cultivation can he rise 3 levels like a rocket and reach the current level of the 4th step of the ladder. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan has long relaxed his control over Ding Pengzi, but Ding Pengzi, who has been more and more nourished recently, has long been completely obedient to Ning Xiaochuan and dare not have the slightest rebellious mind. Glancing at Ding Pengzi for a few eyes, Ning Xiaochuan calmly said, "Is the batch of miraculous drugs you said last time here? Today has arrived. I came here to give it to you, young master." Ding Pengzi reached out and handed over a Qiankuan cloth bag. "Feel the things in the Qiankuan cloth bag casually." Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a somewhat disappointed look. Although the miraculous drugs in these heaven and earth cloth bags are extremely precious, there is still a big gap between them and Ning Xiaochuan's imagination. At least, with these miraculous drugs, Ning Xiaochuan's injury will not improve at all. However, Ning Xiaochuan also knew that it was his limit to get these miraculous drugs by Ding Pengzi's means. Nodded, Ning Xiaochuan casually said, "Well, you leave first. In addition, what I asked you to prepare for me, are you ready?" "It's already ready." Ding Pengzi respectfully took out a thin mask and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan took the mask into his hand and put it on his face. His breath suddenly changed greatly. Such a mask is also a kind of xuanqi, but the role of the mask is very simple, mainly to isolate the power of the mind, explore, and change the breath. The reason why such a mask appears on Yawang is mainly because there are many elixir transactions on Yawang, which are invisible. At this time, both sides of the transaction will appear with this mask. Therefore, even if we see such masked people on the street of Yaowangxing now, everyone is not surprised. Ning Xiaochuan also inadvertently saw 2 such weirdos among Ding Pengzi's guests, so he casually asked. Who knows, he was surprised to ask. This mask is of great use to him at the moment. With a mask, Ning Xiaochuan can swagger out of here. Of course, it's a pity for Ning Xiaochuan that masks are not allowed at the Yangshi Normal University meeting, otherwise, Ning Xiaochuan will save a lot of trouble at that time. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan took off the mask, Ding Pengzi also guessed that Ning Xiaochuan was going out, but he certainly didn't dare to stop Ning Xiaochuan. Half a day later, Ning Xiaochuan, wearing a mask, walked out directly from the door of Ding Pengzi's shop. Having not left the room above for half a year, Ning Xiaochuan's mood suddenly became quite happy when he saw the sky again. The climate of Yaowangxing is a little different from that of Dian World. In the Dian World, there are 4 seasons in a year, but there is no such thing as 4 seasons in a year on Yawang Star. No matter when, it is full of spring on Yawang Star. Fortunately, in addition to this, there is little difference between Yawang and Dian World in other aspects. Similarly, the sun is high overhead. Of course, the sun in Dian World and the sun on Yawang are definitely not the same thing, but this difference, Ning Xiaochuan does not want to waste time on it. Strolling along the street towards the front, Ning Xiaochuan has begun to stroll in every store very familiar. Although he didn't go out much, Ning Xiaochuan had already learned about the situation in the neighborhood from Ding Pengzi. At the moment, most of the stores Ning Xiaochuan entered were similar to Ding Pengzi's miraculous medicine stores. Ning Xiaochuan casually visited several stores, and he was not interested in it. Leaving these blocks, Ning Xiaochuan rushed directly to the largest heart-nourishing hall nearby, Mujia Heart-Nourishing Hall. The famous heart-nourishing halls on Yaowang Star are mostly opened by families of heart-nourishing masters such as Mu family or Yao Jia family. As the name suggests, we can distinguish the Wooden family's heart-nourishing hall, which was opened by the Wooden family. As the most powerful family of heart-nourishing masters on Yaowang Star, the Wooden Heart-Nourishing Hall is also the most powerful existence on the whole Yaowang Star. Almost every of the several miraculous drugs Ning Xiaochuan wanted to find was extremely rare, so at this moment, he naturally ran directly to the largest heart-nourishing hall on the Medicine King Star. When he came to the door of the Wooden family's heart-nourishing hall, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help but tut's praise. Simply talking about the scale of the heart-nourishing hall, the scale of Mujia Heart-Nourishing Hall is larger than any heart-nourishing hall that Ning Xiaochuan has seen before. However, this is also normal. The whole Yaowangsing has been developed into a city. As the core of Yaowangsing, the pattern of these heart-nourishing halls cannot be too small. Stepping into the Mu family's heart-nourishing hall from the front door, a waiter from heaven and earth immediately took the initiative to welcome him. Although the mask on Ning Xiaochuan's face can change people's breath and isolate others from exploration, it can't hide his strength. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's breath is almost the level of the realm of heaven and man, so he is also the waiter of the realm of heaven and man who comes out to entertain him at the moment. The waiters of Mu family's heart-nourishing hall are divided into several levels. The lowest level is the waiter of the day. Above the realm of heaven and man, there are the steward of the realm of human beings, the elder of the realm of forever, and the elder of the realm of creation. Waiters at each level are responsible for entertaining guests at each level. As for those martial artists below the realm of heaven and man who come to the heart-nourishing hall, unless they have a special identity, no waiter will be sent to the heart-nourishing hall to take the initiative to entertain them. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't care what level the waiter is at the moment. Swaggering into the heart-nourishing hall with the waiter of the heaven and earth, Ning Xiaochuan directly said, "I have several pills here, and I want to exchange them for spiritual medicine from your heart-nourishing hall. Take them out and help me estimate the price." Trading pills for miraculous drugs is obviously extremely rare in the heart-nourishing hall. Therefore, the waiter of the heaven and human realm showed a little surprise on his face, and then began to ask Ning Xiaochuan what the magic medicine he wanted to exchange was. Tiang Cinco, Millennium Blood Bodhi. The main kind of elixir called blood melon, the longer the year, the better. Ning Xiaochuan immediately said a series of names of elixirs. At the beginning, the waiter of Time Ranging also knew what the elixir Ning Xiaochuan said was. But later, he was at a loss. In addition to firmly remembering the names of these miraculous drugs, he didn't know what these miraculous drugs were. This situation has long surprised the waiter. You know, although these waiters are not heart healers, they are very familiar with the miraculous drugs that heart healers need after training in this field. But at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan said the name of the elixir, but he had not even heard of many of them. After listening carefully to Ning Xiaochuan say all the miraculous drugs, the waiter of the heaven and human realm looked a little stunned, and then he was a little afraid to say, "This guest, you came at a good time. Now there is a guest in our heart-nourishing hall, selling a blood melon that is 2,000 years old." What? Is there really a blood melon? Ning Xiaochuan stood up suddenly. This time he came to the Mu family heart-nourishing hall. In fact, he was more in the mind of throwing stones and asking for directions. He wanted to first see whether the miraculous drugs in the Mu family heart-nourishing hall had the ones he desperately needed. In fact, most of the miraculous drugs he said before are useless to him, but they are quite rare. This is the main reason why the waiter hasn't even heard the names of many miraculous drugs. But this blood melon is indeed a panacea that Ning Xiaochuan urgently needs at the moment. After knowing the existence of the blood melon, Ning Xiaochuan said eagerly, "Take me to see the blood melon." The waiter of Tianrenjing, with a strange look, turned around and walked into another hall. Compared with the hall that Ning Xiaochuan entered before, it will be much more lively here. There are at least hundreds of people trading with each other in the whole hall, and many of them, like Ning Xiaochuan, wear masks on their faces. Blood melon is in that position. The waiter of Tianrenjing took Ning Xiaochuan to a seat in the hall. Close to here, Ning Xiaochuan immediately saw that at this moment, on this seat, a blood melon the size of an adult fist, full of blood red, just like a human heart, constantly expanding and contracting, suspended in a column of light, obviously sealed here. After only glancing at it, Ning Xiaochuan recognized that this blood melon was indeed real, and it was very old. If the blood melon continued to grow for hundreds of years, it was very likely to evolve into a real psychic. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the blood melon for a moment, then turned around and asked the waiter, "What conditions do you need to exchange this blood melon? Do you really want to exchange this blood melon?" The waiter looked at Ning Xiaochuan with some astonishment, and then said, "This guest, I want to remind you in advance that although the blood melon is precious, there are few miraculous drugs that can be matched with it, so no one wants this blood melon until now." The waiter of Tianrenjing was obviously afraid that Ning Xiaochuan would be cheated, so he kindly reminded him. "It doesn't matter. I want to order this blood melon." Ning Xiaochuan looked at the blood melon road in front of him urgently. With this blood melon, Ning Xiaochuan's physical condition will further improve. Although still unable to recover all his strength, Ning Xiaochuan is confident to use this blood melon to recover his strength for the time being. Ning Xiaochuan's is already strong and tough. If his physical strength is restored, Ning Xiaochuan will not have the strength to fight back when he meets a slightly stronger opponent as he is now. The waiter of Tianrenjing had seen Ning Xiaochuan's determination, so he stopped persuading and nodded directly. This blood melon was put here by an elder of Shinran realm. His request is very simple. As long as the pill helps him break through the current realm, he can change this blood melon. So cheap. Ning Xiaochuan's face suddenly showed a happy look. This requirement is also too simple. Although blood melon is of too little use, everyone doesn't care much. But for Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, the importance of blood melon is self-evident. In terms of the current value of blood melon, it is already a sky-high price for others, but for Ning Xiaochuan, it is already quite cheap. You know, Ning Xiaochuan himself is a saint-level heart-nourishing master, and he can easily refine the elixir that is conducive to the breakthrough of the human realm. Is it cheap? The waiter of Tianrenjing looked at Ning Xiaochuan blankly, as if he didn't know what Ning Xiaochuan thought at the moment. This man must also be a dandy of that family, otherwise he wouldn't waste resources in such a place. After whispering a few times in his heart, the waiter of Tianrenjing smiled and said to Ning Xiaochuan, "Since the guest wants to exchange this blood melon, please take out the elixir in the request first, and then I will apply for sending the blood melon to your hand. Forget it now, I don't have such a pill on me now, but you try to help me inform the person in charge of you. No matter how, you must leave this blood melon for me. I will come and buy this blood melon in 3 days at the latest." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head. The attendant of Tianrenjing looked at Ning Xiaochuan in amazement again. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan's tone was so big that he thought he had encountered some awesome guests, but now, when Ning Xiaochuan said this, he immediately put Ning Xiaochuan in the ranks of liars. After all, at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is only in the realm of heaven and man. A martial artist in the realm of heaven and man is nothing at all in a place like Yaowangsing. Although the disdain on the waiter's face just flashed away, it had been discovered by Ning Xiaochuan. It seems that if you want this guy to help yourself sincerely, you must give him some sweets. Ning Xiaochuan said secretly in his heart. Ning Xiaochuan's palm turned over, and immediately there were another 2 bottles of pills in his hand. He handed these 2 bottles of pills to the waiter in front of him. Ning Xiaochuan looked indifferent and said, "If you help me do this, these 2 bottles of pills are yours." Yaowangsing is named after medicine. On Yaowangsing, the panacea is the most common currency. After casually checking the elixir handed out by Ning Xiaochuan, the waiter of heaven and earth was immediately surprised. These 2 bottles of pills, even in the heart-nourishing hall in his charge, are fine products, but now they are thrown out by Ning Xiaochuan so casually. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan, whose position in his heart had plummeted, surged back again at a faster speed and became an important guest in his heart. With the benefit of Ning Xiaochuan, the waiter of Tianrenjing naturally immediately patted his chest and promised, "Guests, don't worry, I will keep this blood melon for you." After sending Ning Xiaochuan out of the Mu family's heart-nourishing hall, the waiter of heaven and earth immediately rushed to the steward who was one higher than him in the heart-nourishing hall and explained Ning Xiaochuan's situation in detail. It doesn't count if a waiter or even a steward says to reserve a certain elixir for the guest. Only the elders can do this. At the moment, the waiter can only report the situation level by level, and then ask the steward to report to the elder. Finally, the elder makes a decision. The steward of this famous heaven and human realm waiter is a real realm warrior named Chao Yiru. At this moment, hearing the report from his subordinates, Chao Yiru immediately shook her head and said, "What?" A mysterious Tianrenjing guest with a mask asked us to keep the blood melon for him for 3 days. No, the existence of a small Tianrenjing even wants to change the rules of our heart-nourishing hall, which is definitely impossible. Every time you don't see the benefits, don't spread the eagle. Naturally, the waiter of heaven and earth knew what Chao Yiru thought at the moment, and secretly scolded in his heart. Only then did he look the same and take out one of the 2 bottles of pills left by Ning Xiaochuan. "Steward, this is the pill that the guest left behind. With the generosity of his hand, I feel that I can leave the blood melon for him." His face calmly took the bottle of pills, and Chao Yiru smiled a little and said, "If so, I'll apply to the top, in order to keep the blood melon for 3 days, but after 3 days, the blood melon transaction will return to normal." Chao Yiru's expression suddenly became cold after he casually dealt with his men and watched them leave. "Such a bottle of garbage just wants to send me away. It's too belittling for me, Chao Yiru. A guy with only heaven and man cultivation and a mask is simply a fat sheep sent to the door. If I don't squeeze out all his treasures, I'll be in charge for nothing." With a few complacent murmurs, Chao Yiru's figure disappeared directly into the heart-nourishing hall. Eating black is actually a very common thing on Yaowangsing. However, if things get too big, the major forces on Yawang will jointly track down the matter, so generally no one dares to mess around on Yawang at all. Real black eating black usually happens to masked people like Ning Xiaochuan. Since the other party is wearing a mask, it must indicate that he has some shady secrets. Therefore, many bullies specialized in robbing those mask makers have been born on Yawang Star. At the moment, I heard that Ning Xiaochuan went to the heart-nourishing hall of the Mu family with a mask, so Chao Yiru came up with the idea of robbing Ning Xiaochuan. This is not the first time Chao Yiru has done such a thing. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know this at all. After leaving the heart-nourishing hall of the Mu family, he slowly wandered around in other places. However, after wandering several places in a row, Ning Xiaochuan looked back thoughtfully, glanced behind him, and then quickly left and rushed to the sparsely populated place on Yawang Star. Although every land on Yawang Star has been developed, it is impossible for such a big star to have people everywhere. At the moment, what Ning Xiaochuan rushed to is a no-man's land full of dilapidation. After arriving at this dilapidated place, Ning Xiaochuan stopped and looked back. At the moment, there was no one behind him, but Ning Xiaochuan could clearly feel that there were several masters who had reached the realm of real people behind him at the moment. Glancing at the hiding place of those real-world masters, Ning Xiaochuan casually said, "Come out, you followed me so stealthily. Isn't this place right for us to talk now? Good boy, brave enough to lead us here." With a hoarse voice, 5 figures appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. These 5 figures are all the strong ones in the real world. The 5 of them were the killers arranged by Chao Yiru to hunt Ning Xiaochuan. After getting the information about Ning Xiaochuan from Chao Yiru, they soon found Ning Xiaochuan outside the Wooden family's heart-nourishing hall. Later, the 5 of them followed Ning Xiaochuan all the way here. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at these people in front of him and casually said, "Are you from the Wooden family's heart-nourishing hall?" "Boy, we." Among the 5 real-world masters, a cold-looking young man stood up and was about to drink cold, but Ning Xiaochuan directly interrupted his voice. "Forget it, no matter who you are, you'd better solve it earlier," Ning Xiaochuan said calmly, and then several dark shadows rushed out of him and rushed towards these real-world masters in front of him. With only a few blinks of an eye, the 5 real-world masters in front of them were torn to pieces, and even their flesh and blood were swallowed up by the dark shadows released by Ning Xiaochuan. After all this, Ning Xiaochuan left here immediately. With Ning Xiaochuan's strength at the moment, it is not difficult to deal with a martial artist in the real world by relying on the power of the 7 orifices God-demon heart. But it's a little hard to deal with a group of martial artists in the real world. But don't forget that after Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has recovered to the realm of heaven and man, he has been able to use many treasures, such as the Xian beast Jian hidden in the center of his eyebrows. Several fierce beasts in the Xian beast Jian have been constantly cultivating in the Xian beast Jian. With their strength now, it is absolutely easy to destroy those who have just entered the realm of human beings. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's strength has not recovered, and Xian beast Jian is also one of his cards. Returning to Ding Pongzi's shop, Ning Xiaochuan immediately called Ding Pongzi over and began to let him prepare various miraculous drugs. He will immediately start refining medicine, and within 3 days, he will refine a pill that is beneficial to the breakthrough of real martial arts, and then use it to exchange the blood melon. If Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is restored, or the materials are sufficient, refining such a pill is nothing for Ning Xiaochuan. But now, under the condition that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is poor and the materials cannot be perfect, it takes Ning Xiaochuan a little time to refine such a pill. Of course, it only takes a little time. Ning Xiaochuan has reached the holy level in terms of heart nourishing. Under normal conditions, refining such a bottle of Dan medicine is simply pediatrics for him. While Ning Xiaochuan was working on alchemy, Chao Yiru sat on a chair in the Wooden family's heart-building hall, cold and frozen. He has learned the news of the death of those real-world masters he sent out. There are usually only 2 situations when a little guy in the realm of heaven and man can destroy a group of masters in the realm of man. One is that he has a strong hand. The second situation is that there are powerful expert bodyguards lurking around him. Either way, it is enough to prove that the identity of this guy in heaven and earth is not simple. At the thought of these, Chao Yiru felt extremely depressed. "Your background is so awesome. What mask do you wear? Isn't this misleading? If it weren't for your mask, I wouldn't want to send someone to rob you." No matter what Chao Yiru thought, 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan appeared in the heart-nourishing hall of the Wooden family on time. In Chao Yiru's frightened mood, he successfully exchanged the blood melon back. Throughout, Ning Xiaochuan didn't care about Chao Yiru's existence, which reassured Chao Yiru a lot. In fact, Chao Yiru didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan didn't take him seriously, from beginning to end. He was just a martial artist in real life, and it was not worth Ning Xiaochuan's waste of spirit. With the blood melon in hand, Ning Xiaochuan closed again for a period of time and completely refined the medicine of the blood melon into his body. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's physical condition is like a porcelain vase full of cracks. If you try your best, Ning Xiaochuan's own body will collapse before defeating the enemy. So what Ning Xiaochuan needs to do now is to repair all the cracks on the porcelain bottle with the help of external forces. After refining the power of blood melon, Ning Xiaochuan's condition has improved again. If his condition was like a porcelain vase with cracks all over before, now Ning Xiaochuan's condition is a porcelain vase with intact appearance. Of course, it's just that the appearance is intact. In fact, the interior of this porcelain bottle is still full of cracks. If you want to completely repair it, you need stronger external force to help. Whenever he felt this, Ning Xiaochuan would probably sigh a few times. If he was still in Dian world, he would have repaired his injury by relying on the miraculous drugs he had obtained before. However, before he left Dian world, he had left almost all the magic drugs and treasures on his body in Dian world in advance, leaving them to Ning Xiner and others. However, thanks to Ning Xiaochuan's preparation, otherwise, if all these miraculous treasures were left on him, I'm afraid these things would have been rolled into cosmic dust by the previous eternal sacred wind at the moment. Time continued to elapse, and the name Ning Xiaochuan was gradually forgotten after making trouble on Yaowang for a while. Even the wooden family who frantically searched for Ning Xiaochuan's whereabouts before gave up searching for Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, and focused on the upcoming mental health teachers' university meeting. At this moment, it is less than 3 days before the Yangxin Normal University meeting is held. Today's Yaowang Star is a little more bustling than usual. The first place in the Heart Cultivation Teachers University will be rewarded with a 10,000-year Tingyun fruit, a 10,000-year black toad, and a 10,000-year snowflake dew. The second place in the Yangxin Normal University will be rewarded with a 10,000-year nebula chip and a top-grade supreme instrument. Standing in front of a huge stone column, Ning Xiaochuan easily saw the handwriting depicted on the stone column. This stone pillar has clearly engraved the basic rules and various awards of this year's Yangxin Normal University meeting. The reason why these were announced in advance is naturally to attract more cardiologists to attend this conference. Ning Xiaochuan spent a moment here and saw that many cardiologists were immediately excited after reading these awards, and went aside to sign up for the cardiologists' conference without saying a word. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan is already quite excited at the moment. This is a star well known for its miraculous medicine. When a mental health teachers' university was held, most of the rewards were miraculous drugs of grade 10,000. This level of psychic medicine is almost rare in Dian world, but it seems to be no different from ordinary psychic medicine here. For a mental health teacher, what can be more exciting than so many miraculous drugs? Especially for Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, he wants to get enough panacea from this heart-nourishing teachers' university meeting, and then completely repair his injury at one time. There's no way. Although there are many miraculous drugs on Yaowangsing, most of the top psychic drugs are monopolized by these spiritual master families. Unless they fight hard, Ning Xiaochuan can't get these miraculous drugs at all. In contrast, attending the Yangxin Normal University seems to be the easiest way for Ning Xiaochuan to get these miraculous drugs. 10,000-year black toad, 8,000-year broken heart grass, and 5,000-year marrow liquid, these 3 miraculous drugs I must get. Glancing at the rewards marked on the stone column, Ning Xiaochuan immediately locked several miraculous drugs. Although the elixir of 10,000 years is far more precious than the elixir of 5,000 years, the properties of these different elixirs are also different. At the moment, the elixirs that are useful to Ning Xiaochuan are those selected by Ning Xiaochuan. What makes Ning Xiaochuan a little headache is that these miraculous drugs are not given to one person, but to 3 people respectively. In this way, if Ning Xiaochuan wants to get these miraculous drugs, he will have to spend some extra effort. Standing in front of the stone pillar and looking carefully for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan walked aside and reported his name. Of course, what Ning Xiaochuan reported at the moment is only a false name. As for this, the Yangxin Normal University doesn't seem to care about it. Anyway, as long as the Yangxi Normal University attends the meeting on the day of the competition, it's okay. As for whether the Yangxi Normal University attends the meeting, is the Yangxi Normal University registered before, no one cares at all. The reason why the organizers of the Yangxi Normal University should count the names in advance is just to facilitate the arrangement of the competition. Just now Ning Xiaochuan has found that the rules of this kind of mental health teachers meeting are actually very rough. A mental health teacher who takes a wild road is almost impossible to win the first place at this kind of meeting. The reason is very simple, because in these families of mental health teachers, there are spiritual level mental health teachers who almost reach Shinnon level. With such mental health teachers sitting in the mental health teachers meeting, how can general casual mental health teachers win the first place? According to Ning Xiaochuan, this kind of mental health teachers meeting should be divided into at least several levels. For example, the saint-level mental health teachers can only compete with the saint-level mental health teachers, and the king-level mental health teachers compete with the king level. In this way, this kind of mental health teachers meeting will be much fairer. But no, none of these rules. The rules of the Whole Heart Cultivation Teachers Congress can be summarized as one, that is, whoever makes the elixir is the first. In this case, the mental health teacher with the highest level can almost be determined as the first in the Mental Health Teachers Congress. Although these rules formulated by Jiu Normal University are very unfair, Ning Xiaochuan also knows that these rules can exist for so many years, and there is a reason for their existence. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan will not object to anything, not to mention that he himself is a saint-level mental health teacher, and is one of the most likely candidates to win this mental health teacher conference. 3 days later, the Yangxi Normal University meeting was held as scheduled. As a grand ceremony held only once every 10 years on Yawang, the Yangxi Normal University has always been held in a huge square on Yawang in full view of the public. This kind of open competition is also a main reason why the Yangxi Normal University meeting is full of attraction. In the early morning, countless cardiologists attending the conference have begun to count in this square. Around the square, countless spectators also showed up and crowded around to enjoy this session of the heart-nourishing master event. Ning Xiaochuan silently stood among a group of heart therapists and entered the square. He is waiting for the official start of the Yangxi Normal University. Just glancing around slightly, Ning Xiaochuan felt a little shocked in his heart. People on Yawang Star were also a little too crazy about this kind of mental health teacher conference. At this moment, the mental health teacher had just entered the arena, and countless audiences had appeared around. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know that as the King of Medicine Star famous for miraculous drugs, the people on the King of Medicine Star have a strange worship for the heart healer. Compared with other places, the position of the heart healer on the King of Medicine Star is obviously higher. Therefore, this kind of mental health teachers meeting will become so popular on Yawang Star. Time passed, and on one side of the square, a group of mental health practitioners suddenly appeared. These heart therapists are luxuriously dressed and look cold, but they are vaguely arrogant. In particular, the leader of the group, who looks like a middle-aged heart nurse, looks even more indifferent at the moment. He just glances around indifferently, and directly finds a place to sit cross-legged, close his eyes and refresh himself, looking like he doesn't pay attention to others. And just when these therapists appeared, a violent cheering burst out among the audience around them. Although Ning Xiaochuan didn't know these heart therapists, he had recognized from the cheers around him that these heart therapists seemed to be a group of very famous heart therapists on the King of Medicine. In particular, the middle-aged heart-nourishing teacher who was forced to ignore anyone by the cow in the front. His name is Mu Baiji, and he is the most famous heart-nourishing teacher in the Mu family. Now he has reached the holy level in the heart-nourishing teacher. This time, Mubaiji won the championship at the Yangxi Normal University. Mubaiji was the first in the previous 3 consecutive Yangxi Normal University meetings. Glancing at these heart therapists, Ning Xiaochuan immediately found an acquaintance. Yao Siki, who looked a little nervous, even stood in the middle of the group of mental health teachers at the moment. It was obvious that she would also participate in this session of the Mental Health Teachers Congress. Yao Siki is now just the beginning of her career as a mental health teacher. If she participates in such a mental health teacher conference, she is almost impossible to win. However, Yao Siki attended the conference, obviously not to win the championship, but to become famous. Yao Siki has been a quite famous talented mental health teacher on Yawang Star. Now as long as she performs well at the mental health teacher conference, even if her performance is average, it is enough to attract the attention of many people. After all, youth is capital. Yao Siki can't win the championship now, but she may win the championship in the future. As long as Yao Siki can make a big splash at this session of the Yangshi Normal University, it is equivalent to improving the reputation of the pharmacist in disguise, which is a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Therefore, Yao Siki will appear here now. At the moment, there are obviously many mental therapists standing in this square with the same fame as Yao Siki. These cardiologists don't even have any hope of winning the championship. Most of them attend the cardiologists' conference to show their level of cardiologists, and then see if they have the opportunity to join the major cardiologists' families. Among these mental health teachers, Ning Xiaochuan is the only one who is really like Ning Xiaochuan, who is dedicated to those rewards. Yao Siki stood beside an old woman with some gray hair and whispered to the old woman. This old woman is the strongest heart-nourishing master of the medicine family. Now she has reached the king level in the heart-nourishing master, and she is almost promoted to the saint level. Yao Siki learned all her knowledge about mental health practitioners from the old woman. This is Yao Siki's first time to attend the Yangshi Normal University meeting, so it is inevitable that she is a little nervous. As Yao Siki's teacher, the old woman naturally had to comfort Yao Siki several times at the moment. Siki, don't worry. You are the most talented heart trainer I have ever seen. Even Mubaiji can't compare with you at your age. Hearing the teacher's persuasion, Yao Siki's tension dissipated a lot. Standing beside the old woman, Yao Siki slowly glanced around. Yao Siki couldn't help but marvel at the number of heart therapists around, but her eyes swept over these heart therapists, but immediately moved away. At the moment, the name of Ning Xiaochuan appeared in Yao Siki's heart. The Wooden family didn't find Ning Xiaochuan at all. If Ning Xiaochuan was still alive, I don't know whether he would come to attend this kind of mental health teachers' university. With a murmur in her heart, Yao Siki's eyes began to speed up and looked around. In fact, Yao Siki can't say how she feels about Ning Xiaochuan, but she brought Ning Xiaochuan back at the beginning, but now her whereabouts are unknown. Often thinking of this, Yao Siki will feel guilty for a long time. After only glancing around for less than a circle, Yao Siki's eyes stopped on Ning Xiaochuan's face in the crowd. It's him. He really came. Recognizing Ning Xiaochuan's identity, Yao Siki suddenly showed a smile on her face. If it weren't for so many people around looking at her, she would definitely couldn't help cheering, and then jumped out to meet Ning Xiaochuan. Although it is far away, Ning Xiaochuan has also found the abnormality of Yao Siki. Knowing that Yao Siki had found himself, Ning Xiaochuan simply waved to Yao Siki, saying hello to her. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan saying hello to herself without hesitation, Yao Siki became a little shy. After all, she is just a girl. Looking at a strange man in such a public place, it is easy to be misunderstood as a wink. The old woman standing next to Yao Siki had long found the abnormality of Yao Siki, so she asked in a low voice, "Siki, do you know that person?" "Well, he's Ning Xiaochuan. You should have heard of him, aunt. Before, he almost became our medicine family's cardiologist." Yao Siki nodded. Of course, the old woman has heard of Ning Xiaochuan's name. When the Wooden family searched for Ning Xiaochuan a while ago, the name of Ning Xiaochuan has been spread all over the Drug King Star. But the old woman didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to appear here at the moment. You know, although Mujia's search for Ning Xiaochuan has become less intense, he has not completely stopped searching for him. This boy is a little timid. Si Chi, how is his cardiologist? If he is really a genius in cardiologists, I can risk everything to save him today. The old woman glanced at Ning Xiaochuan. Hearing that her teacher could help Ning Xiaochuan, Yao Siki immediately said eagerly, Ning Xiaochuan is already a soul-level mental therapist, and he doesn't look very old, and he is absolutely talented in mental therapist. The last time she came back from the Elixir Star, Yao Siki had seen Ning Xiaochuan's ability in mental health. So at the moment, Yao Siki naturally has to boast more about Ning Xiaochuan. But how can Yao Siki hide this little trick from the old woman? She patted Yao Siki on the head with some indulgence. The old woman pretended to be angry and said, well, don't boast about this boy. When the Yang Xinchi University meeting is over, I will try this boy myself to see how good he is. Yasukiki shook her head and said, Aunt, you are already a king-level heart-nourishing teacher. Ning Xiaochuan is only a soul level, so you can't embarrass him. I see. The old woman was a little impatient. Although she promised Yao Siki, the old woman's eyes to Ning Xiaochuan were cold at the moment. Sure enough, as the eldest brother and sister-in-law said, Siki is really likely to have emotional disputes with this boy. In order to prevent such things from happening in the future, I can't be merciful. At least I'm a king-level psychic. It's nothing to make trouble for such a soul-level psychic. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan for a few eyes, the old woman turned her eyes away. Although there is only one level difference between soul level and king level, there is a huge gap between them. The more you reach the later stage, the more difficult it is to improve the level of a mental health teacher. For example, the difficulty of upgrading from a low-level mental health teacher to a soul-level mental health teacher is comparable to that of upgrading from a low-level mental health teacher to a soul-level mental health teacher. Similarly, upgrading from the soul level to the king level is countless times more difficult. It is difficult to improve the level, but it also means that there is a huge gap between the mental health teachers at each level. A king-level mental health teacher is really much better than a soul-level mental health teacher, so the old woman will not take Ning Xiaochuan seriously at this moment. But the old woman didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan's real level had already reached the holy level. After Mubeiji and others all appeared, the Yangxin Normal University meeting began soon. The rules of the General Assembly are still as simple as before. In this square, every mental therapist has set aside an open space, and then began to refine pills in situ. As for the materials needed for refining pills, there are two ways to obtain them. The first kind is the elixir refined by the self-contained spiritual medicine, which naturally belongs to this mental health teacher and has nothing to do with the organizer of the Mental Health Teachers Congress. The second way is to apply directly to the organizer of the Yangxin Normal University to use the elixir. Since the elixir of the organizer is used, once the elixir is successfully refined, it naturally belongs to the organizer of the Yangxin Normal University and has nothing to do with the Yangxin Normal University itself. Both methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. Ning Xiaochuan chose the second way. He didn't have a panacea that satisfied him, so he had to apply to the organizer of the Yangxin Normal University. After applying for the required elixir, Ning Xiaochuan noticed that there were a large number of psychics around who applied for the elixir like him, far beyond his imagination. After a little thought, Ning Xiaochuan guessed the thoughts of these heart therapists. Even the Holy Order spiritual master can't guarantee that he will succeed in every refining. If you refine the elixir with your own elixir, although the elixir belongs to you, you have no loss. However, if you use the elixir provided by the organizer, whether you succeed or fail, you will have practiced for nothing. As the host of the Yang Xinchi University, the families of Yang Xinchi are rarely as forthright as they are now. There is such a bargain to take advantage of. Of course, many Yang Xinchi will choose to use the elixir provided by the host. Of course, the organizers of the Mental Health Teachers Congress will not allow these mental health teachers to make unlimited use of this opportunity to practice. According to the rules specified by the Yangshi Normal University, there is only one copy of the materials provided by the organizer of the Yangshi Normal University for the Yangshi Normal University. If this copy fails to be refined, you can only choose to refine your own elixir. This kind of regulation is good for those mental therapists who are determined to practice their hands. They must have carried enough elixirs with them. If refining fails, they can use their own elixirs to continue refining pills. But Ning Xiaochuan is different. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan can only use the elixir provided by the organizer to refine the elixir. In other words, Ning Xiaochuan has only one chance to refine pills. If he fails, he will have to find another way. With the quality of those miraculous drugs on him, it is almost impossible to refine a pill that can win the championship. The elixir needed by Ning Xiaochuan was quickly sent up. In order to make the mental health teachers meeting go smoothly, the major mental health teachers' families on Yawang Star also seem to have paid a lot of money. Almost all the elixirs Ning Xiaochuan applied for at the moment are extremely precious. They are placed elsewhere, and each one is sky-high, but here, Ning Xiaochuan can use them for free. If Ning Xiaochuan fails to refine this time, all these top miraculous drugs will be wasted. If Ning Xiaochuan is the only one who fails, the losses of the families of major mental health practitioners are not huge. However, if the number of failed cardiologists on the scene increases, then the major cardiologists' families will really lose a lot. Of course, this is almost impossible. According to the past practice, in fact, in every mental health teachers' congress, the gains and contributions of the major mental health teachers' families can maintain a balance. It is true that there are a large number of heart culturists who fail to refine and thus cause the loss of spiritual medicine. However, there are also many mental health practitioners who can practice the pills. With these pills, the families of major mental health practitioners can make up for the losses. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know these, and he didn't bother to think about them. After the elixir arrived, Ning Xiaochuan immediately began to refine the elixir, and the heart-nourishing tripod slowly appeared in front of him. Then, Ning Xiaochuan began to throw the elixir into the heart-nourishing tripod for 100 years. At this moment, almost all the heart-nourishing masters in this square have begun to refine pills. Countless heart-nourishing tripods with different shapes appear, which makes the audience around quite fascinated. On the east stand of this square, Yao Huichun, Wen Min and others are all located here. As the organizer of the Yangshi Normal University meeting, the family of Yangshi Normal University, such as Yao Jia, has privileges, such as sitting alone in such a stand to enjoy the Yangshi Normal University meeting. At the moment, Yao Huichun and his wife are sitting together, and Wen Min's face is already quite ugly. After sitting for a moment with a gloomy face, Wen Min whispered, "Did you see that the boy who greeted Siki just now seems to be Ning Xiaochuan you said before?" Wen Min has never seen Ning Xiaochuan, but she has heard someone tell her appearance, so she can recognize it at this moment. Yao Huichun had no opinion on Ning Xiaochuan, and even couldn't help praising Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. "It's him, it's really Ning Xiaochuan. I didn't expect that he dared to attend the Heart Cultivation Teachers University meeting. This courage is really amazing." "What kind of courage?" "I think it's my own death." Wen Min said unhappily, staring at Ning Xiaochuan, constantly shaking his head and said, "It looks good, but he doesn't deserve our Siki, no matter his origin or ability. When the Yangshi Normal University meeting is over, I'll meet this Ning Xiaochuan myself. Don't mess around." Yao Huichun glanced at Wen Min and said. He knows Wen Min's temper, so he is really worried that Wen Min will be angry and do something too much to Ning Xiaochuan. "Of course not." Wen Min shook his head. However, at the moment, Wen Min has decided to pay attention. If Ning Xiaochuan still wants to cling to Yao Siki and refuses to follow her arrangement, she doesn't mind giving Ning Xiaochuan a little lesson. As for the extent of this little lesson, Wen Min is not sure at the moment. Anyway, she once taught people a little lesson before, and directly beat people without even ashes. In addition to Yao Huichun and Wen Min's wife, there are people who pay attention to Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, as well as people from the Mu family. Because he has participated in the Mental Health Teachers Congress for 2 consecutive times, this time Mu Yunhe did not participate in the Mental Health Teachers Congress, but sat aside and watched the excitement. Compared with attending the heart-nourishing teachers meeting in person, Mu Yunhe, the young master of the Mu family, still prefers to sit aside and watch others refine pills like this. Such a feeling made him feel more like a master of the wooden family. Just before, Mu Yunhe was in a good mood, but at the moment, his mood was terrible and his face was completely gloomy. The reason for all this is that he saw Ning Xiaochuan. This guy dares to appear here. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan, Mu Yunhe was full of murderous spirit. He will never forget that Ning Xiaochuan controlled him last time at the door of the medicine house and let him beat himself into a pig's head. After this matter was spread, Mu Yunhe has become the laughingstock of many people. Later, the Mu family searched Ning Xiaochuan so frantically, which was fueled by Mu Yunhe. But in the end, Mu Yunhe couldn't find Ning Xiaochuan. Just when he was a little disappointed and felt unable to catch Ning Xiaochuan and torture him severely, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly appeared again. In addition to a little scared for a moment, Mu Yunhe's mood has begun to get excited. Before, he couldn't find Ning Xiaochuan, so he couldn't take revenge, but at this moment, Mu Yunhe felt that it was time for him to take revenge. Hurry up and inform my father that Ning Xiaochuan appears. Mu Yunhe waved to a disciple of the Mu family, and then whispered a few words to him. Immediately, the son of the Mu family left quickly and rushed to the location of the Mu family. Compared with other families of mental hygienists, the Mu family is absolutely dominant on the star of the king of medicine. Therefore, the Mu family does not pay as much attention to this kind of mental hygienists meeting as other families of mental hygienists. At moment, Mu Yunhe's father, owner of the Mu family, is not here. With the exposure of Ning Xiaochuan's identity, the undercurrent has begun to surge under the calm surface of Yangxin Normal University. Ning Xiaochuan did not know this at all and was still concentrating on refining pills. His state is not at its peak, so it greatly limits his ability in cardiology. Compared with Mu Beiji, the saint-level heart-nourishing master, Ning Xiaochuan's action at the moment is much slower, and even many times, he has to rest for a moment before he can continue to refine the elixir. When heart-nourishing masters refine pills, most of them concentrate and devote themselves wholeheartedly. So after the Yangxin Teachers University meeting, in order to avoid the audience around harassing the Yangxin Teachers alchemy, a round-cover sound insulation array has isolated the square where Ning Xiaochuan and others are located. Across the hood, the audience around naturally cheered as much as they wanted. When a heart-nourishing master successfully refined the elixir, the audience around him would cheer. Seeing that a heart-nourishing master failed to refine the elixir, all the miraculous drugs were wasted, and most of them would also make a cheering sound of schadenfreude. Anyway, for the audience who are not mental health practitioners around, this kind of mental health teachers meeting is basically like a carnival. As time goes by, a heart-nourishing master has begun to refine the finished pill. Yao Siki sat beside the old woman of the drugstore and concentrated on refining a powerful pill called Fulong pill. At her current level, it was difficult to refine this pill. At the beginning, Yao Siki was still hesitating whether she wanted to refine this pill. However, Yao Siki finally chose to refine Fulong Dan, because she had learned a secret of refining Fulong Dan from Ning Xiaochuan before. If this secret is useful, my Fulong Dan will be 100% successful. While refining pills, Yao Siki recalled the material she had heard from Ning Xiaochuan. Looking at the unique dragon chanting sound of Fulong Dan coming from Yao Siki, The old woman sitting beside her looked at Yao Siki with a surprised look on her face. Even she didn't expect that Yao Siki could refine Fulong pill. On the stand in the east of the square, Wen Min was already happy. Fulong Dan, this time Siki actually refined Fulong Dan, and it seems to be able to succeed immediately. This time, Siki will definitely become the most dazzling genius at this session of Yongxin Normal University. Wen Min praised his daughter with a happy face, and then casually glanced at Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing that the heart-nourishing tripod in front of Ning Xiaochuan was still the same at the moment, Wen Min immediately showed some disdain on her face, turned to Yao Huichun and said, "Husband, Siki said that Ning Xiaochuan was already a soul-level heart-nourishing master at the beginning. How can I see that he has no strength of a soul-level heart-nourishing master? It can't be that he cheated our family Siki at the beginning." Yao Huichun shook his head and said, "This won't work. Although I can't see through the details of Ning Xiaochuan, I can feel that this person is not simple, not as simple as you think. It's not simple. Where else can he be? If it's really not simple, how could he fall on our elixir star for no reason, and finally be saved by Siki?" Wen Min snorted coldly. Wen Min has never been fond of Ning Xiaochuan since she felt that Yao Siki was different from Ning Xiaochuan. Because in her heart, Ning Xiaochuan is not worthy of her baby daughter at all. At the moment, there are more and more heart therapists refining pills into shapes in the square. Suddenly, a pillar of light rose from the center of the square. In this pillar of light, an illusion like a butterfly kept flying up and down, trying to escape the shadow of the pillar of light. But in the end, the little butterfly was taken back by the light column and turned into a round pill with a strong fragrance of medicine. The first psychic pill was finally born. Seeing the birth of this psychic pill, the audience around burst into the warmest cheers almost immediately. A channeling pill is also quite precious on the king of medicine. With the birth of the first psychic pill, various visions began to appear around the square, that is, 2 and 3. Every time a vision is born, it means the birth of a spiritual elixir. The holy elixir, which is rarely seen at ordinary times, is as cheap here as cabbage on the roadside. There's no way. There are too many mental health practitioners gathered here at the moment. So many high-level mental health practitioners refine pills. It would be strange if there weren't so many channeling pills. Fulong Dan has finally become. Finally, Yasukiki also successfully refined the pill. Put away the heart-nourishing tripod, and still with a bit of tired medicine Siki on his face, he looked up at the place where Ning Xiaochuan was. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan still hurried the heart-nourishing tripod in front of him. He didn't seem to be aware of the constant visions around him. Simply speaking, Ning Xiaochuan is almost one of the most inconspicuous people in the square at the moment. Among them, there is also Mu Baiji, the holy heart-nourishing master of the Mu family. However, unlike Ning Xiaochuan, everyone knows that Mu Baiji is a saint-level cardiologist, so at the moment, his actions are as lukewarm as those of Ning Xiaochuan. However, Ning Xiaochuan's actions are stupid and clumsy in the eyes of others. The same action on Mu Baiji is wise and profound. No one will ever doubt the strength of the saint-level heart-nourishing master. As more and more heart therapists successfully refined the elixir, the action of Mu Baiji obviously accelerated a lot. In fact, sometimes it takes a long time to refine a pill. It may take dozens of days or even years to refine it at once. However, I know that this time I am attending the mental health teachers meeting, so no mental health teacher is stupid enough to choose this laborious and time-consuming pill to refine. Boom. Beside Yao Siki, in front of the old woman at the level of Wang Yangxin Division, a fierce fire suddenly flared up. In this fire, a ferocious fire ape was born from the fire. The old woman just grabbed it casually, and the fire ape immediately fell into her hands, becoming a red, emitting a hot fire attribute psychic pill. Aunt, with your strength, it seems that you are about to break through to the holy order. Yao Siki looked at the old woman with some envy and said. Although her talent is very good, no one can guarantee that Yao Siki will surpass the old woman in the future. And to reach the level that this old woman can easily refine the elixir of channeling, I don't know how many years it will take. Hearing what Yao Siki said, the old woman shook her head and said with a wry smile, the Holy Order is not so easy to break through. Although the King level and the Holy Order are only a few levels away, the difference is bigger than all the previous levels. Wait and see. At the moment when Mebeji alchemy succeeds, a sacred gas will be born. This sacred gas will be integrated into the elixir, which can help people wash their hearts and demons. It is extremely magical. Even if the King-level heart-nourishing master refines the same elixir, it has no such effect. This is holy-level cultivation, the difference between the elixir refined by the heart master and the elixir refined by the King-level heart-nourishing master. Holy gas. Yao Siki immediately looked at Mubaiji curiously. At the moment, Yao Siki even worships a King-level mental therapist, and a saint-level mental therapist makes her look up to the existence. But after watching it for a while, Yao Siki felt a little bored. Mubaiji's alchemy behavior at the moment is really too common. If you replace it with an awesome mental therapist, you may feel that it's a return to nature, but for a source-level mental therapist like Yao Siki, she really doesn't see any special in Mubaiji's behavior. Staring at Mubaiji for a moment, Yao Siki couldn't help turning her head and looking at Ning Xiaochuan. It's not bad. This time, she found something unique when she saw Yao Siki. Some stunned looked back and forth several times, and Yao Siki said with a surprised look, "Aunt, look, how can I feel that Ning Xiaochuan's alchemy action is similar to Mubaiji? Does Ning Xiaochuan also want to refine the elixir containing the sacred gas now?" The old woman beside Yao Siki glanced at Ning Xiaochuan casually, and then directly shook her head and said, "Who knows what this boy is doing? It's estimated that he is pretending. Don't be distracted, or focus on Mubaiji. The process of refining pills by a holy order heart trainer will give you great inspiration." Although she felt uncomfortable in her heart, Yao Siki still nodded and said, "Yes, Aunt." Time soon passed for 2 days. In 2 days, almost all the heart therapists in the square have successfully refined the pills at this moment, and only 4 people are still refining the pills at this moment. Among these 4 people, Ning Xiaochuan and Mubaiji are included. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, one of the 4 heart healers suddenly exploded, and the whole population vomited blood and fell to the ground. Such a situation naturally means that he failed to refine pills. Although the audience around him was not a heart healer, they could also guess that this heart healer obviously wanted to refine pills beyond his level, but in the end, instead of succeeding, he suffered backfire. At the moment, there are only 3 people left in the square. Finally, one of the remaining 3 heart therapists suddenly stood up and a round pill appeared in his hand. Although this pill looks good, it doesn't even reach the spirit-level pill. After such a long delay, he only refined such common pills. Such a scene naturally attracted countless curses from the heart-nourishing master. However, at the moment, more attention has been focused on the remaining 2 people. At the moment, there are 2 people left in the square, one is Ning Xiaochuan, the other is Mubaiji. Compared with Ning Xiaochuan, Mubaiji is obviously more attractive. At the moment, most of the audience around are waiting to see the elixir refined by Mubaiji. As for Ning Xiaochuan, they just took a look by the way. Otherwise, who would care about such an unknown mental therapist who suddenly appeared? Half a day later, the heart-nourishing tripod in front of Mubaiji finally changed. Accompanied by a loud and clear sound, streams of light beams like rivers converged from all directions, and then condensed into the heart-nourishing tripod in front of Mubaiji. Seeing that Mubaiji was about to make pills successfully, everyone around could not help holding their breath and watching Mubaiji's every move. Although Mubaiji looked serious at the moment, he was also quite proud in his heart. Although he is a spiritual master, Mubaiji enjoys the feeling of being worshipped. In fact, Mubaiji was able to refine the pill as early as a day ago, but in order to make a big show at last, he delayed the time of dancing until now. If he didn't have the patience to wait any longer, he would definitely wait until the last one to refine the pill successfully. The so-called grand finale is naturally done by the strongest spiritual trainer. Mubaiji has always felt that he is the talented heart trainer who can bring a great play to everyone. The elixir refined by the saint-level heart-nourishing master is indeed much stronger than the king-level one. At this moment, I can only see the beams of light flying all over the sky. This gorgeous scene makes the audience around the square absolutely ecstatic. It's so powerful. I don't know what elixir Master Mubaiji is refining at the moment. At the moment, Yao Siki's eyes were all attracted by Mubaiji's action. At this moment, a voice like thunder suddenly sounded around the square. Boom! Click! Hearing this sound, people almost immediately remembered the scene of lightning and thunder in their minds. At this time, an amazing lightning storm actually appeared above the square. Countless thunder and lightning formed a power grid, and then fell from the air, landing on the heart-nourishing tripod in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Yes, it landed in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Those who are enjoying Mubaiji alchemy, as well as the heart healers, were startled by these thunder and lightning, and immediately turned their heads to Ning Xiaochuan. Why did this person make trouble at this time? Master Mubaiji was able to refine the pill immediately. The elixir refined by this boy seems to be quite good. It can trigger lightning. Is it some kind of psychic medicine? Chow, hurry up and fail to refine the pill. Isn't it delaying Master Mubaiji to practice the pill at this time? Don't look at him refining pills. Can an unknown boy be comparable to Master Mubaiji? Outside the square, those spectators could not help shouting one by one at the moment. Because of the existence of sound insulation covers, many therapists in the square did not hear the sound outside. If these spiritual therapists heard these voices at the moment, they would definitely scold in their hearts that they have eyes and don't know Taishan. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan refining pills stupidly, almost all the heart-nourishing masters were stunned at the moment. Is this impossible? Such a turning sentence pattern appears in the heart of almost every mental health teacher. Yao Siki and the old woman of the Yao family are also staring at Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. After a long time, Yao Siki looked back at the old woman in astonishment and said, "Aunt, are those lightning bolts recorded in ancient books?" Without waiting for Yao Siki to finish, the old woman directly said, "Yes, it's Tianlei subduing the devil." The elixir refined by the saint-level heart-nourishing master naturally contains divine qi and can wash the demons. But some powerful saint-level heart-nourishing masters can use Tianlei to refine the elixir. Tianlei is the main punishment. If Tianlei is refined into the elixir, the ability of this elixir to wash the demons will be stronger than the elixir refined by the general saint-level heart-nourishing master. So, the elixir refined by Ning Xiaochuan is stronger than that refined by Master Mubaiji? Yao Siki said. It seems like this. Is this boy actually a saint-level heart trainer? My eyes are out of sight this time. The old woman stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a complicated look. Before, she didn't pay attention to Ning Xiaochuan at all, and even prepared to teach Ning Xiaochuan a lesson later. But now, she suddenly found out how ridiculous she was. A king-level mental hygienist even wants to insult a saint-level mental hygienist in terms of mental hygienists, which is simply a free insult. Fortunately, I'm not so anxious to go to him for trouble, otherwise I will definitely be unlucky today. The old woman sighed in her heart, but her eyes shot to the grandstand on the east side of the square. The old woman knew that at the moment, in this grandstand, the master of the medicine family, Mr. and Mrs. Huichun, were all here. Before, the eldest brother and sister-in-law didn't want Qi to have more contact with Ning Xiaochuan. They felt that Ning Xiaochuan didn't deserve Qi. Now I'm afraid the situation has been reversed. I'm afraid that even if Qi, a girl, went to be a girl for others, they may not be able to see it. If the eldest brother and sister-in-law knew this situation, they didn't know whether they would regret it. Seeing the grandstand in the distance, the old woman sighed again in her heart. She knew in her heart that she had missed the opportunity to have a good relationship with Ning Xiaochuan before. Now if she wanted to see Ning Xiaochuan again, it would not be as simple as before. Mu Baiji is now livid. Shit, this is stealing my spotlight. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan on the other side of the square from a distance, Mu Baiji was scolding in his heart. As a senior heart-nourishing master of holy order, Mu Baiji can also refine the elixir of thunder subduing demons, but the problem is that at this heart-nourishing master's meeting, Mu Baiji thinks that he can win the championship by refining an elixir at will, so he doesn't give his all. In this case, a person suddenly appeared to compare him, and Mu Baiji was certainly quite unwilling. But there is no way to be reconciled. Now his elixir is almost finished. If you refine it again, who has time to wait for him for another 2 days? Ning Xiaochuan refined the elixir with the attribute of heavenly thunder subduing demons, which shocked almost everyone, including the Yaohyun couple sitting on the east stand of the square. However, compared with the contempt just now, Yao Huichun and his wife can plug an egg in their mouth. Saint-level mental health teacher, and he is also a kind of quite strong saint-level mental health teacher. Seeing the moment when Tianlei subdues the devil, Yao Huichun and his wife have identified Ning Xiaochuan's level of cardiologist. The little guy who originally thought he was insignificant suddenly turned into an existence that almost made them look up. This sense of gap made Yao Huichun and Wen Min's head start to feel dizzy. But at least they are also masters of the realm of creation. After a short absence, they recovered their composure. Like the old woman, Yao Huichuan's face has begun to show regret at this moment. If he had recklessly left Ning Xiaochuan in the medicine family at the beginning, now the medicine family would be equivalent to climbing up to a saint-level heart-nourishing master, with a saint-level heart-nourishing master in charge. Even if the medicine family suppressed the Wood family, it would be impossible. But now, it's too late to say this. Who made himself blind at the beginning, and just didn't see that this young man, who was not amazing, would be so abnormal? Yao Huichun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Wen Min, who was sitting next to him, looked a little pensive at the moment. I didn't expect that this boy should be a saint-level mental health teacher. If so, he can be worthy of his daughter. At this moment, Wen Min has actually begun to ponder the matter between Yao Siki and Ning Xiaochuan, but contrary to just now, Wen Min's attitude at this moment has changed greatly. Instead of opposing Yao Siki's approach to Ning Xiaochuan, she has expectations for it. As for whether Ning Xiaochuan had any ideas about Yao Siki, Wen Min didn't consider it at all. It's a joke. In her eyes, her baby daughter is the most beautiful woman in the world. Even if Ning Xiaochuan is a saint-level heart trainer, she will also be fascinated by her daughter. On the other side, Mu Yunhe had already kicked a servant beside him to one side. Holy level spiritual master, how can this guy be a holy level spiritual master? With a few angry growls, Mu Yunhe gradually calmed down. Although his temper is not very good, Mu Yunhe is not a fool. After identifying Ning Xiaochuan as a saint-level heart-nourishing teacher, he knows in his heart that it is impossible to pay Ning Xiaochuan with his ability. Go and inform my father about this at once. Mu Yunhe frowned and meditated for a moment, and immediately turned his head to a servant and shouted. The servant immediately rushed towards the wooden house. At the moment, inside the wooden house, the owner of the wooden house, Mu Baizhu, is entertaining guests at the moment. The person who can let Mu Baizhu not go to the Yangxin Teachers' Congress, but personally entertain at home, is naturally not an ordinary person. In the reception hall of the Mu family, when Mu Baizhu looked at the person in front of him, his eyes always looked respectful. At the moment, the guest of the Wooden family is a middle-aged man in his 30s with a mustache and a rather obscene appearance. This guy looks ugly. He also has a lot of moles on his face. These moles make his face look like a human face. If someone sees this middle-aged man, he will definitely burst out laughing and marvel that there are people who grow up like this in the world. However, facing the middle-aged man, Mu Baizhu looked extremely respectful and did not dare to show any different look at all. The reason why Mu Baizhu can be so respectful is very simple, because this strange-looking middle-aged man is himself a secondary god. The King of Medicine Star is famous for its miraculous medicine, but there are not many real masters. Most of the masters in the King of Medicine Star are sub-god level masters. The real god-level masters will leave the King of Medicine Star and travel to other places in the divine world. Would Attractolode's macrocephala itself has reached the realm of virtual god, and he is one step away from stepping into the level of secondary god, but in front of a secondary god, he still respectfully lowers his head. What's more, the secondary god standing in front of him at the moment has a much stronger identity background than the wooden owner. Master Mu, I came here this time because my heavenly god palace needs some heart healers to refine a batch of pills. Among this batch of heart healers, at least 1 saint-level heart healer and 10 king-level heart healers should be prepared for me. I will stay here for 3 days. After 3 days, I will see these heart healers. Although the middle-aged secondary god looks strange, his tone is extremely rigid. At this moment, when he opens his mouth, he is in a tone that can't be questioned. Yes, I'll arrange it. Mu Baizhu nodded bitterly. Even on the Medicine King, there are not many saint-level heart-nourishing masters. At this moment, there is only Mu Baizhi of the Mu family as the saint-level heart-raiser on the Yaowang star. This time, the other party asked for a saint-level heart-raiser. There is only Mu Baizhi who can represent the Mu family to the Temple of God. If Mu Baizhi leaves, the absolute advantage of the Mu family over other families of heart-nourishing masters on Yaowang Star will disappear. However, Mu Baizhi went to Tianshan Palace this time. At the thought of this, the bitterness in Mu Baizhu's heart dissipated a lot. Tianshan Palace is a major force in the divine world. Tens of thousands of stars nearby, including Yaowang, are the sphere of influence of Tianshan Palace. Mu Baizhi has a bright future when he can enter the Temple of God, which is much better than staying in Mu's house. The Mu family lost Mu Baizhi, although it may no longer be able to suppress the other family of mental health practitioners on the pharmaceutical king star for the time being. But once Mu Baizhi made some achievements in the Temple of God, then the Mu family will be able to take advantage of this east wind to occupy the whole drug king star at one fell swoop. Therefore, in the long run, Mu Baizhi's joining the Temple of God is definitely more beneficial than detrimental. Thinking clearly about this, Mu Baizhu's face looked much better. He smiled and nodded at the middle-aged secondary god in front of him and said, Lord Ding Kuei, now the Medicine King Star is holding a heart-nourishing teachers' congress. Do you want to go and have a look? Forget it, what can a little Medicine King Star hold the Yangxin Normal University meeting, not even a Shenong. The middle-aged secondary god named Ding Kuei shook his head and said with disdain on his face. Tianshan Palace is a great force in the divine world, and its pattern is far from that of a Medicine King Star. This kind of mental health teachers meeting held on Yaowang Star, the highest level of mental health teachers is just a holy order, but in the Temple of God, those Shenong level mental health teachers meetings are often held, and that kind of mental health teachers meeting is really wonderful. Ding Kuei, who was born in the Temple of God, has his eyes taken care of. Of course, he doesn't like the Heart Cultivation Masters University with the specification of Yao Wangxing. Would Attractolode's macrocephala was not surprised. He nodded and asked Ding Kuei to stay first. At this time, the servant of the Wood family rushed back in a hurry. When the servant reported the situation before, Mu Baizhu had told him not to hide his face from Ding Kuei, so this time, after rushing in, the servant directly told him about the emergence of Ning Xiaochuan, a new saint-level spiritual master, at the Spiritual Masters University meeting. There is a new saint-level heart-nourishing master, which may be a sensational news for Yao Wangxing. However, for Ding Kuei, a saint-level spiritual master is nothing at all. However, at this moment, Ding Kuei was still a little interested when he heard the presence of a saint-level spiritual master. He came to Yao Wangxing this time to look for a heart-nourishing master. Now there is such a saint-level heart-nourishing master, which is naturally the best. Master Mu, this new spiritual master of the Holy Order, you are responsible for helping me stay. I want to take him to the God Palace. Calmly ordered Mu Baizhu, and Ding Kuei left by himself. Although a saint-level spiritual master is also noble, it is nothing to Ding Kuei, so Ding Kuei unconsciously courted a saint-level spiritual master and asked him to fight. Ding Kuei left, Mu Baizhu frowned and meditated for a moment, then got up and rushed to the square where the spiritual master assembly was located. The Yangshi Normal University meeting is still going on at the moment, but it is almost the end of the meeting. The last two alchemists, Mu Beiji and Ning Xiaochuan, have finished alchemy at this time. The appearance of 2 pills containing the attribute of subduing demons has been enough to make up for the losses of the major families of mental health teachers for holding this mental health teachers congress. There is no doubt that Ning Xiaochuan won the first place in this mental health teachers university meeting. Even if Mu Baiji is no longer reconciled, he can't do anything in public. According to the procedure of the mental health teachers meeting, the mental health teachers who get the ranking will be able to take away their rewards on the spot. Almost all the mental health practitioners who can rank in the top of the mental health teachers university meeting are people from all major mental health teachers' families, which is no different from that in previous years. After Ning Xiaochuan took the first prize, he immediately stood in the middle of the square and shouted, 10,000-year elixir can be exchanged for 8,000 years of broken heart grass and 5,000 years of marrow liquid, which is out of date. I'm afraid only a fool would do such a transaction by exchanging the elixir of 10,000 years for the elixir of only a few thousand years old. Therefore, after hearing Ning Xiaochuan's cry, those heart therapists around immediately looked back at Ning Xiaochuan with astonishment. They didn't know what kind of tricks Ning Xiaochuan was doing at the moment. After hesitating for a moment, a figure appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. I have 8,000 years of broken heart grass. Standing in front of Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, it turned out to be the old woman of the medicine family. She was already a king-level mental health teacher, and she was almost able to step into the existence of a saint-level mental health teacher. So naturally she easily won the 3rd place in the mental health teacher conference. The reward for the 3rd place included the broken heart grass that Ning Xiaochuan urgently needed at the moment. At this moment, the old woman came to Ning Xiaochuan. In fact, it is not entirely to do business with Ning Xiaochuan. She approached Ning Xiaochuan to see if she had a chance to get closer to him. After all, after Ning Xiaochuan's identity as a saint-level heart-nourishing master was exposed at the moment, I'm afraid that Ning Xiaochuan will immediately become a red man on the Yaowang star in the future. Even a pharmacist is not necessarily qualified to win over such a saint-level heart-nourishing master. On the whole Yaowang star, the most powerful one to attract Ning Xiaochuan is undoubtedly Mu Jia. But the problem is that almost everyone on the whole Yaowang star knows that there is a contradiction between Mu Jia and Ning Xiaochuan. In this way, the old woman will have the mind to attract Ning Xiaochuan to the druggist. I have 8,000 years of broken heart grass, but The old woman walked up to Ning Xiaochuan, nodded, and was talking, but Ning Xiaochuan directly interrupted her. Taking out the Wanyan Tingyun fruit and Wanyan snowflake dew, Ning Xiaochuan directly handed it to the old woman and said, choose one of the two, choose one by yourself. Do you really want to exchange the elixir of thousands of years for the elixir of thousands of years? Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's behavior, those heart therapists around him were completely stupid. Even the old woman opposite Ning Xiaochuan was stunned at the moment. In fact, she didn't believe that Ning Xiaochuan would do the stupid thing of exchanging 10,000-year elixir for a 1,000-year elixir. However, such a thing happened in front of her eyes. The old woman was stunned for a moment, and then she took the bottle of Wanyan snowflake dew with some dullness, and gave Ning Xiaochuan the broken heart grass that Ning Xiaochuan wanted to exchange. Transaction completed. This extremely straightforward trading method makes everyone look silly. But Ning Xiaochuan didn't care about it at all, and he didn't realize the difference between using the elixir for thousands of years in exchange for the elixir for thousands of years in each other's hands. Put away the broken heart grass, Ning Xiaochuan immediately shouted again, 10,000 years of Tingyun fruit, exchange for 5,000 years of Fengyun marrow liquid, out of date. The 5,000-year-old marrow liquid is also one of the prizes this time. The one who got the reward of marrow fluid was a heart therapist who was medium-sized and looked simple and honest. At this moment, the heart-nourishing master took out the marrow liquid and looked around. It seemed that he wanted to see what the mystery of the bottle of marrow liquid he obtained was, that it was exchanged for a 10,000-year elixir. Ning Xiaochuan had already seen the action of the heart trainer, but he didn't interfere, so he stood aside and shouted constantly. After looking back and forth several times, the honest heart therapist didn't seem to find anything abnormal in the marrow fluid in his hand, so he walked to Ning Xiaochuan with a face full of discontent. I have 5,000 years of marrow liquid, but in addition to your 10,000-year cloud fruit, I also want other rewards you received before. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan, the simple and honest heart trainer shook his head. Grass. This guy is crazy. Hearing the words of this simple and honest heart therapist, the person immediately looked stunned. The value of Wanyan Tingyun fruit has been at least 10 times higher than that of marrow liquid, but this simple and honest heart-nourishing teacher is not satisfied and wants to get more. Glancing at the simple and honest mental health teacher in surprise, many people muttered in their hearts that people should not be judged by appearances, and immediately looked at Ning Xiaochuan to see what Ning Xiaochuan would do. If you were a normal person, this kind of loss trading would definitely not be done. But just now Ning Xiaochuan has made a loss deal, and now I'm afraid he will still do it. Shit, this makes me a fool. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the simple and honest mental therapist in front of him at the moment, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. If it weren't for his eagerness to recover his strength, how could he exchange these 1,000-grade elixirs for 10,000-year elixirs? The old woman before also let it go. The deal was very straightforward. Even if she lost money, Ning Xiaochuan did it. But now, Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the simple and honest heart trainer, and then calmly said a word. Get out. The face of this simple and honest mental therapist suddenly turned red. He has guessed that Ning Xiaochuan is likely to be in urgent need of marrow fluid, so he will take the opportunity to put forward this unreasonable request and want to get more benefits at this moment. Originally, he thought he had eaten Ning Xiaochuan, but Ning Xiaochuan's reaction woke him up from his dream of becoming rich. His face flushed. Standing in front of Ning Xiaochuan, he only felt that his eyes around him were all mocking. You bet. Don't put the elixir of 10,000 years, but people don't want more. The result is good. People won't even give you the elixir of 10,000 years. It's normal for people to be regarded as fools for doing such things. The simple and honest heart trainer, whose face was red, almost ran away in a panic. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan has recovered his calmness and is still shouting, 10,000-year elixir is exchanged for 5,000 years of marrow liquid. Those heart therapists around looked at Ning Xiaochuan strangely. The only person who may have marrow fluid here has been driven away by Ning Xiaochuan. Why is Ning Xiaochuan still shouting here? Is it difficult to find another person with 5,000 years of marrow fluid? It has to be said that this probability is too small. Once they come to the heart-nourishing teachers meeting, it is estimated that most of them will not put the heart-nourishing liquid, a rare panacea, on themselves. In the surprised eyes of these cardiologists around, another short cardiologist really ran over from a distance and mixed the 5,000-year-old Yin marrow liquid with the 10,000-year Tingyun fruit in Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Such a result, naturally, made those heart therapists who were waiting to see a good play fall to the ground. They didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan actually got what he wanted in the end. However, they immediately reacted that the bottle of Yin marrow liquid just now, Shiyu was still the simple and honest heart-nourishing teacher before. After he was drunk by Lin Han, he was still greedy for the 10,000-year elixir in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, so he immediately found an acquaintance and asked him to come over and exchange Tingyun fruit from Ning Xiaochuan's hand. To understand this, the simple and honest heart healer naturally immediately became a joke in the mouth of many heart healers here. Of course, many mental health practitioners began to mutter secretly that Ning Xiaochuan was so rude to the simple and honest mental health practitioner just now, but in the end, he was still recruited by others and exchanged the Wanyan Tingyun fruit for each other. When this statement reached Mu Baiji's ears, it made Mu Baiji happy for a while. He is quite indifferent to Ning Xiaochuan now, so he is naturally excited to see Ning Xiaochuan being treated as a fool. But immediately, another statement came over. It is said that Ning Xiaochuan calculated all this. Otherwise, why does Ning Xiaochuan still keep shouting after he retired the simple and honest heart trainer? Although this statement is not based on the source, considering Ning Xiaochuan's reaction just now, many cardiologists suddenly realized in their hearts, and then they understood Ning Xiaochuan's previous thoughts. In this regard, many mental health practitioners can only sigh in their hearts that none of those who can become saint-level mental health practitioners is a fuel-efficient lamp. Ning Xiaochuan's exchange of the elixir with the others can only be regarded as a small episode of this heart-nourishing teachers' university meeting. At this moment, although the heart-nourishing teachers' meeting is not over, it is almost over. The next moment, it is the organizer of the heart-nourishing teachers' meeting, who sent a group of people to evaluate the pills refined by each heart-nourishing teacher. In fact, the evaluation is nothing more than propaganda for every mental health teacher. If you want to become famous as a novice cardiologist like Yasuki, you naturally rely on this link to thoroughly blow out her reputation as a talented cardiologist. Ning Xiaochuan is certainly not at all interested in this kind of explanation that the propaganda's significance is greater than everything. Therefore, shortly after the commentary began, Ning Xiaochuan had quietly left the square and ran directly to Ding Pengzi's shop. He should go back immediately and start refining elixir to recover his strength. After Ning Xiaochuan returned to Ding Pengzi's shop, several figures slowly emerged outside the shop. These figures are the people who followed Ning Xiaochuan all the way from the Yangshi Normal University Square just now. This time, Ning Xiaochuan was in the spotlight at the Yangshi Normal University meeting. It must be false to say that no one paid attention. At the moment, almost every family of spiritual therapists on Yawang Star is secretly paying attention to Ning Xiaochuan, so it's impossible to hide things like Ning Xiaochuan's quietly leaving, of course. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan himself didn't want to hide from anyone at all. Ning Xiaochuan knew that his identity was going to be completely exposed since he decided to participate in the mental health teachers' meeting. Since it will be exposed sooner or later, Ning Xiaochuan certainly won't care about the disclosure of his whereabouts at the moment. Otherwise, after he left the square just now, he would first solve all these small tales, tracking him behind. Go back immediately and tell the owner where the saint-level spiritual master is hiding at the moment. These shadows who followed Ning Xiaochuan immediately began to report the news to the upper level after finding the trace of Ning Xiaochuan. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan has entered the secret room where he lived before. After taking out the divine shell, Ning Xiaochuan immediately entered the divine shell. Relying on the time flow rate inside the divine shell, Ning Xiaochuan can definitely recover his strength faster. Just when Ning Xiaochuan tried his best to recover his strength, outside the shop opened by Ding Pengzi, it had already been closely monitored by explicit or implicit hands at the moment. Among these people, there are almost every big and small force on Yawang Star. Among them, the most prominent is, of course, the people of the Wood family. At the moment, the people of the Wooden family are standing in the street so swaggeringly, as if they were afraid that people didn't know they were here. For such a group of arrogant guys, other forces have nothing to do except secretly scolding. About half a day later, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and fell in front of the store. This figure who comes here at the moment is Mu Baizhu, the owner of the Mu family. Seeing Mu Baizhu appear in person, those around who were in charge of secretly staring at Ning Xiaochuan suddenly changed their faces. The emergence of Wood Attractolode's macrocephala means that the Wood family will immediately start to woo Ning Xiaochuan, the saint-level heart-nourishing master. If the Wood family starts, where will there be those aristocratic families behind them? All at once, many people immediately withdrew, eager to inform the forces behind them. After Mu Baizhu appeared here at the moment, he didn't enter immediately, but frowned and called a guard of the Mu family to his side, and carefully began to ask. "Are you sure that Ning Xiaochuan is in here?" "Master, we followed him personally. He didn't come out after we went in." "Well, very good. You stay outside. Don't come in without my orders." After giving these bodyguards an order, Mu Baizhu frowned and walked to the shop in front of him. Dong. 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 Walking to the door, Mu Baizhu reached out and began to knock. Although the Mu family had previously wanted Ning Xiaochuan on a large scale, after knowing Ning Xiaochuan's identity as a saint-level heart-nourishing master, Mu Baizhu already had the intention of reconciliation in his heart and didn't want to make too stiff with Ning Xiaochuan. Squeak! A young man with a square head and big ears opened the door from inside. However, before Mu Baizhu spoke, the young man directly snorted coldly, "My master has ordered that no matter who, no one will see guests now." Then the door of the store was closed directly. Mu Baizhu stood at the door dumbfounded. As the owner of the Mu family, he had never been shut down like this. Moreover, he saw at a glance that the square-headed young man with big ears who had just opened the door for him was clearly a human form transformed by a murderer. And from the young man's name, Wood Attractolode's macrocephala can also tell that this young man is actually just a spirit beast in Ning Xiaochuan's hands. A spirit beast dared to speak to himself like this. Although he had not seen Ning Xiaochuan, Mu Baizhu was already angry in his heart. Frowning and pondering for a moment, Mu Baizhu slapped the wooden door in front of him and pushed it open forcibly. At least he is also a master of the empty spirit realm. If he wants to open a door, he is naturally a pediatrician. He swaggered in directly from the door. Mu Baizhu had just entered, but a strong wind suddenly attacked him from the side. Before this fierce wind hit Mu Baizhu, it made Mu Baizhu feel the sting like a knife. Such a fierce wind must be a real master before it can be sent out. Wood Attractolode's macrocephala's face was shocked, and immediately jumped behind him and flew out directly from the door. Pa! After Mu Baizhu flew out, the door of the store was closed again. The man who attacked Mu Baizhu before didn't even reveal his real body at the moment. In Mu Baizhu's uncertain look, a voice clearly came out of the shop in front of him, "My master has no time to see you now. Anyone who dares to break in without permission will be shot to death. That big long face was just a lesson for you just now, and we won't be polite next time." Known as a big long face, Wood Attractolode's macrocephala simply turned blue with anger. However, he also knew that according to the strong wind that attacked him secretly just now, there was definitely a real master hidden in the store. With this master here, Mu Baizhu could not successfully see Ning Xiaochuan. Looking at Mu Baizhu's face getting more and more ugly, a Mu family bodyguard beside him couldn't help but whisper, "Master, otherwise we'll wait for a while. Anyway, Ning Xiaochuan will appear sooner or later." The bodyguard's idea is very simple. Now if Ning Xiaochuan doesn't come out, they'll wait. Anyway, this is the king of medicine, and they're not afraid of where Ning Xiaochuan will go. When Ning Xiaochuan comes out of this store, won't everyone see it? But where did he know what Mu Baizhu thought at the moment? Wouldn't Atractylodes macrocephala, with a gloomy face, directly scolded his subordinates with some annoyance, a fart. The bodyguard really didn't understand the troubles of Mu Baizhu at the moment. Ding Keek only gave him 3 days to invite Ning Xiaochuan there. Without this stubble, Mu Baizhu wouldn't bother to come here in person. But now, as soon as I came to the door, I just shut the door. If Ding Kuei is left behind in this matter, I'm afraid the Mu family's position in the eyes of the Heavenly God Palace will become lower and lower in the future. Therefore, even in order to maintain the glory of the Mu family, Mu Baizhu must invite Ning Xiaochuan to the Mu family residence today. Judging from the strong wind just now, the person who shot inside is at least an expert in the virtual realm. In the face of such an expert, even I can't have any chance of winning. Standing in the middle of the street, Mu Baizhu looked uncertain, and his heart was constantly calculating. But no matter how he planned, he still didn't have any confidence to break in. This made Mu Baizhu a little headache. This time he came here, but he was determined to invite Ning Xiaochuan away. He had made a decision to fight Ning Xiaochuan in his heart. Although the saint-level mental health teacher has a high status, as a mental health teacher, his combat effectiveness is much worse. Like the ugly mother-in-law who has become a Shinnong, she has become a Shinnong in terms of mental health teachers, but she is much worse in terms of cultivation. The same is true of Mu Baizhi. As the holy heart-nourishing master of the Mu family, Mu Baizhi has the best ability in heart-nourishing master, but in terms of practical cultivation, he can't even rank in the top 10 of the Mu family. These mental health teachers all put their energy on the cultivation of mental health teachers, so the cultivation is naturally much worse. Mu Baizhu was also clear about this, so he didn't take Ning Xiaochuan, a saint-level heart-nourishing master, to heart from the beginning. But now, this mysterious master suddenly appeared around Ning Xiaochuan, which made Mu Baizhu a little headache. You hold here for me. If there is anything wrong, inform me immediately. Mu Baizhu frowned and pondered for a long time. Finally, he told the guards of these Mu families, and then turned around and flew away. Since Mu Baizhu couldn't see Ning Xiaochuan himself, he could only use the Wood family's cards. As an ancient aristocratic family dominated by Yao Wangxing, the inside story of the Mu family is far from the strength shown on the surface. Just as Mu Baizhu left, on the other side, there were bursts of cheers from time to time on the square where the heart-nourishing master assembly was located. These cheers were naturally made for the new talented heart trainer. Like Yasukiki, after professionals judged the Fulong pill she refined, they gave Yasukiki a high evaluation, and even thought that her future achievements were stronger than Mu Baizhi, a holy heart-nourishing master. The audience around was originally to see the excitement. Seeing that Yasukiki was beautiful and good at it, they naturally didn't mind giving Yasukiki the most cheers. Seeing that countless spectators around cheered for her, Yasuki's shy face turned red. In this lively atmosphere, almost no one noticed that the owners of major families and high-level personnel who had been sitting around had quietly left the square at the moment. Yao Huichun and his wife naturally left at the moment. Riding in a luxurious-looking golden carriage, Yao Huichun frowned and said to Wen Min, "The person I sent just now came the news that Mu Baizhu had personally met Ning Xiaochuan, but in the end he failed and returned. Ning Xiaochuan didn't even see him once. Now Mu Baizhu has left." What? Even Wood Atractylodes macrocephala can't see Ning Xiaochuan. Wood Atractylodes macrocephala's character is quite overbearing. If blocked, he will definitely break through. With his cultivation of virtual spirit, Ning Xiaochuan can't stop him even as a saint-level spiritual trainer. Wen Min looked stunned. Yao Huichun sighed, "Yes, everyone thinks so, but Ning Xiaochuan blocked Mu Baizhu. It is said that it was a friend of Ning Xiaochuan who shot, and his cultivation should be around the realm of emptiness. Ning Xiaochuan is a saint-level heart cultivator, and it's nothing to follow a strong warrior around, but Mu Baizhu will certainly not be so willing to fail. I guess he must have returned to the Mu family to report this matter to the Mu family's sub-god ancestor now. Once the Mu family's ancestor makes a move, Ning Xiaochuan can't stop it. Husband, what are you going to do? Wen Min's expression was frozen. She has been married to Yao Huichun for hundreds of years, and she is naturally familiar with Yao Huichun's character for a long time. Therefore, just listening to Yao Huichun at the moment, Wen Min has judged that Yao Huichun must be thinking about something at the moment. Yao Huichun closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He looked firm and said, "This is the opportunity for the rise of our druggist. If we can bring Ning Xiaochuan to our druggist, there will be a saint-level heart-nourishing master in charge, and the druggist will immediately have the opportunity to challenge the Wooden family. Otherwise, the druggist will always be trampled under the feet of the Wooden family, and even our baby daughter will have to marry Mu Yunhe, a dandy young master." Wen Min nodded and said, "I understand this, but it will be very difficult to do it. In any way, Mu Jia is indeed better than our druggist. We have no strength to fight with Mu Jia. We druggists can't do it alone, but we're not the only ones who want to fight against the Mu family." Yao Huichun said with a smile. "Husband, do you mean to unite with other spiritual masters and families and take this opportunity to challenge the Wooden family?" Wen Min was a little stunned. This time, Yao Huichun nodded directly without hesitation. "Yes, if we miss this opportunity, I'm afraid we can't wait for the next opportunity." Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan was found by Siki. We use Siki as an excuse to protect Ning Xiaochuan, and even the Wooden family has nothing to say. Wen Min obviously trusted Yao Huichun, so he nodded and asked, "Husband, what are we going to do next?" "Go home to see my grandfather first." Yao Huichun waved his hand. The ancestor of the medicine family is also a secondary god, but the ancestor of the medicine family is not as powerful as the ancestor of the wood family. In fact, the ancestors of other ancient families on Yaowang Star are also mostly sub-god level cultivation. Only a sub-god can sit in a heart-nourishing family and barely keep a heart-nourishing family from being swallowed by other families. If the ancestor of the spiritual master family falls, it almost means the decline of the spiritual master family. While Yao Huichun and his wife hurried back to the Yao family to meet the ancestors of the Yao family in person, the same scene happened to most of the other families of mental health practitioners on Yaowang Star. When it comes to such a big event as fighting for a saint-level mental health teacher, only these secondary gods can decide the final ownership of Ning Xiaochuan. As for Ning Xiaochuan's idea, no one cares at all now. Half a day later, a strong breath suddenly appeared at the location of the Mu family. With this breath, several sub-divine breaths suddenly erupted in other places on the Yaowang Star. "Haha, Brother Mu, it is said that you need to sleep for years to cultivate your magic skills. I didn't expect you to wake up today. You old guys are not all the same. Usually, you can't close down one by one and try to catch up with my cultivation. Now, not all of you have appeared. Let's talk less nonsense. We all know what we are going to leave the customs this time. I think we'd better talk about it directly. There's nothing to say about it. Let's go to see this saint-level spiritual master later. When he is willing to join our family, let him join that family. Shit, what if the family doesn't like it, what will you do then? If even our family of mental health practitioners look down on him, this boy is too arrogant. I don't mind giving him a lesson at that time." Although a group of sub-god level ancestors were scattered around Yaowang Star, they had begun to communicate. Although the families of the major mental health masters on the Yaowang Star have been fighting fiercely in the dark, on the face of it, these secondary gods will not easily tear their faces from each other. Just when these secondary gods argued fiercely, the old ancestor of the Mu family, Mu Kor, said calmly, "Gentlemen, the messenger Ding Kuei of the Heavenly Palace is now in my Mu family. This time he came here to take away the two holy order heart cultivators on our king of medicine." Heavenly Palace. Messenger Ding Kuei. Take away two holy order heart nourishing masters. These contents are combined to immediately silence all the secondary gods. However, it is only a superficial silence. In fact, these secondary gods have cursed Mu Caixin many times in their respective secret rooms. Shit. People who know the Temple of Gods have not said it before in Yao Wangxing, which makes me excited for nothing. Medicine House. In the underground secret room, Yao Huichun and Wen Min all stood here, looking respectfully at an old man in front of them. The old man's beard and hair are white, but his face is red, and his face has no wrinkles, showing vitality. He is the medicine family's current ancestor, Dong Lei. At the moment, Yao Dong Lei's face was also extremely iron green, frowning and stunned for a long time, before calmly highlighting a sentence. "Don't waste energy on Ning Xiaochuan anymore, he has been booked by the God Palace." What? Heavenly Palace? Yao Huichun and Wen Min immediately showed surprise. The power of Tianjin Palace is far beyond that of a medicine king star. Stunned for a moment, Yao Huichun hurriedly said, "Lao Zu, why does the Heavenly God Palace care about Ning Xiaochuan, such a holy heart-nourishing master? It is said that there are more than a dozen Shenangs in the Heavenly God Palace. I don't know why the people in the Temple of God happen to be here this time, but I think the old guy will not deceive us. He said that the people in the Temple of God were there. It was estimated that there were 10 people in the temple that day. Indeed, there was the intervention of the Temple of God on the star of the King of Medicine, which could not change the outcome of Ning Xiaochuan at all." Yao Donglei snorted coldly. It was not easy to meet a saint-level mental health teacher, and as a result, the saint-level mental health teacher became a person in the Temple of God. Yao Huichun and Wen Min sighed at the same time, and could only secretly sigh in their hearts that their luck was not good enough. As for dealing with the Mu family, it's natural to give up at this moment. Mu Caixin communicated with the ancestors of the second gods of other spiritual masters for a moment. Then he left the Mu family with Mu Baizhu and rushed to the place where Ning Xiaochuan was located. Although other secondary gods felt the action of Wood Kor, they did not dare to stop Wood Kor at all due to the presence of the messenger of the Heavenly God Palace. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan simply cannot perceive the changes outside. Ning Xiaochuan, who is in the middle of the divine shell, has tried his best to recover his cultivation at the moment. His body was so damaged that he didn't even dare to use his own strength. But now, the damage in his body is being repaired. Using 10,000-year-old black toad, 100,000-year broken heart herb and 5,000-year-old marrow liquid as the main medicine, and thousands of other common miraculous drugs as auxiliary drugs, Ning Xiaochuan finally refined a miraculous pill enough to repair his own injuries. As soon as the elixir shrouded in the dense elixir gas appeared, it was immediately swallowed by Ning Xiaochuan without hesitation. The powerful medicine burst out in Ning Xiaochuan's body, as if a pure aura suddenly shot around in Ning Xiaochuan's dantian. All parts of Ning Xiaochuan's body were immediately washed by this pure aura. With the scouring of these auras, Ning Xiaochuan's body, like a broken vase, gradually became complete, the cracks on the porcelain bottle began to disappear, and Ning Xiaochuan's body gradually returned to normal. As the last dark mark in his body disappeared, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly poured out a strong force. At this moment, the powerful force of Su Shinjing returned to Ning Xiaochuan again. Ning Xiaochuan roared excitedly for a few times, and with a wave of his hands, the world-destroying demon sword and the Heaven Emperor blade appeared in his hands respectively. Under the condition that he was seriously injured before, Ning Xiaochuan simply couldn't master the world-destroying magic sword and Tiandi blade, so he didn't dare to call it out at all. But at this moment, he grasped these two weapons again. Holding the world-destroying magic sword and the Emperor's blade, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly felt that the power in his body was still growing. Ciao, Ning Xiaochuan, you are about to break through the secondary god, and your body has begun to condense the virtual deity. Tiandaran first felt the abnormality in Ning Xiaochuan's body, so he immediately screamed out. Secondary god. Ning Xiaochuan was stunned, and then his face showed a happy look. Ning Xiaochuan was already prepared to attack the realm of the secondary god. When he was floating in the void, his cultivation had broken through the realm of the virtual god. If it weren't for the bad environment of the void, maybe he might break through the realm of the secondary god in the void. Knowing that he was about to break through, Ning Xiaochuan immediately put away the world-destroying demon sword and Tiandi blade again. After the impact of the secondary god realm, if successful, it will be followed by a powerful secondary god robbery. The secondary god robbery is different from the various thunder robberies that Ning Xiaochuan encountered before. To survive the secondary god robbery, Ning Xiaochuan can only rely on his own strength, and the world-destroying magic sword and Tiandi blade can't help at all. Standing in the divine shell, Ning Xiaochuan began to carefully understand his current situation. As Tiandaran sensed, at this moment, the shadow of a virtual deity has indeed begun to appear in Ning Xiaochuan's body. From the realm of creation to the realm of secondary gods, the most important thing is to condense a virtual deity. This virtual godhead is the core of the secondary god. After cultivating the virtual godhead, as long as you constantly integrate your perception into the virtual godhead, this godhead will gradually become perfect, and then eventually become a real godhead. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan will be regarded as stepping into the real spiritual realm. It's a pity that Ning Xiaochuan has just condensed the virtual deity at the moment, and there is still a gap of 18,000 miles from the real god. After perceiving the shadow of this virtual deity, Ning Xiaochuan immediately began to mobilize the power in his body and hit the shadow of this virtual deity with all kinds of ways to destroy the world he realized. What appears in Ning Xiaochuan's body now is not even a virtual deity, but a sign of the emergence of a virtual deity. What Ning Xiaochuan needs to do now is to completely improve the virtual deity. Doomsday Sword, Doomsday Knife, Doomsday Nebula, Doomsday Demon Thunder, Doomsday Evil Demon. All the ways of destroying the world that Ning Xiaochuan realized were all thrown into the shadow of this virtual deity by him. The shadow of the virtual godhead was originally just a vague black energy group, but with the injection of these ways of destruction, the shadow of the virtual godhead suddenly became brilliant. This black energy group seemed to have a small world inside. In the end, this black energy group completely disappeared, replaced by a perfect shape of the owner, almost beads, but there are countless edges and corners of the virtual god. This virtual deity contains all the things Ning Xiaochuan realized before. Ning Xiaochuan can even feel that at this moment, in this virtual godhead, all kinds of energy, such as the big sword formed by the world-destroying kendo, the big knife formed by the world-destroying kendo, and the evil spirit formed by the world-destroying evil demon road, are constantly reverberating inside this virtual godhead, as if they want to integrate into one, but they are mutually exclusive. In addition to this, Ning Xiaochuan felt an unprecedented sense of emptiness while sensing this virtual god. It's like being hungry for a long time and never having enough to eat. This feeling is actually passed on to Ning Xiaochuan by the virtual deity. Now the virtual deity is really like a person who is not full. When it is full, Ning Xiaochuan will become a god. Sensing the virtual deity in his body a little, Ning Xiaochuan, with a smile on his mouth, directly drilled out of the divine shell. He has condensed the virtual deity. Next, it's time for the next god robbery to come. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want the second god to destroy the god's shell. Lao Zhu, there is an expert beside Ning Xiaochuan. I'm afraid his strength will not be weaker than me. Wait a moment, Lao Zhu had better not hurt him. We don't know what the specific relationship between this person and Ning Xiaochuan is. If he offended Ning Xiaochuan, a saint-level mental health master, I'm afraid the gains will outweigh the losses. On Yawang Star, would Atractylodes macrocephala and would Core walk together. Listening to Mu Baiju's words, Mu Qian shook his head and snorted coldly. This Ning Xiaochuan has offended our Mu family before? He has a little conflict with Yunhe, and there is no other contradiction except this. Mu Baiju shook his head and said. In his opinion, the matter between Ning Xiaochuan and Muyun was simply a trick played by children, so he didn't care much at all. At the beginning, the reason why he sent people to arrest Ning Xiaochuan was mostly to protect the honor of the Wooden family. Now that he knew the identity of Ning Xiaochuan's saint-level mental health teacher, he immediately put aside his previous dissatisfaction with Ning Xiaochuan and focused on how to win over Ning Xiaochuan. Atractylodes macrocephala, you are too pedantic. Stop and look at Mu Baiju, Mu Caixin frowned. Mu Baiju looked at Mu Core with a stunned face, and he didn't know why the old ancestor suddenly said so. The Wood Core looks unchanged, looking up at the direction of Ning Xiaochuan, he said, our Wooden family is already the largest aristocratic family on the Yawang Star, and can dominate the existence of the master level. As the owner of the Wooden family, you usually do things too soft. Like Ning Xiaochuan, who doesn't care about our Wooden family at all, and even you, the owner of the Wooden family, beat out directly, you shouldn't be merciful to him. No matter what you encounter, it's just to destroy it directly, otherwise, does our Wooden family still have prestige on the Yawang Star? And there's no prestige. Look, those cats and dogs are probably ready to move. The sound of Wood Core was cold, which made Wood Atractylodes macrocephala look serious. At this moment, Mu Baiju remembered that his ancestor was a man called Thunderbolt, god of war. The word Thunderbolt mainly describes his temper. Wood Core's temper was really hot and abnormal when he was young, and he was absolutely overbearing, but it was because of his overbearing that he laid the foundation for the Wood family to become the largest family of cardiologists on the King of Medicine Star. Mu Baiju took a deep breath, hesitated and said, but Lao Zhu, the other party is a saint-level heart healer after all, and will soon go to the Heavenly God Palace. If we make too much trouble with him, I'm afraid it will be bad for our Mu family in the future. Shit. Mu Caixin scolded coldly, a saint-level mental therapist scared you. As the head of the Mu family, your vision is too small. Your eyes should not be on the King of Medicine, but on the whole divine world and even the whole Shinhe civilization. A saint-level heart-nourishing master is indeed a big man on our King of Medicine Star, but in the whole divine world, a saint-level heart-nourishing master is nothing at all. If you are even afraid of a saint-level heart-nourishing master, how can you take Mu Jia out of the King of Medicine Star in the future? I see that now other families of mental health practitioners on Yawang Star dare to challenge our Wooden family, because you are too weak. This time, you just use this Ning Xiaochuan to show the prestige of our Wooden family and intimidate other families of mental health practitioners. Although Mu Baiju still felt inappropriate in his heart, he did not dare to continue to oppose Mu Core, so he could only nod silently. Soon, Wood Atractylodes macrocephala and Wood Core appeared outside Ning Xiaochuan's shop. The mental power of Wood Atractylodes macrocephala can't detect the situation in this store, but Wood Core can clearly feel everything in the store. Hey, a group of spirit beasts, a sub-god war corpse. Unexpectedly, there is a divine shell. After feeling the things in the shop, Mu Core immediately shook all over and looked a little dignified. Those spirit beasts with the highest cultivation level are just enough, but the first god war corpse really surprised Mu Yen. And the divine shell that he finally found brightened his eyes. The divine shell is a layer of skin that the secondary god shed when he broke through to the gods. If the comprehension is strong enough, people can fully understand the law of the secondary god achieving the gods from the divine shell. Besides this, the different time flow velocity between the divine shell and the outside world also has many benefits for low-level monks. Wood Core was already ready to directly attack and severely teach Ning Xiaochuan a lesson. At this moment, after sensing these treasures inside, wood core naturally immediately gave birth to a bit of greed. These things will all belong to my wooden family in the future. A little saint-level mental health master, even if he relies on a sub-god war corpse, he can't try to stop me. The wooden core snorted coldly and rushed directly towards the shop in front of it. Boom! The door of the store was directly blasted by the wooden core. Before the spirit beasts such as Tai Sui beasts guarding the store reacted, the wooden core had rushed to these spirit beasts like lightning and slapped them all away. These spirit beasts now have the highest 4 levels of cultivation in the human realm, and they can't stop the attack of wood core at all. After being hit and flying out, the breath on these spirit beasts immediately weakened, almost seriously injured and dying. At this moment, the only thing that hasn't been knocked out by the wood core is the sub-god war corpse. Although the power of this sub-god war corpse is strong and much stronger than the strong ones in the virtual realm, it is obviously much worse than a sub-god master. Almost immediately, the sub-god war corpse was beaten by the wood core and gradually retreated. If it weren't for the special constitution of the sub-god war corpse, coupled with the wood core's single-minded desire to plunder this sub-god war corpse, I'm afraid this sub-god war corpse would have become fragments at this moment. Just when Mu Core tried to take away the sub-god war corpse, Ning Xiaochuan's figure came out of the divine shell deep in the shop. Crackle! As soon as it appeared, a faint flash of lightning flashed on Ning Xiaochuan. With this flickering lightning, a compelling momentum appeared on Ning Xiaochuan. Sub-god robbery. Sensing the change of breath on Ning Xiaochuan, the wood core that is fighting with the sub-god and the corpse first changed greatly. As a secondary god, he naturally knows how terrible the secondary god robbery is. If he is allowed to go back to the past and have a secondary god robbery again, Mu Caixin may still have no confidence to spend it. This shows how terrible the second god robbery is for martial artists. It is precisely because the sub-god robbery is so powerful that there are so many masters of creating the realm in the world, but the number of sub-god level masters is more than 10,000 times less than the number of masters of creating the realm. After feeling that Ning Xiaochuan was suffering from the second god robbery, Mu Core immediately retreated and withdrew from the store. He didn't want to be affected by Ning Xiaochuan's second god robbery. Ning Xiaochuan felt the coming of the second god robbery at the moment, but his eyes were scanning around. Seeing that his spirit beasts, including the sub-gods and corpses, were seriously damaged, Ning Xiaochuan's face immediately became ugly. After he entered here before, in order to restore his power with peace of mind, he released all these spirit beasts in the Xian beast Jian and acted as bodyguards. But now, these bodyguards are all seriously injured. Even if they return to the Xuanzhou Jian, it may take some time for them to recover. Ning Xiaochuan immediately showed an angry look on his face. After glancing at the wooden core, Ning Xiaochuan waved back all these spirit beasts and the war corpses of the secondary god before the secondary god disaster came. I'll settle with this guy later. Langlang glanced at the wood core, and Ning Xiaochuan could no longer be distracted. A faint flickering column of light fell from the sky, covering Ning Xiaochuan. Then, in this light column, the sound of running water began to sound. Ning Xiaochuan was also the first time to face the second god robbery, so after hearing this sound, his face immediately showed a somewhat stunned look. A clear stream of water flowed down the light column when I fell asleep. This light column seems to be like a pipe, guiding the current down from the sky. Ning Xiaochuan himself is the scouring object of this current. At the moment when the current rushed to him, Ning Xiaochuan felt that his body seemed to be 10 million times heavier. 9 yuan heavy water. Ning Xiaochuan uttered a cry of surprise in his mouth. After personally contacting these waters, Ning Xiaochuan recognized the origin of these waters. Jiu heavy water is said to be a kind of water flowing in the starry sky. The weight of this water is tens of millions of times heavier than the general water. When Jiu heavy water flows in the starry sky, as long as it is touched by Jiu heavy water, it will collapse under the terrible weight of Jiu heavy water, and then become a part of Jiu heavy water. Of course, these are just legends about Jiu heavy water, and Ning Xiaochuan cannot judge whether these legends are true. But at the moment, after Ning Xiaochuan's body was submerged by the heavy water of 9 yuan, the terrible oppression force, the oppression of Ning Xiaochuan continued to shrink. Feeling the terrible pressure around, Ning Xiaochuan knew that the real Jiu heavy water was more terrible than the rumor. Boom! With the increasing number of Jiu heavy water, the light column around Ning Xiaochuan was finally collapsed by Jiu heavy water pressure. The rushing water flows directly around. Everything around Ning Xiaochuan was directly touched by Jiu heavy water, and immediately turned into ashes and disappeared. Even the 2 masters of the family of mental health practitioners who had been lurking around to supervise Ning Xiaochuan were inadvertently contaminated by Jiu heavy water at the moment, and their bodies were suddenly broken and finally disappeared. Almost everyone was shocked by the hegemony of Jiu heavy water. At this moment, Mu Kor has grabbed Mu Baizhu and fled towards the distance quickly. Fortunately, he reacts quickly enough, otherwise, at the moment, he and Mubeizu will also be affected by Jiu heavy water. 9 yuan heavy water flowing from Ning Xiaochuan's head swept everything around him, and then it no longer flowed around him, but formed a round pond with a diameter of about tens of feet around him, and Ning Xiaochuan's body was temporarily located in the center of the pond at the moment. The most powerful part of Jiu heavy water is the infinite pressure. Therefore, contact with the existence of Jiu heavy water will immediately bear tens of millions of times stronger than normal pressure. Under this strong pressure, everything will be crushed or even disappear directly. Yes, just disappear. Under the heavy pressure of Jiu heavy water, some fragile things will be compressed smaller and smaller, and finally disappear in front of people. In fact, this disappearance is not a real disappearance, but this thing is pressed into a tiny form, which cannot be found at all. Ning Xiaochuan was in the middle of the 9 yuan heavy water pressure at the moment, and the strong pressure around him directly reduced his body by a few points. The body shrinks. If you change it to other martial artists, I'm afraid the body will collapse at this moment. However, Ning Xiaochuan's body is much stronger than ordinary martial artists, so he barely survived. Soaking in these horrible 9 yuan heavy water, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help shouting in his heart. Shit, this is the god robbery. How can there be such a terrible thing as Jiu heavy water? 9 yuan heavy water generally only appears on the real god robbery. In addition to Jiu heavy water, there are all kinds of powerful things, such as Jiu Tian Shenhua, Jumi Xerang, etc., but these things only appear on Xinjia. But now, Ning Xiaochuan's is the second god robbery, and the 9 yuan heavy water appears. Besides Jiu heavy water, a layer of hazy flames began to appear around Ning Xiaochuan. This is Jiu Tian Shenhua, which can be tied with Jiu heavy water. Its power is naturally not much worse than Jiu heavy water. The characteristic of Jiu Tian Shenhua is that it can't burn out. No one can extinguish the 9 heaven god fire, and even those divine powers cannot extinguish this fire of vitality. Once contaminated by the 9 heaven god fire, unless you die, otherwise, the god fire will never retreat. What's more terrifying is that even if the body collapses, the 9 sky divine fire will still burn the souls of the people who cross the robbery. If you are killed by the 9 sky divine fire, it is the absolute death of the divine soul, and there can be no vitality. Desperate. Now Ning Xiaochuan is facing a real desperate situation. Before entering the realm of the secondary god, he has overestimated the secondary god disaster he will encounter as much as possible. But he didn't expect that this divine robbery was countless times more terrible than he imagined. Water and fire could not coexist, but at present, Jiu Tian Shenhua and Jiu heavy water have broken through this limit. Under the pressure of Jiu heavy water, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't move at all, and Jiu Dang Jia burned directly along the Jiuyuan heavy water. With the heavy pressure and the burning fire, Ning Xiaochuan felt almost burst all over. Fortunately, however, after the 9 days of Shenhua appeared, there was no more weird stuff behind it. Woodcore and others stood in the distance, staring at Ning Xiaochuan Jia with astonishment. At this moment, almost half of the masters on the Medicine King Star have been attracted here. Even Ding Kuei, the waiter of the Heavenly Palace, also appeared here at the moment. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan, who was going through the robbery, Ding Kuei's already ugly face was even more distorted at the moment. This is the second god robbery. How can it trigger such a terrible thing as Jiuyuan heavy water and Jiu Dang Jia? Even the Supreme Body can't do this. Has this boy done anything that makes people resent? That's why he found such a terrible second god robbery. People have never seen the Supreme Body of Tianjiao to cross the second god robbery, but Ding Kuei has seen it. There once appeared a Supreme Body of Tianjiao in their Tianshan Palace. When that Tianjiao spent the second god's robbery, the scene was earth-shaking. The Tianshan Palace also spent a lot of money, and finally helped this Tianjiao spend the second god's robbery. At that time, just as Tianjiao became a sub-god, he had a very strong combat power. Even some famous sub-god level masters were not his opponents. But now, the sub-god disaster that Ning Xiaochuan wants to spend is much more terrible than the Tianjiao in the Temple of God. In this case, the word demon has appeared in many people's minds. This demon is not to describe Ning Xiaochuan's talent, but to describe Ning Xiaochuan himself. Because in their view, I'm afraid only those demons who have done something outrageous will cause such a terrible disaster. But they didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan originally had 3 supreme bodies. Later, he used his original ability to expand and solidify the muscles and veins in his body. His qualification was even more terrible than the supreme body. Even in the Shinhe civilization, the supreme body is already the ultimate talent. Such a situation as Ning Xiaochuan has never appeared. Therefore, the sub-god disaster that Ning Xiaochuan wants to survive will naturally become like this, which is much more terrible than the sub-god disaster that the supreme body's Tianjiao wants to spend. Under the pressure of Jiuyuan heavy water, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't move at all. He struggled reluctantly, and he could only fight a fire like magma. This is the fire mass condensed by the world-destroying demon fire path, which almost inhibits the existence of all flames. Even if it is the 9 heaven god fire, you should be restrained when encountering the world-destroying demon fire road. But restraint goes back to restraint, and the evil fire road of exterminating the world now has no strength to exterminate the fire of the 9 gods. A mass of demonic fire killed the world and absorbed almost all the 9 heaven fires around. There are 2 distinct parts on the magma like mass of evil fire, half of which is evil fire, and the other half is 9 heaven god fire. Even the 9 heaven god fire was restrained, and Ning Xiaochuan's evil fire path made those secondary gods around stare wide. For them, when they reach the 9th level of the secondary god and begin to spend the divine robbery, they may also encounter this kind of 9 heaven divine fire, but they have never heard that someone can also restrain the 9 heaven divine fire when crossing the robbery. So at this moment, many times God's heart has been palpitating, and he wants to get Ning Xiaochuan's means to restrain Jiu Dang Jia. However, these greedy secondary gods do not include Ding Kuei. After seeing the world-destroying demon fire path, Ding Kuei has turned pale and trembled all over. This destructive breath. Is it the way to destroy the world? As the messenger of the heavenly palace, Ding Kuei has heard of the existence of the way of destroying the world. And recently, he just heard that a message came from the source world that a new evangelist of extinction had appeared. In order to deal with this new evangelist, several giants in the source world have now begun to contact giants from other circles to prepare for an interface alliance to strangle this new evangelist. So at this moment, Ding Kuei was scared and almost immediately turned around and ran away after distinguishing the way of killing the world that Ning Xiaochuan had fought. The legend of destroying the whole Xinhe civilization is still spreading in every part of Xinhe civilization. For the people of Xinhe civilization, the 3 words exterminating the world are simply the most evil words. His face was pale and he stood there for a moment. Ding Kuei's thinking gradually returned to normal, and his heart secretly calculated. Even if he is the descendant of Mi Shidao, he has only begun to suffer from the secondary god robbery now, and the catastrophe is so fierce that he may not be able to resist the secondary god robbery. I will first send the news of the emergence of the descendant of Mi Shidao back to the god palace, and then see if I can kill this boy here. If I can kill the descendant of Mi Shidao, then I Ding Keek will make great contributions to the civilization of Xinhe. With this thought, Ding Kuei's expression gradually returned to normal. At the moment, the situation of Ning Xiaochuan seems to be getting worse and worse. The number of Jiu and heavy water is increasing, and his body is almost compressed and creaking. At the moment, the 9 sky magic fire also begins to be powerful. The flaming fire mass completely suppresses the world-killing magic fire path played by Ning Xiaochuan. At the moment, most of the magma-like fire mass has become the 9 sky magic fire, and only a small part of the world-killing magic fire is left. The situation became worse and worse, but Ning Xiaochuan diverted his attention. Before, he put all his energy on fighting against Jiu and heavy water and Jiutian Shenhua, and had no intention to continue refining the virtual divine lattice. But now, Ning Xiaochuan has transferred most of his energy to the virtual deity in his body. Now he has realized that only when he condenses the virtual deity first and improves his strength, can he break through the current dilemma. Otherwise, there is only a dead end waiting for him. The virtual deity has taken shape, but it is not stable. What Ning Xiaochuan needs to do is to completely stabilize the virtual deity. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan once had many god beads and pseudo-gods in his hands, and even the real gods he had been in contact with. These things are similar to the virtual gods, so at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan is not panic. To make the virtual deity completely stable, we must first have enough energy to form a stable fine wall. Ning Xiaochuan thought in his heart, and his aura rushed frantically towards the virtual god. The virtual deity, which was already slightly dim, now shines brightly. This light even shines through Ning Xiaochuan's body and illuminates the Jiu and heavy water outside. Is this a virtual deity? Ding Kuei and others almost didn't swallow their tongues. The general godhead has 36 aspects, which is the most common godhead. At the moment, these secondary gods appear here, and most of their virtual godheads are 36 aspects. In addition to the 36-faceted deities, some peerless Tianjiao may condense more than 36-faceted deities. Just like the supreme body Tianjiao that Ding Kuei saw at the beginning, the divine personality condensed by him has a full 10,800 aspects. Such a divine personality is more powerful than the general divine personality. I don't know how many times. But at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's virtual deity condensed out, with at least more than 2,000 sections, so many sections, let Ning Xiaochuan's virtual deity infinitely close to the circle. It is impossible to have a truly round divine lattice, which is infinitely close to the perfect circle. This is already the most powerful existence among the divine lattice, which is enough to be called the king of divine lattice. Just when the king of divine personality appeared, Ning Xiaochuan's body was shrinking because of the heavy pressure around, and finally disappeared into the 9 yuan heavy water. Ning Xiaochuan's body was shrunk inch by the 9 yuan heavy water pressure, and finally disappeared directly in front of everyone. A living man was directly disappeared by 9 yuan heavy water pressure. Everything about Ning Xiaochuan disappeared in the 9 yuan heavy water, except the divine personality he just condensed. Under the compression of the 9 yuan heavy water, this divine figure not only did not disappear, but also became more and more brilliant. And the evil fire of annihilation that Ning Xiaochuan fought before also suddenly disappeared at this moment. The flaming nine sky god fire directly swallowed up Ning Xiaochuan's virtual deity. It's great that the heirs of the world-destroying Taoism didn't bear the second god's robbery. Ding Kuei breathed a sigh of relief, but he was vaguely disappointed. Originally, he expected Ning Xiaochuan to survive the disaster, but he was seriously injured, which just benefited him. But now, all this is impossible. However, after a little stunned, Ding Kuei immediately reacted again. No, this person is dead, and the virtual deity should also disappear. Is it true that the heirs of the world are not dead? Not only Ding Kuei, but also other secondary gods around at the moment are stunned. Water and fire coexist. Under the quenching of Jiu Yuan heavy water and Jiu Tian divine fire, the virtual spirit left by Ning Xiaochuan seems to be more and more brilliant at the moment. Here is the king of medicine. Even if those secondary gods are not heart cultivators, they know more about heart cultivators than other secondary gods. At this moment, looking at the virtual deity surrounded by fire and water, they suddenly saw the picture of the heart-nourishing master refining pills in their minds. You rewrite. At the moment, this virtual spirit, like a pill, is constantly condensed. Ning Xiaochuan's noumenon did not disappear, but all merged into this virtual deity. Everything he has become the nutrient of the virtual god. This virtual deity, which can be called the king of deities, has received all the essence of Ning Xiaochuan, but it is still not enough, and it still cannot be completely condensed. If you continue to let the King of God absorb nutrients, the soul of Ning Xiaochuan will be absorbed by the King of God. But at this time, the King of Divine Beings met with hard debris, and the remnant of the original divine power in Ning Xiaochuan's body blocked the devouring of the King of Divine Beings at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness body was completely preserved by the force of this silk original world. It's close. I didn't expect that refining virtual gods is so deadly. When I refine real gods, I must be careful. Ning Xiaochuan's conscious body is constantly muttering. With the protection of the original force, Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness has no safety problems for the time being. Relying on the strength of the King of God, the 9 yuan heavy water and 9 heaven god fire summoned by the sub-god robbery can't help the King of God for the time being, but become the energy to harden the King of God. The situation was so strangely deadlocked. For the next 9 days, Jiu Yuan heavy water and Jiu Tian god fire were constantly falling from the sky and falling on the King of God. Such a huge movement has long become a wonder on the Yaowang star. Many experts on the Yaowang star all want to gather together to see the situation, but these people are stopped by the experts of each major heart care family. Only those masters in Tianjiao from all the great spiritual masters' families can really get close to the edge of the Divine King. This awesome virtual deity is not something you can often encounter. Such a powerful sub-god robbery is definitely the first time it has appeared in the divine world. Therefore, these spiritual masters' families also want to let the younger generation of the family come and have a look. If they can feel something from it, they will make a lot of money. Is this Ning Xiaochuan condensing the virtual deity? Is he a secondary god? Yao Siki stared at the 9 yuan heavy water and 9 heaven god fire in front of her. She still couldn't believe it until now. The person she picked up casually first revealed the identity of the saint-level heart-nourishing master, but now she unexpectedly showed the cultivation of the second god level. Yao Huichun glanced at his daughter and said with regret, "It's not just the secondary god." Looking at the power of his divine robbery, Ning Xiaochuan should be the peerless Tianjiao, cultivated by some big force. His talent is definitely the most terrible one I've ever seen. Wen Min nodded aside. If she had been thinking of matching Yao Siki and Ning Xiaochuan before, now she had completely lost this idea. If Ning Xiaochuan condenses the virtual deity successfully, it is a secondary god. A secondary god who is not only a saint-level heart-nourishing master, but also has such a powerful virtual godhead, is simply not what their pharmacists can provoke. Yao Siki glanced back at her parents, and then turned her attention to the virtual god in front of her again. Yao Siki, who has always been full of confidence in her talent, now really began to feel a sense of inferiority. On the other side opposite to the druggist, a group of people in the Mu family stood in the distance with livid faces. Especially would Kor, before he also constantly taught would Atractylodes macrocephala, to be domineering. However, he just bullied once, and the result was to provoke a pervert like Ning Xiaochuan. If Ning Xiaochuan survived the second god robbery, judging by the power of the second god robbery at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan, who became the second god, definitely has the strength to sweep the Wood family. As for Mu Yunhe, who first offended Ning Xiaochuan, he had already hidden away, shivering. He is now a man of cultivation. In front of a secondary god, he is not even an ant at all. So at this moment, Mu Yunhe can only stare at the virtual god in front of him and constantly pray in his heart for Ning Xiaochuan's failure to cross the robbery. 9 days later, under the gaze of everyone, the Jiuyuan heavy water flowing out of the void disappeared first, and then, the Jiutian Shenhua also disappeared. At the moment, the place where Ning Xiaochuan used to cross the robbery has only left a brilliant virtual deity. This divine figure has 3,000 sections, infinitely close to perfection. Poof. After Jiuyuan heavy water and Jiutian Shenhua disappeared, several things sprayed out of this divine lattice in a row as if they were spitting impurities. World-destroying demon sword, Tiandi blade, white bone bead, Xian beast, Jian. In addition to these, the elixirs that Ning Xiaochuan recently collected all disappeared at the moment. As soon as it was ejected from the virtual divine lattice, the Emperor Blade was the first to shout. Grass, what happened just now? I was almost sucked dry. Among the 4 treasures, the world-destroying demon sword is already a real artifact. Although the white bone bead and the Xian beast Jian do not know the quality, they have a mysterious origin and have mysterious power, which is not much worse than the Emperor's blade. Therefore, just now, under the crazy absorption of the virtual divine lattice, even Tiandi blade was almost decomposed and absorbed by this virtual divine lattice. Although he tried his best to block the absorption of the virtual divine lattice, the Tiandi blade has obviously been damaged, and even the quality of the secondary god level seems to be unable to maintain. Therefore, after being spit out by the virtual god, the Emperor of Heaven blade directly went to the Xian beast Jian and re-drilled into the Xian beast Jian. The space in Xian beast Jian can let him repair the damage inside. How dare you survive the robbery? Ding Kuei on the side suddenly shook his whole body at the moment, and his eyes showed a look of disbelief. But immediately, his face showed a bit of coldness, and the cold voice spread to all the secondary gods on the Medicine King star. Listen to me, this man in front of you is an immortal demon that destroyed our Shinhe civilization. Before he recovers, let's fight together and kill him. The deterrence of the heavenly palace is still very strong, so at this moment, after hearing Ding Kuei's voice, there are many gods ready to move. In addition to pleasing the temple of God, these secondary gods also want to grab these treasures spit out by the virtual godhead. The treasure that can be left under the quenching of Jiuyuan heavy water and Jiutian divine fire is definitely not ordinary. At the moment, the wooden core on one side was still worried that Ning Xiaochuan would deal with their wooden family after the successful robbery. At the moment, after hearing Ding Kuei's words, the worried look on his face immediately dissipated, and turned into a kind of happy look, shouting, "Let's listen to Envoy Ding and kill this demon together." In his hand, he took out a supreme weapon-level spear, and Mu Yan stabbed the virtual deity left by Ning Xiaochuan first. A long gun pierced the void, and then the tip of the gun collided with the virtual deity. Boom! A strong wind dissipated, and then the figure of Wood Core flew out upside down. Instead of causing damage to the virtual deity, he was shocked to fly out. What a powerful virtual god! If we wait for this demon to resurrect, we will all die here. Ding Kuei looked cold, took out a golden spell in his hand, and threw it at the virtual god. Before the spell flies to the virtual god, the spell will automatically burn, and the powerful aura wave will be released from the spell. With the fluctuation of this aura, a spirit giant composed entirely of auras appeared, raised his head and roared, and the spirit giant smashed down at the virtual god with a bang. Such a powerful blow almost has the power of the gods. In fact, this spell itself is Ding Kuei's bottom card. The spirit separation summoned by the spell can send a blow equal to that of ordinary gods, but this spirit separation can only send a blow. After this blow, the spirit separation will also disappear. Under the blow equivalent to the gods, the virtual god was finally beaten and shook up constantly. Such a scene made those hesitant secondary gods calm down, immediately took out their unique skills, and rushed towards the virtual god in front of them. The virtual godhead is not a real godhead. The real godhead is one of the most solid substances in the world and cannot be destroyed at all. However, this virtual godhead is only equivalent to a layer of skin of the real godhead, and there is a way to destroy it. Under the joint bombardment of these secondary gods, the virtual deity trembled more and more severely. Finally, a beam of white light shone out from the virtual divine lattice. Under the irradiation of this beam of light, countless blood vessels of different thickness appeared out of thin air, followed by bones, and then flesh and blood. Ning Xiaochuan's noumenon was condensed again. Flesh and blood rebirth. Even Shenong can't do such a thing. Shenong can revive the dead, but it also needs to revive people soon after they die with the help of human spirit. Moreover, if there is no body, even Shenong can't revive people. But now, Ning Xiaochuan's body first disappeared, but now it has been condensed again. Facing the attacks of those secondary gods around, Ning Xiaochuan, who had just been reborn, opened his eyes. The next moment, his figure disappeared in front of everyone. A sub-god master, with only the same cultivation as the sub-god, suddenly blossomed in front of his eyes, and then he felt that the virtual divine lattice in his body had been taken away directly. Feeling the loss of vitality in his body, the secondary god saw Ning Xiaochuan standing in front of him clearly. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan's face was expressionless, holding a virtual divine lattice with 36 sections in his hand. He suddenly exerted his force in his hand, and this virtual divine lattice became like a glass bead in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. The virtual godhead is the foundation of a secondary god. Now this virtual godhead is crushed by Ning Xiaochuan. The secondary god of the secondary god's realm immediately sent out a scream and fell from the air. A secondary god fell. After seeing this scene, all the spectators around were frightened and ran away frantically in the distance. Only some people who are crazy by nature have the courage to stay around and look at Ning Xiaochuan admiringly. Alone, he stirred the whole king of medicine into chaos, and under the siege of so many gods, he was still safe, and finally fought back and killed a secondary god. Such an awesome existence is simply their idol. And at the moment, their idols are still killing. Ning Xiaochuan's strength was originally comparable to that of the general secondary god. At this moment, his cultivation reached the secondary god state, condensing a nearly perfect god king, and his strength naturally soared again. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's own strength can at least reach the 5 levels of cultivation of the sub-god realm. If he holds the world-destroying magic sword, his strength may be stronger. However, most of the secondary gods around him now have no more than 5 levels of cultivation. Such a group of secondary gods simply have no strength to fight back. After stepping into the realm of sub-god, Ning Xiaochuan's speed almost soared to the extreme. Often, with a flash of his figure, he can appear in front of a secondary god. The next moment, the virtual godhead in this secondary god's body is directly pulled out by him. A Zun sub-god's body fell from the air. Just blinking skill, more than half of the dozen sub-gods who originally besieged Ning Xiaochuan have fallen. Looking at the secondary gods falling one by one, the wood core was trembling with fear. Although he used to be known as Thunderbolt God of War and had a hot temper, he was still afraid now. Woodcore's cultivation was almost around the secondary god 5 times. After estimating his strength and feeling that he had no hope to defeat Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, he resolutely retreated a distance and hid beside Ding Kuei. It's too cruel, and this demon's hand is too vicious. Envoy Ding, immediately ask for help from the Heavenly Palace. Only the masters of the Heavenly Palace can subdue this demon. Woodcore looked frightened, and repeatedly began to urge Ding Kuei. Ding Kuei's face was also livid at the moment, but his expression was obviously much calmer than that of Woodcore. His strength is almost in the quintuple strength of the secondary god realm. He has such strength when he first entered the secondary god realm. This talent is definitely stronger than the supreme genius in my god palace. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan, Ding Kuei kept calculating in his heart. After distinguishing the limit of Ning Xiaochuan's strength at the moment, his anxiety gradually settled down. Even if he is a disciple of the world-destroying Taoism, his cultivation is too poor. Now he has just passed the second god disaster, and his realm is not stable. Such cultivation, I may be able to destroy him. Ding Kuei's eyes twinkled with some strange light, and he didn't bother to pay attention to the wooden core hiding beside him. Although Ding Kuei's cultivation is equivalent to that of Woodcore, he only has the secondary god's 5 times cultivation, but his strength is much stronger than that of Woodcore, who was born in the Temple of God. So at the moment, Ding Kuei is still planning how to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Unless Ning Xiaochuan's strength is distinguished, Ding Kuei has also distinguished it at this moment. Although Ning Xiaochuan is reborn, his state has not recovered to the peak. Now Ning Xiaochuan, although he is ruthless, is more relying on instinct, and his consciousness still doesn't seem to wake up. It has to be said that Ding Kuei's eyes are vicious enough to see through Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness has indeed not recovered, and his body is completely controlled by the virtual god. This virtual deity is condensed by Ning Xiaochuan, who has gathered all the ways of destroying the world he has understood, and can be called the king of deities. The divine personality was originally the essence condensed by the martial artist to refine his martial arts. Ordinary gods can easily be controlled by martial artists. However, Ning Xiaochuan's God King condensed out is not easily controlled by Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, it is not only Ning Xiaochuan who is condensing the virtual deity, but also this virtual deity who is also choosing its owner. If Ning Xiaochuan does not have the strength to control it, it will disappear by itself and disappear completely. Compared with the 9 yuan heavy water and 9 heaven fire that Ning Xiaochuan faced before, the test of the virtual deity at this moment is the biggest crisis that Ning Xiaochuan is facing. Inside the virtual deity, Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness has condensed into a consciousness body. The changing speed of consciousness is enough to surpass everything. With just one thought, Ning Xiaochuan appeared in front of a huge planet. Kill. Kill all life on this planet. An invisible consciousness is urging Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan has a vague feeling that if he doesn't follow the order of this consciousness, his previously condensed virtual deity will completely collapse. Kill. Only continuous killing can create a deity who destroys the world. Countless messages about deity poured into Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness. The deity, from the time when the martial artist condenses the virtual deity, begins to divide into grades. The weakest deity is naturally this ordinary deity, with only 36 aspects. On top of this deity, there are more powerful deities with 72 aspects, and then 108 aspects. The more aspects of the divine lattice, the stronger the strength of the warrior who has this divine lattice. The virtual deity condensed by General Tianjiao is generally more than 100 in section, but not more than 1,000. Only some peerless Tianjiao, such as Tianjiao with the supreme body, can condense more than 1,000 aspects of the divine personality. But even these peerless Tianjiao, it is difficult for the divine aspect to exceed 2,000. Having more than 2,000 aspects of God, he is called the King of God. There are many kinds of divine kings. To refine the divine king, in addition to having peerless talent, the more important thing is to begin to understand the law from the realm of creation. Only the virtual deity condensed by the law can have more than 2,000 aspects. For example, Ning Xiaochuan's main cultivation is the way of destroying the world, so the God refined at this moment is called the God of destroying the world. There are 3,000 facets of the immortals, which are extremely strong among all the kings of immortals. However, the most powerful deity king is not a world-destroying deity, but an extremely perfect deity. This deity has 3,600 sections, 100 times that of an ordinary deity. Such a deity is even stronger than the world-destroying deity. Of course, this kind of deity only exists in legends, which is much rarer than the extermination deity. Almost no one has ever seen this kind of deity appear. No matter what kind of deity, as long as it reaches the level of the king of deities, when refining the virtual deity, it will suffer the test that Ning Xiaochuan is facing at the moment. The king of gods can have the title of king, which is naturally different from ordinary gods. The general divine personality is the refinement chosen by the warrior himself, but the king of divine personality is different. After each king of divine personality appears, he must personally choose its owner. If the owner can't satisfy it, it will abandon the owner. At this moment, what Ning Xiaochuan is facing is the test of destroying the world god. This kind of test is carried out in Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness, so Ning Xiaochuan can't cheat at all, and can only accept the test step by step according to the meaning of the god of destruction. His conscious body moved at random, and then he had entered the planet in front of him and stood at a place on the planet. In front of him, a group of ferocious bandits were cutting a beautiful woman in two. The woman's white body was directly thrown into the cauldron in front of him by these bandits. The hot air bubbled out of the cauldron, and these bandits were cooking human flesh. Kill. Kill all these scum. The instructions of the exterminator continued to come. In the face of such a group of villains, Ning Xiaochuan only had disgust and would not have any sympathy at all. Therefore, all these bandits died in his hands, and then Ning Xiaochuan directly threw them into the steaming cauldron. After killing these bandits, the scene in front of Ning Xiaochuan changed again. A dignified guy, in order to abandon his wife, even killed his mouth in order to get rich. In the face of such a person, there is only one instruction of the exterminator, that is to kill. Kill. Keep killing. Later, Ning Xiaochuan did not know how many people he had killed, but he was sure that none of these people he had killed was good. Whether it was the guy who first ate human flesh, or the white-eyed wolf who later poisoned his wife, and the villains Ning Xiaochuan met later, Ning Xiaochuan almost did not hesitate to kill them all. Such killings continue endlessly. Even Ning Xiaochuan himself began to feel tired, sleepy, and boring. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan's figure suddenly returned to the Dian world. In places familiar to Ning Xiaochuan, Yulan Empire, Spirit Mountain Manor, Jiangnaho Mansion. Ning Xiaochuan's figure appeared one by one. As Ning Xiaochuan appeared, those familiar figures appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Old Marquis, Ning Shiner, Ning Qianqing, Yu Qianqian, Yu Ningxing. These familiar figures of Ning Xiaochuan rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan with an excited smile because of the reunion after a long separation. However, Ning Xiaochuan is still constantly hearing the tips given to him by the god of destruction at the moment. Kill them. Only by killing even the closest relatives can we condense the world-destroying spirit and have the world-destroying heart. Looking at Ning Shiner and others in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan knew that these were hallucinations, but he still couldn't start. Kill. Kill them immediately. The prompt of the god of destruction is like the voice of the devil, constantly tempting Ning Xiaochuan. As long as these people are killed, Ning Xiaochuan will be able to condense a god of destruction and gain great power. Now the dilemma he faces is to make a choice between relatives and strength. Grass. It's still a choice. Facing this choice, Ning Xiaochuan's conscious body almost immediately scolded, "I've had enough. Before, you let me kill those villains, and now you let me kill my relatives. It's really when I'm sick." A scolding. Ning Xiaochuan scolded heartily Lin Lin. It's a pity that no one can hear his scolding without the audience. And the world-destroying god also couldn't hear it. Although the world-destroying god was choosing its own master, it didn't have any consciousness. Its test on Ning Xiaochuan is just following a basic rule. Kill. Kill them all. The reminder of the god of destruction is still urging Ning Xiaochuan. But the more so, Ning Xiaochuan became more and more disgusted. This divine personality was condensed by his spirit. Now it's better that he should be controlled by this divine personality. What's this? Instead, I became a slave of God? This is like a person who bought a knife and wanted to use it to cut vegetables, but the knife instead controlled the person and let the person cut himself. This is putting the cart before the horse. If his consciousness will be controlled by this god in the future, Ning Xiaochuan would rather condense the simplest god, as long as he can control it. It seems that Ning Xiaochuan felt the antipathy in his consciousness, and the prompt sound of the god of destruction suddenly disappeared at this moment. But then, Ning Xiaochuan felt that the god of destruction began to collapse. The test failed, and the god of destruction did not choose Ning Xiaochuan as its master, so now, the god condensed by Ning Xiaochuan can no longer maintain the state of 3,000 sections. The virtual deity condensed by Ning Xiaochuan began to degenerate from 3,000 sections. The virtual deity that originally looked like a hole began to appear at this moment. Moreover, this corner has become more and more obvious. 2,500 sections, 2,000 sections. With the disappearance of the world-destroying deity, the deity in Ning Xiaochuan completely fell from the ranks of the king of deities. Even if it becomes an ordinary deity, the degradation of this virtual deity is still not over. Soon, there were only 1,000 facets left in this virtual godhead, then 500 facets, and then 100 facets. After the facets of the virtual godhead were reduced to the most common 36 facets, the whole virtual godhead began to tremble constantly, as if it was about to collapse. The failure of divine refinement, the final result is really only a collapse. Ning Xiaochuan originally thought that this virtual deity would degenerate to the lowest level, but now the virtual deity actually began to collapse, which made Ning Xiaochuan a little anxious. Anxious, Ning Xiaochuan could no longer care whether this divine lattice was refined by him using the Tao of destruction. All the laws he had understood before were frantically poured into the virtual divine lattice by Ning Xiaochuan. There are several other smells in the virtual divine lattice, which originally had only the world-destroying Tao. Heaven and Earth Sutra. Zixia Sutra. Donghuang Sutra, the breath of various scriptures that Ning Xiaochuan had understood before all appeared in the virtual deity at the moment. At the same time, the white bone beads suddenly rushed in from a distance and rushed into Ning Xiaochuan's virtual deity. Ning Xiaochuan was surprised. This white bone bead unexpectedly penetrated into the interior of his virtual godhead, as if a core suddenly appeared in a bubble. Theoretically, the inner part of the virtual deity should only contain the rules understood by the warrior. Now there is such a thing. What can we do with it when Ning Xiaochuan condenses the deity in the future? Ning Xiaochuan muttered for a moment, and then put all these behind him. Because at this moment, the virtual deity condensed by Ning Xiaochuan has gradually stabilized. Although I don't know whether it's because of the various laws that Ning Xiaochuan entered the divine lattice, or because of this white bone bead. But in a word, this virtual deity finally stabilized in the state of 36 sections. The condensed virtual deity was reduced from the level of the king of deities to the level of the weakest deity. Although Ning Xiaochuan did not regret his choice, he was still a little lost in his heart. The virtual deity condensed successfully, and Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness also returned. Ning Xiaochuan, who was originally killing, suddenly stopped all his actions at the moment. "Hey, my body seems a little strange." As soon as Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness returned, he immediately felt the strangeness of his body. At the moment, his flesh body was formed by the extermination god who used the extermination rules to regenerate flesh and blood. This reborn body is almost the same as Ning Xiaochuan's body that disappeared before. Even those war swords that Ning Xiaochuan refined in his body to enhance his body are now preserved. However, as a flesh reborn from flesh and blood, Ning Xiaochuan's flesh has been greatly benefited. Now his flesh strength is much stronger than before. Just now, when his consciousness didn't return, relying on instinct alone, this flesh body killed so many gods in succession, giving play to at least the five-fold strength of the secondary divine realm. It can be seen that Ning Xiaochuan is physically strong at the moment. The virtual deity degenerates, but the physical body has been enhanced. With such benefits, Ning Xiaochuan's heart is more or less balanced. Around Ning Xiaochuan, those frightened secondary gods who had been killed by him looked at Ning Xiaochuan carefully. Apart from Ding Kuwei, others simply don't understand why Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped moving. It seems that his consciousness has returned. If I kill him now, it will be his noumenon. Ding Kuwei said secretly in his heart, and then a dark dagger appeared in his hand. This dagger is called Tushan dagger. Although it is only the level of the best imperial instrument, there is a very powerful venom attached to the surface of Tushan dagger. Holding the Tushan dagger in his hand, Ding Kuwei suddenly rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. He wanted to kill Ning Xiaochuan here, before Ning Xiaochuan fully recovered. Tushan dagger silently attacked Ning Xiaochuan. If you change to another secondary god, you may not feel it at all. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan's body is strengthened, and the five senses are simply strong to the extreme. The butcher dagger was found by Ning Xiaochuan before it invaded him. With a wave of his arm, the sword of destruction not far away from him directly flew to Ning Xiaochuan's hand. With the sword of destruction taking off, there was Xian Beast Jian. Xian Beast Jian directly drilled into Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, and Ning Xiaochuan, holding the world-destroying demon sword, turned and cut at Tushan dagger. The artifact-level demon sword against the Tushan dagger was like cutting tofu with a knife. Silently, the Tushan dagger was cut in two by Ning Xiaochuan. The demon sword of annihilation did not decline, and continued to kill Ding Kuwei. Ding Kuwei obviously didn't expect this world-destroying demon sword to be so powerful. Under the great change of look, a layer of black fog immediately appeared on his body. With the appearance of this layer of black fog, Ding Kuwei's body was like a ghost, divided into two parts, and fled to the distance. Ning Xiaochuan, holding the sword of destruction, turned around but rushed directly towards the wood core. Although he didn't return to consciousness just now, he also recognized that among the secondary gods around him, the old man was the most popular. Woodcore has been carefully guarding Ning Xiaochuan. He doesn't have many means of Ding Quina, and even has the means of turning his body into an invisible escape. At the moment, facing Ning Xiaochuan, his face changed greatly, and he could only bite his teeth and fight hard. Holding a supreme imperial weapon-level supreme spear in his hand, he suddenly stabbed Ning Xiaochuan. When the spear came into contact with the evil sword, it immediately followed the path of the butcher dagger, and was simply cut into several pieces, with the body of the wood core cut off. The demon sword of the world was cut off from the top of the wooden core, and directly cut it into two halves. Then, the virtual god in his body was cut to pieces by the demon sword of the world. The ancestor of Yaowangsing overlord Mu family, fell. Seeing this scene in the distance, Ding Kuwei immediately looked very dignified. With a single hand, a golden ring appeared in Ding Kuwei's hand. This golden ring was directly thrown to the ground by Ding Kuwei and turned into a flashing circle. Inside the circle, countless lines began to be born. Although I don't know what this ring is, Ning Xiaochuan can judge from Ding Kuei's actions that this ring must also be something to deal with himself. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan, holding the sword of destruction, once again chopped at Ding Kuei. It seemed to protect the ring. Although Ding Kuei looked ugly, he didn't run away directly as he did just now. A layer of black fog appeared on his body again, and Ding Kuei seemed to incarnate into a smoke giant, fighting with Ning Xiaochuan. Although Ning Xiaochuan can weaken Ding Kuei's breath every time he waves his evil sword. However, with this strange means, Ding Kuei still entangled Ning Xiaochuan for a moment. After just a few breaths, the ring Ding Kuei threw out immediately lit up, and a tall figure appeared in the ring. The moment the tall figure appeared, the mighty power directly swept the whole Yaowang star. All the lives on the Medicine King star, as long as they are below the secondary god, can't help but change color in horror, and then bend their knees and kneel on the ground. There is no doubt that the tall figure appearing at this moment is a real god. God-level masters finally came to the Medicine King star. Ning Xiaochuan also changed his face at the moment. He didn't expect that Ding Kuei could summon the body of a god. When the gods appeared, Ning Xiaochuan and Ding Kuei suddenly separated and stopped fighting. Ning Xiaochuan's palm flashed, and the evil sword in his hand was hidden in his body. The secondary gods around who had not been killed by Ning Xiaochuan also came over one by one with panic. Although they were still afraid of Ning Xiaochuan, they were much stronger in front of a god. The light of the ring dispersed, and the tall figure appeared, completely, impressively a thick-browed man in a green robe who looked ordinary. This big man's face is rough and crazy, and he looks like a straightforward person. Ding Kuei, call me here. What's the matter? As soon as he appeared, the green-robed man shouted at Ding Kuei. However, the green-robed man has been carefully observing the surroundings at the same time, which makes Ning Xiaochuan feel that the green-robed man is obviously thick and thin, and is not as simple as it looks on the surface. Of course, if you can cultivate into a god, I'm afraid it will be really simple without that. Ding Kuei was beaten by Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, which had greatly damaged his vitality. He glared at Ning Xiaochuan severely, and then respectfully said, "Lord, I found the successor of the path of destroying the world in Yaowang Star, so I specially notified the Lord to come to exterminate this demon." Destroy the world's preachers? The green-robed man's face suddenly changed. Even as a god, the title of evangelist of extermination still has great pressure on him. Glancing around carefully again, the green-robed man's eyes fell on Ning Xiaochuan. Those secondary gods around at the moment look at Ning Xiaochuan with fear all the time. This green-robed man has long found out, so at the moment, this place may be the evangelist of the world, and the most likely is Ning Xiaochuan. However, no matter how the green-robed man glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, he could not find anything from Ning Xiaochuan's body to destroy the world and preach people. The man in green robe waved his hand to Ning Xiaochuan and snorted coldly, "Ding Kuei, you are talking about this boy." Ding Kuei nodded and said, "Yes, it's him. Just now when he condensed the virtual god, we saw with our own eyes that he played the way of destroying the world." Put his eyes on Ning Xiaochuan again, and the green-robed man frowned and said, "If he was the descendant of the world-destroying Tao, how could he not escape when he saw me?" Ding Kuei glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Lord, he has just stepped into the realm of secondary god. When your master comes here, of course he can't escape. You know shit, if he is really a messenger of the world-destroying Tao, even if he is a new god, he can definitely escape from me. Otherwise, why should the messenger of the world-destroying Tao turn our Shinha civilization upside down?" The green-robed man scolded Ding Kuei, then looked at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Boy, although I don't think you're likely to be the descendant of the world-destroying Tao, to be on the safe side, you'd better show me your virtual deity." The virtual deity condensed by the descendant of the world-destroying Tao should be the world-destroying deity with 3,000 sections. As long as I take a look at your virtual deity, I can immediately tell whether you are the descendant of the world-destroying Tao. Hearing the words of the green-robed man, Ding Kuei said eagerly, Lord, just now we all saw with our own eyes that the divine personality condensed from him is 3,000 sections. Really? The green-robed man said calmly, and his eyes to Ning Xiaochuan had been a little sharp. Check your identity by the Godhead? Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help laughing at the moment. Well, Lao Tzu asked you to check at will, not to mention 3,000 faceted deities, even if you can't find 300 faceted deities. Glancing at Ding Kuei, Ning Xiaochuan said, don't you just check the virtual deity once, I don't care. As if to prove his words, Ning Xiaochuan's chest flashed, and a virtual deity that kept rotating and emitting light suddenly appeared. Because of the radiant relationship on the divine lattice, the white bone beads hidden in the virtual divine lattice did not appear. But the aspect of this divine figure can be easily identified. Why are there only 36 slices? Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's spirit, Ding Kuei and others' chin almost fell directly to the ground. They fought hard to attack Ning Xiaochuan before, in order to destroy Ning Xiaochuan, the successor of the world-destroying way. But now, this divine personality emerging from Ning Xiaochuan's body is basically the lowest level divine personality, which is quite different from the world-destroying divine personality. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's virtual deity, the green-robed man immediately took a bit of anger on his face and said, Is this what you call the heirs of the way to destroy the world? Ding Kuei's forehead was sweating, and he said eagerly, No, Lord, the virtual deity he condensed before is indeed 3,000 faceted. He must have used some means to deceive the Lord. Ding Kuei immediately made the green-robed man more and more angry, and said, Are you doubting my strength? No, I dare not. Ding Kuei's face was pale at the moment, glanced around, and suddenly his heart moved, and continued to argue, Lord, just now he killed a dozen secondary gods on the Drug King star in succession. If the Lord hadn't appeared in time, even I would have been killed by him. If he wasn't a descendant of the world-destroying Tao, but an ordinary secondary god, how could he have such strength? The green-robed man closed his eyes, slightly felt the waves around for a moment, and immediately felt the residual fighting breath here. Ning Xiaochuan's toughness was indeed beyond his expectation. It's really abnormal that the second god is so strong at the beginning. With a murmur in his mouth, the green-robed man's eyes suddenly opened, and two beams of light shot out of his eyes and directly aimed at Ning Xiaochuan. Hey, this is the Seven Orifices Demon Heart Palace. Just glancing at Ning Xiaochuan for a moment, the green-robed man was surprised. Seven Orifices Demon Heart Palace, even in Xinhe civilization, is a very rare heart palace. The person who can have such a heart palace is definitely the genius of various forces. It's a pity that the master of the Seven Orifices Demon Heart Palace has mixed to this point, and the condensed divine personality is the lowest level divine personality, and the future is ruined. Otherwise, I don't mind taking you as a disciple. Glancing at Ning Xiaochuan, the green-robed man sighed repeatedly. After the cultivation reaches the secondary god and condenses the virtual divine lattice, a person's future path is equivalent to being fixed. Like Ning Xiaochuan, his virtual deity has only 36 aspects at the moment, and it will be the same in the future. Although the path of cultivation will be much simpler for people who condense this kind of divine personality, this strength will not work. In all circles of Xinhe civilization, people who condense this kind of divine personality, even if they become gods, are also the lowest kind of existence. After scanning Ning Xiaochuan for several times, the man in green robe withdrew his eyes and looked coldly at Ding Kuei and said, Ding Kuei, I have checked that this boy is not a descendant of the way of destroying the world, but because he has the Seven Orifices Demon Heart Palace, it is easy to cause misunderstanding. When you encounter this kind of thing again in the future, you can inform me after you figure it out, otherwise, be careful that I will kill you. After scolding Ding Kuei, the figure of the green-robed man disappeared directly. The mighty spirit unexpectedly left like this. What bad luck! Ding Kuei glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and turned to leave. He himself had taken all the previous things as misunderstandings. I want to go. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, and his figure appeared in front of Ding Kuei. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan unexpectedly intercepted himself, Ding Kuei frowned at first and shouted coldly at Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Xiaochuan, this is the territory of my god palace. You'd better not be too arrogant. Ning Xiaochuan looked coldly and said, arrogance. Don't get me wrong. What you did to me just now, I just give it back to you now. Ding Kuei stares at Ning Xiaochuan with a livid face. Just now, he has been severely injured by Ning Xiaochuan. If he fights with Ning Xiaochuan again, he can't be his opponent. And with Ning Xiaochuan's madness just now, it is really possible to kill him here completely. At the thought of this, Ding Kuei's expression immediately became a little afraid and said, I was wrong just now. Ding Kuei has been used to swaggering on the Yaowang star. At the moment, he actually bowed his head to Ning Xiaochuan, so he immediately lowered his head with anger and secretly began to plan how to revenge Ning Xiaochuan in the future. Although he guessed what Ding Kuei thought at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan didn't bother to pay attention to the little abacus in his heart. Glancing at Ding Kuei, Ning Xiaochuan said calmly, if you want to live, it's very simple. Hand over your broken boat and I'll spare you this time. Boundary-breaking boat. Ding Kuei almost gushed blood in his mouth. Not everyone can own this thing, breaking the boundary boat. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan with a cold face, Ding Kuei waved out a palm-sized boat and said, the broken boundary boat is a treasure that only gods can use. I only have this star boat in my hand, and my star boat is also a very advanced one among all star boats. If you are still dissatisfied, I have no choice. The star boat is a lower-level thing than the boundary-breaking boat, and it is a common means of transportation for Shinha civilization. The star boat used by Yao Siki and others was a very low-level star boat, but the one Ding Kuei took out at the moment was obviously that kind of high-end goods. High star boat, this is okay. Ning Xiaochuan was not picky, and squeezed the star boat into his hand. Immediately, Ning Xiaochuan continued, I have just been promoted to the realm of secondary god. This realm seems to be not very stable. You, the messenger of the heavenly palace, should have many treasures of a stable realm, all of them for me. Ning Xiaochuan's tone is very tough, just like taking his own things. Ding Kuei widened his eyes and stared at Ning Xiaochuan. White gas was spewed out of his angry nose. As a messenger of the heavenly palace, he was the only one who blackmailed others before, and no one else had blackmailed him. And those residual secondary gods around, although they still looked at Ning Xiaochuan with some fear, they still felt a burst of joy when they saw Ning Xiaochuan's so brazen blackmail of Ding Kuei. In the past, Ding Kuei used the name of Tianshan Palace, but he used the same means to blackmail them. Ding Kuei was angry for a long time. Finally, he felt that his life was the most important. He obediently left a pile of treasures and ran away in despair. After Ding Kuei, the messenger of the heavenly palace, was blackmailed naked, Ning Xiaochuan's anger in his heart was reduced a lot. Put all these things away, and Ning Xiaochuan stepped in front of Yao Siki. Smiling at Yao Siki, Ning Xiaochuan said, little sister, can you stay at your house for a few days? Yao Siki was completely stunned at the moment, and Yao Donglei, who was on the other side, said, of course, it's our honor that child Ning can live in our Yao's house. All the secondary gods who participated in the siege of Ning Xiaochuan, except Ding Kuei, have been killed by Ning Xiaochuan. The ancestor of the medicine family, Yao Donglei, did not participate in the previous siege of Ning Xiaochuan, and Ning Xiaochuan had no feelings for him. Watching Yao Donglei happily lead Ning Xiaochuan to his home, the remaining secondary gods on Yaowang Star are either regretful or iron green. Ning Xiaochuan killed more than a dozen secondary gods in succession on the Yaowang Star, and blackmailed the messenger of the Temple of God, but in the end, he didn't bother himself. Such an ending makes Ning Xiaochuan more and more realize the cruelty of Xinhe civilization. Strong, no matter what you do here, almost no one will care. If you are weak, you deserve to be bullied. After realizing this, Ning Xiaochuan immediately began to close down after living in Yaojia. In addition to the stable realm, Ning Xiaochuan wants to know more about his current situation. The virtual deity in Ning Xiaochuan's body really has only 36 sections, but the components are a little too complex. It not only contains the breath of the way of destroying the world, but also contains various smells such as the Emperor of Heaven Sutra, the Purple Haze Sutra, and so on. In addition, Ning Xiaochuan was confused as if there was a core of white bone beads in the middle of his virtual deity. Generally, the virtual godhead has only one shell, and its breath is pure, but Ning Xiaochuan's virtual godhead is good. In addition to the mixed breath, there is even a core in the middle. If such a strange situation cannot be clarified, Ning Xiaochuan himself may not be at ease. The divine shell had been destroyed in the previous sub-divine robbery. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the secret room of the medicine house and closed his eyes to practice hard. For 2 consecutive days, Ning Xiaochuan was studying his own virtual deity. But in the end he still got nothing. In the whole Xinhe civilization, the virtual deity will be so strange that it is estimated that Ning Xiaochuan will be alone. On the 3rd day of Ning Xiaochuan's retreat, another voice suddenly appeared in his consciousness. Wokeo, Ning Xiaochuan, when you cross the robbery again in the future, can you inform me in advance that this time my old life almost got in? Hearing this sound, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly showed a smile on his face. This is the sound of the shadow. When he closed the door before, Ning Xiaochuan found that the shadow had long been attached to the Xian beast Jian. With the protection of the Xian beast Jian, he barely survived. Otherwise, even if the shadow is just a conscious body, I'm afraid it will be absorbed by the previous god of destruction. After a few days of cultivation in Xuanzhou Jian, the shadow seemed to recover, so it drilled out of Xuanzhou Jian and reattached to Ning Xiaochuan. I'll pay attention to this later. Don't talk about it first. You're well informed. First help me see what's going on with my godhead. Ning Xiaochuan nodded with a smile and immediately urged the shadow. The shadow meeting seemed to be really scared. After swearing for a while, it began to check Ning Xiaochuan's virtual deity according to what Ning Xiaochuan said. After only checking for a moment, the shadow exclaimed, "Grass, this is unreasonable. With your talent, how can you condense such a poor quality virtual godhead? Even if you can't condense the king of godhead, your condensed godhead should at least have more than 1,000 sections." The shadow screamed for a moment, and the voice became more and more stunned. No, it's not right. Ning Xiaochuan, what you cultivate is the way of destroying the world. As far as I know, the spirit condensed by the descendants of the way of destroying the world is a thing called the god of destroying the world. This god of destroying the world has 3,000 sections, which is the highest existence among all gods. What's the situation with such a garbage? If I knew, I wouldn't ask you. The situation at that time was like this. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, detailing all the situations that had happened before when he condensed his divine personality. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan talking about the degeneration of his deity and almost collapsing at last, the sound of the shadow scream suddenly stopped, and Ning Xiaochuan didn't hear his voice for a long time. Ning Xiaochuan was not anxious, and waited for a moment with a calm expression, before the voice of the shadow appeared in his ear again. I've heard of the collapse of God's personality, but it's very rare that this God's personality can still survive after it degenerates and collapses, and your God's personality is so different from ordinary God's personality, which reminds me of a thing. Ning Xiaochuan said curiously, "What's the matter?" The shadow seemed to be thinking while saying, "This is a vague memory left by the Numenon to me. It is said that in a civilization higher than the Xinhe civilization, those peerless powers are not pursuing the king of divine personality, but the perfection of divine personality, that is, the kind of divine personality with 3,600 facets. This divine personality has been completely integrated, known as the Supreme Golden Elixir. People with this divine personality are naturally able to control all other divine personalities. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and said, "What does this have to do with the virtual deity in my body? My deity has only 36 sections. Shadow path, it doesn't matter at all. If you condense the immortals, you can only go on the road of immortals in your life, but now it's different. Your virtual immortals have degenerated from 3,000 aspects. Since your immortals can degenerate, you can also continue to evolve. If you work hard enough, maybe your immortals will continue to evolve into 3,000 aspects in the future, or even to 3,600 aspects. Can the divine personality evolve? Then how can my divine personality evolve?" Ning Xiaochuan was shocked. The shadow pondered for a moment before continuing, "The breath in your divine lattice is so chaotic. I think if your divine lattice wants to continue to evolve, it should take the way of integration and inject all the laws you can learn into your divine lattice. When the number of these laws is enough, your divine lattice should be able to evolve to perfection." Only the shadow of the conscious body was left. At this moment, after saying these words, my heart secretly added, "I hope so." In fact, the shadow didn't have any confidence in the evolution of God at the moment. He just didn't want Ning Xiaochuan to lose his enterprising spirit of cultivation. Hearing that the deity could also evolve, Ning Xiaochuan's mood suddenly became excited. After pondering for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan asked again, "But what's the matter with the white bone bead in my virtual divine cell? This white bone bead should be the bone left by someone who died. How can a bone drill into my virtual divine cell?" "I don't know." The shadow answered very simply, "Whatever he did, the exterminating deity failed to swallow the white bone bead and the dark beast mirror before, which shows that the origin of these two things is absolutely not vulgar. Your deity has rotted to this point now, and it's a bad thing to have more accidents." This explanation is really simple and crude. Ning Xiaochuan curled his lips and put the matter aside for the time being. Anyway, so far, this white bone bead and Xuanzhou Jian have only brought him benefits, but no harm. With the guidance of the shadow, Ning Xiaochuan put down most of his worries. The shadow is right. Now his situation is so bad that there is nothing to worry about. Using the elixir extorted from Ding Kuei, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation of the second god was soon stabilized. Later, Ning Xiaochuan began to study the star boat obtained by extortion. Next, Ning Xiaochuan is ready to leave Yaowangsing immediately. While Ning Xiaochuan was studying these things in isolation, great changes had taken place on the whole Yaowang star. Before, Ning Xiaochuan killed more than a dozen secondary gods in one breath. Behind these more than a dozen secondary gods, they all represent a family of spiritual masters. Without the ancestor of secondary gods, the family's situation naturally immediately became precarious. In just a few days, these families of mental health practitioners were disbanded and decayed. In short, because of Ning Xiaochuan, the pattern of Yaowangsing has changed greatly. Among them, the biggest change is naturally the wooden family. The wooden core, the ancestor of the wooden family, fell, and the wooden family immediately became a hot pastry in the eyes of other spiritual masters. In the end, the Yao family led by Yao Donglei inherited everything from the Mu family. In fact, the strength of the medicine family alone is not enough to swallow the wood family. However, now the pharmacist can sit on Ning Xiaochuan, a secondary god who no one dares to provoke. Because Ning Xiaochuan, the secondary god of other spiritual masters, will always be so short when facing the disciples of the medicine family. In this case, 10 of the benefits of the great change of the medicine king star have been taken away by the medicine family. After a few days, almost everyone knew that Yao Jia was only afraid to replace Mu Jia as the new generation of overlord on Yaowang. The source of all this is the person Yao Siki, the eldest lady of the medicine family, picked up at random from the elixir star. For this kind of fate of the medicine family, other people in the family of mental health practitioners have nothing to do except envy and jealousy. Ning Xiaochuan didn't care about the changes on Yaowang. He had already realized that he would bring such benefits to the druggist when he chose to close down in the druggist. This is also a gift for him to repay the saving grace of medicine Siki. Ning Xiaochuan left the drugstore directly after being closed in the drugstore for a full month. Yaowangsing, a family of heart builders and butchers. Ning Xiaochuan sat carelessly in the butcher's hall, facing the butcher's secondary god. I won't talk nonsense to you. This is what I need. Get it ready for me, and I'll leave right away. Ning Xiaochuan casually threw out a list, and then quietly waited. With helplessness on his face, the butcher took the list into his hand, and then ordered people to prepare with a gloomy face. He didn't dare to disobey Ning Xiaochuan at all. Previously, he heard that the Ding family, also a medicine king star heart-nourishing master family, had even killed the second god ancestor in the family because it disobeyed Ning Xiaochuan's meaning. Without the ancestor of the second god, a family of spiritual masters is completely finished. Therefore, although most of the miraculous drugs Ning Xiaochuan asked for now are very precious, as long as the family of the spiritual master is still there, these miraculous drugs will be able to be replenished sooner or later. About half a day later, Ning Xiaochuan swaggered away from the butcher's house. It is said that he has blackmailed several families of mental health practitioners in a row today. Isn't the amount of elixir in his hand very terrible now? Who says not? This bastard, the great demon, even our butcher will not let go. If I had his ability, I would like to do it. Ning Xiaochuan left, and the families of the two family began to whisper. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan has been very satisfied and soared into the sky, flying over Yaowang star. Take out the elixir in hand, and Ning Xiaochuan threw it at random, and then inhaled it all into his body. After condensing the virtual godhead, Ning Xiaochuan has been able to use the virtual godhead to open up a separate space in the godhead for storing items. In this way, as long as the virtual deity is okay, the treasure collected by Ning Xiaochuan will not happen, and it will never happen again. As before, the treasure collected by Ning Xiaochuan will be destroyed at any time. After leaving Yaowang family a few days ago, he didn't leave Yaowangsing directly, but went to several great families of cardiologists on Yaowangsing. With his bad name on the medicine king star now, it is easy to get a lot of miraculous drugs from these spiritual master families. As for why Ning Xiaochuan did this? I'm kidding. This is the king of medicine. Since I'm leaving, I certainly need to collect a batch of elixirs as soon as possible before I leave. And Ning Xiaochuan is not blindly blackmailing those spiritual masters. Although almost all the secondary gods who attacked Ning Xiaochuan before were killed by Ning Xiaochuan, it is not only those dead secondary gods who showed hostility to Ning Xiaochuan at the beginning. Nowadays, Ning Xiaochuan's extortion of these spiritual master families is mostly the spiritual master family of the secondary god who once showed hostility to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan wouldn't care if these secondary gods reacted like this, so he directly rushed to their family of spiritual masters, in a word, give spiritual medicine, or die. After killing an unconvinced secondary god, all the remaining secondary gods actually handed over the elixir. So far, Ning Xiaochuan has collected a large number of elixirs. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan will leave Yaowangsing directly. Standing over the medicine king star, Ning Xiaochuan waved and took out the star boat he had got before. After stepping into the star boat with one step, the star boat drew a streamer and disappeared in the medicine king star. Sensing that Ning Xiaochuan had left, almost all the frightened secondary gods on the Yaowang star laughed happily. The demon king finally left. Ning Xiaochuan, who gained the reputation of a great demon, drove the star boat and shuttled through the stars for only a moment, leaving only a small light spot behind him. The starry sky is too big. Stars like Yaowang's star are simply an inconspicuous dot. After being far away from Yaowangxing, I don't know how far, the star boat driven by Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped. Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the star boat, waved away the star boat, then turned his head to look behind him, and said, "It's almost time to come, why are these guys so slow?" After waiting for a moment, another streamer began to appear in the starry sky behind Ning Xiaochuan. Watching this streamer appear, Ning Xiaochuan's mouth showed a smile. The voice of the shadow sounded in Ning Xiaochuan's ear at the moment. "Ning Xiaochuan, these people should be the one you predicted before that Ding Kuei found to intercept you. The other side is not good, you must be careful." Staring at the streamer in the distance, Ning Xiaochuan calmly said, "Don't worry, I'm fully prepared. If I can't even pass this level, how can I cross the divine world and get to the source world?" The shadow sighed, "It's true that people can only grow in crisis. If you can get through this level, you'll really stand firm among the masters of the sub-god realm. I can only wish you good luck." Ning Xiaochuan smiled a little. Instead of worrying, his face showed a little expectation. At this moment, the streamer in the distance stopped in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and several figures, including Ding Kuei, suddenly appeared. As Ning Xiaochuan expected, all the people in this streamer at the moment were the people Ding Kuei found to revenge Ning Xiaochuan. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan had expected this for a long time. As the messenger of the heavenly palace, how could Ding Kuei be willing to be blackmailed by Ning Xiaochuan for nothing? So he must be unconvinced and will find a way to revenge Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan waited for him on Yaowangxing for so many days, but he didn't appear. So Ning Xiaochuan immediately guessed that Ding Kuei Shiyu was waiting for him to leave Yaowang, and then intercepted himself in the starry sky outside Yaowang. Ning Xiaochuan has already entered the realm of the secondary god, and even the 5 masters of the secondary god can kill by physical strength alone. However, he is not satisfied with this and still wants to find external forces to force him to make a breakthrough. Although my godhead has degenerated to the weakest level, there are all kinds of breath in my godhead, among which the breath of the world-destroying Tao is the strongest, and the world-destroying magic sword has not abandoned me. Now I just test how powerful the world-destroying Tao can be in my hand." Staring at Ding Kuei, who slowly approached, Ning Xiaochuan muttered in his heart. The deity that matches the world-destroying Tao is the world-destroying deity. Only the strong who has the world-destroying deity can give full play to the full power of the world-destroying Tao. Although Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality at the moment is not a world-destroying divine personality, but the divine personality also has the breath of the world-destroying Tao, so he can also exert the world-destroying Tao. But at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan's way of destroying the world can still have some power. This Ning Xiaochuan is not very clear. After Ding Kuei appeared, he immediately surrounded Ning Xiaochuan. These people are all sub-god level masters. They shuttle through the stars very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they surround Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan glanced, and immediately recognized that among these people, in addition to Ding Kuei, a master of secondary god 5, there was also a master of secondary god 6 and 4 secondary god 4. The lineup of this size can restrain Ning Xiaochuan, who previously showed the strength of the second god 5, to death. Among these people, a guy with a dragon's head scanned Ning Xiaochuan, and immediately laughed and said, "Haha, Ding Kuei, the boy you said didn't escape, as if he was staying here waiting for us. This boy is kind." Ding Kuei looked at Ning Xiaochuan with some resentment in his eyes and said, "Long Huang, stop talking nonsense and kill him first." The dragon-headed man named Long Huang didn't look at Ding Kuei again, but looked at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Boy, hand over all your treasures, and I can spare your life." Seeing that the dragon-headed man didn't want to fight with Ning Xiaochuan directly, Ding Kuei's heart secretly hated him, but there was no way. Although the dragon-headed man was invited by him, he was not his slave and would completely listen to his control. Moreover, the identity of the dragon head man is special and cannot be exposed, so Ding Kuei didn't directly kill Wang Xing before. Ning Xiaochuan waved his arm, and the evil sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan take out the world-destroying magic sword, the dragon head man's eyes lit up and repeatedly exclaimed, "Good sword, at least it's an artifact-level peerless sword." Tut Tut exclaimed, but the figure of the dragon-headed man disappeared, suddenly appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and grabbed it with both hands directly towards Ning Xiaochuan. Almost without warning, the dragon-headed man shot. In his hand, there was a dragon phantom growling faintly, and his entire palm turned into a scaly dragon claw. Ning Xiaochuan's footsteps flashed, and he directly distanced himself from the dragon-headed man. His hands tightly held the demon sword of destruction, and Ning Xiaochuan's arm gently waved for a moment. Jingle! Countless clear voices appeared in everyone's ears. Then, in this starry sky, a bright long river appeared. This long river is completely composed of swords. All kinds of swords of different sizes and shapes together form a torrent, surging around Ning Xiaochuan. This is the power of law. This is the world-destroying kendo. Only by stepping into the secondary god can we use the power of law. Ning Xiaochuan didn't use this force in several previous battles, but now, Ning Xiaochuan is beginning to show the power of the law under his control. After the emergence of Mishi Kendo, what immediately appeared was Mishi Kendo. Like Mishi Kendo, countless treasured knives turned into a long river, winding Ning Xiaochuan galloping. But unfortunately, the two laws can't coexist at all. When the world-destroying sword appeared, the previous world-destroying sword disappeared one after another. Instead of the world-destroying Dao, it is the world-destroying demon thunder Dao. Countless thunders fell from the sky, turning tens of thousands of miles into a thundering world. A variety of laws were applied in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Finally, even the laws contained in scriptures such as the Heaven-Earth Sutra and the Zixia Sutra appeared. The mountains and earth condensed into a continent in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and the infinite purple gas dyed the starry sky red. However, these laws are obviously much weaker than the law of annihilation exerted by Ning Xiaochuan. Click! Just when the laws condensed, the dragon-head man waved his hand, and a huge dragon claw tore the illusion of these laws. Haha, this rookie now unexpectedly displays the illusion of law in front of us. I'm laughing to death. Only gods can control the real law. What we display is just a phantom of the law, which can't be used for fighting at all. This boy probably doesn't even know this common sense. But the law smell on this boy is so messy. How can there be both the law of destruction and the law of vitality? Who knows, didn't Ding Kuei say that this boy's virtual godhead is the lowest level? It must be that he has no experience and practices recklessly, and finally ends up like this. The secondary gods surrounding Ning Xiaochuan stared at Ning Xiaochuan and laughed happily. They are all secondary gods and also have laws, so naturally they know the real ability of these law illusions that Ning Xiaochuan is exerting at the moment. As they said, Ning Xiaochuan, who is only the secondary god, exerts the illusion of these laws, which can't be destructive to other secondary gods at all. The power of law of the sub-god level masters can only be used to assist the fight and improve the combat effectiveness, but it cannot be directly embodied to oppress the opponent. Only at the level of real gods, there will be a collision of laws when fighting. This is also the reason why all the secondary gods that Ning Xiaochuan has seen did not appear in front of such a long river of laws when fighting. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's ostentatious way of making so many laws, even Ding Kuei, the messenger of the Temple of Heaven, showed some disdain on his face. Contrary to the disdain of these secondary gods around him, the dragon-headed man who tore the long river of the law exerted by Ning Xiaochuan with one hand now looked more and more dignified. Staring at the power of various laws constantly emerging from Ning Xiaochuan, the dragon-head man's heart had long been extremely surprised. How can so many different laws appear in a person's body? If you want to condense the virtual god, don't you have to choose a way to go? Is the God condensed by this boy the kind of God my grandfather has been looking for countless years? Ding Kuei and others don't know what different rules represent in a person, but this dragon-headed man obviously knows. So at the moment, he looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a somewhat strange look. On the other side, although the mirage of the long river of laws displayed by Ning Xiaochuan was torn, Ning Xiaochuan didn't care at all. At this moment, his mind is rapidly communicating with the shadow. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan successively cast the illusion of Long River, but it was at the request of the shadow. Only by condensing the long river of laws can we initially master the power of laws. At this moment, the shadow wants to see whether Ning Xiaochuan can control the laws filled in his divine lattice. Ning Xiaochuan, how about it? You have no problem with these rules. The shadow voice said eagerly. Ning Xiaochuan sensed the state of his whole body, and then said, nothing? I just feel that the power of these laws is not as strong as I imagined. At this moment, although the illusion of these laws displayed by Ning Xiaochuan looks spectacular, it is of little use, which makes Ning Xiaochuan quite disappointed. You know, before Ning Ogawa stepped into the realm of the secondary god, relying on the evil demon family of extermination is enough to defeat a low-level secondary god in hell. But now he has stepped into the realm of secondary god. Although the power of the way of destroying the world has increased, it is not as exaggerated as he imagined. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's complaint, the shadow immediately retorted, you're satisfied. You don't have the spirit of killing the world, but you can exert the power of the law of killing the world. If you let the founder of killing the world know, it's estimated that he will personally catch you for research. If so, I should be careful when dealing with people in the future. I should also be careful about using the law of destroying the world. Ning Xiaochuan muttered. It is good or bad for Ning Xiaochuan that he did not condense the world-destroying spirit. The bad thing is that his strength is far less refined than expected. The good thing is that at least no one will ever regard him as the successor of the destruction of the world, and get rid of the dilemma that the successor of the destruction of the world is enemy all over the world. It will be much easier for Ning Xiaochuan to rush to the source world and meet the lord of the Zijin Emperor. After muttering in his heart, Ning Xiaochuan immediately looked up at the dragon-headed man in front of him. Ning Xiaochuan could feel that among these secondary gods in front of him, the dragon-headed man was the most threatening to him. At the moment, the dragon-head man also woke up from a brief shock. He looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a complex look. Layers of fine scales appeared on his body, and the whole person turned into a complete dragon man. Seeing the dragon-head man transform, Ding Kuei laughed and said, haha, Long Huang, you finally have to do your best to kill this boy immediately, and we will share the treasure on him. However, Ding Kuei's laughter stopped abruptly at this moment, and a scaly dragon claw poked into his chest, took out the virtual god in his chest, and crushed it. Ding Kuei's eyes looked incredulous. With the virtual deity shattered, his eyes quickly dimmed. The messenger of the heavenly palace unexpectedly fell like this. And this is just the beginning. The dragon wasteland, which turned into a dragon man, was like a phantom, and instantly killed all the remaining sub-gods. The bodies of several secondary gods floated in the starry sky for a moment, and then they were torn into pieces and disappeared by the ubiquitous cosmic storm in the starry sky. Ning Xiaochuan was also shocked by such an accident. This dragon-headed man was obviously with Ding Kuei and others, but now he not only didn't do it to himself, but directly killed Ding Kuei and others. It seems to see Ning Xiaochuan's confusion at the moment. Long Huang, the dragon-head man, grinned at Ning Xiaochuan and said, you should be very curious about why I killed them? That's because I don't want them to know that you were captured by me. Ning Xiaochuan frowned at the words and said, if you want to take me away, it depends on whether you have this strength. Although it's easy to say, Ning Xiaochuan has been extremely vigilant about this dragon-headed man called Long Huang. Long Huang is only the sixth of the second gods, but Ding Kuei, who killed the fifth of the second gods, is like killing chickens and dogs. Ning Xiaochuan has experienced the strength of Ding Kuei before. From this, we can see how amazing the strength of Long Huang is. Long Huang stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a drooling face. Like the previous sneak attack on Ning Xiaochuan, Long Huang's figure flashed and appeared beside Ning Xiaochuan. A pair of dragon claws seemed to turn into a closing cage and forced Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan held the world-destroying magic sword, and with a gentle stroke in front of him, he cut a hole in the space surrounded by Long Huang. From this hole, a burning flame rose out of Ning Xiaochuan's evil sword. However, the color of the flame is extremely dark. The black flame represents extreme evil and destruction. This is Ning Xiaochuan's understanding of the evil way of destroying the world. Using the power of the law of the evil way of destroying the world to help fight, this is the strongest combat power Ning Xiaochuan can play at the moment. The dark burning demon sword swept across the starry sky and chopped towards the dragon wasteland. Long Huang looked stunned, and a dark gold glove suddenly appeared on a pair of dragon claws. Relying on this pair of gloves, Long Huang held his hands up to block Ning Xiaochuan's killing magic sword. Artifact. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the gloves on Long Huang's hand in surprise. The weapon that can block the world-destroying demon sword is definitely an artifact. However, the quality of this pair of gloves is obviously far inferior to the world-destroying magic sword in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, so Long Huang didn't completely block Ning Xiaochuan's strike just now. The aftershock of the Sword of Doom scattered over a nearby star, which was immediately wrapped in the black flame carried by the Sword of Doom. The star, which was the size of the King of Medicine, quickly became smaller and finally disappeared under the burning of the black flame. The after effect of the battle can destroy a star at will, which is the fighting power of the secondary god. It is said that the real gods fight, and the aftermath of the battle can even destroy the whole galaxy. Of course, this situation can be caused by the crazy fighting of gods. Otherwise, the confrontation between general masters is extremely introverted, and it is easy to break out such a powerful force. At the moment, both Ning Xiaochuan and Long Huang obviously can't fully control the power of the weapons in their hands, so the aftershocks that escape will destroy the star in the distance. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan, Long Huang's face showed a bit of an unexpected look and said, "Your name is Ning Xiaochuan, right? Your strength is good. Obviously, you are just an ordinary Terran, but you can have a powerful body comparable to our high-level dragon people. But if this alone, you are not my opponent at all. Today I'll show you the law of the Dragon Emperor I cultivate." Dragon King rule? Ning Xiaochuan looked at Long Huang curiously. No one can figure out how many laws there are in the world. For example, the way of destroying the world contains a full 3,000 laws. Tiandi Jing also contains more than 2,000 laws. Among all the laws, these thousands of laws can only be regarded as a drop in the bucket. If at other times, Ning Xiaochuan may not be interested in the law of the Dragon Emperor in the hands of Long Huang. But now it's different. Now Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality has degenerated. According to the Shadow, if he wants to improve his divine personality quality, he is likely to need to constantly absorb other laws. The more laws he absorbs, the stronger his divine personality quality will be. In this case, Ning Xiaochuan naturally needs to carefully observe any law he has seen. While Ning Xiaochuan is observing Long Huang is also carefully observing Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was so concerned about his Dragon King's law, Long Huang immediately laughed. "Haha, Ning Xiaochuan, you are indeed a god of 10,000 laws, otherwise, you can't be so interested in my law." 10,000 Dharma gods? Ning Xiaochuan looked at Long Huang with some astonishment. What kind of bullshit god, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know at all. Instead, the shadow screamed constantly in Ning Xiaochuan's body at the moment, "Don't fight, Ning Xiaochuan, first tried to get the information of the so-called 10,000 Dharma deity out of his mouth. For your strange deity, Lao Tzu's head is about to hurt these days. For the shadow, Ning Xiaochuan certainly doesn't believe it at all. There was only one consciousness left, and he had to have a head to have a headache. However, Ning Xiaochuan was really curious about the 10,000 Dharma deity in the mouth of Long Huang. Staring at the dragon wasteland in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan said, "What are you talking about?" "I don't know at all." It's not surprising that there are absolutely not many people who know the 10,000 dharmas of the entire Shinha civilization. Long Huang's face showed a somewhat arrogant look and continued, 10,000 dharma gods, to be exact, only civilizations higher than Shinha civilization can appear. This kind of gods will not appear in Shinha civilization, a low-level civilization, so you naturally won't know. What? You call Shinha civilization a low-level civilization? Ning Xiaochuan looked at the dragon wasteland in front of him with some consternation. Long Huang's words are indeed enough to astonish everyone. You know, Shinha civilization is already an 8th-grade civilization, and in Shinha civilization, there are countless strong people. Even a god is nothing in Shinha civilization. But now, Long Huang even calls Shinha civilization a low-level civilization. Of course, it's a low-level civilization. Otherwise, what do you think it is? For the sake of your god, I'll be generous and tell you something. Long Huang shook his head indifferently and said. Ning Xiaochuan didn't speak, but he was thinking about how credible the content of Long Huang's words at the moment was. Long Huang didn't seem to care about Ning Xiaochuan's idea, but continued, Ning Xiaochuan, such as the 8th-level civilization of Shinha civilization, do you know the total number? How many civilizations are there? Ning Xiaochuan cannot answer this question at all. He has just left Dian world, and even Shinha civilization has not been fully integrated. Now someone even asked him how many 8th-level civilizations like Shinha civilization are. At present, the 8 civilizations known to Ning Xiaochuan are only Shinha civilization. Buns are indeed buns, so I'll tell you. The number of 8 civilizations I know alone exceeds 10,000. Long Huang smiled at Ning Xiaochuan like a show. There are 10,000 8th-level civilizations like Shinha civilization, and this is only known by Long Huang. Ning Xiaochuan frowned, trying to digest these contents. These contents are really a little too amazing. Even the shadow seems to be shocked by the news at the moment, hiding in Ning Xiaochuan's body for a long time without speaking. Long Huang paused for a moment, and then continued, I don't want to talk about the low-level civilization like the 8th-level civilization. I'm talking so much. What I'm talking about is the highest civilization above the 8th-level civilization. The highest civilization? Ning Xiaochuan looked up at Long Huang. Long Huang said, yes, it is the highest civilization, and it is also known as the heaven of the truth of the Jiu civilization, which is the most perfect civilization. Are you a man of the kingdom of truth? Ning Xiaochuan suddenly said. Long Huang can know so much, and he has repeatedly called Shinha civilization a low-level civilization. Obviously, his origin should come from the highest civilized truth heaven. Of course, I'm just coming down to experience it. Sooner or later, I'll go back. Long Huang nodded to take your head calmly, and then grinned, Ning Xiaochuan, I'm not saying so much to popularize knowledge for you, but to tell you a very cruel truth. The truth is that 8th-level civilizations such as Shinha civilization are just a group of food trapped in the kingdom of truth. Ning Xiaochuan didn't speak, and the shadow suddenly came out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and shouted, it's impossible. There are countless strong people in Shinha civilization. Apart from others, the guy who created me, although I don't like him, I have to admit that he is very strong. How can he be the food of others? Obviously, even the shadow can't accept what Long Huang said at the moment. Hey, there is still a remnant of the strong in your body. No wonder you can cultivate into a 10,000 Dharma deity. Long Huang looked at the shadow with some surprise, but he didn't care. Although you are the afterthought of the strong, your noumenon can only be regarded as the strong of Shinha civilization. In our kingdom of truth, he is nothing at all. Although the shadow was quite hostile to the strong man who made him, he still felt angry when he saw someone despise him at the moment, and said contemptuously to Long Huang, "That guy is really nothing, but he can crush you with only one finger." The strength of a strong man who can transform Dian world into a Danlu is absolutely overwhelming. At present, although Long Huang's strength is strong, it is definitely a gap between heaven and earth compared with that strong man. Ning Xiaochuan didn't speak, but he also felt that the shadow was reasonable. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan even suspected that Long Huang was completely boasting about the conch, what Jioping civilization and what captive food were all his boasting. It seemed that he was irritated by the words of the shadow. Long Huang glanced at the shadow with only the thought body, and his eyes returned to Ning Xiaochuan. "Ning Xiaochuan, I ask you another question, since Shinha civilization is called the 8th civilization, and under the 8th civilization there are the 7th civilization, the 6th civilization, and so on. Do you know how these civilizations are divided?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Naturally, strength is paramount. How many strong people can become that level of civilization? It's true that the strong are respected, but do you think a group of pigs, no matter how strong, are qualified to be on an equal footing with others?" Long Huang patted his palm and said. Ning Xiaochuan's face was blue and said, "Do you compare the masters of Shinha civilization to pigs?" Long Huang shook his head and said, "Not comparing the masters of Shinha civilization to pigs, but comparing all the masters of the 8th-level civilization to pigs. In fact, they are not much better than pigs. As I have said before, these masters of the 8th-level civilization are just a group of food raised in the kingdom of truth. When they grow up, it is time for the kingdom of truth to harvest." Ning Xiaochuan's face was livid, but the words Danlu appeared in his mind. Dian world was created by the Shinha civilization and used to make the alchemy of gods. But according to what Long Huang said at the moment, there is no difference between Shinha civilization and Dian world. They are also a Dan furnace made by others, a Dan furnace used to refine pills. It seemed that he was afraid that Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe him. Long Huang continued with a smile, "Ning Xiaochuan, the world is so cruel. The strong bully the weak, and our kingdom of truth is strong enough, so we can take these 8th-level civilizations as prey. How can these 8th-level civilizations be better than us? As far as I know, they have created many low-level civilizations, not to take them as prey. You should remember that the higher civilization is, the more cruel and direct the law of survival is. Like those guys in Epine civilization, many people can even spend their lives in mediocrity, but not in our kingdom of truth. Even if a newly born baby fails to meet the baby standard of our kingdom of truth, he will be immediately exiled. By the way, 8 civilizations such as Shinha civilization seem to be mostly built by these exiled babies." Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and waved the shadow back into his body. The consciousness body of the shadow seems to have been a little distracted at the moment. If it continues to stay in the void, it is likely to collapse. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan's expression returned to calm, Long Huang smiled again and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, I tell you so much, mainly because I want to take you to our kingdom of truth. Now you can go with me." Ning Xiaochuan didn't respond to Long Huang. Instead, he looked calm and said, "You haven't said what the God of 10,000 methods is?" "I almost forgot." Long Huang patted his head and said, "The 10,000 Dharma divine lattice is a divine lattice, created by the supreme power of our kingdom of truth. It is said that when this divine lattice is condensed, it must first undergo a process of collapse and degradation, and then rely on the treasure created by the power to stabilize the form of the divine lattice. In this way, the divine lattice can accommodate almost all the laws, so it is called the 10,000 Dharma divine lattice." Ning Xiaochuan suddenly said, "The kingdom of truth reaps the strong of the 8th-level civilization, so it should be to collect the rules of these strong cultivation and pour them into the 10,000 Dharma God lattice. How do you know? Long Huang's face showed a somewhat stunned look, even though he realized that he had been cheated by Ning Xiaochuan. His face became gloomy for a few minutes, and Long Huang continued, "It doesn't matter if you know. Anyway, you will soon enter the kingdom of truth and become a member of my kingdom of truth. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I won't let you go." Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "What? Ning Xiaochuan, this is your last chance. If you don't go with me, you will stay in Xinhe civilization all your life and become the food of others forever." Long Huang stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said eagerly. Ning Xiaochuan calmly shook his head and said, "If I go with you, I'm afraid I'll die in your hands immediately." Long Huang stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, and his expression had been a little grumpy. "Ning Xiaochuan, if I killed you, you would have died 100 times now. How can you stand here and talk? I'm really curious about this. Since you say the kingdom of truth is so powerful, why is your strength so general that it doesn't match your origin from the kingdom of truth? I don't think the kingdom of truth will want you to be such a waste." Ning Xiaochuan stared at Long Huang Road. Just now, he fought against Long Huang, so he probably knew something about the strength of Long Huang. It's not the damn seal. Since it's down to experience, most of our strength is naturally sealed. Otherwise, those geniuses in Xinhe civilization are simply a bunch of garbage in front of us. Long Huang stared at Ning Xiaochuan and issued a final threat, "Ning Xiaochuan, don't force me to untie the seal." In the cold starry sky, Ning Xiaochuan and Long Huang stood face to face. Circles of ripples emanated from Long Huang, as if a huge force was indeed exploding on him. Long Huang's strength is already strong. Killing Ding Kuei, the sixth god of the second god, is like crushing a bug. Let alone Ning Xiaochuan, who is only the secondary god in cultivation now. It's not good, Ning Xiaochuan. This time you really got into big trouble. Even I didn't expect to meet an expert from a higher civilization this time. The shadow side in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Before Long Huang's words, the shadow was quite hit, so now he's not confident enough to speak. "Shadow, you don't have to believe everything this guy says." Ning Xiaochuan stared at Long Huang, but his heart was communicating with the shadow quickly. This time he did encounter a big crisis, but the more this time, the less he could panic. Ning Xiaochuan's words surprised the shadow immediately. "What? You can't believe it all. Do you mean he's lying to us?" A sub-god level master should not lie casually if it is not necessary. Even Ning Xiaochuan didn't realize that Long Huang was lying at the moment, but he still doubted the authenticity of what Long Huang said at the moment. "Let me tell you something. In fact, I've heard about the kingdom of truth before. Although I know the kingdom of truth in detail, the kingdom of truth, as a 9-level civilization, is definitely not what Long Huang said." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes twinkled, and his eyes seemed to appear like the wind and moon. "The Emperor of the Kingdom of Truth is the surname of the owner, Feng Yueshi. Chow, so this boy even fooled me." The shadow cursed loudly, and the dragon wasteland was bloody. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and said, "I don't think he's lying, but what he said is really unbelievable. If we can catch him and search his memory, I'm afraid everything will be clear." Although he communicated with the shadow like this, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help laughing bitterly in his heart. Now he has faced a desperate situation. It would be good if he could escape today and not be killed by the dragon wasteland in front of him. It is impossible to capture him alive and search his memory. But to Ning Xiaochuan's surprise, the shadow began to speak to Ning Xiaochuan viciously at the moment. "Ning Xiaochuan, wait for you to listen to me. I'll help you deal with this guy. I want him to know that there is a price to frighten me." Ning Xiaochuan stunned and said, "Aren't you only left with a conscious body? Can you still deal with him yourself? What about the conscious body? You should know that even consciousness is a kind of energy. Since it is energy, it can hurt people. This time, Lao Tzu is out of danger. Ning Xiaochuan, stop talking nonsense and start doing what I say. The shadow said fiercely in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Listening to the murmur of the shadow, Ning Xiaochuan looked up at Long Huang. Just now, it took him only a moment to communicate with the shadow. At this moment, Long Huang was unaware of this and was still waiting for Ning Xiaochuan to soften. Ning Xiaochuan, this is your last chance. As long as you go with me, you can immediately become a member of the Kingdom of Truth. Long Huang waved his scaly claws and made a seductive sound to Ning Xiaochuan again. But Ning Xiaochuan now looked strange. After glancing at Long Huang, he suddenly cursed Long Huang. Chow, who is willing to go with you, this abnormal monster? Later, I'll cut you into 3 pieces, and then roast you as animal meat. I don't know the taste of dragon man's meat. Is it better than those low-level animal meat? Waving the demon sword of destruction in his hand, Ning Xiaochuan made a very contemptuous gesture towards Long Huang, and then he chopped at the other side with a sword. Long Huang was stunned by Ning Xiaochuan's response. He didn't expect that he spent so much time depicting a supreme world for Ning Xiaochuan and tempted Ning Xiaochuan with it. Ning Xiaochuan didn't care at all. And those insulting words Ning Xiaochuan said later made Long Huang furious. The rippling waves around him exploded, and Long Huang's body swelled at the moment. Long Huang's body turned into a long snake, his hands and feet all turned into claws, and his head also turned into a monster's head. If he had 2 more horns on his head and looked better, he would look like a 5-clawed golden dragon at the moment. But unfortunately, the strength of Long Huang is obviously still not strong enough, so at the moment, he can only become this python-like monster. Ning Xiaochuan, you forced me to fight you. When I beat you half to death, you will also fall into my hands. With a roar in his mouth, the python monster that Long Huang turned into roared and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, his 4 claws were all equipped with the previous artifact gloves, which made his 4 claws become 4 sharp blades. Surrounded by Ning Xiaochuan, Long Huang's 4 claws constantly attacked Ning Xiaochuan. The battle of the sub-god level has begun to move towards the path of law confrontation. At this moment, countless scales glitter on the python transformed by the Dragon Wasteland, which represent the laws that the Dragon Wasteland has understood. Condense rules into scales to strengthen self-defense. This kind of law makes use of ability, which is an eye-opener for Ning Xiaochuan. However, at the moment, he had no time to be distracted to understand these. In his hand, Ning Xiaochuan was burning all over. If it weren't for his strong body, Ning Xiaochuan's body at the moment would have been torn by the Dragon Wasteland. The realm of Long Huang is much higher than that of Ning Xiaochuan, and he himself is absolutely a peerless Tianjiao, so the combat power displayed at the moment is simply strong to a terrible point. Ning Xiaochuan even felt that the other party didn't exert all his strength at the moment, but was just teasing himself. Otherwise, he was afraid that he was dead at the moment. Surrounded by Long Huang's body, Ning Xiaochuan kept playing various ways of killing the world. But these laws will immediately annihilate when they collide with the body of Long Huang, and even a little movement cannot be generated. Although all this was done according to the plan of the shadow, such a weak situation made Ning Xiaochuan unwilling. Ning Xiaochuan is really unwilling now. Now he came to Shinhe civilization, but he didn't come to play wantonly. He came to rescue Xiaohong and Xiaolinger. If he didn't have enough strength, let alone save people, he was afraid that he would take it in. Strength. My strength is far from enough now. Ning Xiaochuan looked cold, and he had used almost all the means he had previously understood. To connect Shinto, Ning Xiaochuan also used it. 2 huge phantom gods, which had just emerged and had not yet taken shape, were torn apart by a claw of Long Huang. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan's weak struggle, Long Huang sneered, "Ning Xiaochuan, I have said long ago, don't force me to untie the seal, otherwise, you geniuses of Shinha civilization are garbage in my eyes. At the moment, his body is surrounded by Ning Xiaochuan, and a seal has been placed around Ning Xiaochuan. He is not afraid of Ning Xiaochuan escaping at all. In this case, he has plenty of time to continue to tease Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan at the moment made a loud sound, as if his blood had turned into rivers, which were constantly rushing and flowing. The temperature on his body surface also soared to a terrible level at the moment. If it was replaced by other martial artists, this temperature alone could burn them to death. But Ning Xiaochuan seemed unaware of this. He is now a little possessed, and there is only the crooked snake body of Long Huang left in front of him. He wants to break this snake body, even if he is willing to risk everything to break him. Ning Xiaochuan, wake up quickly. This is the power demon. Don't be controlled by the power demon. The voice of the shadow sounded in Ning Xiaochuan's ear, but Ning Xiaochuan didn't seem to hear it at all. Such a situation made the voice of the shadow also bring some despair. It's over, my plan is so perfect. Who knows that Ning Xiaochuan's winning mentality is so strong, even the power demon. Just as Ning Xiaochuan was holding the sword of destruction and frantically attacking everything in front of him, the virtual god in his body suddenly rotated at the moment. To be exact, it's not the rotation of this virtual divine lattice, but the rotation of the white bone bead inside the divine lattice. The white bone beads continued to rotate, and the virtual gods were also crazy to rotate. As the rotation speed of this virtual divine lattice becomes faster and faster, the 36 sections on the virtual divine lattice have begun to disappear. If someone looks at Ning Xiaochuan's virtual divine lattice at this moment, they will only see a hazy round sphere. With the appearance of this round sphere, Ning Xiaochuan's sword formula of destroying the world, which was waved out casually, suddenly turned into a dazzling giant sword, which slammed into the body of Long Huang with indomitable momentum. Long Huang originally didn't care about this huge sword at all. Before, Ning Xiaochuan had fought several times in succession, but the huge swords condensed from those annihilation swords were simply not enough to tickle him. But at this moment, before this huge sword stabbed him, Long Huang's look suddenly changed. Because this huge sword, which was transformed into the annihilation sword formula, unexpectedly pierced the scales condensed by the Dragon Emperor's law on him without hindrance. Boom! This huge sword rushed out of Long Huang and cut a meteorite around Long Huang in two. It's so powerful. How can the power of the annihilation sword formula be so powerful? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, which had been bloodshot, suddenly recovered. Looking at the death sword formula rushing to the distance, Ning Xiaochuan's face was full of disbelief. As Ning Xiaochuan cut off Long Huang's body, countless black fog-like ghosts came out of Ning Xiaochuan's body, with a scream, and fled to the depths of the starry sky. Ning Xiaochuan, it's incredible that you defeated the power demon. The voice of the shadow sounded in Ning Xiaochuan's ear. Ning Xiaochuan ignored the shadow, because at this moment, the dragon famine has been killed again. Ning Xiaochuan, what trick did you just play? Long Huang roared in his mouth. He really can't accept the fact that Ning Xiaochuan broke his defense. Long Huang's body hovered, trying to entangle Ning Xiaochuan in the middle again. However, Ning Xiaochuan just waved his hands, and a fire lotus appeared beside him. The fire lian formed by the world-destroying demon fire path burned for a moment, and it seemed to explode the void around. Hot, too hot. The dragon wasteland was burned by the flames of the demon fire path and screamed to escape. Fled to the distance, Long Huang looked at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes and was a little confused. You know, just now, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't even heat his body. But now, Ning Xiaochuan's magic fire road burned so that he didn't dare to approach at all. I don't believe that even if you have 10,000 Dharma gods, you can't exert much power. Long Huang was stunned for a moment, then roared and continued to rush towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's expression remained unchanged, and a dark flame suddenly rose from the sword in his hand. The evil demon family, the origin family and the dark family, which complement each other, are operated by Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. Such a move is stronger than Ning Xiaochuan's killing sword formula or killing demon fire method. The dark flame immediately began to spread around after rising from the demon sword of destruction. The starry sky around was thus turned into a dark world. Before Long Huang's figure rushed to Ning Xiaochuan, he was affected by the evil family of extermination. Half of his body turned dark, and the muscles on it began to necrosis, and the bones also faintly showed signs of collapse. Long Huang screamed with some panic. At this moment, he actually felt the smell of death. However, when Long Huang panicked, the dark color stained on him retreated quickly. In the starry sky in front of Long Huang, Ning Xiaochuan stood in place panting, and his face had been covered with a layer of pale color. Just now, the virtual divine lattice in my body actually rotated to that degree. It was precisely because of the rotation of the divine lattice in my body that I was able to completely release the power of the world-destroying Tao. However, it was too energy-consuming. After I was promoted to the secondary divine realm, the aura in my body had simply reached a terrible level, but I only persisted for a moment and was drained by this divine lattice. Reluctantly holding the evil sword of destruction in his hand, Ning Xiaochuan felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. Just now, he was really happy when he was in great power, but the sequelae came soon after he was finished. At the moment, there was no aura in his body, and even his blood essence seemed to have lost a lot because of the outbreak just now. In this case, Ning Xiaochuan almost fell down directly. Boom! Long Huang, whose face was still frightened, suddenly rushed to Ning Xiaochuan from a distance, and the thick snake tail slammed into Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, whose strength had been exhausted, was almost like a stone being beaten out, dragging a streamer in the starry sky and flying towards the distance. A huge star stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan, but it did not stop Ning Xiaochuan's castration. Ning Xiaochuan's figure bumped in from one side of the star and out from the other side. On such a big star, because Ning Xiaochuan broke a hole through. After breaking several stars in succession, Ning Xiaochuan, who was hit by 7 meat and 8 vegetables, finally crashed into a hard meteorite, and the whole person was inlaid into the surface of the meteorite like a model. Chow, this guy did it too hard. Looking at the Long Huang flying towards him in the distance, Ning Xiaochuan scolded weakly. It's not over yet. Just now you scared him. Now he must retaliate on you, otherwise, you will become his demon in the future. Some gloating voices of the shadow sounded in Ning Xiaochuan's ears. As the shadow expected, Long Huang rushed fiercely, threw his tail, and immediately exploded the meteorite. Ning Xiaochuan's figure was once again pulled out by his snake tail. After so many times in succession, Ning Xiaochuan, who was tossed and almost about to collapse, lay powerlessly on the surface of a deserted star. And it seems that the dragon famine, which has been relieved a lot, has restored its original dragon man appearance and fell down from the sky. Looking at the figure gradually approaching him, Ning Xiaochuan said feebly, "Shadow, all this has not deviated from your plan. I was beaten half to death by him. When he approaches me, it's your turn." The shadow was afraid and said, "Don't worry, just leave it to me. But I was really scared by you just now. If you were completely controlled by the power demon, we would be all over." "You just said power demon? What is power demon?" Ning Xiaochuan puzzled. Just now, he intuitively entered a mysterious realm. After breaking away from that realm, the divine personality in his body began to rotate. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan also played a powerful force far beyond his imagination. The power demon is a kind of heart demon, specially aimed at the gods. The power of the gods has been extremely strong, so almost any disaster can't cause damage to them. What can really make the gods fall is all kinds of heart demons, such as power demons, wisdom demons, etc. You are only a sub-god, and you have attracted power demons, which shows that your heart is too strong to win. You should pay attention to this. Shadow simply explained it to Ning Xiaochuan. The so-called power demon is a kind of heart demon born on the gods who are bent on pursuing power. This kind of demon was born because of power, so it is called power demon. In addition to the power demon, many other demons will be born on the gods. For example, the gods who are dedicated to studying something may be too focused and infatuated to produce wisdom demons. Both power demons and wisdom demons are aimed at those gods who have gone to extremes. Once these demons are born, those gods who have gone to extremes are likely to fall. Ning Xiaochuan was lucky enough this time, and his divine personality broke out in his body, so he inadvertently broke the power demon. Otherwise, there is only death waiting for him. After knowing the existence of the power demon, Ning Xiaochuan had several different feelings about cultivation in his heart. At this moment, Long Huang with a gloomy face has come to Ning Xiaochuan. Originally, he really wanted to bring Ning Xiaochuan to the kingdom of truth, but now, he hesitated. Long Huang is also a generation of Tianjiao level existence in his power, but now he meets Ning Xiaochuan, whose cultivation is only second to God, and he is almost killed by Ning Xiaochuan. In this case, Long Huang had a deep fear of Ning Xiaochuan in his heart. He was a little worried that if he took Ning Xiaochuan back, if the superiors were not prepared to kill Ning Xiaochuan, but focused on training him, he would not have a good life in the future. After pondering for a moment, Long Huang Kai suddenly palmed towards Ning Xiaochuan. He had to find the treasures on Ning Xiaochuan first, especially the artifact long sword. He always felt that the long sword was strange and familiar, but he couldn't think of the origin of the long sword. With one hand pressed on Ning Xiaochuan, Long Huang immediately put his heart into Ning Xiaochuan's virtual divine cell. It is the common practice of almost all masters above the secondary god level to put the baby in the divine cell. However, when Long Huang pressed Ning Xiaochuan with his palm, Ning Xiaochuan's originally closed eyes suddenly opened, and an illusory figure appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. Immediately, the figure came out of Ning Xiaochuan's eyes and stepped into the eyes of Long Huang step by step. This process seems slow, but in fact it is very fast. Only for a moment, the look of Long Huang was dull. Ning Xiaochuan, search his memory immediately. I can only hold on for so long. From the mouth of Long Huang, there was a shadow sound at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan reluctantly raised his arm and held the wrist pressed by Long Huang on his body. The power of the seven orifices gods and demons poured into Long Huang's body. In fact, with Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, the power of the seven orifices gods and demons' heart is not enough to search for the dragon wasteland of the secondary gods, but at the moment, it is the shadow that controls the consciousness of the dragon wasteland. With the help of the shadow, Ning Xiaochuan's seven orifices demon heart force immediately invaded the memory of Long Huang, and pulled out most of the memory of Long Huang. In the deepest memory of Long Huang, Ning Xiaochuan encountered a powerful seal. Because of the existence of this seal, Ning Xiaochuan simply could not extract all the memory of Long Huang. About one breath passed, and Ning Xiaochuan finished all this. Summon the world-destroying demon sword. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to assassinate it into Long Huang's body and destroy his divine personality. But after summoning the demon sword of destruction, Ning Xiaochuan no longer had this power. Long Huang, controlled by the shadow, seemed to be a little anxious at the moment, and grabbed the world-destroying magic sword in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Then, Long Huang held the demon sword of destruction in one hand and mercilessly inserted it into his chest. After the world-destroying magic sword was inserted into Long Huang's chest, Long Huang's expression suddenly changed again. The confusion in his eyes completely disappeared and was replaced by a frenzy. I killed myself. What on earth is this sword? Why can you kill me? It's impossible. Long Huang roared a few times as if he were crazy, and then his flesh and blood shriveled. His body shrank slowly, and finally all of them were absorbed by the demon sword. In front of Ning Xiaochuan, there was only a brilliant virtual deity left. Staring at the virtual god in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were a little trance. Because he was really frightened by the contents of Long Huang's memory. The virtual deity left by the dragon wasteland did not exist for long. Long Huang has died. Without the dominance of Long Huang's consciousness, the virtual deity he left immediately began to crack, then smashed with a snap, and then disappeared completely. Ning Xiaochuan witnessed all this, but his expression began to show fear. The weak voice of the shadow came, eagerly urging Ning Xiaochuan to say, "Ning Xiaochuan, what's in this boy's memory? Talk about it quickly." He didn't hesitate to spend the energy of his conscious body, but it was to get something from the memory of Long Huang. In his memory. Ning Xiaochuan paused with a dignified face, then he continued, his memory is almost full of pictures of war. From the moment he was born, he saw endless masters fighting, one by one suspended in the sky, and the magnificent huge palaces were smashed into pieces, and then scattered down like rain. A powerful master was killed, and each of these masters has the power to reverse heaven and earth. Their bodies fell to the ground, which will turn this piece of land into death. The shadow was surprised and said, "This is the war of God? How can this boy's memory be full of such pictures? Is it the civil strife in the kingdom of truth?" Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment, then nodded, "It should be like this. According to what I learned from his memory, the kingdom of truth should be divided into two parts, one of which is ruled by the original Emperor Fang of the kingdom of truth, and the other part is ruled by a group of rebels of faith power. These rebels pursue strength and absolute class rule. They hope that the kingdom of truth can become the supreme existence and treat other 8-level civilizations as food in general. The dragon famine is one of these rebels." "Sleeping trough, I see." The shadow cried, "No wonder this boy will say the 9th civilization so frightening." The 9th civilization in his mouth is basically the appearance of the kingdom of truth in his heart, not the appearance of the kingdom of truth in reality. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "It should be like this. The rebels of the kingdom of truth, including this dragon wasteland, have some abnormal psychology, and they can't be treated as normal people at all." The shadow then asked, "How did this guy from Long Huang come to the Shinhe civilization? They boast that they are the best in the world. Why did they lower their status and come to a place they regard as pigs?" Ning Xiaochuan frowned and said, "That's because they are collecting slaves who can become their thugs. These rebels send low-level warriors like Long Huang to walk in all the 8-level civilized world and search for Tianjiao with peerless talent. These Tianjiao will be extradited to the kingdom of truth by them and become the pawn for these rebels to rule the kingdom of truth." Such content surprised Ning Xiaochuan. Because if these contents are true, the separatist war within the kingdom of truth has actually begun to affect the following 8 civilizations. If even these 8-level civilizations start a series of wars, I'm afraid it will be a scuffle in all the world, and I'm afraid the whole world will be destroyed at that time. At the thought of this, Ning Xiaochuan felt cold in his heart. These rebels of the kingdom of truth are basically to destroy the world and create a new order. And according to their style, I'm afraid that super-gifted Tianjiao, such as Xiao Linger and Lingshu Venerable, will become their goals. Haha, they are actually searching for slaves. If so, I feel much relieved, which shows that their power is not really unmatched. Ning Xiaochuan, you should cheer me on, become a strong generation as soon as possible, and kill all these damn guys in the kingdom of truth, and all the guys who want to take us as food will die." The shadow laughed a few times, but his voice fell down. "No, I consume too much. I have to sleep for a period of time. Ning Xiaochuan, don't let me down. When I wake up, I hope you have become a god." The sound of the shadow disappeared immediately. No matter how Ning Xiaochuan called him, he couldn't wake him up. Ning Xiaochuan reluctantly condensed a aura and temporarily stored the weak consciousness left by the shadow in his 7 orifices demon heart palace, which also created a good sleeping environment for him. Later, Ning Xiaochuan began to recover from his injury. This time he was injured too badly. If there was no other panacea, it would take a long time to recover. But this time Ning Xiaochuan's luck is obviously good. When he left the king of medicine before, he extorted many miraculous drugs from the family of those heart therapists. Now these miraculous drugs are just used to recover his injury. As for the content of the kingdom of truth from Long Wang's memory, Ning Xiaochuan can only bury it in his heart. Jiuping civilization truth heaven is too far away from him. With Ning Xiaochuan's strength now, he can't intervene in anything in truth heaven at all. So now, Ning Xiaochuan is the first choice to improve his strength as much as possible. The content in Long Wang's memory has made Ning Xiaochuan feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. He could feel that chaos seemed to be coming soon. Just as Ning Xiaochuan was lying on this lonely planet to repair himself, in another space outside Xinhe civilization, countless brilliant buildings were suspended in the air, forming a world like a fairyland. Among these magnificent buildings, a huge dark shadow fell on a palace building. The hunter died on the 221st and fell into the distant 8th civilization, Xinhe civilization. Feng Zhujun, give those lowly pigs severe punishment, and let them know the consequences of offending the supreme kingdom of truth. The sound of the shadow echoed in this magnificent building. After a long time, a voice sounded in the palace. As you wish, I will personally punish him and demote him to the land of Joyo for eternal torture. With this sound, a pillar of light rose from this brilliant building, pierced the space, and fell out of thin air into the universe where Xinhe civilization is located. On the edge of the divine world of Xinhe civilization, on a dead star, Ning Xiaochuan stood up from the ground. With countless miraculous drugs on his body, Ning Xiaochuan finally recovered from his injury. Waving to put away the elixir left in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly felt a feeling that startled his heart. Suddenly looked up, Ning Xiaochuan saw a beam of light pierce the void, appeared above his head, and hit him. Grass, what is this? Ning Xiaochuan was a little shocked. From this light beam, Ning Xiaochuan felt a thrilling strong consciousness, which was stronger and terrifying than any breath he had felt before. And more importantly, Ning Xiaochuan didn't know where the light beam came from. Shrouded in the middle by this light beam, Ning Xiaochuan felt like an ant pinched in the palm of his hand, and he couldn't move at all. This sense of powerlessness that could not even struggle made Ning Xiaochuan's forehead begin to exude cold sweat. In the name of Feng Zhujun, I will demote you to the land of Joyo and sink forever. The mighty voice appeared in this light beam, and it was like a magic sound, which penetrated into Ning Xiaochuan's ears, so that Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help but worship it infinitely. Ning Xiaochuan's 7 orifices demon heart in his body, at the moment, pounding accelerated, and the virtual divine lattice in his body also emitted a light at the same time. All kinds of forces combined to make Ning Xiaochuan barely stay awake. However, at the moment, he can only keep awake and can't do anything at all. He can only watch this light beam form a complex pattern of Dharma array at his feet, and the brilliance emanating from the Dharma array devours Ning Xiaochuan. For a moment, Ning Xiaochuan felt that he had fallen into a space channel like a pipe. His figure slipped quickly through the space channel and finally fell on a dark brown rock. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan's figure stood up, he immediately stood here. The beam that bound him has completely disappeared, and now Ning Xiaochuan is free again. But at the bottom of his heart, he permanently left the shadow of the light column. The previous light beam left a deep impression on Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan has never seen such a terrible existence. What is that pillar of light, the guy who claims to be Feng Zhujun? Is it an expert among those rebels in the kingdom of truth? A trace of confusion flashed through Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Although he vaguely guessed the origin of the other party, Ning Xiaochuan was still shocked. Because at the moment, he is too weak for the kingdom of truth, so weak that the masters of the kingdom of truth should have no interest in him at all. Just left Yao Wangxing and had not officially entered the core of Xinhe civilization, he encountered an expert suspected of the kingdom of truth. This luck made Ning Xiaochuan even begin to doubt whether he was cursed by someone, otherwise how could his luck be so bad? After muttering a few words in his heart, Ning Xiaochuan began to scan around. Before, he could hear clearly that the guy who called himself Fang's Hujin said he was going to demote him to the land of Jiu and sink forever. This secluded place is not a good place just by listening to its name. Ning Xiaochuan glanced around, but he could only see the whole piece of dark brown stones. The sky above him was dark, as if covered with a cover. The dark sky and the dark brown earth filled the space with a sense of depression. Just as Ning Xiaochuan glanced around, several figures suddenly rushed out from a distance. These figures were all sub-god level masters. After they appeared, they rushed at Ning Xiaochuan immediately. Haha, there is a new man landing here. As long as I kill him, I can live another month. After these figures appeared, a slightly crazy roar came out of these people's mouths and passed into Ning Xiaochuan's ears. New people kill him live another month. These words made Ning Xiaochuan immediately alert. How can normal people say such things, not to mention, at this moment, these secondary gods themselves are crazy. Brush. Ning Xiaochuan directly took out the demon sword of destruction, and at the same time, he carefully guarded these secondary gods in front of him. Although he really wants to communicate with these secondary gods to see where this is, Ning Xiaochuan must first ensure his safety before communicating. Those crazy sub-gods rushed to Ning Xiaochuan and glanced at Ning Xiaochuan. The crazy look on their faces became more and more obvious. Secondary God Zhang, haha, the newcomer who came in this time turned out to be a secondary God Zhang little guy. With a ferocious smile at Ning Xiaochuan, the secondary god who rushed to the front immediately rushed to Ning Xiaochuan's side, waved at Ning Xiaochuan, and wanted to directly grasp Ning Xiaochuan into meat mud. The cultivation of this secondary god is about 3 times that of the secondary god, which is not too strong, but much weaker than that of Long Huang. Ning Xiaochuan, holding the demon sword of destruction, directly chopped at the other side. Annihilation sword formula. But the most common sword of destruction, however, was invincible, and directly cut into the body of the second god in front of him, killing it in 2. Am I dead? At the moment when the secondary god was killed by Ning Xiaochuan heard his voice. This voice did not have the slightest despair and decadence, on the contrary, it had a sense of relief. Does this man want to commit suicide? Ning Xiaochuan suddenly had an incredible idea in his mind. Before Long Huang was killed by the world-destroying demon sword. Although it seemed to be suicide on the surface, in fact, it was the shadow that controlled his actions, causing him to kill himself, but in the heart of Long Huang, he didn't want to die. But now, this secondary god is absolutely willing to die, so he has no complaints about Ning Xiaochuan who killed him. After killing the secondary god in front of him, a blood-red halo suddenly appeared at the foot of Ning Xiaochuan. At the same time, there were at least dozens of breath in Ning Xiaochuan's feeling. Some of these breath were very close to him, that is, those secondary gods who were close to him at the moment, but some were far away from him, at least tens of thousands of miles away. Hey, there is a new man. I feel the smell of blood on him. Do you want to go and hunt him? Newcomers are the best. Forget it, I have found my goal for this month. If the new man is not dead, I will go to kill him next month. At the moment of this bloody aura, Ning Xiaochuan felt the spread of consciousness. At this moment, the blood ring appeared under his feet, which was like a tool that could link people's consciousness, allowing them to communicate freely through the blood ring. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help admiring the magic of this blood ring. At the moment, those secondary gods who rushed to Ning Xiaochuan around seemed to feel that Ning Xiaochuan was very difficult to provoke, so they immediately turned around and retreated after seeing that Ning Xiaochuan had killed a triple master of secondary gods with a sword. Without the enemy, Ning Xiaochuan just relaxed. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began to study the blood ring under his feet. The function of this blood ring is not just to assist communication. Ning Xiaochuan studied it for a moment, and he couldn't help but be amazed. Because the function of this blood ring is almost omnipotent. As long as Ning Xiaochuan can think of anything, this blood ring can help him achieve. In order to test whether the blood ring function he felt was true or false, Ning Xiaochuan stood up again and pointed at the open space in front of him. Suddenly, a luxurious palace rose rapidly in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and was completely formed in the twinkling of an eye. If Ning Xiaochuan and others were here, they would definitely recognize that the pavilions here at the moment are exactly the same as the buildings of the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion. A sword pavilion Marquis mansion was built at the first thought. Even gods cannot have such creative ability. But at the moment, the blood ring at Ning Xiaochuan's feet has such ability. One step into the Marquis house of the sword pavilion, Ning Xiaochuan sat down in a big hall, and then an idea immediately began to appear in the hall. Groups of beautiful maids. These maids are beautiful, wearing light gauze, twisting attractive posture. Part of them began to dance for Ning Xiaochuan, while the other part began to gather around Ning Xiaochuan and serve Ning Xiaochuan carefully. Ning Xiaochuan looked at all this strangely. As long as there was this blood ring, his idea could immediately create everything. Even Ning Xiaochuan and others, Ning Xiaochuan, can completely create it. Waving his hand, Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to see the difference between Ning Xiaochuan and others who appeared here and Ning Xiaochuan and others in Dian world. But after a pause, he immediately put his hand down. He still can't adapt to the feeling of creating life out of thin air. These maids are all right. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know them, so even if they appear out of thin air at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't feel much. But Ning Xiaochuan and others are different. If Ning Xiaochuan and others appear out of thin air here, Ning Xiaochuan will definitely feel uncomfortable. After putting this matter aside, Ning Xiaochuan began to try something else. For example, an idea of his made him directly return to Dian world. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan became the emperor of Dian world, and everything in Dian world was under his control. For another example, Ning Xiaochuan can completely return to the Xinhe civilization and give himself invincible strength. All the enemies in front of him are easily crushed to death by him. Xiao Linger and others who were lost in the source world were also rescued by Ning Xiaochuan. In a word, as long as there is a blood ring under his feet, Ning Xiaochuan can do everything. At the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan kept telling himself that all this was false and deceptive. However, after several successive tests, Ning Xiaochuan gradually put down his vigilance. This feeling of omnipotence is too tempting for people to resist. I'm afraid even the real gods can't escape this temptation. Ning Xiaochuan just tried this feeling with a playful attitude at first, but soon after, he indulged in this feeling. Later, he even began to feel that this is heaven at all, a place where people can meet everything, and it can't be a place of bullshit 9 secluded places at all. With the help of this blood ring, Ning Xiaochuan realized almost all his wishes from the first Jianghe mansion to the later emperor of the universe. Even returning to the earth again, and then relying on a strong strength to unify all countries on the earth, and then Ning Xiaochuan personally formed a scene of the Earth Federation. He also experienced it personally. I'm kidding. With the help of the blood ring under my feet, why don't you try this pleasant feeling? However, a month later, everything in front of Ning Xiaochuan suddenly changed. Ning Xiaochuan, who was originally in a huge palace and enjoyed the worship of countless ministers, suddenly disappeared in front of everything. The palace disappeared, the ministers also disappeared, and the beautiful maids and concubines disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan's figure returned to the previous dark brown ground. Why is it all gone? Ning Xiaochuan was stunned and immediately wanted to use the omnipotent ability of blood ring again, but at the moment, no matter how hard he tried, the scene around him could not change. The omnipotent ability that blood ring brought to Ning Xiaochuan before has completely disappeared now. Suddenly separated from that happy feeling, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly felt an extreme sense of emptiness in his heart, which was forcing Ning Xiaochuan to quickly regain that omnipotent ability. But the more this happened, the more uncomfortable Ning Xiaochuan felt. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan felt that there were two thoughts constantly fighting in his body. A thought is constantly warning Ning Xiaochuan that everything before is an illusion, don't indulge in it. Another thought is to comfort Ning Xiaochuan. Why do you have to work hard with such a good thing as the omnipotent blood ring? As long as you have the blood ring under your feet, all your dreams can be realized. Two different thoughts make Ning Xiaochuan almost a headache. If this continues, Ning Xiaochuan's thinking will split, and from then on he will become a pervert with two thoughts. Boom! Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan returned and punched himself in the chest. He almost tried his best in this punch, so that his chest was deflated. With a pop, Ning Xiaochuan's mouth spurted a mouthful of blood. Lying on the ground feebly, Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a look of fear. Almost, he completely lost control. If he is schizophrenic, I'm afraid he will never recover in his life. Staring down at the blood ring under his feet, Ning Xiaochuan didn't know whether it was good or bad. Admittedly, with this blood ring, Ning Xiaochuan can almost satisfy everything, but this satisfaction is not true after all. Ning Xiaochuan is really afraid that he will indulge in the world created by blood ring for too long, resulting in forgetting everything in reality. If Ning Xiaochuan doesn't have any burden on his shoulders, he doesn't mind having this blood ring, and then vent wantonly in the blood ring world. But not now. Ning Xiaochuan has too many worries in his heart, so much that he can't escape from reality at all. After breathing a little, Ning Xiaochuan got up from the ground. The ability of blood ring faded, and new problems immediately began to appear in Ning Xiaochuan's mind. What the hell is this place? The 9 secluded place in Jun's mouth? Not quite. The environment here is much better than other places. Apart from other things, the existence of this blood ring alone is enough to make this place a paradise everyone hopes for. Just when Ning Xiaochuan was confused, through the blood ring under his feet, he suddenly felt a strange breath approaching him quickly. Newcomer, I said I would kill you a month ago. Now I'm here. From the ring at the foot of Ning Xiaochuan, a loud and arrogant voice came out. About 100,000 miles away from Ning Xiaochuan, a handsome young man in white is walking slowly in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan. Relying on the induction of the ring under his feet, he can clearly sense Ning Xiaochuan's position. This new man didn't run away at all. It seems that he doesn't know how powerful I am. How can I kill him later, skinning him and letting him die miserably, or crushing his soul directly? The young man in white looked indifferent, only occasionally showing a bit of a murderous sneer at the corners of his mouth. Cold murderous intent emanated from him, almost freezing everything. The pace of progress of young people in white seems to be very slow, but the speed of progress is amazing. Almost in the blink of an eye, the young man in white appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan was holding the demon sword of destruction in his hand, and looked at the young man in white coming in the distance with a dignified expression. Haha, new man, you're dead. If you let the blood god show up in person, you'll die miserably. The blood god guy actually made a move himself. Is it because he wants to test whether this newcomer is qualified to join us? A newcomer is probably still fascinated by the blood ring world. The continuous information from the blood ring under his feet made Ning Xiaochuan more alert to the young man in white in front of him. This blood ring can exchange information with each other, but Ning Xiaochuan has not yet figured out how to communicate with others, and can only listen to the messages passed by others. At the moment, those people who spoke in the blood ring didn't seem to care about Ning Xiaochuan's idea at all, so they talked recklessly. Looking at the white-clad youth getting closer and closer to him, Ning Xiaochuan's vigilance on his face became more and more obvious. No matter these voices in the blood ring or Ning Xiaochuan's own intuition, they always tell Ning Xiaochuan that the guy who appears in front of him now is absolutely an extremely dangerous existence. As for the degree of danger, Ning Xiaochuan could not judge at all, because even the power of his seven-hole demon heart could not see through the details of each other. Ning Xiaochuan even suspected at this moment that this young man in white had condensed a complete deity and become a real god. It's just that the other party is hiding breath at the moment, so Ning Xiaochuan simply can't judge whether the other party is a real god. In Ning Xiaochuan's vigilant eyes, the young man in white appeared in front of him. "Hey, you don't smell crazy?" The young man in white glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, and his face suddenly showed surprise, as if he saw something incredible. Madness? Ning Xiaochuan suddenly appeared in his mind those crazy secondary gods he met when he first arrived here. At that time, from those secondary gods, there was a smell of madness all the time. Before, Ning Xiaochuan still had some doubts about the reason why he could force a group of sub-gods to be crazy. However, after experiencing the previous blood ring space, Ning Xiaochuan realized that these secondary gods were bewitched by the omnipotent ability in the secondary god space, so it was like the situation of schizophrenia before Ning Xiaochuan. Only when the spirit is divided into two halves, these secondary gods will appear crazy. But obviously, not everyone here is like this, for example, Ning Xiaochuan, and the man in white in front of Ning Xiaochuan. From the man in white, there was only infinite coldness and killing intention, and there was no madness at all. You are a sub-god, and you can keep your consciousness awake when you come here. In this regard, I give you a chance to live. The young man in white glanced up and down Ning Xiaochuan several times, and then calmly said. The words of the young man in white made Ning Xiaochuan's face suddenly change. Even the secondary gods call it the existence of little guys. It seems that there are only real gods. With Ning Xiaochuan's strength at the moment, even if it is the existence of a secondary god, he is also confident to live. But in the face of a real god, Ning Xiaochuan didn't even have the heart to resist. Although there is only one difference between secondary gods and gods, it is the difference between heaven and earth. The law understood by the secondary god, even if it is used for fighting, cannot exert the real power of the law. And the gods are different. As long as they reach the realm of gods, they can give full play to the power of laws they have understood. This gap alone allows the gods to crush the secondary gods. Staring at the young man in white in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Are you a god?" The young man in white smiled calmly, and his divine power was released. Under the impact of this powerful power, Ning Xiaochuan even couldn't help retreating a few steps in succession before regaining his footing. Although he had a premonition of the result in his heart, Ning Xiaochuan still couldn't help but change his face after really determining the identity of the other party's gods at the moment. The young man in white stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a sneer on his mouth. At the same time, he suddenly flicked his fingers at Ning Xiaochuan. A drop of bright red blood popped out of his finger. Before this drop of blood fell to the ground, this drop of fresh blood immediately expanded rapidly, and in an instant formed a separate body exactly like the young man in white. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan, the young man in white calmly said, "I'm called the god of blood, and the law of cultivation is also related to blood. Although this separation is created by a drop of my blood essence, its power can't be underestimated. As long as you defeat him, I'll reluctantly let you go this time." Fight a drop of blood. Ning Xiaochuan's expression suddenly dignified a lot. Although at the moment, this avatar is only a drop of each other's blood, but the young man in white has clearly explained that a drop of his blood also contains strong power, and it is not so easy to defeat. And since the young man in white made this blood part to test Ning Xiaochuan, it shows that he has absolute confidence in this blood part. I'm not an opponent of a god, and a drop of God's blood should not be a problem. Ning Xiaochuan muttered in his heart, and at the same time, he was rapidly adjusting his state. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's strongest body is still his body. Relying on the benefit of the world-destroying magic sword, Ning Xiaochuan has the strength of General Sub-God 5 cultivation by his body alone. In addition, if Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality rotates again under the influence of white bone beads, the strength that Ning Xiaochuan can play will be much more powerful than the secondary god Wu Zhong. Unfortunately, so far, Ning Xiaochuan has not mastered the method of controlling white bone beads. The last time the white bone bead turned unintentionally, it was the state that Ning Xiaochuan was inadvertently triggered when he was controlled by the power demon. After falling here, the blood ring space has attracted more than half of Ning Xiaochuan's attention, so Ning Xiaochuan has not come to study the mystery of the rotation of white bone beads at all. The young man in white looked at Ning Xiaochuan calmly. After Ning Xiaochuan adjusted almost, he said calmly, "You are ready, I'm going to do it soon." With the words of the young man in white, the separated figure around him flashed and appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Although the separation of gods only contains part of the power of gods, the power of the complete law of gods can also be used. When this deity appeared beside him, Ning Xiaochuan felt as if there was an endless sea of blood in front of him, with countless miserable souls rushing towards him. Ning Xiaochuan waved the sword of destruction in his hand, but he didn't cut anything. Ning Xiaochuan can't cut off the divine body simply by relying on the physical strength. For a moment, Ning Xiaochuan guessed that the separation of the gods in front of him was to force the force of the law he understood out. Only the power of law can resist the power of law. This young man in white obviously wanted to test Ning Xiaochuan's potential. Exterminating evil demon family. Ning Xiaochuan almost did not hesitate to immediately implement the strongest law he could control at present. The black flame wrapped around the demon sword, temporarily making the surrounding sea of blood inaccessible. Is this the way of destroying the world? Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's evil way of destroying the world, the young man in white beside him almost fell to the ground. He obviously knew the existence of the world-destroying Tao, so he was so stunned to see Ning Xiaochuan's world-destroying Tao at this moment. Looking carefully at Ning Xiaochuan in front of him, the confusion on the face of the young man in white is becoming more and more obvious. This is true, but why is it so weak? Moreover, the god in this boy's body is obviously not a god? Originally, when seeing Ning Xiaochuan's way of destroying the world, the young man in white was ready to terminate this test. But now, he was a little more curious about Ning Xiaochuan, and wanted to see what the world-destroying way that Ning Xiaochuan showed was. Ning Xiaochuan was trapped in a sea of blood at the moment, and after trying his best to show the evil demon family of extermination, he did not continue to urge other evil spirits, but tried to operate the virtual divine lattice in his body, trying to make the virtual divine lattice rotate again. Only when the virtual deity rotates completely, the world-destroying way played by Ning Xiaochuan will send out the ability to destroy the sky and the earth. At that time, the sea of blood that appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan at the moment could not stop Ning Xiaochuan at all. However, let Ning Xiaochuan try his best at the moment, he can't make the divine lattice in his body move even for a moment. As for the white bone beads in the divine lattice, at the moment, they are still in the virtual divine lattice, and they don't even have the meaning to move at all. In this case, Ning Xiaochuan immediately couldn't help scolding secretly. Grass, the chain falls off at the critical moment. This white bone bead will not erupt until he is about to die. The last time, when Ning Xiaochuan was almost killed by the power demon, the white bone bead began to rotate. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan would doubt at this moment whether this white bone bead can only be used to protect life. It is impossible for it to explode at ordinary times. Just when Ning Xiaochuan had a headache, the sea of blood in front of him suddenly disappeared. The sea of blood disappeared, and the young man in white reappeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Where did you learn your way of destroying the world? Staring at Ning Xiaochuan, the young man in white said coldly. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and calmly responded, "Of course, I realized it myself." Just now, it was not Ning Xiaochuan who killed the blood part of the young man in white, but this young man in white automatically broke up his blood part. For this, Ning Xiaochuan was also stunned, and he didn't know what the young man in white was going to do at the moment. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan, the young man in white mused, "I have understood the way of destroying the world, and the last divine cultivation can be separated from the blood ring world. From these 2 points, I will forgive you today, but you should go with me and let Shizu see if you are qualified to join us." "Join us?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at the young man in white curiously. Before, through the blood ring under his feet, he heard someone say this sentence more than once. But for this so-called "we," Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know what it means. The young man in white seemed to see Ning Xiaochuan's confusion at the moment, so he grinned coldly, shook his head calmly and said, "I'll give you 3 opportunities to ask questions. After you ask 3 questions, I'll take you away." "There are only 3 opportunities to ask questions." Ning Xiaochuan frowned and pondered for a moment, then looked up and asked, "Where is this?" 9 secluded places. The young man in white answered very simply, saying the 4 words of the land of Jiu, and then continued to explain, "This is actually a space created by a very powerful Lord God, which is called the land of Jiu, and all the people in this space are imprisoned by the Lord God at will." "Is it really this place of 9 seclusion?" Ning Xiaochuan sighed in his heart. After carefully calculating for a moment, he asked the second question. "What is the blood ring under my feet?" Ning Xiaochuan has been curious about this blood ring for a long time. Besides, the omnipotent feeling brought by this blood ring alone is enough to be comparable to an anti-heaven artifact. It's called blood ring. Everyone in Jiu place calls it that way. As for its main function, the young man in white paused for a moment, and his tone seemed to be dignified for a moment, and continued, "His function is to confuse all people who come here, even if he is a secondary god, and suddenly feels the ability of blood ring, he is likely to be completely addicted to it and never escape the control of blood ring." Blood ring control? Recalling the awkward feeling that filled his body when he just came out of the blood ring space, Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt that his scalp was numb. Indeed, if he had not made a random decision at that time and strengthened his consciousness by self-mutilation, I'm afraid he would be controlled by the blood ring at the moment. As for what will happen after being controlled by the blood ring? Although Ning Xiaochuan didn't know, he also knew that the result would never be too wonderful. There is still one last chance to ask questions. Ning Xiaochuan hesitated. At the moment, there were so many puzzles in his heart that he didn't know how to speak at all. After silently calculating, Ning Xiaochuan chose another problem that was most urgent to him. "Who is the ancestor you said?" This problem seemed to make the young man in white a little embarrassed. After pondering for a while, the voice of the young man in white slowly came. "The ancestor in my mouth is also a Lord God. His title is the Lord God of Thunder and Light. When you see him, you will know who he is." "Well, after the 3 questions are over, I will take you to see the Lord God of Thunder and Light immediately." With a flash of the figure of the young man in white, he appeared beside Ning Xiaochuan. A force enveloped Ning Xiaochuan and took him off the ground. Knowing that the young man in white didn't mean any harm to himself at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan didn't resist anything. But at the moment, his heart was still shocked. Thunder Light Lord God. The founder here turned out to be a god. From the shadow mouth, Ning Xiaochuan has long known the difference between gods. The general secondary god, who condenses the divine personality successfully, becomes a real god. But at this time, he is just the weakest god. Above the lower gods, there are powerful middle gods and upper gods. The Lord God is more powerful than the superior god. Even in the Shinha civilization, a master god is already a giant. In fact, most of the giants who secretly controlled Shinha civilization were gods. It can be seen that the number of Lord gods is so rare, but now there is also a Lord God here. The man who built here is only a master god. The cultivation of this Thunder Light Master God is equivalent to that of him. How did he get locked up here? Being led forward by the young man in white, Ning Xiaochuan was thinking about his own problems in his heart. After flying for half a day, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't feel how far he had gone. As a spirit-level figure, the young man in white advanced so fast that Ning Xiaochuan didn't even have time to react. It took a long time for the young man in white to take Ning Xiaochuan down to a tall stone mountain. Countless steps have spread around the stone mountain, from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. Ning Xiaochuan can vaguely see that many figures are moving on these steps. This is the ancestral home. Remember, flying is forbidden here. If you want to see the patriarch, you can only walk step by step in front of the patriarch along these stone steps. The young man in white fell to the ground and told Ning Xiaochuan a word. Then he pulled Ning Xiaochuan and began to move forward rapidly on these steps. Before reaching the top of the mountain, Ning Xiaochuan met countless people walking on the steps. Unfortunately, these people all looked cold. After noticing Ning Xiaochuan, they just glanced at his face indifferently, and then focused on their own affairs. From these pedestrians, Ning Xiaochuan felt several powerful breath, which was almost no weaker than that of young people in white. Such a breath made Ning Xiaochuan understand that almost all the pedestrians walking here at the moment are God-level masters. Apart from a Lord God, most of the stone mountains are gods. Such a luxurious lineup makes Ning Xiaochuan smack his tongue. The young man in white advanced very fast. It took him almost a moment to take Ning Xiaochuan to the top of the hill. At the moment, on the top of the stone mountain, a huge figure with bare chests and bare feet looks like Maitreya in the temple, lying on his side on the top of the mountain. This figure is very huge, at least tens of feet tall. Ning Xiaochuan and the young man in white stand in front of him, and they can't even compare with one of his toes. The young man in white stood in front of the huge figure, and then looked respectful and said, "Shizu, I found a very strange new man, so I brought him here directly." "Is he the Lord God of Thunder and Light?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at the huge figure in front of him with some shock. He could see that the Lord God in front of him at the moment was not his deliberately enlarged body, but his noumenon was so huge. There is no giant like Thunder Light Lord God in Dian world, but there is such a giant family in Shinha civilization. Thunder Light Lord God is obviously an expert of the giant family. Weird little guy, let me see what's weird about him. Lei Guang's huge body slightly moved, and then Ning Xiaochuan felt the gloom on his head. The huge head of Lei Guang, the Lord God, suddenly dropped to Ning Xiaochuan's head. His huge eyes were constantly scanning Ning Xiaochuan's head. "Hey, this is the breath of Mi Shi Dao. Is this little guy the successor of Mi Shi Dao?" With only a glance, Lei Guang's Lord God saw Ning Xiaochuan's identity. But at the moment, there was still some confusion in his voice. In the middle of his huge eyes, the skin suddenly cracked, and a third eye appeared on his forehead. The moment this eye appeared, Ning Xiaochuan felt as if he had been stripped of all his body, and all his secrets had been seen by the other party. Although this feeling is very unpleasant, in front of a Lord God, Ning Xiaochuan has no resistance at all. Strange, too strange. Thunder Light Lord God sat down again, and his mouth made a rumbling sound. This little guy cultivates the world-destroying way, and the world-destroying magic sword is also hidden in his body, but his divine personality is just the lowest level existence, and there is no world-destroying divine personality at all. Are they just the most common 36-faceted deities? The young man in white also glanced at Ning Xiaochuan strangely. When he tested Ning Xiaochuan before, he had guessed this result, but at this moment, he couldn't help but be a little disappointed when he heard the Lord God of Thunder Light say it with his own ears. Originally, he had a little hope for Ning Xiaochuan, hoping that Ning Xiaochuan was a generation of Tianjiao worthy of his good training. However, if Ning Xiaochuan's spirit condensed only has 36 aspects, there is almost no need to continue to cultivate Ning Xiaochuan. Little guy, when you condense the avatar, you should not have passed the test of the avatar. The voice of Lei Guang's Lord God was directly transmitted to Ning Xiaochuan's heart. The voice of Lei Guang's Lord God seemed to have a demagogic effect, which made Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help nodding and responding immediately, yes. If so, it's not uncommon to see this situation now. Since the last generation, there are usually two heirs of the world-destroying Tao. Finally, only one person can condense the world-destroying God and inherit the inheritance of the world-destroying Tao. And you, obviously, are already a loser and don't deserve to be called the heirs of the world-destroying Tao. Send him out, blood god, he's not qualified to join us for the time being. The Thunder Light Lord God's roaring voice came, and the blood god on the side nodded and took Ning Xiaochuan to leave. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan saw a scene that made him extremely shocked. The Lord God of Thunder Light, who had just judged him, reached out and grabbed a secondary god around him, and then swallowed it directly into his stomach as if it were food. He's eating people. Ning Xiaochuan widened his eyes, and some couldn't believe his eyes. A Lord God is actually eating people. Just when Lei Guang's Lord God moved his body a little, Ning Xiaochuan made a new discovery. Under the body of the Thunder Light Lord God, a blood-red ring appeared clearly at the moment. Even if the body is the main god, this Thunder Light main god is no different from Ning Xiaochuan and others, and there is also a blood ring under his body. Don't look, come with me. The young man in white glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and directly took him away from Shirshan. Down from the stone mountain, the speed of the young man in white was not as fast as at the beginning, but walked down from the stone mountain step by step with a gloomy face. Ning Xiaochuan followed him, and the scene of Lei Guang's Lord God eating people still remained in his mind. Why would a man-eating god be respected by countless people, including young people in white? Such a strange scene made Ning Xiaochuan feel a little sick. The young man in white walked silently for a while, and suddenly said to Ning Xiaochuan, "After you go down the mountain, hurry to find someone to kill." Murder? Why? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the young man in white, looking stunned. You still don't know anything. The astonishment on Ning Xiaochuan's face made the young man in white sigh, and then he continued, "Before, I didn't carefully explain the rules here to you. Now for the sake of you leaving alone, I'll tell you everything." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the young man in white and listened carefully to every word he said. Before coming here, Ning Xiaochuan originally felt that this space was no different. However, the scene of Lei Guang's Lord God swallowing people directly made Ning Xiaochuan realize that there was definitely some unknown cruel truth in the world. This is the land of Jiu, the space created by the Lord God, but do you know why the Lord God created this space? Because the Lord God regarded this place as his game paradise, and the people he caught here were all his dolls. The young man in white had a low voice, especially after he said the words, game park, his expression became much lower. Ning Xiaochuan feels normal about this. At least, this young man in white is also a god-level existence. If placed in the Xinhe civilization, he is definitely a strong man in both directions. But here, he can only become someone else's doll. Of course, why people here are dolls, Ning Xiaochuan is still very curious. Relying on the blood ring under your feet, as long as you come here, you can meet everything in your heart, although this satisfaction is only spiritual, not real, but this near-real spiritual satisfaction is also enough to tempt many people to indulge in this world. The young man in white said this, with a sad smile on his face. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan, he said, "You should be very curious. With this blood ring, we can meet everything, why people here are crazy." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. The problem that the young man in white said at the moment was the one he had been confused about for a long time. That's because the rules here have driven them crazy. The young man in white gasped for a few times, and then said fiercely, "The rule here is to kill. As long as you kill one person, you have the right to live here for another month, and within this month, you can use the function of the blood ring to start enjoying. The ultimate enjoyment plus the cruel killing rules are the basic survival rules here. Kill one person. Live one more month. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped. Although what the young man in white said was inconceivable, recalling what he said in the mouth of those crazy sub-gods when he first came here, Ning Xiaochuan still made a judgment. What the young man in white said in front of him was probably true. Kill a person to live an extra month. Such a rule makes Ning Xiaochuan's scalp numb. If you simply kill a few villains, Ning Xiaochuan will never be merciful. But if you want to live here, just killing a few people is definitely not enough. If Ning Xiaochuan lives here for a year in the future, he will kill 12 people. If he lives here for 10 years, he will kill 120 people. By analogy, Ning Xiaochuan can't imagine what he will become after living here for thousands of years. Are those crazy secondary gods just because they don't want to kill again? If they don't want to kill, they just commit suicide. Why bother to stay here? Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment and said again. At this moment, it suddenly occurred to him that the secondary god who was first killed by him showed an expression of relief before he died. Since you can't adapt to the cruel rules here, you can kill yourself directly or die a month later. Why do you have to suffer in the world? Anyway, Ning Xiaochuan thinks so now. If he really fell to that point one day, he would definitely rather die. Want to die? The young man in white looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a mocking look on his face. There is another basic rule here, that is, you can't commit suicide. Even if you commit suicide, you can't die. The Lord God will use his divine power to revive you, and then give you the most severe punishment. In addition, if you have real power, but don't want to do your best, but die in the hands of weaker opponents, you will also face the most cruel punishment. The cruelest punishment? What is it? Ning Xiaochuan pressed his voice. The young man in white said indifferently, the punishment for those who violate the rules is very simple, that is, all his relatives, all the people he cares about, and even all the people who have relations with him, will be used by the Lord God in the future to shut him up in this world and enjoy the same torture. Turning his head and staring at Ning Xiaochuan, the young man in white continued with a sneer, think about it for yourself. If one day, people you care about appear in front of you one by one, and then they are severely tortured, or even finally killed by you, can you stand such a situation? Ning Xiaochuan opened his mouth and listened to the young man in white. Such cruel rules almost stunned Ning Xiaochuan. After a long time, Ning Xiaochuan scolded. Lying in the trough, this rule is too fucking. The God who created this place is not a psychopath. If it's just psychopathy, it's a big deal that we all die, but according to the clues we get, the Lord God created such a nine-hell place just to do an experiment. When the experiment is successful, he will change the outside world like here. The young man in white snorted coldly. It turns out that this is just an experimental site. Ning Xiaochuan was silent at the moment. He had guessed that it was most likely those rebels of the Kingdom of Truth who made all this. According to the memory of Long Huang, the ultimate world that those rebels wanted to transform was a world as cruel as Joyo. Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a moment and said, even if it is as powerful as thunder and light, can't it break through this space? The young man in white smiled coldly and said, didn't you see the picture of the Lord eating people just now? Thunder light Lord God eats people just to abide by the rules here. Those who have been eaten have already been tortured by the rules here and are almost crazy. Their strength is not as good as that of the Lord God of Thunder Light, so being eaten by the Lord God of Thunder Light can just take the opportunity to get rid of it. This almost abnormal logic can only appear in such abnormal places. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was extremely heavy. Now he understood why the voice would say that he had been demoted to the land of Joyo and permanently sunk. If someone falls here, I'm afraid there is no other way to choose except to be killed. Such a world is completely forcing everyone to eliminate the fittest and respect the strong. Only the real strongest can live in this world. No, if it's just so simple, it's a powerful and incomparable existence like Lei Guangzhen God. With his strength, he can live freely in this world. How can the creator of this space allow such a person to exist in this space? Ning Xiaochuan thought a little, and immediately found a loophole in all the rules of this space. Taking advantage of the fact that the young man in white seemed to be still patient at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan asked his confusion. The young man in white glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, his face cold, and said, "If you follow the rules, Lei Guangzhen really lives forever. But it is said that there is the last rule here, that is, every 10,000 years, this space will not add new people. At that time, if you want to live, you can only continue to kill everywhere until you can't kill. Do you think the blood ring under our feet is only for us to enjoy? The main function of this blood ring is to facilitate us to locate each other and find our opponents to kill each other. Moreover, even the one who lives to the end will not have good results, and will still be killed by the Lord, God himself. In this space, there can only be pain, and no real joy or hope is allowed." When he said this, the voice of the young man in white seemed to be filled with despair. At this moment, he has taken Ning Xiaochuan down from the stone mountain. Stepping down from the last step, the young man in white waved to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Well, you can leave directly. When you have the strength of God level, come to me again. Then you will be qualified to join us. Sooner or later, we will break this space, escape from here, and seek revenge from the Lord God who created it." The young man in white clenched his hands tightly, turned around and walked along these steps towards the stone mountain. Ning Xiaochuan stood at the end of the steps and heard only the vague final advice of the young man in white. Survive first. Live on. In other places, I'm afraid no one cares about this at all. But here, it seems that even living is a kind of torture. Ning Xiaochuan watched the young man in white leave. Although he knew that he was a god in front of him, he clearly felt a sense of decadence and despair from the back of the young man in white. Being able to make the gods so decadent and desperate, this alone makes Ning Xiaochuan feel heavy. After all, he didn't want to die in such a place for no reason, and he didn't want to involve Ning Shiner and others in such a place. Glancing at the stone mountain in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan flew away in the distance. He will personally verify what the young man in white said. 3 months later. On the dead ice field, a merciful, bald monk sat here. Around the monk, dozens of bodies were scattered in disorder. But the monk didn't seem to see these bodies, so he sat in the middle of them. The blood ring at the foot of this figure suddenly emitted a blood-red light again. It's coming again. How can it come again? Don't come. Seeing the light of the blood ring at his feet, the monk jumped up in fear and shouted madly. But his cry had no effect at all. As the light of the blood ring under his feet became more and more obvious, several figures suddenly appeared around the monk again. Among these figures, most of them are bald-headed like this monk. Second brother, younger brother, and younger sister, you are all here, haha, you are all here. Glancing at these sudden figures, the monk's face showed a crazy look. Before these figures could stand firm here, the monk rushed up crazily, beating these figures bloody and all dead. Kill all the people here. The monk has been bleeding all over, just like the demon king who came out of hell. But what's more thrilling is the madness emanating from him, and even his eyes turned blood red at the moment. My Buddha's light has served the Buddha for 2,000 years. I have always accumulated virtue and done good, and never done evil. Why should I be punished like this? All my relatives and friends have died in my hands now. If this is the way to become a Buddha, I would rather become a devil. The roaring voice came from the monk's mouth. His ferocious look had completely lost his previous compassionate look. He kept roaring, and the monk rushed to the distance. After the monk disappeared, the figure of Ning Xiaochuan slowly emerged where he was originally located. He couldn't bear the Buddha light at last. It's only 3 months. Looking at the figure disappearing in the distance, Ning Xiaochuan sighed. This Buddhist monk is also a newcomer to this space. When Ning Xiaochuan first met him, he didn't know anything at all like Ning Xiaochuan before. With his own will, the Buddha light was easily separated from the blood ring world. However, for Ning Xiaochuan then told him about the survival rules of this space, Buddha light simply ignored. In other words, the Buddha who is bent on the Buddha's light is unwilling to believe that there is such an evil space. So he chose to fight against the rules here. In the first month, the friends of the Buddha light were brought to him by the power of the blood ring. Moreover, all of his friends had been controlled by the blood ring. After they appeared, they began to fight each other and finally died in front of the Buddha light. In the second month, the master of the Buddha light and some of his brothers were brought here by the power of the blood ring, and then killed each other in front of the Buddha light. In the third month, that is, now, all the remaining relatives and friends of the Buddha light finally appeared here. These people have also become the last straw to crush the Buddha light. In the end, the Buddha light, like most people who fall here, has become a crazy sub-god and a madman who only knows how to kill. Although the friendship between Ning Xiaochuan and Fo Guang was not deep, he was quite unhappy to see Fo Guang come to this step. Now it is the Buddha light, and in the future it may be Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan didn't dare to imagine how he would react if Ning Shiner and others died in front of him one day. Maybe at that time I will be as crazy as the Buddha light. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath, and the sadness and depression on his face were swept away, replaced by a sense of perseverance and unyielding. Since it was also created here, it shows that as long as I am strong enough, sooner or later I can break this space. Holding his hands tightly together, Ning Ogawa strode into the distance. Live and improve your strength. After knowing the cruelty here, Ning Xiaochuan had only such an idea left in his heart. In the first year of Jiu land, Ning Xiaochuan found a way to improve the 10,000 Dharma deity in his body. After using a special method, the 10,000 Dharma deities in his body can even absorb the laws and other people's deities directly out of thin air. After exploring this point, Ning Xiaochuan will immediately fully absorb the virtual deity in his body after hunting other secondary gods. With this method, Ning Xiaochuan's 10,000 Dharma god has more and more laws. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan even had a feeling that the divine personality in his body was simply a reservoir, and those different rules were the water in the pool. After the pool is filled with water, Ning Xiaochuan can't predict what will happen to this deity. In the third year of Jiu land, Ning Xiaochuan met a secondary god named Sidulang, who was both an enemy and a friend. The two fought countless times, but no one could do anything. In the fifth year of Jiu land, Ning Xiaochuan's practice had problems. At this time, he found that although more and more laws were absorbed in his virtual divine lattice, his own realm was still difficult to improve. In other words, the realm of Ning Xiaochuan has always been the first priority of the realm of secondary gods. In the 12th year of Jiu land, Ning Xiaochuan created a practice method of inscribing rules on white bone beads. By this way, his realm finally began to improve. The white bone beads were originally indestructible, and no force could leave traces on them. However, Ning Xiaochuan borrowed the power of the law and the virtual god cell and spent more than 3 years with the grinding effort of water dripping through the stone, and finally depicted the law of the sword formula of extermination on the white bone beads. So far, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has finally been promoted to the secondary god. Then, it took another year for Ning Xiaochuan to depict the law of the evil family of extermination on the white bone beads, and Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was immediately promoted to the triple of secondary gods. As long as other secondary gods understand the law, they can improve the realm. But here in Ning Xiaochuan, it's not at all like this. After understanding the law, Ning Xiaochuan will spend time to engrave it on the white bone beads, and then it is possible to improve the realm. Later, it took several years for Ning Xiaochuan's realm to rise from the 3rd level of the secondary god to the 7th level of the secondary god. At this moment, his strength in law has exceeded his physical strength. In the 31st year of Jiu land, Ning Xiaochuan, sitting cross-legged in a dark cave, suddenly opened his eyes. My realm has been raised to the 9th level of the secondary god. The rules I understood before have now been integrated into the white bone bead. Next, as long as I integrate the receiving way into the white bone bead, I'm afraid I can condense the real divine personality. The heart kept calculating, but Ning Xiaochuan's expression was extremely cold, almost without any expression. In Jiu land for more than 30 years, Ning Xiaochuan has killed 370 people in succession. These people have secondary gods, but also exist much weaker than the realm of secondary gods. At the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan only killed those who were already crazy. But later, as long as it was the person Ning Xiaochuan met, Ning Xiaochuan would directly kill it. Killing in such a place is a relief for the person who is killed. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan had been hunted and killed by others several times when he killed people. If he hadn't been alert enough, he might have died at the hands of others at the moment. In such an environment, Ning Xiaochuan's thought has long been mature. He has decided to do things many times than before, and the joy and anger in his heart will not show at all. I don't know if there will be any changes in my divine personality when I become a god. Ning Xiaochuan said secretly in his heart and stood up directly at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan still doesn't know much about this strange god in his body. In addition to finding out what the name of this deity seems to be called Wanfa deity from the memory of Long Huang, other information about this deity is all that Ning Xiaochuan fumbled out in Jiu. Ning Xiaochuan has absorbed at least thousands of different laws in the divine lattice at the moment, but these laws combined are still not enough to make this divine lattice start to evolve. Ning Xiaochuan is also very helpless about this. If he hadn't vaguely felt that as long as he continued to pay attention to the law in the divine lattice, this divine lattice would certainly change, I'm afraid Ning Xiaochuan had given up pouring the law into the divine lattice at this moment. Ning Xiaochuan, come out and fight. Ning Xiaochuan just stood up, and suddenly a voice came from his ear. Hearing this sound, Ning Xiaochuan's mouth flashed a smile. The man speaking at the moment is Sita Lang, the only friend he has made in this Jiu place for more than 30 years. With a flash of his figure, Ning Xiaochuan's figure disappeared in the cave. Moments later, bursts of roaring sound began to come from outside the cave. The long river of time and space, which was originally just an illusory river. But now, in the long river of time and space, there is a boat that can't see the color. The boat is small and can only accommodate 2 people at most. At this moment, a hazy figure stands quietly in a position of the ship. Although his figure is somewhat illusory, standing here alone, he has an ancient, powerful, magnificent, compassionate, vitality, and so on, which represents all the beautiful atmosphere in the world. This hazy figure looked down at the long river of time and space under his feet, like a small fish wandering in the river. Suddenly, the vision of this hazy figure condensed in several separate spaces, like soap bubbles in the long river of time and space.